Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 399 to Chapter 481. Ha ha ha, I don't want to waste my true chi on you today. There are too many disciples from the 12 sects here, and it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any strong cultivators. How about this, if you two are willing to stop, I'll give each of you a rare gold-grade martial art manual. Although Tu Zhaizhong looked rough, he was no fool. He knew very well that although he was stronger than Manor Lord Lin and City Lord Bai, he wasn't much stronger. It would take at least 1,000 moves to determine the winner. If the two of them joined forces, he definitely wouldn't be a match for them. That would consume too much true chi. Ximei was a late-stage Transcendent Realm 3rd level cultivator. Although her combat ability was far weaker than the three of them, if this girl was afraid of him, he definitely wasn't weak. Therefore, Tu Zhaizhong didn't dare to let his guard down. He had to use all his energy to deal with this person. Otherwise, if he failed, he would be sent to hell like the two trash disciples from the Beast King Palace. Humph, you want to exchange a rare gold-grade martial art for Mayor's virginity? Isn't that too cheap? Manor Lord Lin snorted. That's right, at least 3. City Lord Bai added. How about this, after this kid dies, you two will split his belongings equally. How about that? Tu Zhaizhong said impatiently, don't push your luck, otherwise, I'll really fight you if you piss me off. This kid is just an outer disciple of the Yuehua school. What good things could he have on him? Manor Lord Lin said disdainfully. At that moment, a person walked out from the crowd and cupped his fists. Seniors, this person found a large amount of natural treasures, spirit stone fragments, and divine weapon fragments in the Plague Valley. The value of those things is higher than 2 or 3 rare gold-grade martial arts manuals. This person was wearing the Yuehua school's disciple uniform. As a disciple of the Yuehua school, you dare to betray me? Ling Xiao looked at this person and was puzzled. He had never seen this person before and had no enmity with him. This was ridiculous. Humph, Ling Xiao, you don't know me, but I know you. You actually killed the junior sister Suing that I had a crush on. You deserve to die. The inner disciple of the Yuehua school suddenly shouted crazily, I'm no match for you, but justice has a long arm. You've reached the end of your road today. You dared to kill a disciple of the Beast King Palace without permission. You've offended the Beast King Palace. The higher-ups of the faction will not forgive you. Idiot. Ling Xiao was already sick and tired of this person's clamoring. Betraying a fellow disciple and still speaking so confidently, he was simply an idiot and shameless. With a wave of his hand, a finger force shot out and instantly killed the inner disciple of the Yuehua school. That man was only a first-order Transcendent Realm cultivator, how could he possibly block Yang Kai's killing blow? The expression on the man's face before he died seemed to be very surprised. Was he surprised that Ling Xiao dared to kill him, or was he surprised by how strong Ling Xiao was, or was he surprised that he had died just like that? Whatever it was, it didn't matter anymore. After listening to the man's words, Villa Lord Lin and City Lord Bai agreed with Village Chief Tuesday 2, Mayor is yours. But let me make it clear first. After this brat dies, everything on him will belong to the two of us. It's a deal. Village Chief 2 was a little regretful. He didn't know that Ling Xiao had so many good things on him. However, this fellow was bent on marrying Ximei to be his mistress. Losing a few things was nothing much. Moreover, Ximei was an inner disciple of the Beast King Palace. As long as he married Ximei, his skeleton village would be connected to the Beast King Palace. Would he have to worry about not having enough good things in the future? Village Chief 2, you better be careful. This brat is a little strange. His cultivation isn't high, but he was able to easily kill my junior brother Zhang and senior brother Hai. More importantly, his moves are a little strange. Ximei hurriedly warned Village Chief 2 when she saw that he was about to make a move. She didn't want Village Chief 2 to die because he underestimated his enemy. The 3 of them were Ximei's last supporters. If they weren't a match for Ling Xiao, then Ximei would definitely die. Therefore, there were some things that she had to remind him of. I've seen your senior brother Hai before. He's not bad, but he's still a far cry from me. Village Chief 2 stopped underestimating his enemy. He had once sparred with senior brother Hai and it took him a total of 50 moves to defeat him. Moreover, the process wasn't easy. He even suffered some minor injuries. If you're afraid, then get out of my way. I don't care if you're a village chief, city lord, or villa lord. If you stop me from killing Shimei, then you have to die. So, take advantage of the fact that I haven't decided to kill you all yet and get out of here. Just as village chief 2 was thinking about Shimei's words, Ling Xiao suddenly spoke. Little brat, what did you just say? Village chief 2 thought that he had heard wrongly. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner within a few hundred miles. With his strength, even if he wanted to destroy a city, it would be very easy. This brat actually dared to speak to him in such a manner. Was he crazy? I said get out of my sight if you don't want to die. I don't have time to deal with trash like you. Ling Xiao's voice was calm, but his aura suddenly gushed out. This aura was indeed that of a half-step master, but it was filled with a strong murderous aura. How many people has this brat killed? Village Chief 2 frowned, but then he shouted coldly, your murderous aura is indeed powerful. You must be quite capable to be able to kill Shimei's junior brother and senior brother. However, they were just trash without much combat experience. I'm different. So what? Do you really want to die? Ling Xiao asked. Brat, didn't your master tell you not to be too arrogant? Village Chief 2 said coldly, to be honest, it's really rare for you to be able to kill those two trash with such a cultivation. I really can't bear to kill you. As for today's matter, apologize to Mayer and we'll call it a day. How about that? Are you done with your nonsense? Ling Xiao's voice was still cold and indifferent. There was no emotion in his voice, as if he was talking to a dead man. Arrogant. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your sex higher-ups. Village Chief 2 was really pissed off. The reason why he didn't make a move immediately was because he was afraid of the Yuehua school, not Ling Xiao. However, this brat in front of him didn't give him any face at all. This made him furious, and his murderous aura rose. Master Ling, this skeleton stronghold master isn't a good person. Their skeleton stronghold even colluded with that demon general before, deceiving many martial artists and slaughtering many innocent civilians. At this moment, the Green Valley young master shouted loudly. Oh? Ling Xiao's lips finally curled into a smile. Village Chief 2, it's too late for you to leave now. As he spoke, he took another step forward and closed in on Village Chief Tuesday. His murderous aura kept surging out of his body, and the surrounding air became cold and gloomy. Leave? Do I need to leave? You're such an ungrateful thing. Novel, Law, Chief 2 suddenly looked fiercely at Green Valley's young valley master and said, you brat over there, just you wait. I'll kill this Yuehua school trash and slaughter your Green Valley. Let's see if you can still speak. Young valley master, don't be afraid. This two guy is dead for sure today. There's no need for that skeleton stockade to exist anymore. Ling Xiao's voice was not that fierce, but his words were resolute and decisive, revealing a strong sense of confidence. Thank you, Master Ling. Green Valley's young valley master couldn't tell who was stronger, but Ling Xiao had saved them. In their eyes, Ling Xiao's status was comparable to a god. Kid, this is your first time leaving the sect to carry out a mission, right? Chief 2 suddenly wasn't as angry as before. Instead, he became extremely calm. However, there was an unconcealable killing intent in his eyes. So what? Ling Xiao said indifferently. No wonder. Chief 2 sneered, in the sect, if you make a mistake, your master and brothers will protect you. But outside, if you make a mistake, you will die. Of course I know that. The two disciples of the Beast King Palace made a mistake and they died. I understood this principle even before I entered the sect. Ha ha ha, since you understand this principle, you should understand that outside, strength is everything. Chief 2 said with a laugh. In other words, the disciples of the Beast King Palace sealed the matter because they felt that they were stronger than me, so they could take my credit? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. The rules outside are not as complicated as the rules in the sect. There has always been only one, and that is strength. Chief 2 nodded, only those with great strength can set the rules. Your strength is stronger than those two trash from the Beast King Palace. Kill them and take back the credit that belongs to you. This is the rule. And I am stronger than you. Kill you and take your credit. This is also the rule. So that's how it is. I didn't expect the outside world to be simpler than I thought. Ling Xiao did not waste any more words. He raised his hand, and the ice dragon sword appeared in his hand. It's actually a treasure sword. Listen up, the two of you, this thing belongs to me. Seeing Ling Xiao's ice dragon sword, Tu Xiaozhu's greed rose once again. However, this was perhaps the only time he was greedy before his death. This was because the moment he turned around, an ice-cold sword qi had already pierced his throat. As if it had been calculated, when he turned his head back, the sword qi arrived as expected. This sword was extraordinarily fast, this sword was as cold as ice, this sword was a sword that could take a life, its name was Flying Snow, and it was Ling Xiao's fastest sword strike. Tu Xiaozhu still had a greedy smile on his face, and there was no change in his expression. However, his life force was quickly draining away. He heard the young man opposite him saying something. I like this rule. Everything that happened after that had nothing to do with him because he was already dead and had completely lost his vitality. The creditor of Skeleton Stronghold, who had been unhindered for decades and killed people like Scything Flax, was actually killed by such a young man. The entire place was terrifyingly silent. No one, including Villa Master Lin and Governor Bai, had seen how Ling Xiao had stabbed out with his sword. There was not even the slightest bit of qi, as if it was a sword of death that suddenly bloomed in that instant. What terrifying strength! The surrounding crowd watched as Ling Xiao casually pulled out a long sword and casually stabbed out. The creditor of Skeleton Stronghold, who had been rebuking the heavens and earth for decades, lay on the ground, completely cut off from this world. They naturally knew how terrifying that sword strike was. It was a pity that their cultivation was not high enough, and their eyesight was not good enough, so they could not see that the sword strike was from Feng Hua. They were very glad that they knew their limits and did not help Shimei deal with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, the one lying there would not be Tu Zhai, but them. Dilla Master Lin and City Lord Bai were already kneeling on the ground. Their bodies were like leaves in the autumn wind, trembling non-stop. They were the two people with the highest cultivation here, although they could not completely understand the mystery of Ling Xiao's sword strike. But they could feel how terrifying that sword strike was. They knew very well that the two of them had no chance of surviving that sword strike. Therefore, they did not have any thoughts of escaping at all. It was impossible for them to escape in front of this young man. Everyone was afraid of the strong. Especially when the other party was so strong that you could not even think of resisting, then you could only beg for your life. Resisting, that would only make you die faster and more miserably. Why are you kneeling there? Stand up and pick up your weapons. Didn't you want to kill me? You can do it now. If one person can't do it, two people working together will do. Ling Xiao looked at the two overlords who were kneeling on the ground with disdain. These were the people who dominated the secular world, but now they were so small and ugly. They were kneeling in front of him just like that, which made him unable to show any respect. Grandmaster Ling, we were blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare our lives. In the future, we will go through water and tread on fire for you without hesitation. Dilla Master Lin said hurriedly. That's what I meant too. City Lord Bai said hurriedly. Haha. A mocking smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face as he said disdainfully, if I remember correctly, the two of you seem to be fighting with this damn dog to kill me, right? You're a real man and used to be an overlord. How can you not admit what you've done? Aren't you making a fool of yourself? Dilla Master Lin and City Lord Bai heard Ling Xiao's words and their bodies trembled even more violently. Ling Xiao was right. They did not take Ling Xiao seriously just now. They even fought to kill Ling Xiao in order to fight for Shimei. Kneeling here at this moment was really not what real men should do. But so what if they were not real men, even if they lost all their face today, as long as they could live, they were willing to do anything. Master Ling, we were blind. As long as you're willing to spare our lives, we'll do anything. Dilla Master Lin gritted his teeth. He had completely lost today. In order to live, he was willing to lose face. Yes, Master Ling. Please tell us. City Lord Bai had the same attitude. Ling Xiao ignored the two of them. Instead, he turned around and asked the young Valley Master of Green Valley, "How are these two people? I haven't heard of them doing anything too evil." The young Valley Master of Green Valley replied. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. It seemed like these two people were different from Skeleton Stockade's Master Tuesday. Perhaps they had been bewitched by that seductive woman, Ximei, which was why they did such a stupid thing today. If that was the case, then he could spare the lives of these two people. The woman Ling Xiao was referring to was Ximei. In the end, everything that had happened today was because of this woman. Not only was she vicious, but she was also very cunning. She was also very good at bewitching people. If she was left alive, she would be a disaster sooner or later. It was better to get rid of her as soon as possible. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, Villa Lord Lin and Governor Bai stood up and looked at Ximei with killing intent in their eyes. Although killing Ximei might offend the Beast King Palace, that was a matter for the future. If they did not kill Ximei, both of them would die. They had to die now. The choice was very simple and there was nothing to hesitate about. I will only give you 10 breaths of time to kill this woman. As for the Skeleton Stockade, you will have 1 day. If you can't do it, the two of you will die. I, Ling Xiao, always keep my word. Ling Xiao snorted when he saw that the two of them were still hesitating. As soon as he said this, the two of them suddenly exploded with a strong fighting spirit. Then, they attacked Ximei from both sides. To them, Ximei was just a woman. If they killed her, then so be it. What they wanted was to live. Even though Ximei was unwilling, she fought back. However, both Villa Lord Lin and Governor Bai were stronger than her. After 3 to 5 moves, she was lying on the ground in despair. She looked at the blue sky and regretted her initial actions. She was used to being domineering and thought that she could do whatever she wanted with the support of an expert. She did not expect that she would kick an iron plate and meet Ling Xiao today. From the moment she tried to kill Ling Xiao, her tragic fate was already decided. Alright, the two of you go and destroy the Skeleton Stockade now. Don't forget the time limit I gave you. Ling Xiao did not even look at Ximei's body. He just waved his hand and black flames engulfed Ximei's body, turning it into ashes. Of course, before that, he had already absorbed the martial spirits of the 3 disciples of the Beast King Palace into the Mountain River realm. Other than the Black Panther martial spirit, the other 2 martial spirits were given to the immemorial Golden Dragon to absorb. The Black Panther martial spirit was still useful for the time being. Combined with the Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, it would make him even faster. It wouldn't be too late to let the primordial Golden Dragon devour it when he found a better martial soul in the future. Go. Manor Master Lin and City Master Bai felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They hurriedly left the Green Valley and prepared to destroy the skeleton stronghold. Ling Xiao didn't tell them that the plague seeds had been implanted in their bodies. If they didn't do as Ling Xiao said, then Ling Xiao wouldn't even have to do it himself. All he had to do was detonate the plague seeds and the two of them would die. Their lives were in their hands. It all depended on whether they knew how to behave. After watching Manor Lord Lin and Governor Bai leave, Ling Xiao went to the front of the manor and placed an alchemy array stone on the door. He didn't expect someone to be so shameless. Now, he naturally had to be prepared. Since you're all here today, let me remind you. You can come to the Green Valley, but if you want to steal my Yuehua school's achievements, then you'll end up like those 3 disciples of the Beast King Palace. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at the crowd and said, I've already set up a spirit array around the entrance. Anyone below the Transcendent Realm 4th layer will be killed by the plague poison. Don't say I didn't warn you. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao and sighed in their hearts. Although this person was overbearing and killed the disciples of the Beast King Palace as he pleased and destroyed the skeleton stronghold as he pleased, who asked him to be so strong, in the mystic world, the weak had no right to speak. The weak existed only as stepping stones for the strong, as slaves, as hard labor, or as tools for the strong to vent their anger. Ling Xiao used his half-step Grandmaster Cultivation to easily kill the disciples of the Beast King Palace and City Master Tuesday. He had already displayed his absolute strength. So what if he was a little arrogant and overbearing? What's more, this person wasn't unreasonable. Everything he did was reasonable and orderly, so no one could find fault with him. Speaking of which, many people were even grateful to Ling Xiao from the bottom of their hearts. Among the people killed by Ximei, there were many of their friends and relatives. Moreover, the skeleton stronghold had killed even more people. The disciples who came here to carry out missions had more or less been exploited by the skeleton stronghold. And it was unlikely that the sect would destroy the skeleton stronghold for a first or second layer transcendent realm cultivator. What's more, City Master 2 of the skeleton stronghold looked rough, but he was actually very cunning. Half of the things he plundered were handed over to the various sects. No matter how few mosquitoes there were, they were still meat. Therefore, the nearby sects turned a blind eye to the actions of the skeleton stockade. Just like that, Xianxia resolved the dispute with lightning speed. Peace returned to the Green Valley. Now, all he had to do was wait for the people from the Yuehua school to arrive. On the other side, Manor Lord Lin and City Lord Bai didn't act according to Ling Zhao's instructions. They actually tried to persuade their friends to join forces to kill Ling Xiao. However, just as the two of them were gathering their friends to discuss countermeasures, their bodies suddenly exploded, and the plague's deadly poison wreaked havoc throughout the venue. The dozen or so people who attended the meeting were all second to third layer transcendent realm cultivators, but all of them died. These people didn't even know what kind of person they were trying to kill. In the end, they lost their lives without even knowing what was going on. Those two really aren't good people. People who can easily kill others for their own survival are also easily betrayed. Ling Xiao coldly snorted, leapt up, and headed towards the skeleton stronghold alone. Only an hour later, he returned from the skeleton stronghold. At this time, the skeleton stronghold was already a sea of fire. Besides the slaves and women who had been captured, all the bandits of the skeleton stronghold had been killed, not a single one was left alive. The wealth that the skeleton stronghold had accumulated over the years was all in Ling Zhao's hands. This skeleton stronghold was really quite rich, actually having a total of 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Unfortunately, there were no mid-grade or high-grade spirit stones. In addition, there was also a huge amount of gold and silver. What made Ling Xiao the happiest was that he had also obtained 5 treasure-grade artifacts from the skeleton stronghold. In this way, adding the treasure-grade artifacts he had obtained from Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, the Plague Demon King, Ximei, and City Lord 2, he had a total of 10. Of course, the gold bricks were also included. It was a pity that the best artifacts Manor Lord Lin and City Lord Bai had were only fine-grade artifacts. He really didn't put them in his eyes and planned to send them to the Divine Sword sect. As for the martial spirits of these people, he didn't take a fancy to any of them and gave them all to the ancient golden dragon to enjoy. The stronger the ancient golden dragon was, the stronger his soul would be. Moreover, when he entered the human dragon form and the ancient golden dragon form, his combat strength would be even more terrifying. The martial spirits weren't wasted. Ling Xiao did not plan to use the treasures that he had seized. Instead, he planned to use them all to fuse with the celestial star flying swords. His celestial star flying swords were all fine treasures. At this stage, their quality was obviously too low. After returning to the Green Valley, Ling Xiao found a few corpses lying in front of the manor. He could not help but sneer. He had already warned those people not to enter without permission. There were actually people who were not afraid of death. He casually turned the corpses into ashes, otherwise, it would be easy to breed a plague. Then, he entered the manor and began to smelt the flying swords. Anyway, he had to wait for the experts from the Yuehua school to come. It was a waste of time to waste, so he might as well continue to increase his combat strength. His main body was used to smelt the flying swords. One of his 2 sword soul doppelgangers continued to cultivate the 12 golden lotus arts, while the other began to cultivate the heavenly dragon divine finger. Currently, he had already cultivated the Snow Lotus Sword Art and Divine Hell King Fist to the last move. If he wanted to reach perfection, he only needed to practice in battle. There was no need to cultivate. The Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger was his only Dragon Clan martial art. Moreover, its power was astonishing. He had to speed up his cultivation. Otherwise, after entering the immemorial Golden Dragon form, he would not have any martial art skills to use. As for the Soul Dice and the Shadow Sword art, he could put them aside for now. After all, there were always priorities. In fact, when he was annihilating the skeleton stockade, Shangguanlei had already returned to the Yuehua school and reported the discovery of the stronghold of the Plague Demon King, one of the 9 demon kings of the true demonic empire, to the higher-ups of the sect. During this time, Shangguanlei concealed the fact that the Plague Demon King was killed by Ling Xiao. He only said that the Plague Demon King had gone berserk during his cultivation and was discovered by them. Because this matter was too shocking, even if he told the truth, no one would believe him. Instead, they would say that he was deliberately exaggerating Ling Xiao's contribution. Perhaps because the discovery of the Plague Demon King's lair in the true demonic empire was too shocking, the higher-ups of the sect did not delve into the matter of the Plague Demon King's escape. After all, the true demonic empire that was thought to have completely disappeared tens of thousands of years ago had actually secretly revived. This matter was bound to cause a stir in the entire Sky Dragon continent. When the true demonic empire ran rampant on the Heavenly Dragon continent, there were still Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouses in the Yuehua school. But now, the once powerful sect had declined and become a mediocre sect in the mystic world. Back then, even the Yuehua school could not contend against the true Devil Empire, let alone now. Once the true Devil Empire rose again, no one would be able to stop their ferocious attacks. The Yuehua school and the other 11 sects would be trampled to death by the true demon's army. How could this news not be shocking? How could Yuehua school not take this seriously? Therefore, after a discussion among the higher-ups of Yuehua school, they finally sent 4 inner sect elders to lead the elite inner sect disciples to Green Valley. This kind of formation was enough to show the importance of this matter. Success. A total of 10 precious grade celestial star flying swords are finally completed. With this, the power of my imperial sword technique will be greatly increased. Ling Xiao looked at the 10 precious grade celestial star flying swords and was very happy. Even among the Yuehua school's inner sect disciples, there was no one who owned so many precious grade celestial star flying swords. As an outer sect disciple, at least in terms of weapons, he was above the inner sect disciples. As for the 10 core disciples, he did not know much about them. However, it was still very rare for one person to own more than 10 precious grade celestial star flying swords. Ling Xiao hurriedly put away all the celestial star flying swords. This was because he felt a powerful aura coming from dozens of miles away. Among the 4 powerful auras, he was very familiar with one of them. It seemed to belong to Wanghan Tianzuan. It seemed that the people from the Yuehua school had arrived first. Otherwise, if the people from the Beast King Palace arrived first, he would have to run. After all, he was not invincible. It would be very troublesome if he encountered a cultivator above the Transcendent Realm 4th level, not to mention that the inner sect elders were all Heaven Realm experts. Greetings, elders. Ling Xiao walked out of the manor. After waiting for a while, he saw 4 figures descending from the sky. He slowly cupped his hands and bowed. Among the people who came, one of them was Wanghan Tianzuan. She was still wearing a mask, but it was not as fierce as the Desperation Tower's master's mask. Her aura was not only familiar, but also intimate. Ling Xiao suspected that Wanghan Tianzuan was here to support him. As for the other 3, Ling Xiao had seen one of them before. It was the Golden Light Heavenly Master who had accepted Ling Hao as his disciple. This person was still as domineering as ever. His every move exuded the aura of a powerhouse. There were 2 other people that Ling Xiao was unfamiliar with. However, the 2 of them were dressed in a very special way. The color and style of their clothes were different from the other 2 elders. There was a crescent-shaped blade on their backs, and 3 words were written below it, Law Enforcement Hall. These 2 were the supreme elders of the Law Enforcement Hall. The aura of each of them was not inferior to that of Wanghan Tianzuan and the Golden Light Heavenly Master. In fact, they were even slightly stronger. The 2 of them did not look old, as if they were in their 30s. However, their actual age was probably more than 200 years old. Their strength was unfathomable. In the Yuehua school, the 5 supreme elders of the Law Enforcement Hall were even more powerful than the head teacher. And these 2 were 2 of them. Others might look at the 2 of them with respect and fear, but the 2 of them were different. However, Ling Xiao was infuriated. It was the 5 supreme elders of the Law Enforcement Hall who had taken sides and protected the flame deity. They had even suppressed his master, the Yuan Venerate, in the Moonlight Pagoda. How could he not be angry? However, deep down, he knew that his strength was inferior to theirs, so he had to endure for now. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Wang Han Tianzuan had probably come this time because he knew that these two supreme elders did not like Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was someone who often broke the rules in the Yuehua school. The old fogies of the law enforcement hall did not like such people. Apart from Wang Han Tianzuan, the other three elders did not pay any attention to Ling Xiao. Instead, they led the elite inner sect disciples straight into the matter. "Everyone, please wait," Ling Xiao said. "Ling Xiao, how dare you stop the elders from entering the manor? What are your intentions?" said He Sua, one of the elite inner sect disciples. This time even the core disciple, Meng Yuan, had come. It seemed like these two people were very indignant that Ling Xiao had survived while Wan Yanjun and Chen Zui had died. Thus, they had come to pick a fight. As he spoke, He Sua threw a punch at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered but did not meet it head-on. Instead, he hid beside Wang Han Tianzuan. There was no need for that. The reason he had stopped them was for their own good. After all, there was still the plague bone-dissolving array at the entrance of the manor. Since He Sua did not know what was good for him, why should he meddle in other people's business? Ling Xiao just quietly watched He Sua act pretentious, without the slightest intention of stopping him. Just as that idiot stepped within 5 meters of the manor, his expression suddenly changed. A terrifying aura made him kneel on the spot, and the plague poison spread into his body, causing him to howl miserably. He had no choice but to sit down cross-legged to expel the poison. "Sigh, I've already said." "Everyone, wait a moment. It seems that this senior brother He Sua thinks he has a long life and doesn't care about this junior brother's reminder?" Ling Xiao sighed and looked at He Sua with schadenfreude. He originally didn't plan to deal with He Sua at this time. Who knew that this guy would seek death? What could he do? Humph. Seeing this scene, Elder Jean, one of the grand elders of the law enforcement hall, coldly snorted and directly jumped into the plague bone-dissolving formation. This formation indeed couldn't do anything to him, but it wouldn't be so easy for him to rescue He Sua. Not only that, but the longer he entered the plague bone-dissolving formation, the uglier Elder Jin's expression became. The plague poison was like a maggot in his bones, and he couldn't get rid of it no matter what. Although he could easily resist it by relying on his powerful true essence, it was simply impossible to dissolve it. "Brat, you've done a good thing. This time you've made the grand elders of the law enforcement hall lose face." Wang Han Tianzuan secretly transmitted her voice to Ling Xiao. "This disciple is really wronged. This formation was set up purely to block the disciples of other sections. Who knew that the two of them wouldn't listen to me?" Ling Xiao also transmitted his voice with a bitter smile. Wang Han Tianzuan was secretly pleased. That day, the 5 grand elders of the law enforcement hall attacked her and the old hall master Yang Danlin. They were injured because of it, and she still felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Seeing Elder Jean suffer today, how could she not be happy? "Grand elders, please withdraw first. Everyone just follow this disciple into the manor." This formation was originally used to prevent the disciples of other sects from trespassing into the manor. Ling Xiao thought to himself, "You guys didn't take me, an outer court disciple, seriously. Now you guys are suffering, right? You deserve it." However, he still didn't want to offend this law enforcement elder right now, so he immediately jumped into the formation and walked through the plague bone-dissolving formation in a special way. The rest of the people followed him into the manor, and as expected, nothing happened. Elder Jin's face flushed red, but he was a person who cared about his reputation. Naturally, he wouldn't argue with a mere outer disciple like Ling Xiao. Even if he wanted to make a fuss, he would secretly make things difficult for Ling Xiao. He would definitely not do it openly. After all, he could not afford to lose face like that. He Sua was also rescued by Meng Yuan from the plague bone-dissolving formation. However, the plague poison could not be resolved. Ling Xiao would not help him detoxify the poison. If he died, then he deserved it. However, He Sua shouldn't die. There were 4 inner sect elders here. Even if they relied on pure Jin Yuan, it should be enough to force out the plague poison from He Sua. In the end, it was Elder Jean who saved He Sua. It could be seen that this elder Jin's relationship with the flame deity was not shallow. Little guy, you have to be careful. Elder Jin is the flame deity's master. He Sua can be considered his grand disciple. Wang Han Tianzuan secretly transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao, informing him of this situation. Ling Xiao secretly thought that it was no wonder that the 5 law enforcement elders of the law enforcement hall would side with him. After all this time, the law enforcement hall's head, Elder Jin, was actually the flame deity's master. Wasn't this the legendary snake and rat nest? The 4 inner sect elders led the elite inner sect disciples to search the entire matter, even the Green Valley. However, they did not find anything useful. Even the Plague Demon King's treasury that had been completely emptied by Ling Xiao was not found. In fact, even if they found it, it would be useless. Among this group of people, there was no one who was proficient in formations. It was simply impossible to open that treasury. Therefore, the fact that Ling Xiao had stolen all of the Plague Demon King's treasures, at least for a period of time, would not be known by anyone. However, as the person who had completed this mission, Ling Xiao was still interrogated like a criminal. After all, Wan Yanjun and Chen Zui were both dead. Shang Guanlei said that he had fainted and did not know what had happened. Therefore, the only person who knew what had happened was Ling Xiao alone. It was actually very normal that he would be interrogated. Therefore, Ling Xiao had already thought of a countermeasure and how to answer. Ling Xiao, how do you explain Wan Yanjun and Chen Zui's deaths? Elder Jin asked, his attitude very strict. Ling Xiao replied very seriously, reporting to Elder Jin, this disciple was only focused on completing the mission and did not pay attention to how senior brother Wan Yan and senior brother Chen Zui died. It was only after defeating the Plague Demon King that I discovered the unconscious senior brother Shangguan and saved him. What nonsense! Did you kill Wan Yanjun and Chen Zui, and then collude with the Plague Demon King? Before Elder Jin could speak, Meng Yuan rushed to shout from the side. Who do you think you are? You have no right to interrupt the Grand Elder's question. Wang Han Tianzuan angrily scolded Meng Yuan, could it be that this is how your master taught you, to interrogate people who have contributed to the sect like criminals? Meng Yuan's face alternated between red and white, but he did not dare to refute. He did not care about Ling Xiao, but he could not care about Wang Han Tianzuan. This woman was a lunatic. She could even injure his master, let alone him. Enough, Guanghan, he is just concerned about his fellow disciples. Elder Jin waved his hand and blocked Wang Han Tianzuan's terrifying aura for Meng Yuan. Elder Jin, could it be that you mean Ling Xiao is not a disciple of the Yuehua school? When I came here, I heard that he was almost killed by the disciples of the Beast King Palace in order to protect this matter. You can't be so biased. Wang Han Tianzuan coldly looked at Elder Jin and said. Ahem, Guanghan, don't worry, we just want to clarify things. We will never wrong a good person, and we will never let a bad person go. After all, this involves the true demon's empire, so we must be careful. Another elder of the law enforcement hall, Elder Tu, coughed twice and said. This matter better be fair. Otherwise, together with the previous matter, I will definitely seek justice from the sect master. Wang Han Tianzuan coldly snorted and no longer spoke. Elder Jin also did not want to have internal strife, so he looked at Ling Xiao and asked, Ling Xiao, you don't have to be afraid, just answer a few of my questions. Supreme Elder, please ask. This disciple will tell you everything he knows. Ling Xiao said respectfully. Okay, let me ask you. You are just an outer disciple with the cultivation of a half-step master. Why did you complete the mission in the Green Valley, but Wan Yanjun and the others failed? And from the beginning to the end, you did not show any signs of injury? Elder Jin's tone became heavier and heavier, and there was even a tendency to be aggressive. Also, what's with the array formation outside the manor? That should be the Plague Demon King's most proficient plague bone formation, right? How did you set it up? Ling Zhao's expression was still very indifferent, facing Elder Jin's interrogation. He didn't show the slightest hint of nervousness. Because the more nervous he was, the more likely he would say something wrong. What's more, he hadn't done anything wrong, so he wasn't afraid of ghosts knocking on his door in the middle of the night. However, there were some things he had to hide for the time being. Let's talk about the mission first. Ling Xiao replied slowly, the reason why the three of them failed is actually very simple. Not only were they weak, but they were also too stupid. They knew that the Plague Demon King was proficient in plagues and spirit arrays, but they didn't bring a pill to resist plagues, nor did they invite a disciple who was proficient in spirit arrays to accompany them. What shameless boasting, do you think you're stronger than them? That's right. Ling Xiao nodded, full of confidence. Ha ha ha, is this little brat crazy? He actually said he's stronger than Wan Yanjun? Wan Yanjun is a peak third-layer transcendent realm cultivator. I'm afraid he's being interrogated so he doesn't know how to answer, so he's just spouting nonsense, right? A moment later, the crowd burst into laughter. These inner sect disciples were all elites, even the weakest among them was an early third-layer transcendent realm cultivator, so they naturally looked down on an outer sect disciple. Ling Xiao ignored their ridicule and continued to answer, as for the spirit array outside the door, it was indeed arranged by this disciple, but I only used the Plague Demon King's original Plague Bone Dissolving Array, so it wasn't difficult. When this disciple was in the Yuehua school, I learned spirit arrays from the Spirit Array Hall. Unfortunately, my talent in this area is quite good. This senior can testify to this. This boy was even able to discover the flaw in Guanhan Temple's spirit array and kill 2 traitorous disciples who trespassed on Guanhan Temple. Wang Han Tianzuan said, speaking of which, the flame deity wanted to kill this boy because of this matter. Alright, even if this matter is true, you saying that you're stronger than Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shangguan Lei is simply unbelievable. Elder Jean frowned. Supreme Elder, having a high cultivation doesn't mean I'm strong. Ling Xiao didn't want to explain too much, because the more he said, the easier it would be to expose his flaws. Now, he only needed to prove that he was stronger than Wan Yanjun, and that he was good at arrays. Then, he could explain why he was able to complete the mission. As for Wan Yanjun and Chen Zue's deaths, there was no evidence. Unless Elder Jean was shameless enough to pin this crime on him, there was no need to worry at all. Therefore, at the end of the day, there was only one key problem. Was he, Ling Xiao, stronger than Wan Yanjun, a peak transcendent realm third-layer cultivator? As long as he could prove that he was stronger than Wan Yanjun, then all the doubts would be solved. No matter how suspicious Elder Jean and the others were, they wouldn't be able to find any evidence and they wouldn't be able to target Ling Xiao. Don't forget, there was still Wang Han Tianzuan here. She wouldn't allow Elder Jean and Elder Tu to mess around. As for Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light, he was clearly completely neutral, not helping either side. Shangguan Lei didn't come with them this time, but he had already been questioned when he was in the sect. That guy described Ling Xiao as a powerful existence comparable to a core disciple. Not only had he helped them a lot, but he had also saved him in the end. Unfortunately, the enemy was too strong, so Wan Yanjun and Chen Zue were killed in the end. Shangguan Lei had discussed this with Ling Xiao, but what he said was a little exaggerated. Neither of them was willing to mention that Wan Yanjun and Chen Zue had betrayed Yuehua school. Although this was a fact, if the two of them poured dirty water on the dead, they would be despised and doubted by many people. If they didn't want to cause trouble, they naturally couldn't say anything. Originally, the sect's elders were very skeptical of Shangguan Lei's words, but now that Ling Xiao had said the same thing, if Ling Xiao was really strong, and he was also good at alchemy and spirit arrays, then he might really be as powerful as Shangguan Lei said. Supreme Elder, since this boy is boasting shamelessly, why don't you let this disciple test his strength? He Sua originally had a grudge against Ling Xiao, and in addition, he had been tormented to death by the plague bone-dissolving formation that Ling Xiao had set up. He Sua's anger just happened to have nowhere to be vented. Now that Ling Xiao said he was stronger than Wan Yanjun, he could seize this opportunity. He Sua, you are an early-stage transcendent realm fourth-layer cultivator, much stronger than Wan Yanjun. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to test him, right? Wang Han Tianzuan frowned. Reporting to Wang Han Tianzuan, since Ling Xiao said he could complete the task alone, it stands to reason that his strength alone should be stronger than Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shangguan Lei combined. This disciple is at most slightly stronger than the three of them combined. He Sua said with a smile. You can't say that. If the three of them can't work together, they might be weaker than one person. How can you say that? Wang Han Tianzuan said. Guanghan, how about this? This king makes a suggestion. There is no need for Ling Xiao to defeat Xianxia. As long as he can last 50 moves under Xianxia's hands, he will pass. How about it? Elder Jean really didn't believe that a mere half-step grandmaster, no matter what kind of terrifying martial skill he cultivated, could really be a match for an early-stage Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivator. He had lived for more than 200 years and had never heard of such a thing. It was normal that he hadn't heard of it because Ling Xiao wasn't a half-step grandmaster, he was a peak 2nd layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. He had only used the Mountain River Martial Spirits model to hide his cultivation. This? Ling Xiao, what do you think? Wang Han Tianzuan looked at Ling Xiao and asked. As long as the elders approve, this disciple naturally has no problems. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded, but do you really intend to let this Xianxia take action? Back in Skycloud City, he was already defeated by me. That's because you used despicable and shameless methods. Every time the past in Skycloud City's White Cloud Monastery was mentioned, Xianxia felt half of his body in pain. At that time, he had used his terrifying strength to trample all the experts in White Cloud Monastery, including Grandmaster Baiyun, under his feet. However, facing Ling Xiao, who was only at the 8th level of the Martial Vein realm, he had suffered a huge setback and almost died there. Ling Xiao was like a demon in his heart, a hurdle in his path of martial arts. He couldn't wait to kill Ling Xiao and cut off this demon so that he could open up the barrier in his path of martial arts. However, he had not expected that he had secretly sent people to deal with Ling Xiao, but in the end, they were all resolved by Ling Xiao, which made him feel even more frustrated. Even his master, the flame deity, was seriously injured because of this kid and was still recuperating. Despicable? Don't tell me that when you meet an enemy outside, you still have to beg for a fair fight? What a joke, you're an elite among the inner disciples. Ha ha ha, this little brat is amazing, he's already disturbed Xianxia's mind before the battle even began. Now, this senior is beginning to believe that he completed the mission alone. It's even possible that he killed the Plague Demon King and didn't escape. Heavenly Senior Golden Light suddenly laughed. Ling Xiao didn't explain anything. In fact, the reason why he didn't say he killed the Plague Demon King was because he didn't want to be too troublesome to explain. If the elders of Yuehua School thought so, he might as well admit it. He had also thought about it. The key to open the true Demon Empire's treasure trove wouldn't be of much use to him if he kept it for himself. Such a key required 9 of them to open the treasure trove, so it was better to rely on the sect's strength to search for it and then reap the benefits. So, he planned to find a reason to hand it over to the sect so he could accumulate some sect points. Killing the Plague Demon King and obtaining this key was the best reason, so he didn't even need to search for it. Golden Light, don't joke around. According to Shang Wanlei's description, the Plague Demon King's strength was probably around the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 4th layer. Although it's still far from its peak, Ling Xiao shouldn't have been able to kill it. Elder Jean said disdainfully. He didn't believe anything Ling Xiao said, so how could he believe that Ling Xiao had killed the Plague Demon King? Hearing this, Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Next, he was going to battle with Xianxia. After this battle, he believed that Elder Jean wouldn't doubt his ability. Ha ha ha, this senior was just guessing, Supreme Elder doesn't need to be angry, there's no need to be angry. Heavenly Senior Golden Light laughed. Humph, it's best not to joke around like this. At this point, Elder Jean looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, it's not too late to tell the truth now. Otherwise, once Xianxia attacks, you won't be able to last more than 50 moves. Then, we'll definitely capture you. No matter what method we use, we'll find out what happened from you. Thank you for your concern, Supreme Elder. However, Disciple is speaking the truth. If you want to be concerned, then you should be more concerned about Senior Brother Xianxia. This isn't a spar. If Disciple accidentally kills him, I hope Supreme Elder won't blame me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Life and death is up to fate. There's no need for you to hold back. Just use the same method you used on the Plague Demon King to deal with Xianxia. Elder Jean seemed to be full of confidence in Xianxia. He then looked at Xianxia and said, you too. There's no need to show mercy. After that, he secretly sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. This seed has shamelessly found this opportunity for you. Don't miss it. Kill this kid and avenge yourself and your master. I understand. He Sua was extremely excited. The opportunity was here. The opportunity to kill Ling Xiao had actually come so quickly, so much so that he couldn't believe it. Of course, he would not waste this opportunity. Ling Xiao must die, this was what the Enforcement Hall's Supreme Elder said. Even if he killed Ling Xiao in front of so many people, there wouldn't be any problems. The underground palace had once again turned into a battlefield. But this time, there were many more spectators. Other than the 4 inner sect elders, the rest of them were all inner sect elite disciples. Ling Xiao slowly walked towards He Sua. In that instance, He Sua's eyes shot out 2 beams of substantial cold glare. That was a vengeful glare, that was a furious glare. These 2 glances pierced through the many obstacles between the 2 of them, like a sharp knife stabbing into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao also looked at He Sua. That year when he was in Sky Cloud City's Baiyun Monastery, he had once sworn that he would definitely kill He Sua. He Sua had forcefully snatched Ming Tian from Grandmaster Baiyun and even attempted to kill him. At that time, Ling Xiao didn't have the strength to kill He Sua. In the end, he relied on an unusual method to severely injure He Sua. Coupled with the sudden appearance of the Soul Race's experts, he managed to escape death. Today, Ling Xiao had the strength to kill He Sua. He wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. This wasn't a life and death challenge, but it was better than a life and death challenge. He Sua's strength was perhaps even stronger than the Plague Demon King. The Plague Demon King's vitality was greatly damaged. Without a body, his strength was naturally greatly reduced and he didn't have a suitable weapon in his hands. He Sua was different. He was an inner sect elite disciple of the Yuehua sect and had a standard set of weapons. One was a treasure-level weapon, one was a treasure-level auxiliary Dharma treasure, and one was a treasure-level defensive Dharma treasure. Strictly speaking, He Sua's cultivation was at the early 4th level of the Transcendent Realm. His actual combat strength was definitely stronger than his cultivation. However, Ling Xiao was still fearless. In the past 2 days, not only had his cultivation broken through to the peak 2nd level of the Transcendent Realm, he had also refined 10 treasure-grade astral flying swords. Coupled with the completion of the 9 demons' divine art, Plague Demon King, his strength was far greater than before. Even if he didn't use his dragon form, he had a 50% chance of killing He Sua. An aura gushed out of Ling Xiao's body and grew larger and larger. This aura was cold and piercingly cold. Behind him, the faint image of a glacier appeared. Facing He Sua, Ling Xiao was confident, but he didn't dare to be careless. From the beginning, he used the Mountain River Martial Soul's glacier force. At this moment, He Sua felt as if the one walking towards him wasn't Ling Xiao, but a towering glacier. It was cold and filled with biting cold. What a powerful martial soul! Sensing the glacier aura released by Ling Xiao, the Yuehua school inner disciples couldn't help but shiver. This kind of coldness could even pierce through their protective Jin Yuan, causing their souls to feel a great threat. At this moment, they suddenly understood that Ling Xiao wasn't bragging. This kid's strength was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Although his cultivation was weak, the aura of his martial soul completely made up for the gap in cultivation. With every step Ling Xiao took, the pressure of the glacier increased. The entire underground palace seemed to be shrouded in a layer of ice. Some of the weaker inner disciples had no choice but to retreat to a place farther away where there was less cold air and continue to watch the battle. Seeing Ling Xiao approaching him step by step, He Sua's eyes revealed a biting cold murderous intent. Boom! With a loud explosion, a ball of burning ghost fire appeared behind He Sua. The blue flame continued to rise, growing larger and larger. Its blazing temperature approached the chill of the glacier. In terms of momentum, they were evenly matched. Ghost Fire Martial Soul, this was rare. Ling Xiao had always hoped to obtain a martial soul that surpassed ordinary flames, mainly for alchemy. Although He Sua's Ghost Fire Martial Soul couldn't compare to the 12 divine flames, it was much stronger than ordinary flames. If he could obtain it, he wouldn't have to worry about not having a suitable flame for alchemy in the future. Furthermore, this Ghost Fire Martial Soul was relatively rare. It might be useful in battle. He Sua didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking. The ghost fire behind him kept burning. Today, he would use Ling Xiao's blood to cut off his inner demons and go further on the road of martial arts. The onlookers' eyes were fixed on the field. At first, they thought that the battle was just a child's play and might end in a moment. But now they found that the battle might be very exciting. Ling Xiao didn't make a move, but once he did, he could bring such a terrifying aura, which made them both surprised and expectant. Finally, it wouldn't be a boring battle. Ling Xiao, how dare you? Suddenly, Elder Jean shouted from the crowd. His powerful aura enveloped Ling Xiao. You actually dared to hide your cultivation. What are you trying to do by staying in the outer sect? The terrifying aura of a celestial realm expert was like a terrible thunderbolt, which directly hit Ling Xiao, who was confronting He Sua. The aura suddenly shattered the shadow behind Ling Xiao, and his aura stagnated, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Xiao was confronting He Sua with all his strength, and all his energy was focused on his opponent. He didn't expect that the highest elder of the law enforcement hall would sneak attack him so shamelessly. Although it was just an aura, it was wrapped in the powerful genuine essence of a celestial realm expert, which completely suppressed his aura. At the same time, He Sua took advantage of the situation, and the hot aura emitted by the ghost fire seriously injured Ling Xiao. As a result, Ling Xiao was already severely injured even before the battle began. The inner gate disciples and even the other 3 elders were stunned for a moment, and they looked at Elder Jean with a complicated look. Wang Han Tianzuan stood up in anger. Elder Jean, you are despicable and shameless. You are the elder of the law enforcement hall of Yuehua School. Last time, you took sides, but this time, you sneak attacked a junior. Do you want to lose your face? Humph, Ling Xiao hid his cultivation and deceived the sect. I'm just giving him a small punishment. Elder Jean snorted coldly. At this time, Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded, and there was a bit of disdain in his cold voice. Elder Jean. If you want to help your grand disciple, you can just kill me. In any case, my strength is weak and I am not your opponent. A dignified grand elder, a senior who has lived for more than 200 years, actually uses such a despicable method to deal with a disciple. How shameless. I don't understand how a shameless person like you can be the head of the law enforcement hall. You are the shame of Yuehua School. As soon as Ling Xiao finished his words, all the elite inner court disciples who were watching were dumbfounded. They were completely dumbfounded. This brat really didn't want to live anymore. How arrogant. Was. Even if the other party was the Yuehua sect's grand elder and the first seat of the law enforcement hall, he still did not show any mercy and scolded the other party as despicable and shameless. Elder Jean was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. His pupils suddenly contracted and he stood up with a whoo sound. Just as Ling Xiao said, he just wanted to find an excuse to help He Sua. He thought that Ling Xiao would not dare to say anything if he did that. How would an outer gate disciple dare to go against the highest elder of the sect? He probably would not even dare to let out a fart. But he was wrong, ridiculously wrong. Ling Xiao was not the kind of person who would remain silent after being bullied. This kid was more arrogant than he thought, he was even more daring. Bastard! What did you say to me just now? Elder Jin's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He was the highest elder of Yuehua School, the head of the law enforcement hall. Even the head teacher would not dare to teach him a lesson. A mere outer gate disciple, a junior, actually dared to point at him and scold him. If he did not kill this kid, would he still be able to sit as the head of the law enforcement hall in the future? Elder Jean, you don't need to scare a little outer gate disciple like me. You said that I was hiding my cultivation. Haha, even if that is the case, then may I ask, highest elder, which rule in Yuehua School states that disciples cannot hide their cultivation? And which rule states that a disciple must be promoted to an inner gate disciple after reaching the transcendent realm? Ling Xiao said coldly, highest elder, what arrogance! Do you think you can distort the truth just because you are a highest elder? Ah. That's right, I am hiding my cultivation. So what? As he spoke, Ling Xiao removed the mask he had been using and the aura of a peak second layer transcendent realm cultivator emerged. At that moment, most of his injuries were healed. When the 5th layer of the heavenly dragon golden body was cultivated to the extreme, he could be reborn from a drop of blood. Even if Ling Xiao was unable to do so, it was very easy for him to recover from his injuries. Peak second layer transcendent realm cultivation. At that moment, Wang Han Tianzuan was shocked, Golden Light Heavenly Senior was shocked, Elder Jean and Elder Tu were shocked at the same time. The other inner gate elite disciples looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. This cultivation was not strong, but the problem was that when Ling Xiao entered the sect, he was only at the peak of the 8th layer martial vein realm. He had only been in the sect for 2 months, but he had already reached the peak 2nd layer transcendent realm. What kind of aptitude was this? What kind of talent was this? In front of him, Ling Hao and Ming Tian were nothing. The reason why Ling Xiao revealed his cultivation now was because he had his own plans. Elder Jean of the Law Enforcement Hall was obviously unhappy with him because of his relationship with the flame deity and wanted to teach him a lesson. If he wanted the other elders of the sect to protect him, he would have to display extraordinary talent. For the current Yuehua school, the value of a supreme elder was definitely not comparable to a super genius. Elder Jean had lived for more than 200 years and his cultivation had been stuck in the heaven realm for more than 100 years. He basically had no future. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was different. In just 2 months, he had broken through from the 8th layer martial vein realm to the peak of the 2nd layer transcendent realm. If he was given a few more years, he might even surpass Elder Jean and break through to the paradise realm. If the Yuehua school wanted to change its situation and shake off the impression that it was the weakest of the 12 sects, it had to produce a grotto heaven realm powerhouse. With the talent Ling Xiao had displayed, he would definitely become the focus of the sect's protection. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had not betrayed the sect. He had only cursed the despicable and shameless Elder Jean. The rest of the upper echelons of the sect would not ignore a super genius just because of this matter and allow Elder Jean to harm him. Ling Xiao, who had released the aura of a peak 2nd layer transcendent realm cultivator, did not stop talking. He looked coldly at Elder Jean and continued, a dignified supreme elder, a senior of the Yuehua school, and one of the referees of this battle, actually plotted against a disciple because of a personal grudge. Your actions are not just shameless, they are shameless to the extreme. Shameless to the extreme. As for the other 3 elders, don't you feel ashamed sitting together with this despicable and shameless old thing? When the onlookers heard Ling Xiao's words, they actually agreed in their hearts. Because what Ling Xiao said was right. There was no rule in the sect that required disciples to hide their strength. There was also no rule that required disciples to join the inner sect after breaking through to the transcendent realm. A dignified grand elder, and a law enforcement elder at that, actually didn't even know the sect's rules and used this reason to plot against an outer sect disciple. This wasn't just inappropriate. It was just as Ling Xiao had said, shameless to the extreme, and stupid to the extreme. However, although most people agreed with Ling Xiao's statement, they didn't dare to speak out as boldly as Ling Xiao. They knew very well what the consequences of offending the law enforcement hall's head would be. Of course, there were those who didn't dare to offend Elder Jean, but there were also those who dared to speak up for justice. Wang Han Tianzuan had already recovered from the shock of Ling Xiao's cultivation. She sneered and said, haha, using a groundless reason to attack an outer sect disciple. The law enforcement hall's head is really overbearing. How awe-inspiring. No wonder people say that the current Yuehua school's law enforcement hall is already above the sect master. Her words were full of sarcasm. Elder Jin's old face trembled several times. He originally just wanted to let Ling Xiao understand the consequences of offending him. At the same time, he also wanted to help He Sua and let him get rid of this brat cleanly. However, never had he imagined that this kid, Ling Xiao, would actually be so audacious. Every single word Ling Xiao spoke caused him to lose all face, and he didn't have the face to face the others present. He was a hypocrite. Naturally, he cared about his old face. At this moment, he even wanted to find a mouse hole to crawl into. Asterisk bang bang. Asterisk a muffled sound exploded. Because of Elder Jin's anger, he actually caused the thick stone slabs on the ground to collapse. His eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao, and he couldn't wait to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Wang Han Tianzuan stood up. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light also stood up. Even Elder Tu hesitated for a moment before standing up as well. What do you want? Can't this king kill an outer sect disciple who insulted a supreme elder? Elder Jean naturally knew what these 3 people meant, but he still refused to bow his head because of his status as the law enforcement hall's head. This king has always been clear about rewards and punishments. This king has repeatedly insulted this king and violated the sect's rules. This is an unforgivable crime, I am enforcing the rules of the sect. Are you going to stop me? Elder Jin's voice was cold and overbearing. After sitting in the first seat of the law enforcement hall for a long time, he had always been decisive in killing. Naturally, this person would have some hostility, and he would not even put the rest of the sect in his eyes. Ha ha ha, Elder Jin, if he was just an ordinary outer sect disciple, you could have just killed him to vent your anger, but as you saw just now, his cultivation has already reached the peak of the second layer transcendent realm. To be able to reach such a terrifying cultivation level in just 2 months, this talent is really a great blessing for the Yuehua sect. I'm afraid you can't kill this person. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light originally planned to not help either side, but Ling Zhao's talent excited him, so he decided to protect Ling Xiao. Elder Jin, if you dare to kill Ling Xiao today, I will kill all of your disciples and grand disciples. Yuehua school doesn't belong to you alone. Yuehua school doesn't belong to you. You can't do whatever you want. Wang Han Tianzuan's voice was piercingly cold. This king may not be your opponent, but none of your disciples will live. Including the seriously injured the flame deity. Guang Han. You're really shameless. Elder Jin's expression changed drastically, and he said coldly, You're Wang Han Tianzuan, a heaven realm master, and you want to kill a seriously injured person and those juniors? Who's more shameless? Wang Han Tianzuan couldn't help but say coldly, You're a grand elder, and you're shamelessly attacking an outer court disciple, but you think this king is shameless to kill your disciples? Elder Jin, is your brain really rusty? Indeed, Elder Jin was more shameless and shameless. Hearing Elder Jin and Wang Han Tianzuan's words, many inner court disciples looked embarrassed. You're the head of the law enforcement hall, so you're domineering and awe-inspiring. You can kill whoever you want, but you won't let others kill your juniors. Isn't this too shameless? You can even say such things. Elder Tu looked embarrassed. He had a very good relationship with Elder Jin. Last time, it was Elder Jin's suggestion that the other 4 elders of the law enforcement hall helped to save the flame deity. Last time's matter was still acceptable. It was to protect the flame deity, a genius. But this time, it was a little too shameless. Head, can we put Ling Zhao's matter aside for the time being? After we return to the sect, the higher-ups will discuss it and make a decision. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. In the end, Elder Tu spoke up. If Elder Jin continued to cause trouble, their Yuehua school would probably have internal strife here. When that time came, the other sects would be waiting to see them become a joke. The Yuehua school wasn't strong enough to begin with, and now it wasn't united either. It really made people sigh. Humph, this king will give you face. It's not that I'm afraid of him. Elder Jin saw that the other 3 elders were dissatisfied with his actions, so he naturally couldn't continue to be stubborn. He took advantage of Elder Tu's words to step down. In any case, he wasn't in a hurry to kill Ling Xiao. He had plenty of opportunities to do so. After returning to the sect, wouldn't this brat be at his mercy? No, this brat was already injured. Even if his cultivation was at the peak of the second level of the transcendent realm, he definitely wouldn't be He Sua's opponent. He was probably going to die today. He wouldn't even have to wait until he returned to the sect. Thinking of this, he felt a little better in his heart. He didn't need to do anything. He Sua would be able to resolve this grudge for him. Ling Xiao, can you still fight? Heavenly Exalt Golden Light asked. He was now very concerned about Ling Xiao. It felt like he was overly concerned. Anyone could see that he wanted to accept Ling Xiao as his disciple. Otherwise, why would he suddenly treat Ling Xiao so well? Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. No matter what Heavenly Exalt Golden Light's intentions were, he was helping him now, so he naturally had to give this inner sect elder face. Alright then. In that case, you guys can start fighting. If anyone wants to sneak attack, this king will protect you. Heavenly Exalt Golden Light smiled and sat back down. Humph. Elder Jin coldly snorted. He naturally understood that Heavenly Exalt Golden Light was talking about him, but was there a need to sneak attack? He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could really be a match for He Sua. Ling Zhao's gaze fell on He Sua again. When he confronted Elder Jin just now, He Sua didn't participate. Although he wanted to see Ling Xiao killed by Elder Jin, he didn't want to. In his heart, he really wanted to kill this brat with his own hands. However, Ling Zhao's sudden eruption of the peak of the second level of the Transcendent Realm forced him to take him seriously. In fact, facing Ling Zhao's peak second layer Transcendent Realm cultivation, He Yu was quite surprised. Novel, La, He Sua wasn't afraid. In fact, he even felt a little relieved. Before, Ling Zhao's combat strength had puzzled him greatly. The unknown was the most terrifying. However, although Ling Zhao had displayed peak second layer Transcendent Realm cultivation, the secret behind his strength had been revealed. Everything was clear at a glance, so He Sua naturally felt relieved. He would let everyone know what the consequences of offending him were. He would also do as Elder Jean wished and kill Ling Zhao here and now. He would help Elder Jean dispel the resentment in his heart. In that instant, He Sua released his aura once again and the blue ghost fire behind him even emitted a crackling sound. His entire body seemed to be enveloped by a dark blue flame. While on the other side, the glacier phantom behind Ling Zhao condensed once again. Facing an inner sect elite disciple, He Sua, an early fourth-layer Transcendent Realm master, Ling Zhao didn't dare underestimate him. Life and death were often separated by a single thought. Underestimating one's enemy would come at a heavy price. A peak second-layer Transcendent Realm cultivation is indeed very strong. Coupled with your powerful martial spirit at the True Soul stage, you might actually be stronger than Wan Yanjun. He Sua looked at Ling Zhao proudly and said in a very arrogant tone, however, if that's all you have, you're not qualified to make me fight, because Wan Yanjun couldn't even last 3 moves against me. They're only fit to be my dogs. I've heard such words countless times. I hope you're different from those people and are only good at talking. Ling Zhao looked at He Sua indifferently and replied before taking out his ice dragon sword. Against He Sua, he wouldn't be able to gain an advantage even if he was unarmed. Because He Sua also had a treasure-grade artifact in his hand. It was a long black whip that looked like a poisonous snake and was also burning with a blue flame. Arrogant. Since that's the case, I'll show you what a fourth-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator is like. I'll let you know what despair is. He Sua snorted coldly. He suddenly took a step forward with his right foot. His figure quickly approached Ling Zhao. At the same time, the black whip in his hand shot out like a poisonous snake. The second style of the Snow Lotus Sword technique, water fusion. Ling Zhao also took a step forward and waved the long sword in his hand. A strange chill immediately appeared around his body. At the same time, ripples of water covered his surroundings like sticky mucus. Pa! A loud and clear slap was heard, and immediately, a strong wind blew in all directions. The black whip had already smashed a long and narrow groove in the ground. At the same time, Ling Zhao retreated more than 10 steps. Slightly frowning, Ling Zhao looked at the groove in the ground. It wasn't just the result of a true essence bombardment, but also the result of being burned by flames. This He Sua really had some skills. He could clearly sense that the will-o'-the-wisp was both hot and cold. The combination of the two produced an astonishing power. Because one couldn't tell if the will-o'-the-wisp's attack was hot or cold, it was easy to fall prey to it. It looks like senior brother He Sua is stronger. As expected of an elite inner sect disciple. It was just a probing move, but Ling Zhao couldn't block it. Isn't that obvious? Although the peak second layer Transcendent Realm isn't weak in the inner sect, it's still far from the early fourth layer Transcendent Realm. The crowd of inner sect disciples saw this scene and began discussing among themselves. Ling Zhao's aura was very strong, perhaps even stronger than Wan Yanjun's, but facing He Sua, he was still at a disadvantage. Haha, it looks like the one with a sharp tongue isn't me, but you. It was just a probing move, yet you couldn't block it. It looks like you'll really have to pay for your lies with your life today. He Sua looked at Ling Zhao, his eyes filled with disdain and his tone filled with arrogance. Is that so? A dignified early fourth layer Transcendent Realm cultivator actually couldn't hurt a mere peak second layer Transcendent Realm outer sect disciple, shouldn't you feel ashamed? Yet you're still so proud, is that all you want? Why would Ling Zhao care about He Sua's attack? He originally only wanted to check He Sua's situation through this exchange. Although they had fought in Sky Cloud City's White Cloud Temple, He Sua hadn't even used his martial spirit at that time. In this battle, his cultivation was much lower than Xianxia's, so if he didn't use his dragon form, he would have to take advantage of his opponent's weakness and win in one fell swoop. Listening to Ling Zhao's words, it seems to be true. An early 4th layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator actually couldn't hurt a peak 2nd layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator. This is indeed a bit unreasonable. Senior brother Xianxia really doesn't have the qualifications to be proud. That's right, this Ling Xiao is indeed extraordinary. Being able to avoid Xianxia's attack already shows his superb judgment and outstanding movement skills. The crowd began discussing again. As inner sect disciples, they naturally hoped that Xianxia could win, but if this battle was too boring, there was no point in watching. So it was better to have a good fight. Interesting, since that's the case, let me see how many of my attacks you can dodge. Xianxia didn't want to bicker with Ling Xiao because he found that no matter what he said, Ling Xiao would always refute him, making him feel very embarrassed. So, he planned to end this battle quickly. As long as he dealt with this guy, he would naturally shut his mouth. However, before he could even attack, Ling Zhao's attack had already arrived. In front of his eyes, a glacier seemed to fly towards him, and this glacier seemed to be composed of countless sharp ice swords, exuding a biting cold murderous intent. Xianxia couldn't help but frown. This killing intent seemed to have turned into a substance as it directly cut into his body, causing him to feel intense pain. Flying snow. Ling Xiao Ice Dragon sword trembled, and combined with the power of the glacier, the sword move was even more powerful. It tore through the air and made a sharp whistling sound, which was incomparably violent and overbearing. The glaring sword chi directly pierced through the tip of the ice dragon sword and condensed into a sharp sword chi, piercing towards Xianxia's vital point. Destroy! Xianxia roared, on top of the black whip, true essence crazily swallowed, and then the ghost fire martial spirit behind him quickly rotated, a ball of dark blue flames wrapped around the whip, and faced Ling Zhao's sword chi. Hua! The biting cold sword chi of the glacier was instantly melted by the flames and disappeared into nothingness. After destroying Ling Zhao's sword chi, Xianxia's attack still did not stop. He was not willing to give Ling Xiao any chance to counterattack. The black whip turned into an afterimage and pierced towards Ling Zhao's neck. However, Ling Zhao's expression did not change. He stabbed out diagonally with his sword, and a dazzling light flashed out in an instant, sending the black whip flying. Although the blue ghost fire had burned the ice dragon sword, with a light flick of Ling Zhao's hand, it disappeared without a trace. It did not cause the slightest bit of damage to him. However, Xianxia was obviously not satisfied with the end of this attack. After being blocked by Ling Xiao, his next attack came again. Ghost Fire 3 Styles, Flame Rush. A cold light flashed through the black rope, and the long whip actually shot up from the ground at a very strange angle. A wave of fire energy shot out from the long whip, striking towards Ling Zhao's abdomen. Wind Celestial Phenomenon, Melting Water. It was the same sword technique, but with the power of the Celestial Phenomenon, it immediately displayed a completely different effect. The originally viscous ripples of true essence actually began to spin violently, like a violent tornado. The blue flame was like a firefly in a gale. It was directly swept in and then disappeared without a trace. The sword chi continued to attack, affecting Xianxia, forcing him to take 2 or 3 steps back. In the end, this series of attacks and defenses ended with Ling Xiao winning by a bit. Xianxia was slightly stunned for a moment. He was extremely angry in his heart and said coldly, "Good. Ling Xiao, I admit that you are stronger than Wan Yanjun and indeed have the qualifications to fight with me. However, that is only the qualifications. Just now, it was still just a test." As he spoke, Xianxia swung his black whip. The whip swept past the ghost fire martial spirit and actually split it into 7 parts. These 7 ghostly flames were like 7 strange lanterns that flickered with flickering light, sometimes cold, sometimes hot. It gave people the feeling as if they had entered hell, and all the hairs on their bodies couldn't help but stand on end. 7-star ghost fire lamp. I never thought that this Ling Xiao would actually be able to force senior brother Xianxia to use the 7-star ghost fire lamp. This time, I'm afraid Ling Xiao will be in trouble. Yeah, once senior brother Xianxia uses the 7-star ghost fire lamp, he will be serious. He was just playing around just now. The inner disciples began to discuss amongst themselves again. After all, the 7-star will-o-wisp lamp was rarely used even in the inner disciples' sparring sessions. Once it was used, the opponent would definitely face the fate of defeat. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother Heisua's 7-star ghostfire lamp is indeed dazzling. I just don't know if it's really useful. Flashy but impractical things are really not that interesting. We'll know once we try." Heisua snorted coldly. "Is that so? Looks like your junior brother, need to get serious. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring?" As he spoke, another shadow appeared behind Ling Xiao. It was a black leopard. It was crawling on the glacier, and its eyes were filled with vigilance. Ling Xiao's aura suddenly became stronger. The power of the fusion of two martial spirits was indeed extraordinary. That unstoppable aura was actually on par with the might of the 7-star will-o-wisp lamp. The terrifying aura produced by the confrontation of the two auras spread out. The four elders didn't react, but the elite inner disciples could feel their bodies alternating between hot and cold. It was extremely uncomfortable. However, at this moment, they were unwilling to leave. The more it was like this, the more exciting the battle would be. How could they be willing to leave just like this? Interesting. Now I admit that you are indeed qualified to make me use my full strength. You can barely force me to use 50% of my strength. If you die too quickly, it would be too boring. I want you to collapse in pain. You talk too much nonsense. Ling Xiao looked at Heisua indifferently and said, "If you have time to talk nonsense, why don't you think about how to win? Otherwise, if you die on the spot, it won't look good for Elder Jin's face." This Heisua was really arrogant. He was just an early Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivator, yet he acted as if he had already broken through to the Heaven Realm. He was always talking about whether others were qualified or not, as if he could control the overall situation. How laughable. Even with his mountain and river martial spirit, Yang Kai didn't dare say he could control the overall situation. After all, many cultivators had near-death attacks, which were simply impossible to predict. Heisua's arrogance really disgusted Ling Xiao. "Don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. I'll definitely torture you well. I'll make sure you can only beg for mercy with that mouth of yours." Heisua's voice trembled slightly. His anger had almost made him lose his mind. A cold voice came out of his mouth, one word at a time. 7-star will-o-wisp lamp, darkness. As his voice rang out, the underground palace, which originally had some light, suddenly turned completely dark. Asterisk pa 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 pa. Asterisk with 7 consecutive sounds, 7 will-o-wisp lamps lit up one after another, forming the shape of a spoon in the sky. Then, Heisua flicked his whip and the 7 will-o-wisp lamps disappeared again. However, Ling Xiao could feel that they hadn't disappeared, but were instead rapidly approaching him through the darkness. Asterisk gulp. Asterisk the inner disciples watching the battle swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This kind of oppression and fear was truly unbearable. In the pitch-black battlefield, they couldn't see anything. It was as if they had been swallowed by a terrifying giant beast. Ling Xiao stood there quietly, unable to feel the slightest bit of aura from his body. It was as if his entire body had suddenly disappeared. The sword in his hand was still in his hand, but he didn't move at all. However, suddenly, within the black curtain, 7 flames suddenly appeared. With a biting cold killing intent and terrifying power, they separately attacked Ling Zhao's 7 vital points. Ling Zhao's sword also suddenly swung out at this moment. Rain celestial phenomenon, congealing water. After this sword strike, where Ling Zhao's sword danced, a torrential rain actually fell. Before the rain fell to the ground, it had already condensed into tiny ice beads. Then, under the guidance of the ice dragon's sword, it enveloped the 7 will-o-wisp lamps with an earth-shattering aura. Bang bang bang, the will-o-wisp lamps shattered one by one, and then the black curtain suddenly lit up. With an unstoppable aura, the ice beads pierced towards Heisua along with the ice dragon's sword's sharp whistling sound. Heisua's eyes revealed a hint of shock. However, the shock quickly disappeared. After that, the 7 will-o-wisp lamps appeared once again. However, this time, they did not appear in front of Ling Xiao, but in front of Heisua. The 7 will-o-wisp lamps formed a circle, and then spun faster and faster. The faint blue flames actually formed a huge fireball, wrapping around He Sua. The air was scorched to the point that it emitted a burnt smell. Ling Zhao's congealing water sword and the countless ice beads struck the fireball formed by the faint blue flames, producing crackling sounds. Then, the ice beads shattered one after another, but they were unable to pierce through the fireball. How can the 7-star will-o-wisp lamp be destroyed so easily? Its attack is extremely powerful, and its defense will also cause you to despair. He Sua revealed a complacent sneer, it's useless. With the defense of the 7-star will-o-wisp lamp, I am in an invincible position. Today, you will definitely die. Ling Xiao looked at the blue fireball. Lathe fireball completely wrapped around He Sua, leaving not a single gap. The cold and hot flames merged, forming 2 layers of solid defense. His attack was completely blocked by the fireball. He Sua said that this was an absolute defense, a defense that made Ling Xiao feel complete despair. Once it was used, he, Ling Xiao, would not be able to break through it. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth raised into a disdainful sneer. The frog sat at the bottom of the well, never able to see the entire sky. How many attacks had he, He Sua, seen that he actually dared to say that his defense was absolutely perfect? Absolute defense? Today, I will break it for you to see. Ling Xiao spat out a sonorous sentence, revealing incomparable confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Panther in the shadow behind him gradually disappeared, replaced by a vast ocean of mist. The glaciers and the sea formed a scene of boundless nature. I've long heard that this kid can use more than 2 martial spirits at the same time. Now it seems that it's actually true. But what kind of martial spirit is this? Glacier martial spirit and ocean martial spirit? At this moment, even the 4 elders could not understand. They could feel an incomparably powerful aura from Ling Zhao's glacier and ocean shadows. However, these 2 auras seemed to come from the same power. As the vast ocean of mist appeared, Ling Zhao's aura became even more tyrannical. The sword in his hand seemed to want to tear the world apart. The ice beads that were originally scattered in the surroundings no longer attacked. Instead, they continuously gathered on the ice dragon sword. That sword had actually turned into a gigantic ice crystal sword. Ling Zhao's hand had already let go of the gigantic sword. When the gigantic sword left his hand, it let out a roar that seemed to tear the world apart, like the roar of a fierce beast. This is bad. He Sua's face revealed a look of astonishment. He tried his best to release his true essence to strengthen the defense of the 7-star ghost fire lamp. However, Puchi. The blue fireball was actually pierced through by the gigantic ice crystal sword like a rubber ball, and a conspicuous hole appeared. This caused He Sua's expression to change greatly. Break! Ling Xiao roared as he crazily poured out his true essence, pushing the ice crystal sword forward. Wrapped in the imposing aura of the glacier and the ocean, the sword completely pierced through the so-called absolute defense of the fireball. Seeing this scene, the inner sect disciples almost knelt on the ground. They were so shocked that they could not describe it with words. He Sua's 7-star will-o-wisp lamp defense was actually pierced through by Ling Zhao's sword. Just how powerful was this? What a dense Xinyuan, what a powerful sword skill. Is this Ling Xiao? No wonder he hasn't been defeated since he joined Yuehua school. This is too scary. I'm afraid none of us can block such a powerful attack. The astonishment of the inner court disciples was completely exposed on He Sua's face. That arrogant face of his just a moment ago was now deathly pale. He Sua's heart trembled. He thought that once Ling Xiao released his cultivation base, there would be no more secrets. Unfortunately, he now realized that he was wrong. This person always seemed to have secrets and was always so mysterious and terrifying. There was no way to dodge this terrifying sword. The aura had already locked onto He Sua. He Sua probably understood this as well, so he did not choose to dodge. Since there was no way to dodge, he might as well go all out. Although He Sua was shocked, he still believed that his true essence was stronger than Ling Zhao's. After the defense was removed, He Sua condensed the 7 will-o-wisp lamps in front of him again. However, this time, the 7 will-o-wisp lamps had condensed into the shape of a sharp arrow. He Sua then lashed out with his long black whip, which carried almost 100% of his strength, and blasted towards Ling Zhao's ice crystal sword. Boom, the violent roar shook the entire underground palace and caused it to rumble. The collision between the ice crystal sword and the will-o-wisp arrow caused a series of explosions. White and blue lights intersected and flickered continuously. A terrifying aura wreaked havoc in the underground palace, causing many inner sect disciples' faces to pale. They had never imagined that a peak second-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator would be able to display an attack on par with an early fourth-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator. In the blink of an eye, both of them were sent flying back at the same time. Xianxia was forced back more than 10 steps before regaining his footing. Xiao tumbled a few times before landing on the ground. Who was the stronger one in this attack? The onlookers stared at the two of them nervously, and after the smoke cleared, they were finally able to see clearly. At this time, Xiaoxia's defensive equipment was covered in countless cracks and his outer clothes were torn apart. Many red spots had appeared on his body. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that these were actually small holes caused by the sword chi. Blood flowed from each of these small holes, creating a shocking sight. Looking at Xiao again, although his clothes were also tattered, his whole body was shining with a golden light. A layer of scales covered his body completely, and he was actually not injured at all. In this exchange, Xiao had actually gained the upper hand. Xianxia did not panic at the critical moment and instead chose the correct method, fusing all of his true qi into the 7-star will-o-wisp lamp to meet force with force. However, Xiao was more prepared, while Xianxia had only met this attack in haste, so he naturally did not have it as easy as Xiao and ended up at a disadvantage. Of course, even though he was injured, this injury was nothing to Xianxia. An early 4th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator was not someone sword chi could seriously injure, not to mention his defensive equipment had blocked most of the attack's power for him. A moment later, Xianxia raised his head and glared at Xiao, the murderous intent in his eyes thickening, but there was also a hint of seriousness in them. Xiao, it seems that all of us have underestimated you. Your strength is enough for me to use all of my strength. You are a good opponent. However, you will still die. Hearing these words, the inner sect disciples were secretly shocked. Just now, Xiao's attack was something they would not have been able to withstand, but not only had Xianxia blocked it, he had also only suffered minor injuries. They had thought that the 7-star will-o-wisp lamp was Xianxia's full strength, but unexpectedly, Xianxia had not even used his full strength yet. If this was the case, could Xiao still contend? After all, Xiao had already used his dual martial spirits. It was impossible for him to have any other cards up his sleeve, right? Haha, unfortunately, you are not qualified for me to use my full strength. Xiao smiled faintly as he looked at Xianxia. Of course, he wasn't bluffing. So far, he had not even used his full strength in his human form, let alone his human dragon form or ancient golden dragon form. Humph, stop bluffing, a trivial peak second-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator dares to act arrogant in front of me, Xianxia. Xianxia put away the long whip and merged with the ghost fire again. Novel, la, then, the ghost fire started to grow bigger and bigger. Finally, it turned into a humanoid monster burning with blue flames. This gigantic humanoid flaming monster was at least 1,000 times larger than the will-o'-the-wisp from before. What's going on? Did his martial soul level up? No, it doesn't look like a level up. I don't understand. I've never seen this before. Xiao, do you think you're the only one who has a secret skill? I, Xianxia, am the flame deity's disciple. I have everything that you have. The humanoid monster formed by the blue flames had no legs. Its lower body was a ball of flame. Only its upper body was humanoid. One could see its eyes, mouth, and ears. It was more than 10 meters tall. When its huge body touched some of the buildings in the underground palace, it burned them instantly. This is the Death Dark Flame. It's one of the 12 divine fires, the Death Dark Flame. Wang Hantianzuan suddenly exclaimed, I see. In order to deal with a mere outer disciple, this heavenly venerable demon flame really went through a lot of trouble. He actually passed a trace of his own martial spirit's divine fire to his disciple. No wonder the ghost flame martial spirit suddenly mutated. Few people knew that the flame deity's martial soul was one of the 12 divine fires, the Death Dark Flame. There was a reason why he was called the flame deity. Boy, admit defeat. You're definitely no match for the death dark flame. Even a trace of the divine fire is enough to burn you to ashes. Heavenly Master Golden Light suddenly said loudly, "Don't worry. As long as you're willing to be my disciple, I'll protect you regardless of whether you lose today. No one can hurt you. Thank you for your kindness, Heavenly Master Golden Light. But there's no need. I already have a master. Please don't force me." Ling Xiao said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "What a pity. If you're not willing to be my disciple, I have no reason to help you." Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light sighed repeatedly. Ling Xiao, although Jin Guang is not a gentleman when he takes advantage of others, he is right. The dark flame of death is not something that you can withstand. Wang Han Tianzuan said with a frown. What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? Today, I, Ling Xiao, really want to see just how terrifying these death dark flames are. Ling Xiao was also afraid of death. But he couldn't be afraid of battle. If he was afraid just because he saw the death dark flame, then how was he going to collect the 12 godly flames in the future? Reckless fool. The blue flame monster was finally fully formed, and an incomparably powerful aura of destruction surged out of He Sua's body. At this moment, there were actually quite a few inner disciples who were kneeling on the ground. It was as if they could see the flame deity arriving in person. It was as if he could see the scene of the dark flames of death burning everything. He Sua's terrifying aura continued to rise, becoming stronger and stronger. Boom! Finally, the ground couldn't withstand this terrifying force and directly blasted a large hole in it. Green Valley Manor was destroyed. But it didn't matter, there was no one left in this demon cave. However, at this moment, this terrifying aura attracted the disciples and experts of the other sects who were still in the Green Valley Manor. This is the aura of the peak transcendent realm 4th layer. Someone cried out in surprise. It was just a mutated martial spirit, just a trace of the death dark flames fused into it. He Sua's strength actually soared to the peak transcendent realm 4th layer in an instant. This aura was simply too terrifying, it was simply too shocking. It seems that senior brother He Sua was telling the truth when he said he didn't use his full strength. This is his true trump card, it's even stronger than the 7-star ghost fire lamp. Yes, I didn't think that he would be able to obtain a trace of the dark death flames and possess the aura of Empyrean demon flame. If an ordinary martial artist were to feel this aura, they would have already been defeated. This Ling Xiao is truly a tough fellow. Unfortunately, no matter how tough he is, it's useless. The current He Sua is definitely not something Ling Xiao can deal with. He's dead for sure. More and more people knelt on the ground. It wasn't because of He Sua's strength, but because of the terrifying aura he constantly released. This aura was endless and belonged to the flame deity. This should be one of the benefits of being the flame deity's disciple. Suing and Wang Feng hadn't released such an aura because they had died too quickly and hadn't had time to do so. He Sua at the early transcendent realm 4th layer was already terrifying enough, and the 7-star ghost fire lamp was already powerful enough. But now, with He Sua at the peak transcendent realm 4th layer, just how powerful would he be? Would Ling Xiao be able to block a single attack from He Sua? Ling Xiao stared fixedly at the giant flame monster behind He Sua. He knew very well that Wang Han Tianzuan and Heavenly Senior Golden Light weren't joking around. After the death dark flames fused into the ghost fire martial spirit, it had undergone some kind of mutation, increasing He Sua's strength to the peak transcendent realm 4th layer. But this wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was the flame monster's ability to burn, easily burning the buildings in the underground palace to ashes. Just how high was its temperature? Even the burning heaven from Ling Zhao's soul dye couldn't compare to it, right? Peak transcendent realm 4th layer? How difficult to deal with, Ling Xiao thought to himself. He understood that He Sua's strength wouldn't increase for too long and the ghost fire martial spirit's mutation was only temporary. But even so, he still had to face such a powerful He Sua. Elder Jin finally showed a smile. Since Ling Zhao's battle with He Sua began, this was the first time he had smiled. Because at this moment, he felt that Ling Zhao's death was certain. But while he was happy, he was also a little surprised. Ling Xiao was actually able to force He Sua to use the death dark flames to stimulate the ghost fire martial spirit's mutation. He really couldn't be underestimated. If such a person was left alone, he would definitely grow into a terrifying existence in the future. Originally, he should cherish such a talent, but unfortunately, this kid offended him and became his enemy, so he couldn't let him live. Elder 2 also sighed secretly. Such an outstanding child with a bright future. He might even become the pillar of the Yuehua sect in the future. However, he was going to die here today. If Elder Jean had made a move, he could have persuaded or even stopped him. But at this moment, He Sua and Ling Xiao were fighting, so he had no reason to intervene. At this moment, no one thought that Ling Xiao still had a chance of winning. Even Wang Han Tianzuan, who had always supported Ling Xiao, felt that Ling Xiao was doomed. That was why she persuaded Ling Xiao to admit defeat. Because if Ling Xiao didn't admit defeat, she had no reason to intervene, and once she did, Elder Jean would definitely intervene. So now, Ling Xiao's survival depended entirely on whether Ling Xiao was willing to lower his head and admit defeat. As for the inner disciples, they all felt that it was a pity. Ling Xiao was really amazing to be able to force He Sua to this extent. The fear and panic in He Sua's heart had already disappeared. The terrifying martial spirit brought about by the dark flames of death allowed him to look down on Ling Xiao with a high and mighty attitude. He revealed a complacent smile and sighed, "Why did you force me to use the dark flames of death? I didn't want to take your life, but when I use this move, even I feel that it's terrifying and uncontrollable." Hypocrite, Ling Xiao looked at He Sua coldly, as if he was looking at a complacent fool standing on the shoulder of a giant. Suddenly, the ice dragon sword in his hand thrust it out. It was still flying snow. His fastest sword strike. "Do you still want to harm me with the same move?" He Sua looked at Ling Xiao's sword attack with disdain. A tyrannical aura soared into the sky, and the gigantic flaming monster behind him actually extended its palm, easily blocking Ling Xiao's sword attack. However, right at this moment, the seemingly invisible sword attack actually increased in power once again, and the flaming monster's palm was pierced through in an instant. How is this possible? He Sua's expression changed once again. He did not know how many times he had been surprised. Ling Xiao had given him too many surprises. Every time, he would be caught off guard. "Block it for me." The palm that was pierced through condensed once again, and crushed Ling Xiao's sword chi, finally completely defeating Ling Xiao's attack. "That's not right." He Sua was about to retaliate, but he suddenly sensed that Ling Xiao's other hand, which was hidden behind him, had reached out. There was also a sword in that hand. "Bastard, I actually forgot that this brat can do two things at once." He Sua had seen Ling Xiao wielding a sword with both hands before, but he was able to use two completely different martial skills. But he never thought that he would fall into this trap today. The floating snow sword pierced out just like that, using the move Flying Snow. Because the speed of this move was fast enough, even if the opponent sensed it, they would not be able to react. Puchi. A ray of sword chi slashed through the air and pierced through He Sua's body, leaving behind a glaring bloody light. Tisk. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly, what a pity. At the crucial moment, He Sua actually managed to avoid his vitals. Otherwise, this sword strike would have killed him. What? Everyone was shocked. The onlookers, an inner disciple of Yuehua school, for elders, their gazes instantly froze, unable to believe their own eyes. How could this happen? How could this happen? He Sua had used the dark flames of death to not only mutate his ghost flame martial spirit, but his cultivation had also soared to the peak of the transcendent realm 4th layer. In everyone's opinion, Ling Xiao had no way out. He was dead for sure. However, Ling Xiao taught them a lesson under the watchful eyes of the crowd, making them remember this day forever. The opponent's attack was powerful. In that case, he would strike first and gain the upper hand. If he was unable to move due to the opponent's terrifying strength, he would instantly think that he had lost. Even if he could win, he would definitely lose. Ling Xiao had used his own performance to teach everyone a lesson. At the same time, he had also taught He Sua a painful lesson. Elder Jin's heart couldn't help but tremble. He had lived for so long, but he had never seen such a terrifying young man. This Ling Xiao, despite being at such a great disadvantage, actually managed to pierce through He Sua's body despite the flame deity's terrifying aura. He even almost killed He Sua with a single sword strike. No. He Sua had suffered quite a blow this time. He let out a beast-like roar from his throat. The huge flame monster behind him had a ferocious expression. The monster waved its huge arms and slammed them towards Ling Xiao. A destructive aura filled the air. He Sua had completely lost control. Die! 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 He Sua roared continuously. The huge palms filled with terrifying destructive power continued to slam the ground. The underground palace began to collapse and was about to be destroyed. So figures constantly rushed out from the underground palace and landed in the open space outside. They didn't want to be engulfed by He Sua's crazy attack. If they died like that, it would be too unjust. Between the huge flame hands, there was a figure who seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll, easily dodging the seemingly fierce attack. Ling Xiao loved to deal with crazy disciples the most. Under the effect of the mountain and river martial spirit, he could grasp all the flaws of his opponent and accurately calculate all the attacks of reckless people. The angrier, the crazier, and the more reckless the enemy was, the more accurately he could control them. Therefore, He Sua's attacks seemed crazy, but in reality, they were all useless. The illusion of the glacier and ocean behind Ling Xiao had already disappeared. At this moment, only the illusion of a black panther faintly appeared behind him. Kill you! I will kill you! He Sua couldn't accept the fact that his body had been pierced. If he hadn't avoided the fatal blow at the critical moment, this sword could have pierced his heart and killed him on the spot. This was simply a great humiliation to him. In that instant, his cultivation had skyrocketed to the peak of the transcendent realm 4th layer, yet his opponent had so easily stabbed him. How could he accept this? Not to mention, he had used the flame deity's dark death flames. Not only had he lost face, but he had also lost face for his master, the flame deity. Pung! Suddenly, Ling Xiao, who was dodging, stabbed his sword towards the huge flame hand. Pooh! In that instant, Ling Xiao was sent flying by the huge flame hand, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Hey, this thing is really strong. Ling Xiao landed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. The onlookers all felt that Ling Xiao was being a bit unreasonable. He could have just dodged. Why did he insist on meeting force with force? Is Ling Xiao stupid? That's right, in a contest of pure strength, he definitely isn't senior brother He Sua's opponent. As long as he continues to dodge, senior brother He Sua won't be able to last much longer. Perhaps this is called overestimating one's strength. Idiot! Many people were speechless and puzzled by Ling Xiao's unwise action. What do you know? Heavenly Venerable Golden Light stood there, staring greedily at Ling Xiao, as if he couldn't wait to snatch Ling Xiao away and make him his disciple. Do you know what fighting spirit is? Do you know what the heart of a cultivator is? Ling Xiao isn't a coward like you. Fighting against a strong enemy is an excellent opportunity to improve his cultivation and strength. Who's the idiot here? He was right. The reason Ling Xiao gave up on dodging and chose to meet force with force was because he felt that his cultivation was about to improve. If he could use this flame monster to improve his cultivation, it would be an excellent thing for Ling Xiao. Although this guy was very calm in battle and calculated everything precisely in order to control the situation, he was also very calm. The shadow of the Black Panther disappeared. Lathe shadow that appeared behind Ling Xiao turned into 3. Glacier, sea, and earth. Currently, the 3 forces of nature that the mountain and river martial spirit possessed were all released. Pung! Another head-on collision. Ling Xiao's body was sent flying again. But this time, there was no blood. There's a way. Ling Xiao's face lit up with excitement. He could feel his cultivation wall constantly shattering. Every time he attacked the huge flaming palm, it would shatter a little. What a madman. What a terrifying madman. No one would raise their cultivation so crazily, right? He's simply playing with his life. Cries of horror came from the crowd. They had already understood Ling Xiao's true intentions from Golden Light Heavenly Senior's explanation. But they still felt that Ling Xiao's actions were too crazy. Kill him. Quickly kill him, He Sua. This little brat is using your attacks to raise his cultivation. Don't let him break through. Golden Light Heavenly Senior anxiously sent a message to He Sua, hoping that He Sua could kill Ling Xiao before Ling Xiao broke through. He Sua seemed to have noticed this, but instead of attacking, he chose to retreat and stop his pursuit. He was afraid. He felt that his attacks wouldn't be able to kill Ling Xiao. Instead, they would allow Ling Xiao to continue tempering himself and breaking through. Ling Xiao, who was only at the peak of the second layer transcendent realm, was already so terrifying. If he broke through to the third layer transcendent realm, would he still have a chance of winning? Hee, many thanks, senior brother Xianxia. Boom, a powerful aura rushed out from Ling Xiao's body, the violent true qi transformed into a golden dragon that roared towards the sky. The glacier, sea, and earth all emitted a strange light at the same time, so bright that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Ling Xiao stood there. Nobody knew when he had changed into clean clothes. His long robe fluttered without wind. He held a long sword in his hand, his long hair fluttering in the wind, like a sword immortal from ancient times. He broke through. The aura of a third-layer transcendent realm cultivator was definitely not a lie. Ling Xiao actually fought like a madman, borrowing the strength of his opponent's attacks to break through his defenses. The onlookers couldn't believe their eyes. He had heard of such things before. There were also such lunatics in the immemorial era. But those were all stories recorded in books. Today, they actually saw it with their own eyes. Idiot, what are you standing there for? Take advantage of the fact that he just broke through and hasn't stabilized his cultivation to kill him. Elder Jin's voice transmission once again reached Xianxia's ears. Xianxia's body trembled as he suddenly realized. This was a battle of life and death. It was not a spar at all. Either Ling Xiao died or he died. He really had to give it his all. Senior brother, I can spare your life. Just as Xianxia was about to attack, Ling Xiao spoke. What? Xianxia was stunned. At this moment, he no longer had the confidence to win. If he could survive, it would be a good ending. Idiot, he's trying to shake your fighting spirit. Kill him. Elder Jin's voice rang out again. Xianxia suddenly trembled, thinking that this Ling Xiao was really cunning. With a roar, he thrust out his palms. The flame monster wrapped around his palms and pressed towards Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao sighed and said, Senior brother, I really don't want to kill you. Why do you have to force me? He was telling the truth. Because through his battle with Xianxia, he had noticed something. The dark flames of death were very beneficial to his cultivation. He naturally couldn't challenge the flame deity to a spar. So, sparing Xianxia's life was extremely beneficial to him. Unfortunately, there was no other way, others wouldn't believe him. You want to shake me? Dream on. Xianxia's attack still arrived. Ling Xiao's figure floated backwards, easily dodging this attack. Since that's the case, I'll destroy your mutated martial spirit today and let you die this time. At this moment, Ling Xiao made up his mind and simply threw this mutated martial spirit into the mountain river world to see what kind of strange effect it would produce. Maybe it would be more useful than sparing Xianxia. Glacier force, ocean force, earth force, wind celestial phenomenon, thunder celestial phenomenon, rain celestial phenomenon, 3 kinds of power belonging to the mountain river martial spirit. 3 kinds of power belonging to the 12 golden lotus arts. Ice storm. 6 kinds of power were all integrated into the ice storm. The terrifying blizzard, as if the end of the world had arrived, appeared above the green valley and blocked the flame monster's attack. How did this kid do it? He can actually integrate such terrifying power into his own attack. His control is so exquisite, isn't it too unbelievable? The onlookers were shocked. They couldn't understand Ling Xiao's fighting style. One had to know that the more power there was, the greater the resistance to integration. The slightest error could cause a conflict between the powers. If it was light, the power would collapse, and if it was heavy, it would cause an energy explosion. Instead of hurting others, it would hurt oneself. However, Ling Xiao was able to fuse 6 terrifying powers into one, and he didn't seem to be in any discomfort at all. This was too shocking. How could they understand that with the precise calculation of the mountain river martial spirit, Ling Xiao was absolutely unique in the integration of power, not to mention 6 kinds of power, even if it was 100 or 1,000 kinds of power, it would be absolutely easy to capture. Which kind of power needed to be slightly weaker, which kind of power needed to be slightly stronger, which kind of power needed to have a slightly higher proportion, all of these could be calculated. Therefore, the integration of power that was difficult for others was a piece of cake for him. It could be done easily. From the initial state of separation, the 6 types of power quickly fused into the snowstorm attack. The howling wind and the falling snowstorm caused the martial warriors with low cultivation to flee in panic. They hid very far away, afraid that they would be affected by this attack. The power of the apocalypse, the aura of destruction, at this moment, it had completely filled the entire battlefield. Mutated martial spirit. Monster formed from flames, shatter for me. Ling Xiao let out a soft chant as he waved the ice dragon sword in his hand in a special trajectory. A gale blew, ice and snow filled the sky. On the battlefield, the 2 figures could no longer be seen clearly. Only the blizzard became the main theme. Xianxia stared at this sword in a daze. This was an invincible sword strike that could destroy everything in its path. It was so gorgeous, so poignant, and so powerful. It was as if magnificence and power were tied together at this moment, finally fusing perfectly. Looking at this terrifying sword strike, Xianxia immediately felt that he was invincible. It was as if no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to escape death in the end. But at this moment, the arrow had to be shot. It was already unknown if he was controlling the flame monster or if the flame monster was controlling him. That powerful palm strike was still sent out. The pair of gigantic flaming palms were torn apart by the blizzard in an instant. They turned into sparks and then extinguished. Novel, law, this move was the move that killed the Plague Demon King. The power at that time made the Plague Demon King unable to fight back at all. Although Ling Xiao was in his human dragon form at that time, the current Ling Xiao's cultivation was even more refined, coupled with the 6 types of terrifying natural forces. Its power was even more terrifying than when it killed the Plague Demon King. Not good. It doesn't matter if Xianxia dies, but where's my face? Elder Jean saw that the situation was not good and suddenly released a powerful aura in an attempt to interfere in the battle between Ling Xiao and Xianxia. Again, this time, Ling Xiao was on guard against the shameless Elder Jean. Suddenly, he felt that powerful aura rushing towards him. He hurriedly retracted the vital essence he released and prepared to escape with all his might. He definitely could not block Elder Jin's attack. But if he wanted to escape, Elder Jean could forget about catching up to him. In terms of speed, he was not as fast as Elder Jean. But Elder Jean knew nothing about formations. He only needed to use a little formation to make this old guy lose track of him completely. But at that moment, Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light and Wanghan Tianzuan actually acted at the same time, blocking Elder Jin's hidden killing intent. Boom! With a loud sound, the 3 elders each took a step back, their faces a little pale. But in an instant, they returned to normal. Elder Jean, you're really as shameless as that brat, Ling Xiao said. Wanghan Tianzuan's beautiful eyes were as cold as frost. Clearly, she was really angry. That's right, Grand Elder. Aren't your actions a little too disgraceful? Even I feel ashamed to be in your company. Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light was a straightforward person. He originally intended to be neutral, but Elder Jean sneak attacked Ling Xiao twice in a row, and this time in front of the disciples of other sections. This was too shameless. Little bastard, how dare you kill him? Elder Jin's sneak attack on Ling Xiao failed, but he suddenly saw Ling Xiao's attack land solidly on Xianxia's body. The huge flaming monster was torn to pieces by the terrifying snowstorm. In the chaos, no one noticed that Ling Xiao had absorbed the flaming monster into his body. What Elder Jean saw was the snowstorm tearing Xianxia's body into pieces. Therefore, he cried out in surprise. Old bastard! So what if I killed her? What are you going to do about it? You were the one who agreed to this life and death battle, but now you don't allow me to kill him. Do you really not want your old face anymore? After Ling Xiao killed Xianxia, he was still prepared to escape. Although Golden Light Heavenly Master and Wanghan Tianzuan were protecting him, Ling Xiao could not place all his hopes on others. If all else failed, he would transform into the ancient golden dragon and escape. At worst, he would wander the world. He did not believe that no sect would be willing to accept him as a disciple with his current aptitude, the key to the true demon's empire's treasure, and the pestilence umbrella as a stepping stone. As long as the Yuehua school was not willing to protect him, he would leave. In any case, he only had a good impression of the outer sect, Yang Danlin, Wanghan Tianzuan and a few others. The atmosphere of this sect was really disappointing. even if he left, there was nothing to be reluctant about. Of course, he was still unwilling to leave if he could. After all, it was not easy to get to where he was today. Besides, who could guarantee that the other sects were not like this? What a bold young man. In any case, I would never dare to kill a disciple protected by the head of the law enforcement hall. I don't have the guts either. This young man really has the aura of a human monarch. He is fearless and daring. Many people in the crowd looked at Ling Xiao with admiration in their hearts. Ling Xiao's performance today was simply too amazing. With his peak second layer transcendent realm cultivation, he forcibly suppressed the Yuehua school's elite inner disciple, He Sua. He was forced to use the dark flames of death to mutate his martial spirit and temporarily raise his cultivation to the peak transcendent realm fourth layer. When everyone thought that Ling Xiao was going to lose, Ling Xiao gave them another pleasant surprise. The young man actually used his opponent's terrifying mutated martial spirit to smoothly rise from the peak second layer to the early third layer. Then, he fused his 6 different powers together and slashed out an earth-shattering sword strike. Under Elder Jin's pressure and intimidation, he killed He Sua, who was much stronger than him, on the spot. This young man used his courage, wisdom, and bravery to conquer many of the spectators in the crowd. Some people were afraid of him. As for some people, they were filled with admiration for him. Even in the face of the high and mighty Grand Elder, he still dared to argue with reason and cleverly used the relationship between the elders to protect himself. This young man was simply a genius. If he was simply unafraid of death, he could only be regarded as a boorish man. But Ling Xiao's performance was definitely not a boorish man. He was not afraid of death, but at the same time, he knew how to use his wisdom to protect himself. Meng Yuan stood there, his gaze fixed on Ling Xiao, a trace of confusion appearing in his eyes. His junior brother, He Sua, was killed by Ling Xiao just like that. Even Elder Jin couldn't stop him, and this wasn't the most frightening thing. Ling Xiao's final strike was something that even he, one of the top 10 core disciples of the Yuehua school, had to use all his strength to deal with. The power of that strike was simply too terrifying. If he wasn't careful, he could have been defeated. In the past, he was even more arrogant than He Sua, even more arrogant and disdainful of Ling Xiao. But today, after the end of the battle, he looked at his junior brother, He Sua, who was already in pieces. He felt a chill in his heart for no reason. No wonder He Sua couldn't kill this kid even after using all his means. It seemed that this kid was really capable and was constantly growing. No, he had to strangle this kid in the cradle. If he didn't act now, he wouldn't have another chance. Meng Yuan felt a strong sense of crisis, but at this time, he didn't have a chance to act. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light and Wang Han Tianzuan had already made it clear that they wanted to protect this kid. Even Elder Jin didn't have a chance, so what could he do? It was really hateful. It seemed that he could only wait until he returned to the sect to make further plans. Are the two of you determined to protect this little bastard today? Elder Jin asked with a frown. Haha, what I mean is that since he has the ability to kill He Sua, then he has the ability to kill the Plague Demon King. He definitely has the ability to complete the mission alone. Our previous suspicions should be over. Not only can we not punish him, but we also have to reward him. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light was an open-minded person. Although he was rejected by Ling Xiao as a disciple, he didn't hate Ling Xiao because of this. He continued to speak up for Ling Xiao. That's right. Ling Xiao has worked hard and made great contributions. As elders of the sect, we are here to find fault with him. What kind of logic is this? Wang Han Tianzuan also said. First Elder, this matter needs to be discussed at length. Why don't we bring Ling Xiao back to the sect and let the higher-ups discuss it before making a decision? Although Elder Tu's attitude wasn't as firm as Heavenly Master Golden Light and Wang Han Tianzuan, he also felt that Ling Xiao was an outstanding talent and couldn't die just like that. Humph. Since all of you have said so, I'll take my leave first. Elder Jin didn't have the face to continue staying here. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep his old face anymore. Let's go too. Ling Xiao, why don't you return to the sect with us first? Don't worry, with me around, I won't let anything happen to you. Wang Han Tianzuan looked at Ling Xiao and said. I'll listen to Heavenly Master's instructions. After returning to the sect, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all. He had already figured out most of the formations in the Yuehua school. If the higher-ups of the sect really wanted to treat him unfairly, he would have to create havoc in the Yuehua school and make it disappear from the Sky Dragon continent. The crowd looked at the high-spirited Ling Xiao, and all sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. Naturally, they all had different thoughts. However, after today's incident, they believed that Ling Xiao's strength and talent would cause quite a stir in the 12 sects. Although it wasn't enough to shake the core disciples, it was enough to put a lot of pressure on the inner disciples. Among the crowd, there was a girl who looked exactly like Ximei, whom Ling Xiao had killed. The girl stared at Ling Xiao with a cold and vengeful look in her eyes. However, she was also a little afraid. She was Jiao, Ximei's twin sister. Both of them had snake martial souls, but they were of different types. Jiao had followed the experts from the Beast King Palace to Green Valley. Her goal was naturally to seek justice for the deaths of Ximei and the others. However, when she saw Ling Xiao's strength, Jiao bit her lip and didn't dare to say anything. He's too strong. It was no wonder that he was able to kill his sister, Ximei, as well as his 2 other senior brothers, despite being only 14 years old. Compared to Ling Xiao, although she was also a 3rd-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, and a late 3rd-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator at that. However, cultivation didn't represent one's strength. Ling Xiao had too many cards up his sleeves. With just an early Transcendent Realm 3rd-layer cultivation, he was able to kill He Sua, who was at the peak Transcendent Realm 4th layer, in a single move. She believed that she was absolutely no match for He Sua, so she was even less likely to be a match for Ling Xiao. Don't be afraid, junior sister. I will find a chance to help you destroy this brat. The one who spoke was the 9th-ranked core disciple of the Beast King Palace, Ying Wuya. He keenly noticed the change in Jiao's expression and knew what this junior sister of his was worried about. He had always liked Jiao, so naturally, he would not let go of the opportunity to display his strength. He had seen the battle between Ling Xiao and He Sua. Indeed, Ling Xiao was indeed very strong, so strong that even Ying Wuya was surprised. However, to him, Ling Xiao was still a small fry, not even worth mentioning. If he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, it would be a simple matter. Among the 12 sects, the weakest core disciple was at least at the 7th-layer Transcendent Realm, but Ying Wuya, as the 9th-ranked core disciple of the Beast King Palace, had already reached the peak of the 8th-layer Transcendent Realm. Saying that Ling Xiao was like an ant in front of him was not wrong at all. Hearing Ying Wuya's words, Jiao raised her head and glanced at him, a charming smile appearing on her face as she nodded, the fear in her heart vanishing in an instant. Ying Wuya was right. No matter how strong Ling Xiao's talent was, compared to Ying Wuya, he was still just a piece of trash. As long as she firmly grasped Ying Wuya in her hands, she was confident she could kill Ling Xiao at any time. Seeing Jiao smile, Ying Wuya felt that anything he did for this woman was worth it. He suddenly walked out of the crowd and said loudly, "Everyone from the Yuehua school, please wait." "Oh, so it's Ying Wuya from the Beast King Palace, what's the matter?" Meng Yuan was one of the 10 core disciples of the Yuehua school, so he often interacted with Ying Wuya. Although he had never won against Ying Wuya, they could be considered old acquaintances. "It's none of your business." Ying Wuya looked at Meng Yuan with disdain, then stared at Ling Xiao and said, "This boy killed 3 of my Beast King Palace's disciples. Today I must explain it clearly in front of everyone." "Ling Xiao, is this true?" Elder Tu asked with a frown. He had heard that Ling Xiao had indeed killed a few disciples from other sects in order to protect the Green Valley Manor from the Beast King Palace, but he did not expect them to be disciples from the Beast King Palace. This was troublesome. Disciple killed 3 idiots who tried to steal the credit from the Yuehua school, but I don't know if they were disciples from the Beast King Palace. Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Ying Wuya, you heard it too, right? Ling Xiao only killed 3 shameless idiots who tried to steal the credit from the Yuehua school. I don't think that the disciples of the Beast King Palace would be so shameless, right?" Wang Han Tianzuan asked with a smile. He, of course, the disciples of the Beast King Palace would not be so shameless. But it's a fact that Ling Xiao killed the disciples of the Beast King Palace. Ying Wuya said resolutely. "You said that I killed the disciples of the Beast King Palace, but do you have any evidence?" Ling Xiao asked. "So many people saw it, and you still want to deny it? Ing Wuya said angrily. What a joke, so you don't have any evidence? Since that's the case, can I assume that the Beast King Palace is deliberately stirring up trouble and making an enemy out of the Yuehua school? Ling Xiao had always tied himself to the Yuehua school. Although the Yuehua school was indeed the weakest among the 12 sects, none of the other sects wanted to start a war with them. Any sect that had been around for tens of thousands of years would have a very deep foundation. Even if they were weak now, if they were to use some kind of trump card in a battle, the best-case scenario would be that both sides would suffer heavy losses. Instead, it would allow others to reap the benefits. You're indeed a sharp-tongued person. I wonder if you dare to compete with me. If you're still a man, then don't be afraid of a battle. Ing Wuya knew very well that his junior brothers and sisters had already turned into ashes. Where could he find evidence now? It was impossible for him to find trouble with the disciples of the Yuehua school based on the casual words of a few disciples. Therefore, instead of worrying about this matter, he might as well do it himself. He would teach Ling Xiao a lesson and then accidentally kill Ling Xiao. He didn't believe that the Yuehua school would start a war with the Beast King Palace over an outer sect disciple. After all, he could tell that the head of the Yuehua school's law enforcement hall didn't like this kid. Hearing Ing Wuya's words, the inner sect disciples of the Yuehua school were stunned. Ing Wuya had embarrassed the disciples of the Yuehua school in various sect competitions. Now, he was actually targeting Ling Xiao. On the other hand, the disciples of the Beast King Palace were all excited. If Ing Wuya were to make a move, then what was Ling Xiao? They couldn't allow the Yuehua school to monopolize the limelight today. The disciples of Beast King Palace knew very well that one of them was a peak transcendent 8th layer master. The other was an early transcendent 3rd layer cultivator. The gap between the two was simply too big. Ling Xiao could defeat He Sua, but it was absolutely impossible for him to defeat Ing Wuya. Therefore, they were all very happy to see Ing Wuya teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Haha, so if I don't accept your challenge, I'm not a man? Since that's the case, I'd like to ask you, Ing Wuya, since you're so overbearing, why don't you directly challenge our Yuehua school's Wanhan Tianzuan or Heavenly Venerable Golden Light? Ling Xiao sneered, that way, you can show off your manly side and let that delicate girl beside you see how fearless you are. Brother Ling, whether it's Wanhan Tianzuan or Heavenly Venerable Golden Light, they are both much older than this humble one. Even if they were seniors, even if I, Ing Wuya, had 10 times the courage, I still wouldn't dare challenge them. Ing Wuya smiled faintly, Brother Ling, don't you think you're too cowardly to use such words to fool me? Oh, Ing Wuya, so there are times when you don't dare to fight. Are you still a man? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully, you know you're not a match for Wanhan Tianzuan or Heavenly Venerable Golden Light, and you know they're older than you. Then, may I ask Brother Ing, how old are you? 36. Ing Wuya quickly said. That's right, I'm 36, but do you know how old I am? Ling Xiao said indifferently, I'm only 14 this year, why don't you say you're bullying the young? Hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Ing Wuya was 36 years old, although reaching the peak of the transcendent 8th layer at this age was already quite amazing. However, Ling Xiao was only 14 years old. Ing Wuya didn't dare to challenge someone older than him, but instead asked Ling Xiao to challenge him. He really was shameless. With Ling Xiao's talent, at 36 years old, he was definitely not just at the peak of the transcendent 8th layer. Ing Wuya was stunned for a moment. He really did not think that Ling Xiao's trap was set for him here. This put him in an awkward position. However, he quickly added, that's simple, Brother Ling is an early-stage transcendent realm 3rd layer cultivator. I can also control my cultivation to the same level, is that okay? Why go through so much trouble? Why don't you find 3 disciples of the Beast King Palace who are at the same cultivation level as me and spar with me? Do you people from the Beast King Palace dare to fight me? Just as Ing Wuya's voice fell, Ling Xiao put forward his own request in tit for tat. This made Ing Wuya feel as if he had swallowed a mouthful of feces, and he was unable to say anything for a long time. The disciples of the Beast King Palace looked at each other with fear written all over their faces. Ling Xiao had even killed a peak transcendent realm 4th layer cultivator in a single move, so even if 3 of them went up, what use would it be? They might just end up following in Shimei's footsteps. Ing Wuya, So you're trying to tell me that all cultivators below the Transcendent Realm 4th layer in your Beast King Palace aren't men? Since you don't dare to fight, we'll take our leave. Ling Xiao coldly snorted, turned around, and flew away, leaving behind only a few words for the disciples of the Beast King Palace. Yingyue, you and I will fight one day, but it won't be long, at most a year. I hope you won't be like them when the time comes and act like a man, ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao's voice was even more domineering and confident than Yingyue's, challenging Yingyue in a year. Did this little brat really think he could break through to the peak Transcendent Realm 8th layer in a year? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. However, in the crowd, there were many who firmly believed Ling Xiao's words. They had never heard of the name Ling Xiao before, let alone had any contact with Ling Xiao, but after the incident in Green Valley, they had a clearer understanding of Ling Xiao's character. This person was bold and reckless, but his talent was astonishing, and his thoughts were meticulous. On the surface, he seemed frivolous and unrestrained, but in reality, he was extremely cunning. Some of his seemingly reckless actions, if one thought about it carefully, turned out that this little brat had ulterior motives. If he really was arrogant and ignorant, Ling Xiao would definitely have fought with Yingyue today and returned in defeat. Not only did he not accept the other party's invitation to fight, but he also said he would definitely challenge Yingyue in a year's time. This little brat really had a bright future ahead of him. Many cultivators who were clearly stronger than Ling Xiao felt a deep sense of dread towards Ling Xiao. This kind of dread even surpassed Yingyue's. Because they felt that Ling Xiao would soon surpass the 9th-ranked core disciple of Beast King Palace. The disciples of Beast King Palace all watched Ling Xiao's departing figure with ugly expressions. This person didn't even put their senior brothering in his eyes, just how arrogant was he? I'll wait for you. Yingyue coldly spat out these 4 words, then flicked his sleeves and said, let's go back. In a year's time, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could be stronger than him. On the path of martial arts, the higher one went, the more difficult it was. It wasn't strange that Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was fast, but it would be hard to say in the future. One day later, Ling Xiao and the others returned to Yuehua School. 2 days later, after a discussion among the upper echelons of the sect, the head elder came out personally and made a decision. Ling Xiao is extraordinarily brave. As an outer disciple, he was able to complete a level 4 mission during the inner disciples' joint training. Moreover, he relied on his own strength to kill the Plague Demon King and discover the secret of the true demonic empire's revival. Reward. Although this was easy to say, there were some things that had to be thought through carefully. The reward for a level 4 mission was clear and simple, with a clear reward limit. He just needed to follow it step by step. As for the merit of killing the Plague Demon King and discovering the true demonic empire's conspiracy, that needed to be discussed properly. First, Ling Xiao received the reward for a level 4 mission. Originally, the reward for a level 3 mission was relatively small, but the reward for a level 4 mission would be greatly increased. The reward was 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones and 1,000 sect honor points. Secondly, Ling Xiao had killed the Plague Demon King and discovered the conspiracy of the true demonic empire. He was rewarded with another 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones and 1,000 honor points of the sect. Furthermore, Ling Xiao was specially rewarded with the ability to accept missions from the sect permanently, making him equivalent to an inner disciple. In the end, Ling Xiao received 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones and 2,000 sect honor points from this mission. Honor points were also built into honor points. As mentioned before, honor points were more useful than low-grade spiritual stones. In the sect, they could be used to exchange for various martial arts manuals, weapons, and pills. When the honor points reached a certain level, one could also purchase sect honor weapons and even obtain some special benefits. For example, one could enter the sect's secret area to cultivate, or receive personal guidance from some sect elders, and so on. All in all, sect honor points were basically equivalent to privileges in the sect. If one accumulated enough honor points, even the sect elders wouldn't dare to touch them easily. Ling Xiao was rewarded, which meant that the head of the law enforcement hall, Elder Jean, had already made the upper echelons of the sect somewhat dissatisfied. It was already fortunate that he did not lose the position of the head of the law enforcement hall. It was estimated that he would not pose any threat to Ling Xiao for the time being. This made Meng Yuan and the Flame Deities faction extremely depressed. They did not expect that this time, Heisua was killed by Ling Xiao, and it was actually killed for nothing. The most outrageous thing was that Ling Xiao was actually rewarded with so many honor points. Those honor points were something that even the elite inner disciples were jealous of. Even Meng Yuan was a little jealous. After the flame deity received this news, he was so angry that he vomited blood. His injuries, which had already healed a lot, had once again relapsed. Baiyun. Baiyun. Hateful Baiyun. He actually had such a disciple, and this sovereign actually did not discover it. Damn it. Really damn it. The flame deity had long wanted to kill Ling Xiao. This time, Ling Xiao killing Heisua made his killing intent increase by a lot. Previously, it was only Meng Yuan who wanted to kill Ling Xiao to curry favor with the flame deity. However, this time, the flame deity personally gave Meng Yuan an order: Meng Yuan, kill Ling Xiao before Master recovers from his injuries, and Master will accept you as a disciple. The same treatment as Ming Tian. After receiving this order, Meng Yuan was extremely excited. At the same time, he began to plan how to kill Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao made another shocking decision. He reported to the sect, saying that he had something precious to hand over, but he had to personally hand it over to the sect leader. This was what Ling Xiao had planned long ago. He wanted to give the key to the true devil Empire's treasure to the sect. That thing was of little value to him, but to the Yuehua school, it was definitely a treasure. There was another thing, the Plague Demon King's Devil Seal. This seal did not have any special effects, it was only a symbol of status. It was useless in Ling Zhao's hands. It was better to use it in exchange for some benefits. He believed that as long as he offered these two things, his position in the sect would be more stable, and it would be more difficult for the flame deity to kill him. Even if the head of the law enforcement hall wanted to find trouble with him, it would be very difficult. What's more, these two things would definitely be exchanged for a lot of the sect's honor. That day, the Yuehua school's headmaster finally appeared. This person was actually a beautiful woman. However, to Ling Zhao's disappointment, she was not the lady in blue he had met in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. Yuehua Yuehua's Yuehua's Yuehua, Yuehua, Yuehua Yuehua's SS Yuehua Yuehua Yuehua's Yuehua. However, even though he was disappointed, he still had to do what he needed to do. Yuehua Yuehua Deity S Yuehua Elder Yuehua's Use SS as have a Yuehua Yuehua. Yuehua Yuehua, Wanghan Tianzuan, Yuehua Yuehua, Yuehua Yuehua, Yuehua Yuehua, Yuehua Yuehua, Medicine Halls Yang Danlin, and so on. Basically, almost all the higher-ups of the Yuehua school were present. They had all heard from Ling Xiao that there were two treasures that would determine the rise and fall of the Yuehua school. How could the higher-ups of the sect not participate in such a matter? Ling Xiao, I've already shown myself. If you have anything to hand over, take it out. If it's really a treasure, I'll naturally reward you greatly. However, if it's just nonsense, don't blame me for punishing you. Yuehua School's headmaster Chang Yueying's voice was not loud, but it was absolutely majestic. This disciple understands. Ling Xiao did not waste any time. He just waved his hand, and a package appeared in his hand. He slowly opened the package and took out two things. One was a seal made from a supreme-grade spirit stone. The other was a jade token that did not look too special. Headmaster, I found these two things after killing the Pestilence Demon King. One of them is the Pestilence Demon King's seal. This disciple felt that it was important, so I wanted to personally present it to you. While Ling Xiao was speaking, someone had already passed the item to Chang Yueying. Let's not talk about the jade tablet for now. The Pestilence Demon King's seal was too important. When the higher-ups heard about it, they all stood up and tried to see if the seal was real. That's right. This is indeed the Pestilence Demon King's seal. Chang Yueying solemnly announced after carefully observing it for a while. It's actually real. The higher-ups felt their heartbeats suddenly accelerate. They had seen a lot of the world, but they had never seen what the Demon King's seal looked like. According to the sect's most secret records, the Demon King's seal actually contained the 9 martial souls of the 9 great demon kings. It was not only a symbol of status, but also a symbol of strength. For tens of thousands of years, in order to find the Demon King's seal, the 12 sects had almost turned the entire Sky Dragon continent upside down. However, it was a pity that the Demon King's seal also had spirituality. It would choose its own master. It was not something that could be owned by anyone who wanted it. Ling Xiao, does anyone else know about this Demon King's seal? Chang Yueying suddenly asked. Headmaster, this disciple did not leak this matter. The only ones who know about it are everyone present. Ling Xiao replied. Well done. You have made a great contribution by finding the Demon King's seal this time. Don't worry, I will definitely keep my word. After this matter is over, I will definitely give you a generous reward. Chang Yueying was so excited that she could not even maintain her normal state of mind. She knew better than anyone what the martial souls of the 9 great demon kings meant. Headmaster, don't you want to take a look at the other thing? Ling Xiao asked. Isn't this an ordinary jade token? Perhaps because Chang Yueying was too excited to see the Demon King's seal, she neglected the jade token that was placed together with the Demon King's seal. At this moment, she held the jade token in her hand and injected her soul force into it. However, she was inexplicably shocked. Headmaster, what exactly is that thing? Elder Jean hurriedly asked. After a long time, Chang Yueying calmed down and slowly said, Have you all heard of the martial soul inheritance of the true Devil Emperor? It can't be, Headmaster. This jade token is the martial soul inheritance of the true Devil Emperor? It was as if a sudden clap of thunder had exploded on the ground. Everyone was shaken to the point of dizziness. The martial soul inheritance of the 9 great demon kings was already very terrifying. What did the martial soul inheritance of the true Devil Emperor mean? That's not it. Chang Yueying shook her head and said, This is one of the 9 keys to open the true Devil Kingdom's treasure. Rumor has it that the martial soul inheritance of the true Devil Emperor, as well as many martial arts manuals and divine weapons, are hidden inside. Its preciousness is probably 10 times greater than the Demon King's seal. Chang Yueying tried her best to calm her voice down, but it still carried a slight tremble. Because she was too excited. So excited that she was unable to express her emotions normally. True Devil Kingdom's treasure, true Devil Emperor's inheritance. There were also countless martial arts manuals and divine weapons. All the upper echelons looked at each other in shock. Because they were very clear on what this represented. Back then, the true Demon Emperor had swept through the strongest of the 13 continents, the Sky Dragon continent. Even the Holy Lord of the human race, Ji Wu, was no match for him. It could be said that he was invincible. If it wasn't for the mysterious woman who made the true Demon Emperor disappear, the true Demon Empire would have already ruled the entire mystic world. How could the inheritances, martial arts, and weapons he left behind be ordinary? The current Sky Dragon continent had fallen from the strongest to the weakest among the 13 continents. The human race had also fallen from a first-class race to a 9th-class race. If the humans on the Sky Dragon continent were to obtain the true Demon Emperor's inheritance, what would happen? Perhaps the Sky Dragon continent could return to its former glory. Perhaps the human race could once again become a first-class race and enter the ranks of the top races. One had to know that a person's martial arts aptitude could be changed. This was something that had been proven long ago. One could use treasures to increase their strength, and they could also use special organs from other people's bodies to increase their strength. For example, the flame deity had taken Master Bai Yun's wisdom bone, which allowed his martial arts aptitude to increase by a large margin. In addition, there was also the martial soul inheritance recorded in the 12 sects. Even the person with the worst aptitude could become a genius overnight if they obtained a powerful martial soul inheritance. Of course, the prerequisite was that the martial soul had to be completely integrated. Otherwise, they would be easily killed and taken away. Once the martial soul inheritance was completely integrated with the person's bloodline and soul, it would not be so easy to take it away. The higher-ups of the Yuehua school present were not fools. They understood the importance of this treasure. Ling Xiao, you have done well. These 2 items are both rare treasures. According to the rules of the sect, as long as your request is not too excessive, the sect will agree to it. In addition, you will be rewarded with a large number of honor points. Chang Yueying calmed herself down and looked at Ling Xiao as she spoke slowly. Ever since she had taken over as the head of the Yuehua school, there was not a day that she did not think about how to strengthen the sect. There was not a day that she did not want to make the sect the strongest among the 12 sects. However, this was easier said than done. However, today, after obtaining the Devil King's seal and a key to the true Devil Empire's treasure, her confidence immediately increased. She felt that not only should Ling Xiao be greatly rewarded, but Ling Xiao's master in the secular world, Bai Yun, should also be greatly rewarded. As soon as she said that, all the higher-ups were envious. Some of them were inner sect elders, while others were hall masters and building masters. They were basically half-step heavenly venerates or true heavenly venerates. However, they were still envious of Ling Xiao's contributions. Some people were even jealous of him. However, there was nothing much to say. Because Ling Xiao's contribution was indeed too great. The true Devil Imperial Treasury might not be able to be used for the time being, but the Devil King's inheritance in the Devil King's seal could be used immediately. This was crucial to the improvement of Yuehua School's strength. This brat must be plotting something. Otherwise, why didn't he keep something as good as the Devil King's inheritance for himself? Elder Jean suddenly snorted and said, according to the sect's rules, all the items obtained by disciples during missions belong to the disciple. Would he be so kind as to choose to hand them over? Grand Elder, I don't understand what you're saying. Ling Xiao said slowly, this disciple is loyal to Yuehua School. Is there anything wrong with giving the valuable items to Yuehua School? No wonder Grand Elder wanted to kill this disciple when we were in Green Valley. So it turns out that this disciple is too loyal to Yuehua School? Don't talk nonsense. Elder Jean shouted. Enough. Chang Yueying shouted, as the head of the law enforcement hall, you should pay attention to your words. Don't always target an outer sect disciple. Otherwise, the disciples will be disappointed. Regardless of whether Chang Yueying's words were intentionally directed at Elder Jean or if they were just pleasantries, the fact that she was able to say such words made Ling Xiao have a better impression of her. A sect leader who paid attention to the feelings of the disciples could not be too bad. In short, no matter what the reason is, Ling Xiao has made a great contribution. This is a fact. He must be rewarded greatly. This is the rule of the Yuehua School for tens of thousands of years. No one can change it without permission. It could be seen that Chang Yueying did not have a good relationship with the 5 law enforcement elders of the law enforcement hall. In fact, Chang Yueying knew that Ling Xiao most likely had his own selfish motives for handing over the 2 treasures. As the sect leader of the Yuehua School, she naturally knew about the conflict between Ling Xiao, He Sua, the flame deity, and even Elder Jean. This Ling Xiao used the 2 treasures to become a great contributor to the Yuehua School. This made Elder Jean and the others not dare to act rashly. Even as the sect leader, she had no choice but to side with this person. This kid's scheming was so deep that it made people have a whole new level of respect for him. This was not what a 14-year-old youth should have. It seemed that this kid had some kind of fortuitous encounter. Who knows, he might really become the pillar of the Yuehua School in the future. Perhaps it was time to nurture him properly. On the other hand, Elder Jean and the other elders who were on good terms with him did not look too good. They had been played by a kid who had not even grown out his hair. Who would feel good about this? Ling Xiao had made a great contribution this time, but their faction had lost He Sua. Moreover, Elder Jean had been reprimanded by the sect leader in public. This made them seethe with anger. Ling Xiao, according to the rules of the sect, you have made a great contribution. You will receive 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones, 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, and 20,000 honor points. Chang Yueying saw that Elder Jean did not say anything and announced, in addition, this sect leader will personally agree to 3 of your requests. As long as it is not too excessive, as long as the sect leader can do it, we will naturally help you. After the announcement of the rewards, the whole place was in an uproar. Those who had a good relationship with Ling Xiao were naturally very grateful and appreciative. As for those who hated Ling Xiao, their hearts were filled with jealousy. 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones was nothing, even if it was equivalent to a year's salary for a core disciple. 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones was also nothing, even if it was equivalent to 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones, and no one was willing to exchange it. In fact, the most important rewards were the 20,000 honor points and the 3 requests. According to the rules of the sect, 100 honor points could enter the inner Moonlight Tower's wooden door once, 500 honor points could enter the iron door once, and 1,000 honor points could enter the Jade Door once. In other words, 1,000 honor points was equivalent to a gold-grade top martial art. Ling Xiao had received 20,000 honor points. In addition to the previous 2,000, he had a total of 22,000 honor points, which was enough to obtain 22 sets of gold-grade top martial arts. Of course, this was just a reference. Ling Xiao did not need so many martial arts. After all, a person's energy was limited. In terms of martial arts, it was enough to have enough. Thank you for your reward, Sect Master. Ling Xiao wasn't an insatiable person. Chang Yuying's treatment of him this time was indeed very generous. Next, he had to consider 3 requests. Chang Yuying had made it very clear that as long as his request wasn't excessive and the sect could do it, they would agree. Of course, this was considered polite, so Luo Yunyang still had to consider it carefully. After pondering this for a while, Ling Xiao made a decision. Sect Master, my first request is that the Yuehua school can bestow upon my master, Master Baiyun, the status of an inner sect disciple. This had always been Master Baiyun's dream. His only wish before he died. The reason he wanted to nurture an outstanding disciple into the Yuehua school was that he hoped to contribute to the sect so that the sect could bestow upon him the status of an inner sect disciple again. Perhaps this was just an empty title for Ling Xiao, but it was a lifelong pursuit for Master Baiyun. Even though Ling Xiao and Master Baiyun had some unpleasant experiences in the past, Ling Xiao wouldn't be where he was today without Master Baiyun. Ling Xiao wasn't an ungrateful person like Ming Tian. Furthermore, Master Baiyun was guarding the Divine Sword sect for him. If he could fulfill Master Baiyun's wish, Master Baiyun would definitely do his best. Everyone was stunned when they heard Ling Xiao's request. Then, many of the higher-ups nodded their heads. Even though he's in the sect, he doesn't forget his master in the secular world. Based on his character, he isn't the kind of person who would betray his master. He can't be nurtured. If Heavenly Venerable Occult Flame was here, he would definitely object. Unfortunately, the flame deity was seriously injured and was still recuperating. Thus, he couldn't leave the volcano palace. This request is to repay a debt of gratitude. I agree to it. Chang Yueying nodded with a smile. Clearly, her impression of Ling Xiao had improved a lot. My second request is that the sect can release a Yuan Venerate. Ling Xiao had considered this request carefully. Actually, it wasn't too excessive. The suppression of a Yuan Venerate was entirely due to the law enforcement hall's bias towards the flame deity. In fact, the Yuan Venerate had never done anything detrimental to the Yuehua school. On the contrary, he was Yang Danlin's friend and could even help the Yuehua school at a critical moment. If he thought about it carefully, Yuehua school would not object to it. The Yuan Venerate is not related to you in any way. Why would you release him? Chang Yuing asked doubtfully. Sect Master, the Yuan Venerate is a friend of my benefactor, Old Hall Master Yang Danlin. I have also received his guidance in the past and have some achievements in array formations and alchemy. Therefore, he can be considered half a master to me. Thus, I sincerely request that the sect master release him. Ling Xiao replied. The Yuan Venerate and Old Hall Master Yang are close friends and have never done anything detrimental to the Yuehua school. He even helped Old Hall Master Yang develop many good pill formulas. He can be considered half a Yuehua school member. The law enforcement hall suppressed him because of the flame deity. I have always felt guilty and uneasy. After all, the incident with the flame deity had happened because of him. No. The Yuan Venerate must not be released. Elder Jean panicked once again. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. Chang Yueying might have hesitated. However, his words made Chang Yueying make up her mind. Oh? What is the reason for the law enforcement hall's head to say this? He injured Mo Yan. How can he be released so easily? Elder Jean roared. To think that you are the law enforcement hall's head. Do you really think that I don't know anything about what happened that day? The reason I didn't interfere was because I didn't want to get into a conflict with the law enforcement hall. Chang Yueying's expression turned cold. Mo Yan actually disregarded his status as an inner sect elder and injured an outer sect disciple in Guanghan Hall. He almost killed the outer sect disciple. I won't pursue this matter. How dare you protect him? There were some things that the sect could only be happy if everyone turned a blind eye to. However, Chang Yueying wouldn't be careless if someone really wanted to take this matter seriously. Elder Jin's expression kept changing. In the end, he shut his mouth and didn't say anything else. Ling Xiao, I will also agree to your second request. I will release the Yuan Venerate today. Thank you, Sect Master, for being lenient with me. I pledge my loyalty to the Yuehua School and the Sect Master. Whether Ling Xiao's words were sincere or not, only he himself knew, but he was indeed grateful to Chang Yueying. Furthermore, after this incident, his resentment toward the Yuehua School wasn't that deep. This sect had many problems and many people who made people unhappy. However, there were also people like Yang Danlin, Wang Han Tianzuan, Heavenly Venerate Golden Light, Sect Master Chang Yueying and many others who could be considered fair and just. Tell me your third request. Your first two requests were for the sake of others. You still have to consider this last request for your own sake. Chang Yueying reminded him kindly. Ling Xiao naturally had the same intention. Master Baiyun and the Yuan Venerate were both his masters. However, Master Baiyun was a master in the secular world. The Yuan Venerate was a master that couldn't be made public for the time being. The first two requests were for their sake, so Ling Xiao couldn't shirk his responsibility. However, he had to consider this last request for his own sake. Disciple's third request is that I hope to be able to acknowledge the sect master as my master. Ling Xiao said respectfully. In the mystic realm, there was no such thing as only having one master. There was a saying left behind by ancient sages, when three people walk together, they are bound to have a master. Therefore, for tens of thousands of years, people who truly achieved heaven-defying achievements often had more than one master. There was once a senior expert from the Yuehua School who had reached the Grotto Heaven realm. Before he passed away, he had acknowledged as many as 99 masters. The rest of the people had at least 3 or 4 masters. Of course, there was an unwritten rule here. Within the same sect, one could only acknowledge one master. Master Baiyun was considered a master in the secular world, so strictly speaking, he wasn't included. The Yuan Venerate wasn't a member of the Yuehua School, so this didn't affect him. Therefore, Ling Xiao was completely qualified and should find another senior expert of virtue and prestige to acknowledge as his master. In this way, even Elder Jin and Empyrean Demon Flame would definitely not dare to openly harm him. Now that he had completely displayed his impressive aptitude, he believed that it was not impossible for him to become the disciple of Headmaster Chang Yueying. Upon hearing Ling Xiao's request, Yang Danlin nodded repeatedly. Wang Han Tianzuan and Heavenly Venerate Golden Light looked at each other and smiled bitterly. In fact, both of them wanted to accept Ling Xiao as their disciple, but unfortunately, their cultivation wasn't as good as Sect Master Chang Yueying's. This kid really knew how to choose his master. However, Elder Jin angrily rebuked, "How dare you? A mere outer sect disciple actually made such an excessive request to acknowledge the sect master as his master. Do you know that even if you have a divine-grade treasure body, even if you are one of the top 10 core disciples, none of them have been accepted as a disciple by the sect master? Who do you think you are?" As he spoke, Elder Jin didn't hide his terrifying aura, trying to use this aura to suppress Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao give up on this idea. The meaning of Elder Jin's words to Ling Xiao was very clear. Even the sect master looked down on core disciples. You're just a mere outer disciple with a treasured body. You're just a piece of trash. How dare you make such a request? Whether I'm qualified or not, it's not up to Elder Jin to decide. If the sect master doesn't agree, then I won't pester him. Although I'm just an outer disciple, an ant-like existence, even ants have dignity. I'm not like some people who don't even care about their face. At this moment, Ling Xiao was no longer afraid of Elder Jin's aura. If it was the first time, he might have trembled and been injured. However, this was already the third time Elder Jin had used the same method to deal with him. The Mountain River martial spirit had long been familiar with this kind of aura. In an instant, this aura was directly turned into nourishment and injected into Ling Xiao's soul, continuing to strengthen Ling Xiao's soul. You! Elder Jin was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He didn't expect that in front of so many people, Ling Xiao would actually dare to contradict him. What made him feel the most strange was that his terrifying aura was actually unable to make Ling Xiao feel fear. This was the biggest problem. Alright, head of the law enforcement hall. Since when did it become your turn to interfere in our sex matters? Could it be that you're tired of sitting in the law enforcement hall's head seat and want to come to our sect to be a steward? Chang Yuying's voice was filled with indifference. She was really disappointed in this law enforcement hall's head. However, this person's influence in the Yuehua school was very strong. It wasn't easy to get rid of him. Elder Jin had really shot himself in the foot. Perhaps his disgust for Ling Xiao was too strong, to the point that he actually lost his mind. Ling Xiao waited for Chang Yuying's reply. In any case, he was just testing the waters. If Chang Yuying agreed, then it would naturally be for the best. If she didn't agree, then this third request could be changed. He could take a step back and ask another inner sect elder to be his master and learn martial arts. Therefore, this attempt was absolutely worth it. However, after Chang Yuying stopped Elder Jin's pressure on Ling Xiao, she fell into silence. Her face revealed a bit of sadness, as if she had fallen into deep thought. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, it's better if you acknowledge me as your master. I'll definitely pass on all my skills to you. It's not that the sect leader hates you. She really has some unspeakable difficulties, so she can't accept you as her disciple. In this extremely stifling atmosphere, Heavenly Lord Golden Light's laughter was like a warm spring breeze, dissolving this stifling atmosphere. In fact, there was nothing wrong with having Ling Xiao take Golden Light Heavenly Master as his master. This person's personality was also something that Ling Xiao liked. However, Heavenly Lord Golden Light could not suppress Elder Jin. This was something that Ling Xiao could also see, so he was still hesitating. Jin Guang, don't make things difficult for this child. Even if the headmaster can't accept him, I can. It won't be your turn. Wang Han Tianzuan said with a smile. If it's possible, I can also accept him as my disciple. The Desperation Tower's tower master suddenly spoke. You guys better not fight with me. When this kid entered the inner sect's Moonlight Tower to choose martial arts, I discovered that his future is definitely not worse than those disciples with divine-grade treasure bodies. Let me have him. The Moonlight Tower's tower master also spoke. Do you old fellows of the inner sect want to compete with me for a disciple? He's now an outer sect disciple, and I'm also the hall master of the outer sect hall. Wouldn't it be great to accept him as a disciple? Heavenly Lord Wugo was also anxious. The disciple that he had been cultivating couldn't be snatched away by others. For a time, there were actually 5 Heaven Realm experts who wanted to accept Ling Xiao as their disciple. This made many people who didn't know much about Ling Xiao shocked. You guys don't have to fight. Ling Xiao, from now on, you will follow the 5 supreme elders of our law enforcement hall to cultivate. Suddenly, Elder Jin's eyes flashed with a strange light, and then he said loudly. He might be afraid of Headmaster Chang Yuying, but he wasn't afraid of the others. Therefore, if he wanted to compete for a disciple, then no one could snatch it from him. Many thanks for Elder Jin's good intentions, but Ling Xiao doesn't plan on acknowledging someone I don't like as my master. Ling Xiao was very clear that if he said this sentence, it would completely become fire and water with Elder Jin. There was no possibility of reconciliation. However, he had no intention of easing up at all. The one who should be afraid and worried was not him, but Elder Jin. Although his current cultivation was inferior to Elder Jin's, he possessed the Mountain River martial spirit and the ancient Golden Dragon's inheritance. His future was more than 1,000 times greater than Elder Jin's. Acknowledging Elder Jin as his master, he probably wouldn't be able to learn anything. Instead, he would be completely crippled. This point, as long as one had the slightest bit of brain, they would be able to understand. Well said. Suddenly, an ethereal voice sounded out in the great hall. This was a very pleasant woman's voice. Ling Xiao suddenly trembled with excitement. He recognized that this voice was the voice of that blue-clothed woman he saw back then in the dragon-submitting mountain range. At that time, that woman had also said something that was still fresh in his memory. Hehe, Chang Yuying, if you aren't willing to accept him as your disciple, why don't you give him to me? The voice was still ringing out, but no one came forward. Your Highness Moon Maiden. Chang Yuying was so shocked that she stood up from her seat and hurriedly knelt on the ground. The other sect elders also knelt on the ground. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. Who was this so-called Your Highness Moon Maiden? Why did even the sect leader have to kneel to her? Wasn't this too ridiculous? Get up, Chang Yueying. I know that you have been brooding over your husband's death and are determined to nurture your son with all your might. That's why you swore in front of your husband's grave that you wouldn't accept any more disciples. I understand that, so how about you give him to me? The voice spoke again. Your Highness Moon Maiden is willing to accept this child as your disciple. That's naturally his good fortune. However, do you really intend to accept him as your disciple? Didn't you say that you wanted to find a person with exceptional aptitude and nurture him into the future of Yuehua school? Chang Yueying asked, puzzled. Although Ling Zhao's aptitude was outstanding, it was definitely not exceptional. Her Highness Moon Maiden had been awake for more than 10,000 years and had seen countless geniuses. However, she had never taken a liking to any of them. What did this Ling Xiao do to deserve this? Chang Yueying was both confused and surprised. Not to mention her, even Ling Xiao himself was confused. He had only met the Moon Maiden once. Even if he had performed outstandingly recently, if his Mountain River Martial Soul and Primordial Golden Dragon were excluded, he definitely wouldn't be considered a top-notch talent. Why did this Moon Maiden want to accept him as her disciple? After the initial excitement, Ling Xiao regained his calm. He began to consider if he should accept this Moon Maiden as his master. It was clear that this person's position in the Yuehua school was probably higher than Chang Yueying. If he could become her disciple, not only would he be able to fulfill Ling Zhao's original plan, he would also be able to obtain more benefits. You people are really neglecting the essentials and focusing on the details. The Moon Maiden's voice sounded again. A person's aptitude isn't determined by cold data or the results of a test, but by the process of their development. Novel, law. After a pause, she continued, I'm afraid you don't know this, but I've met this child Ling Xiao once. I could tell that this child had his own opportunities. I didn't expect to meet him again in just a few months at the Yuehua school. This is probably fate. Ling Xiao, are you willing to be my disciple? The Moon Maiden asked. Disciple is naturally willing, but I'm afraid your highness has other conditions for accepting a disciple, right? Ling Xiao asked. Haha, you're really smart, kid. The Moon Maiden said with a smile. That's right, if you want to be my disciple, you still have to do something. Otherwise, there's still no hope. When the higher-ups heard this, they immediately understood. How could it be so easy for the Moon Maiden to accept a disciple? If there were no conditions, how could it be possible? Please speak, your highness. Disciple is listening. When Ling Xiao heard this, he felt relieved. Actually, my conditions are both simple and difficult. You just have to get first place in the Moon Arrival Pagoda Ascension Ceremony and you'll be considered qualified. The Moon Maiden's words were very casual. However, when the higher-ups heard this, they felt that it was a little difficult for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was only at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm Level 3. With his powerful combat strength, he might be able to complete the Moon Tower Ascension Ceremony. However, it was impossible for him to get first place. The Moon Maiden was simply making things difficult for him. Yang Danlin and Wang Han Tianzuan's expressions didn't look too good. On the other hand, Elder Jean and the others were overjoyed. It turned out that the Moon Maiden was just toying with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, I won't force you. You have the right to choose. You can get first place in the Moon Tower Ascension Ceremony and become my disciple, or you can choose one of the other inner sect elders. The Moon Lady's voice sounded again. I can give you 3 days to think about it. Go back and think about it carefully. You can also discuss it with your good friends. Don't make a hasty decision. Your Highness the Moon Maiden, there's no need to consider. This disciple is willing to take your Highness the Moon Maiden as his master. Furthermore, this disciple will definitely take first place in the Moon Arrival Pagoda Ascension Ceremony. Ling Xiao stood up, his eyes filled with confidence. Starting from the Ling family, his journey could be said to be very bumpy, but no matter how difficult it was, he resolutely walked through it. No matter how impossible it was for others, he would persist in doing it and strive to succeed. Perhaps he would fail, but in life, if he didn't even have the courage to try, then he shouldn't even dream of becoming a hero. He should just obediently be an ordinary disciple. Arrogant. You overestimate yourself. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Impulsive. As soon as Ling Zhao's decision was made, the higher-ups had already defined him in their hearts. Even Yang Danlin and Wang Han Tianzuan shook their heads and sighed. How could this child be so stubborn? Haha, I'm not surprised at all by your answer. The Moon Lady chuckled. When I saw you in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, you seemed to be chased by a peak level 8 demonic beast. At that time, your cultivation was only at the 4th or 5th level of the Martial Vein realm, but you actually managed to escape death and even obtained a rare opportunity. You seem to be impulsive, but you're actually very meticulous. Your Highness Moon Lady is too kind. If you didn't save me that day, how could I have survived? Your saving grace is still fresh in my mind. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said. It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it. Anyway, you and I are fated. When you get first place in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony, I'll naturally appear to meet you. At that time, you can formally become my disciple. The Moon Lady smiled. Well, by the way, I'll remind everyone here that I've taken a liking to this child. If he's plotted against before he becomes my disciple, don't blame me for being impolite. You guys can chat, I won't disturb you. After saying that, the voice completely disappeared. Farewell, Your Highness Moon Lady. Chang Yueying and the others finally stood up. She looked at Ling Xiao and sighed. I can't accept you as my disciple, but I didn't expect you to have such a great opportunity. In that case, go back and seize the time to cultivate. The Moon Arrival Festival is not far away. If you want to get first place while being chased by the inner disciples, it's definitely not going to be easy. I know, but I'll work hard. Ling Xiao nodded. As long as you work hard. Chang Yueying smiled. Perhaps it was because of the Moon Lady's appearance that she really looked at Ling Xiao in a new light. This kid might really have something special. Otherwise, with how picky the Moon Lady was, how could she possibly take a liking to this kid? Ling Xiao also sighed in his heart. Originally, he only wanted to become the disciple of the Yuehua school's head teacher to resist the pressure from Elder Jin, the Flame Deity, and the others. He didn't expect the Moon Lady to appear out of nowhere. And this Moon Lady's status was obviously higher than the Yuehua school's head teacher. If he could become her disciple, the effect would definitely be better. Although it was unexpected, it didn't go beyond his plan. Everything was going according to his plan in an orderly manner. And it seemed to be even more perfect than the previous plan. What a lucky bastard. He actually managed to find such a powerful backer. Elder Jin's heart was very depressed. He felt that if he wanted to deal with Ling Xiao next, it would really become very troublesome. If it was the head teacher, Chang Yueying, he could still resist a little. But this Moon Lady's status was respected. Neither he nor Chang Yueying could afford to offend her. Once this kid succeeded in becoming her disciple, it would be troublesome. However, even if he didn't become her disciple now, with the words left behind by the Moon Lady, if he wanted to find fault with Ling Xiao in the future, he really couldn't be as obvious as before. Otherwise, if the Moon Lady was angry, no one would be able to save him. At this moment, Ling Xiao was very happy in his heart. Master Baiyun wanted him to become an inner sect disciple as soon as possible. This way, he could get the attention of the sect and raise his status as much as possible, so that he wouldn't be bullied. Although he didn't become an inner sect disciple, he was an outer sect disciple who received more attention than most inner sect disciples. Master Baiyun even wanted him to find a backer to fight against the Flame Deity. He found Yang Danlin, Wang Han Tianzuan, the Moon Lady, and more than one backer. This power was actually vaguely stronger than the Flame Deity. Even Elder Jin started to be afraid of him. In the next few days, Chang Yueying kept her promise to Ling Xiao. She personally sent someone to inform Master Baiyun and engraved his name in the list of inner sect disciples. This was actually a trivial matter, at least to her. But Master Baiyun, who was far away in Tianfeng City, knelt on the ground and cried for a full 2 hours. For the past few days, Master Baiyun had been cultivating with the large amount of resources that Ling Xiao had plundered. In addition to the spiritual pills and elixirs that Ling Xiao had obtained from the Dead Sword King sect disciples, as well as the gold-grade entry-level martial arts. His cultivation, which had stagnated for many years, had finally broken through. Perhaps it was because of his many years of accumulation, but after he broke through, he was unable to stop himself. He directly went from peak Transcendent Realm first layer to early Transcendent Realm third layer before finally stopping. Originally, he could have returned to Yuehua school at this time. But he didn't. Because he knew that everything he had was given to him by Ling Xiao. He wanted to protect the Divine Sword sect for Ling Xiao. Of course, there was another reason. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was too mysterious. Gold-grade entry-level martial arts and rare-grade martial arts were actually given to the Divine Sword sect as if they were free. In addition, there was also a large amount of gold and silver that could be used to buy cultivation materials. Whether he returned to Yuehua school or not, it really didn't make a difference. As long as he had that status, he was satisfied. The other disciples of the Divine Sword sect also obtained a lot of benefits during this time. Ling Xiaotian, Ling Wuheng, and Ling Yiheng broke through to Transcendent Realm first layer one after another and became Transcendent Realm cultivators admired by the world. Ling Shuang, Ling Zhan, Ling Chen, Ling Yin, and the others also cultivated to the peak of Martial Vein Realm 9th layer one after another. Ling Zhao's younger brother Ling Luo was now a Martial Vein Realm 8th layer cultivator. He was no longer the little radish head that could be bullied by others. Inside the Divine Sword sect, the strength of the disciples had increased to different degrees. At this moment, besides the 12 sects, the Divine Sword sect already had the feeling of being the #1 sect in the world. All of this was thanks to Ling Xiao. Ling Zhao's golden statue was placed in the sect square. It was more than 10 meters tall and looked very spectacular. All the disciples who joined the Divine Sword sect would be taught about Ling Zhao's legend. Of course, these things were taken care of by Master Bai Yun and the others. Ling Xiao didn't have to worry too much about it. The key for him now was to constantly improve his cultivation and status. That way, the Divine Sword sect would continue to grow stronger. Master Bai Yun was granted the status of an inner disciple of Yuehua school. Yuan venerates were also successfully released from the Moonlight Pagoda. When the master and disciple met, they naturally sighed again. The Yuan venerate had never imagined that his disciple would actually be able to rescue him using such a method. He immediately felt emotional. Not only did he not blame Ling Xiao for taking the Moon Maiden as his master, but he was also very supportive. After all, he wasn't a member of the Yuehua school, nor was he an enemy of the Yuehua school. Therefore, there was no conflict of interest between him and the Moon Lady. Of course, more importantly, he only hoped that his disciples could become stronger and more promising. The more things they could learn, the better. He didn't have that much prejudice. After meeting the Yuan venerate, Ling Xiao planned to use the rewards he had received this time to concentrate on his cultivation. After all, his current cultivation was only at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 3rd level. If he relied on his current cultivation to participate in the Moon Arrival Day Tower Ascension ceremony, he was afraid that the outcome would not be good. Strength was always the most important thing. Whether it was completing sect missions or participating in trials, it was all the same. However, just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by the Yuan venerate. "Wait a moment, Master has something to say to you." While Ling Xiao and the Yuan venerate were talking, something extremely strange happened in Green Valley. During the few days he had been back at the sect, Green Valley had practically become a gathering place for the disciples of the 12 sects. These people had all arrived there to search for the treasures left behind by the Plague Demon King. However, after a few days, nothing was found. Then, something terrible happened today. Over 100 disciples of the 12 sects and other small sects had mysteriously disappeared into a forest deep in Green Valley. This forest had been called the Thousand Ghost Forest by the people of Green Valley. It was connected to the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. To be precise, it was a part of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. The reason for this name was that there had once been people from Green Valley who had mistakenly entered this place. In the end, over 100 people had entered, but only one person had returned alive. It was said that he had seen countless ghosts and monsters. Hence, this name had come about. Furthermore, this place had been designated as a forbidden area by Green Valley and martialists and hunters were not allowed to enter. However, why would the disciples of the 12 sects listen to them? In the end, something like this had happened. After this incident, the various large sects had announced that their disciples were forbidden from entering the Thousand Ghost Forest. Unfortunately, it was already a little too late. In the depths of the Thousand Ghost Forest, strange cries were constantly heard, as if evil spirits were demanding lives. If someone entered this place, they would definitely discover that the corpses of the disciples had been placed in a steeple. On the ground, there was a faint, strange pattern that was faintly discernible. When this pattern lit up, the true yuan and blood of these disciples would flow in the same direction. What was lying there was actually a huge, jet-black tiger with 3 heads. It was 5 to 6 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters long. It constantly emitted an extremely dangerous aura. This aura was even more terrifying than that of the Yuehua school's head teacher. One had to know that among the hundreds of disciples, the weakest one was at least at the transcendent realm first layer. At this moment, they had all become nourishment for this 3-headed tiger monster. Hee, that idiot Pestilence, his cultivation has only recovered a little, yet he still dares to cause such a big commotion. This king has really benefited. This 3-headed tiger monster actually spoke in a voice that only humans could have. If the Pestilence Demon King hadn't died, he would have discovered that although this guy's appearance had changed, his aura was definitely that of one of the 9 great demon kings, the evil beast Demon King. But don't worry, when this king's strength recovers, this king will definitely kill that Ling Xiao and avenge you. The evil beast Demon King licked his lips, and a sinister smile appeared on his 3 tiger heads. Although he didn't care that the Pestilence Demon King had been killed, he was still his former companion. Now that he had been killed by an outer disciple of the Yuehua school, even if it was purely for the sake of face, he wouldn't spare Ling Xiao. According to the legends of Green Valley, the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts should have been haunted 1,000 years ago. If this legend was true, then the evil beast Demon King had probably stayed in the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts for over 1,000 years. These demons, who came from an unknown place, had a much longer lifespan than humans. It wouldn't be strange if they didn't die in 10,000 or even 10,000 years, let alone 1,000 years. Of course, Ling Xiao, who was in the Yuehua school, didn't know about the evil beast Demon King. He was currently considering the suggestion of his master, Yuan Venerate. Go to the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts. The Moon Arrival Festival isn't far away. If you stay in the sect and cultivate, your improvement will be limited. Therefore, I suggest that you leave the Yuehua school and head to the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts to seek greater opportunities. The night was as dark as ink. A crescent moon floated in the night sky like a lonely little boat. The cold moonlight shone lazily on the ground. In the quiet wilderness, a pair of bonfires were burning. The flames danced continuously, as if they were performing a fiery dance for their owner. Next to the bonfire, a dog was lying there, sleeping lazily. Next to it was a young man. The young man was wiping the treasured sword in his hand and humming a tune in boredom. Ling Xiao finally agreed to his master's suggestion. Man and dog left the Yuehua school quietly and headed for the 1,000 Ghost Forest. There was too little time left before the Moon Arrival Festival, so it was very difficult for Ling Xiao to achieve a breakthrough in such a short time using ordinary methods. Thus, Ling Xiao agreed to his master's suggestion to train in the 1,000 Ghost Forest. Master, wouldn't it be safer to enter the 1,000 Ghost Forest from the Green Valley? Why do we have to cross the Dragon Submission Mountain Range? Wouldn't it be much more dangerous this way? Ling Xiao asked casually as he put away the ice dragon sword in his hand and started wiping it with another sword. That's right. Master wants you to experience some danger. The dog beside him still had its eyes closed, but a human voice came out of its mouth. I think you should have realized that the more dangerous the situation, the faster your potential will erupt. Therefore, if you want to raise your cultivation base to the Transcendent Level 4 or even the Transcendent Level 5 in a short time, you will have to kill your way through all the dire beasts in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. Ling Xiao finally understood the purpose of his Yuan Venerate master. Although the 1,000 Ghost Forest was their target this time, the demonic beasts and dire beasts in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range were the key. Although killing their way through might be very tiring, it would definitely be much better than staying in the sect. In any case, his master was around, so he wouldn't have to worry even if he really encountered dire beasts that he couldn't handle. Thus, he only needed to focus on tempering his martial techniques and raising his cultivation base. That would be enough. It was true that the Dragon Submission mountain range was dangerous, but the spirit energy there was more abundant than in the sect. Even if he just sat there and cultivated, his speed would be much faster than in the sect. At this thought, Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and asked, "Master, I remember you saying that you would impart a very powerful martial technique to me after leaving the Yuehua school. Is that right?" "That's right. However, I have to first understand your fighting style and choose a martial technique based on your characteristics." "Don't worry, Master. Master isn't stingy. The martial technique I will impart will definitely be a top-notch gold-grade martial technique." The Yuan Venerate did not deny it. "You don't have to rush. You already have a lot of attacking methods. You should know that you shouldn't bite off more than you can chew. If Master wants to teach you martial skills, then I will definitely teach you the martial skills that you need the most right now. Also, Master will give you a suggestion. In the future, even if you fight barehanded, you should use chi swords to fight. There is no need to learn any fist techniques or finger techniques." Disciple understands. Ling Xiao had actually been thinking about it recently. It was the easiest way to develop to the top by focusing on one direction. Martial techniques were different from potential. It was impossible to develop them in all aspects. Even if Ling Xiao had enough energy, did he really have to familiarize himself with all the 18 different types of weapons? Since he had chosen the sword as his weapon, he would resolutely walk down the path of the sword and persevere. Even if he had to fight barehanded, there were other types of martial techniques. There was no need to learn fist techniques. Of course, the martial techniques of the dragon race and the spirit race were special cases and couldn't be lumped together. Hence, he still had to learn them. "How about this, since you're in such a hurry, I'll first teach you a set of 9 veins chi sword. A martial artist has 9 martial veins, and each martial vein can condense into a chi sword. Of course, the power varies from person to person, but the most frightening part of this set of sword techniques is that it uses Jin Yuan to condense chi swords. The different Jin Yuan attributes, the chi sword attributes will also change accordingly." When he saw that Ling Xiao had accepted his suggestion, Yuan Venerate seemed relieved. Originally, he hadn't intended to impart this martial technique to Ling Xiao in such a hurry. However, he had changed his mind now. This set of martial techniques is considered a top-notch gold-grade sword technique. It is best used in close-range or mid-range combat. It is known for its sharp and sudden attack power. When cultivated to perfection, it can produce 9 chi swords at once. Its power is comparable to an entry-level jade-grade martial technique. Ling Xiao was very excited when he heard this. He hadn't been a disciple of Yuan Venerate for long. Previously, he had only learned how to refine arrays from Yuan Venerate. However, this time, he had obtained a top-notch gold-grade martial technique. It seemed like Yuan Venerate had completely trusted him and treated him as a true disciple because of his rescue. There are 2 ways to use the chi swords. One is similar to a finger technique. The maximum range of the chi swords can reach about 10 meters. The other way is to condense chi swords and use them to battle. The length of the chi swords is up to the user. It can even be used to execute other sword techniques. Although it doesn't have the additional effect of a weapon, it has the advantage of being able to retract and release it freely and is more flexible. Yuan Venerate added, "The most amazing thing is that the chi swords can be continuously strengthened. They won't be eliminated as quickly as weapons. Furthermore, many martial techniques won't be unusable due to conflicting attributes." "Master, can spirit power be integrated into the chi swords?" Ling Xiao asked. "Why do you think so?" Yuan Venerate looked at Ling Xiao doubtfully. "Perhaps, but no one has ever tried it before. You can give it a try, but I don't know if you will succeed." "Alright." Ling Xiao intended to use the 9 Meridian Chi Sword to replace the Divine Incarcerate King Fist. The Divine Incarcerate King Fist had helped him a lot along the way. Unfortunately, his cultivation had advanced too quickly, so the Divine Incarcerate King Fist, a gold-grade entry-level martial technique, clearly couldn't keep up with the increase in his strength. The usage of the chi swords might be more varied than one could imagine. Yuan venerates only possessed this martial technique and didn't delve too deeply into it. However, Ling Xiao was different. Whenever this fellow obtained a martial technique, he would definitely try to modify it and make it more suitable for himself. Come over here. Master will impart the incantation for the 9 Meridian Chi sword to you first. You can slowly cultivate it first. You can also continuously improve through battles with dire beasts when you enter the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain range. The incantation for the 9 Meridian Chi sword wasn't long. It only had 9 sentences. Actually, the shorter the incantation, the more troublesome it was, as most of the things had to be comprehended by oneself. Alright, I'm going to sleep first. Wake me up when you've condensed a chi sword. Yuan Venerate still couldn't stay awake for a long time. He was already exhausted after just saying a few sentences. Although he didn't like this state, there was nothing he could do about it. Who asked him to be so severely injured? However, he had just closed his eyes when he was woken up by Ling Xiao. What the hell are you doing, kid? Master just closed his eyes. The Yuan Venerate was helpless. Why didn't this disciple know how to dote on others? Master, you can't blame me for this. You said that I would wake you up as soon as I condensed the first chi sword. Ling Xiao said aggrievedly. What the hell? The Yuan Venerate jumped up. Could it be that Master has been asleep for 2 hours? No, Master, you have been asleep for less than a second. Ling Xiao replied. I have some experience in this area because I have cultivated a gold-grade martial art before. That's why I can cultivate so quickly. You are indeed a monster. The Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly, feeling a little disappointed. Alright, since you have already condensed the first chi sword, demonstrate it for Master. Yes, Master. Ling Xiao closed his eyes slowly. After all, he had just comprehended it, so it was obvious that he wasn't familiar enough with the 9 Meridian Chi sword and would need a longer time to condense the Chi sword. Only the bonfire and the chirping of insects could be heard in the silent wilderness. After about 10 seconds, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and pointed a finger at a towering tree in front of him. 9 Meridian Chi sword. Whoosh! An almost completely transparent chi sword shot out from his finger and extended nearly 10 meters in an instant. The towering tree was easily pierced through as if it was tofu, leaving behind a sharp sword mark. Buzz, a moment later, a strange sound was heard. The sword mark, which didn't seem very big, actually split into dozens of lines in all directions. Kacha, the towering tree, which required more than 10 people to wrap their arms around it, started to sway. What was that just now? The Yuan Venerate asked Ling Xiao in shock. The 9 Meridian Chi sword could only produce the first effect and not the second. Disciple integrated his spirit power into it and produced this special effect. Ling Xiao scratched his head. Sai, what should I say about you? Should I say that you're a genius, or that you're a freak? The Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly. Although you are still somewhat unfamiliar with the process of condensing the chi sword, it doesn't matter. You will be able to use it proficiently very soon if you continue to practice. Next, try using it as a sword. Yes. Ling Xiao condensed an energy sword once again. This time, he was clearly much more proficient than before, which stunned the Yuan Venerates. He had also seen many geniuses, but he had simply never encountered someone like Ling Xiao. Success. This time, Ling Xiao only used a breath of time to successfully condense the chi sword. Cut that tree open. Yuan Venerate pointed at the tree that was already on the verge of collapsing. Ling Xiao nodded and controlled the chi sword to a range of 4 to 5 meters. He then lightly swung his right hand and used his basic sword skill. The chi sword was like a divine weapon as it directly cut apart the towering tree. Good. Master introduces the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. Your comprehension ability is really good, so Master really has nothing to nitpick about. Just continue cultivating like this. You will definitely be able to bring the 9 Meridian Chi sword to greater heights. The Yuan Venerate had originally wanted to see if there were any shortcomings in Ling Xiao's technique and give him some pointers. However, after watching Ling Xiao's demonstration, he decided to forget about it. This fellow was simply a model of self-taught. Not only did he have an outstanding grasp of the 9 Meridian Chi sword, but the most ridiculous thing was that he was actually able to draw inferences about other things and create new ways to use it. It seemed that this master of his had really picked up a treasure. But why did he feel so helpless? Master, do you think the Qi sword can be used like this? As he was thinking about this, the Yuan Venerate saw another shocking scene. Ling Xiao actually turned the originally straight Qi sword into a soft, whip-like sword. It was clearly stabbing forward, but it suddenly stabbed out from behind. This was also not mentioned in the original chant. Master, can the Qi sword be used like this? Ling Xiao had invented a new way to use it. The Qi sword completely enveloped his right fist as if he was wearing a special boxing glove. The Qi sword had actually turned into a defensive martial technique in an instant. Once one understood, all would be understood. Ling Xiao continuously changed the Qi sword into various shapes. Sometimes it turned into a shield, sometimes it turned into a wild beast, and sometimes it even turned into a beautiful flower to make a lady happy. Although many of the variations weren't very useful in actual combat, some of them were simply classic ideas that were really wonderful when used in actual combat. It seems like Master doesn't have to worry about your comprehension of martial techniques. The next key is to increase your cultivation and quintessential origin energy. When we enter the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, Master will think of a way to help you find some rare materials for refining spirit pills. The Yuan Venerate finally understood that Ling Xiao's comprehension of martial techniques was the most outstanding he had ever seen, so he didn't have to worry. The key was still to increase his cultivation. As for your cultivation, even though your aptitude is very outstanding, appropriate elixir pills are also necessary. At the same time, you should continue to improve your alchemy skills. I believe that the core disciples of the sect, as well as geniuses like Ling Hao and Ming Tian, will all receive a lot of elixir pills from their master, right? Ling Xiao pondered this for a moment. Of course, but they will at most look for Old Yang to refine elixir pills. However, don't forget that Old Yang's alchemy skills were also taught by me. Given his aptitude, it would already be pretty good if he could learn a drop in the ocean from me, the Yuan Venerate said confidently. Even though Master's strength has yet to recover, in terms of alchemy and array formation techniques, there are probably no more than 10 people in the entire mystic world who can match Master in terms of alchemy skills and array formation techniques. When he spoke, there was a kind of arrogance in his bones that originated from his past. Ling Xiao wasn't very clear about the Yuan Venerate's past, but he firmly believed that the Yuan Venerate wasn't speaking nonsense. Some arrogance really wasn't something that could be faked. To be honest, he was becoming more and more interested in his master's identity. Unfortunately, his master had only said that he would find out in the future and didn't mention it again. Also, from now on, keep this array formation stone on you. No matter what you do, don't take it off until the tower ascension ceremony begins. The Yuan Venerate suddenly moved his claws and took out a piece of array formation stone from the storage ring hanging around his neck. This array formation stone was purplish black and had many strange inscriptions and patterns on it. It was very obvious that this thing had already been integrated into some sort of array formation. Ling Xiao reached out to take the array formation stone. However, his arm suddenly sank and he was shocked. This small piece of array formation stone actually weighed close to 1,000 kilograms. The miraculous thing about the art of refining formations was that it could achieve different effects through different materials. The weight of the alchemy formation stone was about 2,000 kilos. Even with all of Ling Xiao's current strength, he could only lift about 2,500 kilograms. Although he could definitely lift this thing, the feeling of heaviness was still very obvious. Strangely, this thing didn't cause any damage to his clothes when he put it in his pocket. This was probably due to the formation array on it. Master, I can't even walk with this thing. How can I fight? Ling Xiao couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. My good disciple, I know that there is a special power in your body. Furthermore, your quintessential origin energy is too vigorous. Therefore, you will often use this power involuntarily during battle. This isn't a bad thing, but it isn't very beneficial for honing your martial techniques, the Yuan Venerate said seriously. Master, do you mean that I won't be able to use all my quintessential origin energy with this thing? That's right. This alchemy formation stone has a special sealing formation array that can greatly suppress quintessential origin energy, spirit power, and other special powers. You only need to conserve quintessential origin energy that is equivalent to your cultivation base. The Yuan Venerate nodded. After training for a period of time, you will be shocked when you remove the alchemy formation stone. Furthermore, doing this will also be very helpful for your cultivation of the 9 Meridian Aura Sword, the 12 Golden Lotus Arts, and the Sky Dragon Golden Body. I understand, Master. Ling Xiao wasn't stupid. He understood the Yuan Venerate's reason for doing this. If he only relied on quintessential origin energy to win during battle, then the improvement of his martial techniques would be very limited. Furthermore, his thirst for quintessential origin energy would weaken, which would definitely affect his cultivation. Although this seemed like a small problem, it actually had far-reaching effects. This was the advantage of experience. Even if Ling Xiao had the Mountain River martial soul, he wouldn't be able to make up for it. He would have to learn from others. This was a desert. Many places had already turned into sand. No one knew when it would turn into a desert. The scorching sun was like fire, scorching the earth relentlessly. The sand on the ground was almost boiling hot. If corn was thrown on the sand, it would turn into popcorn in an instant. Some people were sitting lazily in the shade, drinking water in big mouthfuls. In such terrible weather, no one was willing to continue their journey. On the contrary, it was more comfortable at night. Look over there, someone seems to be coming. How is that possible? Which lunatic would travel in this weather? The person who spoke quickly widened his eyes. Not far away, the figure of a young man appeared on the sandy road. There was a dog lying on the young man's shoulder. It was as if the heat had nothing to do with the dog. It didn't even stick out its tongue. That youth, on the other hand, clearly had nothing on him except for a thin long robe. But when he walked, it was as if he was carrying a mountain. Every step he took, the ground would sink into a deep pit. Even though it was soft sand, it wouldn't be that bad even if he was carrying 100 kilograms of weight. Let's take a rest in front. Ling Xiao finally heard his master's voice. He felt as if he had heard the sound of nature. It was too terrifying. He had to carry 2,000 gene of things on his back, and he couldn't use too much of his true essence. This method of traveling made him suffer unspeakably. Fortunately, he had already built a good foundation when he was at the martial vein realm and his body was as strong as a ferocious beast's. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have been unable to move. Bring me 3 jugs of water. Walking to a shady area, Ling Xiao shouted at the person who was buying water. This was still the edge of the Dragon Submission mountain range, so there were still people living there. Water is here. When 3 jugs of water were brought over, Ling Xiao gulped down 1 jug of water and then poured the other jug of water over him from head to toe. The feeling was really great. However, it was too extravagant. At least, that was how it looked to others. Because there was a shortage of water here, a jug of water was worth 1 tael of silver. Ordinary people would be heartbroken to buy a jug of water, so Ling Xiao was simply wasting it. The 3rd jug of water was left for the Yuan Venerate to enjoy. After drinking a few mouthfuls, the Yuan Venerate jumped into the jug. Ling Xiao simply forked out some more silver to buy the jug. Otherwise, the Yuan Venerate wouldn't be able to buy it. How do you feel, disciple? The Yuan Venerate asked through voice transmission instead of speaking directly. After all, there were many people here. While the martialists of the sects might not find it strange that a dog could talk, it was still very easy for ordinary people to gather around and watch. I can only say that the effects of this array refining stone are too terrifying. After carrying it, I feel as if most of the true origin energy, spirit power, and other energies in my body have been cut off. Even the circulation of true origin energy at the early stage of the transcendent realm has become sluggish. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, furthermore, it's really tiring to carry 2,000 kilograms of things like this. A journey that originally took 2 hours now takes 4 hours. How long will it take to reach the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range? You are obviously quite smart, kid. Why haven't you figured it out yet? This is a form of cultivation. Just wait and see. After persevering for a month, I can guarantee that your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds, the Yuan Venerate said with a smile. If you want to improve your cultivation in a short period of time, you have to endure hardships. This is only the beginning. I'm not afraid of enduring hardships. Master, if you have any ideas, please let me know. Ling Xiao grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. He had endured a lot of hardships ever since he had become sensible, especially when he had been a beggar. What was this little bit of hardships compared to the past? It was simply heaven. Let me know when you get used to the weight of 1,000 kilograms. This weight can still be adjusted. The Yuan Venerate suddenly reminded him. I understand. Actually, Ling Xiao had made some new gains during this 4-hour journey. The golden dragon cells in his body had already awakened to 40, and he had gained another 10. Ordinary martialists who reached the 3rd level of the transcendent realm basically had a strength in the range of 500 to 1,500 kilograms. The key was that different cultivation paths led to different amounts of strength. However, Ling Xiao's current strength had already reached 6,000 kilograms, which was double the strength of the strongest ordinary martialist. He hadn't told his master, the Yuan Venerate, about this, but the benefits of the Yuan Venerate's cultivation method had already manifested. During his break, Ling Xiao ate the low-grade true elemental pills like they were beans. This sort of thing, which was considered a precious treasure in the secular world, was something he could get easily. He had been so happy when he had first obtained a low-grade true elemental pill from Master Baiyun. Now, he could use it without hesitation. Many people were looking at Ling Xiao, including martial vein-grade martialists. However, he didn't care. He even hoped that someone would come looking for trouble with him. He really wanted to see what kind of results he could achieve in a real battle after suppressing most of his true origin and other energies. Martialists always had a desire for battle in their bones. It was just that many people weren't willing to admit it. Unfortunately, these people didn't seem to realize that he was eating a low-grade true origin pill. They probably really thought he was eating beans. Ling Xiao, who had swallowed the low-grade true essence pill, sensed something different. Logically speaking, a low-grade true origin pill wouldn't have any effect on a 3rd-level transcendent realm martialist. It would only replenish his true origin. However, what surprised him was that his muscles were already exhausted and his true origin was almost completely depleted. As the low-grade true elemental Dan entered his abdomen, in the blink of an eye, the medicinal efficacy was completely absorbed by his dried-up body. It felt like he was splashing water on dry ground. Not only did his cultivation improve, but even his body felt like it had been tempered. His sky dragon golden body, which had been stagnant, actually showed signs of loosening up. Interesting. Ling Xiao smiled delightedly. A Yuan Venerate was indeed a master and a powerhouse. This cultivation method that was tailor-made for him was really extraordinary. Master, let's continue. Yes, the last inhabited place at the edge of the Dragon Submission mountain range should be up ahead. It's called Sha Castle. Ling Xiao nodded and slowly stood up. Compared to before, he felt that it was much easier to walk now. Even though Ling Xiao couldn't use the Cloud Dragon Divine Travel because he had the Array Refining Stone with him, his speed was still much faster than ordinary martialists. When the blazing sun turned into a warm sunset, he finally arrived at the Sha family castle. It was a place at the edge of the Dragon Submission mountain range. It could be considered a village, but it was a little big because many martialists came here. The Sha castle was located in the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range. Hence, many adventurers or those who went to the Dragon Submission mountain range would stay here for a period of time to prepare sufficient food and tools before entering the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range. Most of the buildings here were made of sand and stone, and they looked quite sturdy. Along the way, Ling Xiao also saw many transcendent realm cultivators, and his originally somewhat unique appearance was no longer so conspicuous. The martial artists were either discussing missions, the world's major events, or talking about a certain senior sister or junior sister of a certain sect. They burst into laughter that all men understood. What was interesting was that Ling Xiao actually heard about himself from these people. It seemed that the incident in Green Valley had caused quite a stir. The Sha family castle was not considered a town, but even though it was small, it had all the essentials. There were pharmacies, blacksmiths, food ingredient stores, and so on. Almost every shop was filled with people. These martialists who came from the sects were not stingy in forking out large amounts of silvers to buy the things that they liked. In the eyes of the commoners, they were simply fools with too much money. But in the eyes of these martialists, gold and silver were not worth mentioning at all. Let's go to the pharmacies to take a look. Yuan Venerate suggested, this place is close to the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range and we can often get some rare medicinal herbs. But in this small place, there are fewer outstanding alchemists and there are many treasures that they can't even recognize. Who knows, we might be able to pick up some scraps. Ling Xiao felt that it made sense. Anyway, the sky was already dark and it was too dangerous to enter the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range now. So he intended to stay in the Sha castle for a night and set off early the next morning. Even though the moon arrival festival was getting closer and closer, but some things could not be rushed. The scale of this pharmacy was not small and it was not inferior to a big city like Skycloud City. The most amazing thing was that the ceiling of this shop was actually set up a strange light absorption array. This array did not have any attack power but it could absorb the sun's rays during the day and release these rays at night. A good light absorption array could last for more than 10 days without any problem. This pharmacy's light absorption array was slightly worse but it could last for about 6 hours, which was definitely enough for them to use. Entering the pharmacy, it felt no different from daytime. The gentle rays of light revealed a tinge of warmth which made the cold night weather not as cold as before. There were many people in the shop and when Ling Xiao walked in, he did not attract too much attention. Only the shopkeeper took a glance at him. Ling Xiao did not wear the Yuehua school's uniform. Instead, he wore an ordinary set of clothes. However, in the eyes of the commoners, it was still rather luxurious. This set of clothes was worth at least 10 taels of silver. Towards such rich people, the staff of the pharmacy would usually not keep a close eye on them as they were afraid of offending these potential big customers. With no one to disturb him, Ling Xiao was able to calm down and search the entire pharmacy in search of the missing treasures that his master, Yuan Venerate, wanted to find. All sorts of medicinal herbs, medicinal fruits, as well as various materials from various demonic beasts and ferocious beasts could be seen here. Master, it seems like the Sha family also has an outstanding alchemist. Basically, all the valuable materials have been bought. Ling Xiao secretly transmitted his voice to Yuan Venerate after looking around. Your analysis is correct, but it's just the basics. This alchemist's level is much worse than old Yang's, let alone master's. After choosing so many ingredients, he still missed out on an extremely precious material. Yuan Venerate replied. This disciple has also discovered it. Ling Xiao smiled. However, master, is there any use in buying it? Of course there is. I am going to teach you how to refine a yellow-grade low-grade elixir pill. This material is a must. Buy it. Yuan Venerate transmitted his voice. Ling Xiao nodded and walked around as if nothing had happened. Then, he walked over to the material he had taken a fancy to and said, "Waiter, can I trouble you to help me retrieve this material?" Actually, he was a little too nervous. There was simply no need for that. This material had been here for at least a month, yet no one had taken it away. This meant that no one had recognized it. Even if he acted a little impatient, the waiter would only find it strange and wouldn't care too much. The waiter had been staring at Ling Xiao for a long time. When he had first seen Ling Xiao's expensive clothes, he had thought that he had met a big customer. In the end, this fellow had only taken a fancy to a cheap material. This made him a little unhappy. 100 taels of silver. The waiter said faintly. Ling Xiao casually took out the money. 100 taels of silver were nothing to him. It was something that he wouldn't even bother picking up if it was thrown on the ground. You don't have to give him so much. Even 1 tael of silver is too much for such an ordinary material. How dare he ask for 100 taels of silver? The person who had suddenly appeared in the medicine shop and said that the shop assistant was trying to scam him was a woman. It was a woman in a yellow dress. Ling Xiao had seen many beautiful women. However, the most outstanding ones were Ling Yixue, Dai Yuling, Lan Yuer, and this woman in the yellow dress. Their beauty was not superficial. Instead, it was a combination of inner and outer beauty. Compared to them, the number one beauty of Tianfeng City, Shi Yulian, was nothing. Although Ling Yu, Su Ying, and Shi Mei were also beautiful, there was a difference. However, they lacked a certain feeling. Wow, look, Fairy Ling Long is here. Rumor has it that Fairy Ling Long is the #1 beauty of the Sha Castle. Looks like it's true. Look at her body, it's so hot. Shoo. Don't spout nonsense. Fairy Ling Long is not someone you can blaspheme. She is the holy maiden that the heavens gave to the Sha Castle. She is the blessing of all martial artists. Many martial artists who were seriously injured or on the verge of death were saved by Fairy Ling Long. Cough, cough. I'm just saying. You can't even say that. If you blaspheme Fairy Ling Long again, don't blame me for cutting ties with you. Also, if someone tries to teach you a lesson because of this, I won't help you. In the crowd, the two of them actually got into a conflict because of Fairy Ling Long. Ling Xiao looked at this woman thoughtfully. To be honest, his first impression of this woman was quite good. After all, not only was she beautiful, but she also had an inner and outer beauty that was mesmerizing. Of course, the most important thing was that she was willing to speak up for him. He knew that the shop assistant was asking for a ridiculous price. However, the value of the medicine was definitely not something that could be bought with 100 taels of silver. He was worried that a long delay might lead to trouble, so he did not care about this. Thank you for speaking up for me, Fairy. Ling Xiao looked at Fairy Ling Long and said to the shop assistant, wrap the medicine properly. Here's 100 taels of silver. The shop assistant did not dare to take 100 taels of silver. He hurriedly waved his hands. Ling Xiao grabbed the medicine and stuffed the money into the shop assistant's hands. Only then did he feel relieved. The medicinal herbs in his hands, not to mention 100 taels of silver, even 10,000 taels of gold would not be able to buy it. At this moment, there were more and more people gathering around. If they were to be discovered, this business would not be able to continue. Fairy Ling Long, as you can see, he was the one who insisted on buying it. I didn't force him. The shop assistant wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was extremely fearful of Fairy Ling Long. Within the Sha Castle, a single word from Fairy Ling Long was superior to a single word from the Northern Han Emperor. That was because the martial artists who frequently came here would all listen to her. Although Fairy Ling Long was neither an alchemist nor an alchemist, she had a special ability that allowed her to heal the injuries of martial artists. Furthermore, this ability was extremely powerful. In terms of healing injuries, it was better than any medicine. This was also the reason why she was respected. That's 9 dragon grass. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Sure enough, there were experts in the crowd. However, most of these people did not pay too much attention to the 9 dragon grass that was mixed in with the 9 dragon grass, so they missed it. This time, when Ling Xiao picked it out, someone immediately recognized it. On the surface, the 9 dragon grass was extremely similar to the 9 dragon grass. If one was not an alchemist or an alchemist, they would not be able to tell the difference. However, the liquid flowing out of the 9 dragon grass was green, while the liquid flowing out of the 9 dragon grass was golden yellow. If one's soul force was strong enough, they would even be able to sense that the 9 dragon grass faintly emitted the aura of a dragon, while the 9 dragon grass did not. Rumor had it that the 1,000-year-old 9 dragon grass could even produce the image of a true dragon. If one diligently comprehended it, it would not be strange for one to comprehend a dragon-type martial soul. The 9 dragon grass in Ling Xiao's hands should only be 500 to 600 years old. However, this item, strictly speaking, could only be purchased with spirit stones. Even gold could not buy it. The 100-year 9 dragon grass was one of the main ingredients for refining the low yellow-grade medicinal pill, the 100-year 9 dragon quenching origin pill. Auxiliary ingredients could be substituted, but the 100-year 9 dragon grass absolutely could not be substituted. The 100-year 9 dragon quenching origin pill was an extremely precious cultivation elixir. Its effect on Ling Xiao's cultivation base was even better than a supreme-grade true origin pill. More importantly, a supreme-grade true origin pill could only improve one's true origin pill. On the other hand, the 9 dragon quenching origin pill could improve everything, including one's soul, true origin pill, body, and even one's martial soul. It could be considered an all-round improvement. The Yuan Venerate had originally intended to refine such an elixir for Ling Xiao. However, the ingredients required to refine such an elixir were not easy to find. The Yuehua school only had some auxiliary ingredients and was missing a few key ingredients. One of them was the 9-dragon grass. However, the Yuan Venerate had not expected that Ling Xiao would be so lucky. He had not even entered the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range, yet he had already found it in the Sha family's medicine store. Everyone, including Fairy Ling Long, looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of disdain when they heard the potion master's explanation of the 9-dragon herb's miraculous properties. The shop assistant seemed to understand why Ling Xiao had insisted on buying the 9-dragon grass. "We are not selling this item anymore." Before the shop assistant could say anything, the shopkeeper of the medicine store rushed over and said loudly, "What a joke, I have already paid for it. This item is already mine. You are dreaming if you say that you are not selling it anymore." Ling Xiao did not care about what the shopkeeper had said. He immediately stored the 9-dragon grass in the Mountain River realm and planted it. If he could use the Mountain River realm to raise the 500-year-old 9-dragon grass to 999 years, the effects would be even better. It could not exceed 1,000 years. Otherwise, it would be a 1,000-year-old 9-dragon quenching origin pill. Given Ling Xiao's current cultivation base, there was no way he could use it. That was an elixir used by sky humans. "Your Highness Fairy Ling Long, you have to make a decision for this store. This person is obviously trying to force us to buy this item." The shopkeeper did not look at Ling Xiao. Instead, he cupped his fists and said to Fairy Ling Long, "An outsider actually dares to behave atrociously in the Sha family's castle. Does he not want to live anymore? That's right. Leave the item behind and get out of here. He actually wants to buy the 9-dragon grass for a mere 100 silver taels. Surround him, don't let him escape." Soon, Ling Xiao was surrounded. The security around him was so tight that not even a drop of water could escape. He could roughly understand what these people were thinking. If he could not obtain something good, others should not think about obtaining it either. Ling Xiao's cultivation was at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 3rd layer, which was indeed strong enough. However, the Sha family's castle was a special place. It was not strange for cultivators to appear in the 4th or 5th layer of the Transcendent Realm. There were even cultivators at the 6th layer of the Transcendent Realm. However, there were no cultivators above the 7th layer. Ling Xiao glanced at these people indifferently before turning to the shopkeeper and saying coldly, "I'll give you 10 breaths of time to get them to scram. Otherwise, your shop will be closed." He wasn't someone who liked to cause trouble, but if someone wanted to bully him, he wouldn't be merciful. There was no such thing as regretting something that had already been agreed upon. "Young master, why don't I buy your 9-dragon grass for 100,000 taels of gold?" "I believe the shopkeeper won't say anything then." Fairy Ling Long suddenly said. 100,000 taels of gold? Humph, how about I give you 100,000 taels of gold in exchange for a 9-dragon grass? Ling Xiao asked as he looked at Fairy Ling Long calmly. His initial good impression of her had completely vanished. She clearly wanted to take advantage of him, yet she pretended to be a hypocrite. He despised such people the most. "Young man, although the 9-dragon grass is precious, you can't enjoy it without your life. Since Fairy Ling Long is being merciful, you should quickly find a way out. Don't be so stubborn." Someone in the crowd shouted. "That's right, the 9-dragon grass should be found in the 1,000 Ghost Forest. You can go there when you reach the Transcendent Realm 6th layer. Leave this 9-dragon grass behind." Someone else shouted. Ling Xiao sneered inwardly. It was strange that a Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator could enter the 1,000 Ghost Forest without dying. He had heard from his Yuan Venerate master that if one didn't have a Heaven Realm powerhouse or the protection of a Heaven Realm powerhouse, one would die without a doubt. Besides, even if one could enter and come out alive, the 9-dragon grass wasn't a weed that grew everywhere. One might not be able to find it. These people probably understood this, which was why they were so desperate for the 9-dragon grass. "For breaths of time?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. "There's no need to wait for 10 breaths of time. Fairy Ling Long, you've seen how stubborn this brat is. We'll just have to use force," the shopkeeper shouted. "But don't worry, Fairy Ling Long, we won't take his life. We'll just capture him and force him to hand over the 9-dragon grass." Fairy Linglong glanced at Ling Xiao and sighed helplessly before retreating from the battlefield. Go. As soon as the shopkeeper gave the order, the dozen or so Transcendent Realm first layer and second layer Transcendent cultivators rushed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't fight back. He just stood there, counting the time. 6 breaths. Ding ding dang dang, boom. Boom, continuous sounds of collision rang out. Regardless of whether it was weapons or martial skills, they all bounced off after coming into contact with Ling Xiao's body. Although Ling Xiao had suppressed most of his strength, his physique was still incredibly strong. If a cultivator below the Transcendent Realm third layer didn't have a celestial grade artifact or above, they wouldn't be able to harm him. He didn't even bother to dodge. 10 breaths. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and said, 10 breaths have passed. Say goodbye to your pharmacy. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly struck out with his palm, and a destructive aura spread throughout the entire medicine store. The medicine store, which covered an area of 4 to 5 acres, was instantly reduced to ruins. After doing this, he slowly walked away as if nothing had happened. His footsteps were still so heavy. However, no one dared to chase after him. That was because everyone knew what would happen if that attack were to land on a person. He's only at the early Transcendent Realm third layer. How can his attack be so terrifying? It's not just an attack. His body seems to be made of steel. He doesn't fear our attacks at all. No wonder he's so arrogant. This young man's strength is truly terrifying. Shopkeeper Liu, you've kicked an iron plate. Consider yourself unlucky. That's right. This matter was originally your fault. You actually went back on your word after making a deal. Do you think this young man is easy to bully? Humans were like this. When the tree fell, the monkeys would scatter. When the wall fell, everyone would push it. Many people who tried to attack Ling Xiao just now realized that this young man wasn't easy to bully after witnessing Ling Xiao's strength. As a result, there were naturally people who were reasonable. Shopkeeper Liu's face was pale and he was furious. You don't need to worry. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in the Xia family castle won't be able to return alive. Fairy Linglong shot a glance at Shopkeeper Liu before turning around and leaving behind those words. She had always been the queen of this place. No one had ever dared to not give her face. But today, a 14-year-old young man, a mere early Transcendent Realm third layer young man, had actually destroyed the Xia family castle's only medicine store in front of her. More importantly, she was the owner behind the scenes of this medicine store. How could she allow such a thing to happen? Ling Xiao was already on her death list. She wanted to let this young man know who the real owner of this place was. At this time, Ling Xiao had already settled down in an inn in the Xia family castle. He didn't know what Fairy Linglong was thinking. But even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. In fact, he might even be a little excited. It had been 2 days since he came out. His hands were really itching for a fight. When he went to bed, Ling Xiao still didn't take out the refining formation stone. To him, persevering for 2 months was also a test. If he couldn't even persevere through this, how difficult would the path of cultivation be? Would he be able to continue? Master, I've already obtained the 9 dragon grass. There are still 2 main materials left to refine the 100-year 9 dragon quenching origin pill, right? Sitting cross-legged, Ling Xiao didn't plan to sleep. Night was the best time to cultivate. Of his 2 sword soul doppelgangers, one was cultivating the soul dye and the other was cultivating the shadow sword art. The power of soul dye had already been demonstrated in Green Valley. Ling Xiao would never give up. As for the shadow sword technique, his snow lotus sword technique had been cultivated to perfection, and the last snowstorm had also reached 100% power, so it was time to cultivate a new sword technique. If his cultivation could reach the 7th layer of the Transcendent Realm and his shadow sword art reached the 6th layer grand accomplishment, he would be able to create another sword soul doppelganger to cultivate. At that time, the 3 sword soul doppelgangers would be able to cultivate together with his main body, allowing him to cultivate faster and more evenly. His main body was still comprehending the 9 meridian aura sword. Ling Xiao liked this new martial technique very much. The appearance of the aura sword could undergo various changes. It was much more convenient than using a treasure sword. It could also do many things that a treasure sword couldn't. That's right. We found the 9 dragon grass. As long as we obtain the origin energy fruit and the core of a 4th grade dire beast, we can refine the 9 dragon quenching origin pill. Yuan Venerate nodded. Oh, that's right. We're about to enter the dragon subduing mountain range. Master needs to rest well. If we encounter a powerful dire beast that you can't handle, Master will have to help. Rest well, Master. Disciple will wake you up when you are needed. Ling Xiao had snatched the beast ring from a disciple of the beast monarch palace. Its principle was similar to that of a storage ring. However, the beast ring was a space specially used to store beasts. Hence, the beasts could survive inside as there was a special array inside. Alright, it's not convenient to always stay outside. The Yuan Venerate nodded in agreement before Ling Xiao put it away in the beast ring. Although Ling Xiao's mountain river realm could also store living creatures, the problem was that once they entered the mountain river realm, they would be fused with the mountain river martial soul and become an existence that was fused with Ling Xiao's soul. For example, the ancient golden dragon could no longer exist on its own. If it wanted to appear in this realm, it could only appear in the form of Ling Xiao's martial soul. This was a situation that occurred after the mountain river martial soul and Ling Xiao's soul completely fused. There were benefits, but there were also some inconveniences. Of course, even if there were no such inconveniences, Ling Xiao wouldn't have dared to let the Yuan Venerate in so easily. The mountain river martial soul was still a huge secret to Ling Xiao. This was a secret that he absolutely couldn't let others know about easily. This included his master. After all, Ling Xiao really couldn't guarantee that the Yuan Venerate would be able to remain calm in front of the mountain river martial soul. After making arrangements for the Yuan Venerate, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and cultivated while resting. Although he was very tired after a day, the way martialists rested was somewhat different from ordinary people. This was especially true for transcendent grade martialists, who only needed to sit in a lotus position and let the true origin energy circulate in their body a few times to get rid of their exhaustion. The silent night slipped through her fingertips without a sound. When the morning sun shone over the entire Sha castle, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, his soul dye and shadow form sword art had both reached the peak of the 1st level. He reckoned that he would be able to break through soon. Naturally, the 9 Meridian Aura Sword had improved the most. In just one night, he had already comprehended the 2nd Aura Sword. The more Aura Swords there were, the more flexible it would be to use them. The harder it would be for the enemy to guard against them. In the process of cultivating the 9 Meridians Chi Sword, Ling Xiao discovered that his cultivation had also unknowingly increased. Mid-3rd layer Transcendent Realm, he didn't deliberately cultivate, but he actually broke through just like that. It seemed like his current cultivation method had been right. Although he might encounter some dangers on this trip with his Yuan Venerate master, such as being targeted by Elder Jean and the others, he was confident that he would be able to survive. However, such a fast cultivation speed was really worth the risk. Moreover, would the other party succeed in killing him? What a joke. He, Ling Xiao, would definitely make these people who tried to kill him suffer a double loss. Lighter? Ling Xiao got down from the bed and realized that the pressure from the refining array stone had lessened. He seemed to have gotten used to the weight of 2,000 kilograms. Might as well adjust it to 3,000 caddies. The Yuan Venerate had already explained the method of adjusting the weight to Ling Xiao in detail. Otherwise, the Yuan Venerate would tire himself to death if he had to worry about such a small matter. When the weight of the refining array stone was adjusted to 3,000 caddies, Ling Xiao clearly felt his body sink and his face turned slightly red. Even his breathing became a little hurried. However, after adapting for a moment, although it was still rather tiring, he at least wasn't unable to walk anymore. The weight of 3,000 caddies was just right. It was enough to put a lot of pressure on Ling Xiao without affecting his normal movements. In the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, there were many dangers. There were basically no demonic beasts there. Basically, all that existed were dire beasts and even more powerful evil beasts. Even if Ling Xiao traveled alone in his ancient golden dragon form, he could only run for his life if he encountered a high-level dire beast, let alone an evil beast. This was also why the Yuan Venerate had to travel with him. Ling Xiao could deal with ordinary dangers by himself. However, the Yuan Venerate would naturally step in when he encountered life-threatening dangers. Ling Xiao understood the Yuan Venerate's intentions very well. This trip to the Dragon Submission Mountain Range was basically Ling Xiao's own adventure. Only by doing so could he hone his ability to face dangers alone. Even if he encountered a high-level dire beast or an even more powerful evil beast, as long as Ling Xiao's life wasn't in danger and he could escape, the Yuan Venerate wouldn't step in. Of course, in order to ensure safety, most martialists would choose to travel in groups when they entered the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. If there were 4 or 5 or even more than 10 transcendents traveling together, they would still have the ability to fight back even if they encountered a stronger dire beast. Furthermore, this might be a better way to train people. After all, if one encountered a high-level dire beast alone, the first choice would be to run away. If there were more people, they could cooperate and fight together. This was also very effective in honing one's fighting techniques. Therefore, Ling Xiao also intended to find a few martialists to accompany him on this trip. In any case, he had an array formation stone on him now. Actually, the purpose of this trip was to hone his 9 Meridian Chi sword and combat ability. If he could avoid removing the array formation stone, he would try his best not to. However, finding other martialists to accompany him would be a little troublesome. Generally, martialists would form groups of 4 types. The first type would be martialists with similar interests. The second type would be martialists from the same sect. The third type would be martialist groups that were temporarily put together for the same goal. The last type would be martialists hired by certain groups. For example, the medicine shop that Ling Xiao had destroyed previously had hired many martialists to enter the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range to search for medicinal herbs. Furthermore, some business groups and families would also hire martialists to do certain things. Ling Xiao could actually join any of these 4 groups. However, there was a problem now. After all, he had offended Fairy Linglong yesterday. It was still a question whether anyone would want to accompany him. If it really wasn't possible, he might as well enter the mountain alone. It wasn't a big deal. After leaving the inn, Ling Xiao headed directly to the entrance of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. There was a tea house there all year round. Many martialists who were preparing to enter the mountain would gather here and then choose their own group. The tea house was indeed very lively. Even the outside was filled with people. These martialists were either standing, sitting, or chatting. They were all talking about entering the mountain range or how to form a group. "Young master, do you want to join our group?" Ling Xiao was just about to see if he could find a suitable group when he suddenly heard a voice. "Fairy Linglong?" To be honest, Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He had offended Fairy Linglong yesterday, and she still wanted to invite him to join her group. He definitely wouldn't believe that she had no ulterior motives. However, he wasn't the kind of person who was afraid of trouble. Since that was the case, why not join? This problem had to be solved eventually. Of course, he hoped that he wouldn't measure the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. After all, it was a pity that he had to kill a beauty like Fairy Linglong with his own hands. This one is naturally willing to accept Fairy Linglong's invitation. Novel, La, Ling Xiao nodded. "Many thanks for young lord's invitation. May I know young lord's name?" Fairy Linglong asked with a smile. "My surname is Ling, so it's young Lord Ling. It's an honor to meet you." Fairy Linglong showed a very charming smile. At this time, a cold-faced cultivator standing next to her became unhappy. This person's cultivation had reached the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 5th layer, so it was normal for him to look down on Ling Xiao. "Humph, what young lord, he's just a brat." The man coldly snorted. "Fairy Linglong, we agreed that for this mission, the lowest cultivation must be at least at the late stage of the Transcendent Realm because that place is extremely dangerous. This little brat is only at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm, he's not qualified at all." "That's right, a brat who hasn't even been weaned off milk, who can rest assured?" "Fairy Linglong, let me join your team." As soon as the cold-faced cultivator spoke, the surrounding Transcendent Realm 3rd layer cultivators who wanted to join the team began clamoring. Fairy Linglong smiled as she looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Young Master Ling, why don't you show them your strength? These people are all very arrogant. They won't listen to my explanation." Ling Xiao thought to himself, you just want to observe my true strength. Unfortunately, I won't let you have your way. Even without the spirit refining stone, this young lord isn't afraid of facing a peak transcendent realm third layer cultivator. Considering all this, Yang Kai nodded. Alright, didn't you want to compete with young Lord Ling for a spot? We only need 30 people this time, so we're still short one spot. Originally, we planned to give it to young Lord Ling, but since you're not convinced, you can fight him one by one. Fairy Ling Lan's actions were simply looking for trouble for Ling Xiao. With so many cultivators here, there were more than a dozen who were at the late stage of the transcendent realm or above. Fortunately, the strongest was only at the peak of the transcendent realm, so most of the fourth layer masters had probably already been selected by Fairy Ling Lang. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would really have to reveal some of his strength. Alright, there's no need to be so troublesome. Come at me together. No matter how many transcendent third layer experts there were, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all. This was because if these people didn't have any special methods, they wouldn't even be able to break through his defense. He only needed to attack. Shameless boasting. Brat, you are courting death. Since you like it, then let's do it together and let this little brat know that it's not easy to survive outside. Amidst the chaotic roars, a total of 15 late and peak third-order transcendent realm cultivators rushed towards Ling Xiao. If these people knew how to cooperate, they might be able to hold on a little longer. However, they were too stupid and basically didn't know each other, so they swarmed over like a swarm of bees. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer as he casually took out a refining formation stone. After the true essence was activated, many fire snakes appeared on the ground. Although this fire snake array had been modified by Ling Xiao and was now equivalent to the attack of a first-order transcendent realm cultivator, and there were over 100 fire snakes in this fire snake array. Most importantly, inside the spirit array, the fire snakes couldn't be destroyed. Unless the spirit array was broken, even if the fire snakes were destroyed, they would be reborn. The sudden appearance of these fire snakes caused the 15 cultivators to panic. If they had calmed down a little, even if they couldn't break the fire snake array, avoiding it wouldn't have been a problem. Unfortunately, these people had suddenly panicked. Coupled with the 2 chi swords that Ling Xiao suddenly shot out from his fingertips, he only needed to stand in place to attack all the enemies inside the fire snake array. In the blink of an eye, several people were pierced by the 2 chi swords and fell into pools of blood. Of course, they didn't die. Ling Xiao wasn't so bloodthirsty as to kill them, he had only injured them. In any case, transcendent realm cultivators could quickly recover from such minor injuries. With some injured people falling to the ground, the scene became even more chaotic. There were even conflicts between cultivators. In the end, Ling Xiao didn't even use much true qi and easily defeated these 15 cultivators in just 60 breaths of time. Fairy Ling Lang, you've gotten the result you wanted, right? Ling Xiao asked with a smile as he looked at the trembling Fairy Ling Lang. Young Master Ling actually knows about spirit arrays? How surprising! Fairy Ling Lang said in surprise. It's nothing. Can we enter the mountain now? The reason why Ling Xiao wanted to show off his strength was mainly to warn Fairy Ling Lang that if she really wanted to deal with him, she should be prepared to suffer heavy losses. He had already done his best. If she still didn't wake up, he would have to kill her. Of course. Fairy Ling Lang smiled. Right, I'm going to the Thousand Ghost Forest this time, so if it's not on the way, we might have to split up after entering the depths of the dragon-subduing mountain range. Ling Xiao reminded. What a coincidence, it's on the way. Fairy Ling Lang replied. That's good. As for whether it was on the way or not, Ling Xiao didn't care at all. After all, he only joined this team to get rid of potential trouble. He didn't want to leave any trouble behind. Otherwise, it would be troublesome in the future. After entering the depths of the dragon-subduing mountain range, the team slowed down significantly. That was because danger lurked everywhere. If they were careless, they might have to pay a heavy price. The forest looked very quiet, but there would be wind blowing from time to time. It was impossible to tell if it was the wind, ferocious beasts hiding in the forest, or some cultivators with bad intentions. It had to be said that the quality of the people Fairy Ling Lang had chosen was quite high. Of course, the quality here was referring to their professionalism. As a beast hunter martial artist who often ventured into the Dragon Submission mountain range, each of them had a pair of sharp eyes. Their eyes seemed to be able to see through the weeds and trees, easily catching any unexpected situation in the forest. At the same time, they had already unsheathed their weapons, ready to deal with any unforeseen circumstances. It was obvious that these people often worked together and had entered the dragon-subduing mountain range with Fairy Ling Long countless times. Therefore, they had their own secret language to communicate with. With just a hand gesture or a look, they could understand what the other party meant. Ling Xiao didn't understand their hand gestures at first, but it wasn't difficult for him to learn them. After a short while, his Mountain River martial soul had already analyzed all their hand gestures and looks. He could also clearly see what these people were trying to say. However, he didn't say it out loud. This time, he came with these people to see what they were trying to do. Some things were better kept a secret. The 1,500 kilograms of weight from the formation refining stone made it very difficult for him to walk. Even so, he didn't fall behind. The benefits of cultivating one's body in the martial vein realm were fully displayed at this moment. Ling Xiao walked at the back of the group, making it easier for him to observe the situation of the group. Fairy Ling Long walked in the middle of the group, the stern-faced cultivator standing guard beside her. Not only that, but this woman was also surrounded by cultivators at the Transcendent Realm 4th layer or above, like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Fairy Ling Long did not seem to feel that this was inappropriate. In Xia family castle, she had always been the high and mighty queen, so these people willing to protect her and follow her was a very normal thing in her eyes. She was beautiful, and even a smile from her was enough to drive many men crazy. She had a special ability that could easily heal the injuries of cultivators, causing them to respect her greatly. She was also strong, a peak Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivator, and although she was not very strong, she was still one of the strongest cultivators in Xia family castle. In addition, she also had an extremely powerful martial spirit, and if she wanted to, she could easily defeat a Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivator. All of this made her feel high and mighty, that others should kneel before her and lick her boots. What was even more hateful was that this guy surnamed Ling actually dared to refuse her request in front of so many people. If she did not teach this little brat a lesson, she would not be able to swallow this resentment in her heart. There was nothing wrong with being arrogant in itself, but thinking that all men in the world should kneel before her was troublesome. Meeting someone like Ling Xiao, she really deserved to be unlucky. The stern-faced cultivator seemed to be discussing something with Fairy Ling Long, but the two of them were speaking very softly and were deliberately using their true qi to block their voices, so unless Ling Xiao paid the price of exposing his strength, he really could not hear what they were saying. Lung Mian, what do you think? That little brat is indeed a little tricky. He actually knows spirit arrays, but it doesn't matter, his cultivation is too low. As long as we can seize the opportunity, subduing him will be easy. It's good that you are confident, but don't be in a hurry to act. The place we discovered this time is most likely the cultivation place of an ancient cultivator. There are many good things inside, but the troublesome thing is that it is protected by a spirit array. It just so happens that this little brat understands spirit arrays, so let's let him break it first. Fairy Ling Long's original intention was to attack by force. The reason why she had brought so many people with her was that she wanted to dig open the cave abode of the ancient martial artist and avoid the array formation. However, this method was not only crude, but it might not succeed. The most troublesome thing was that it might require something like a thunderbolt bomb. It would cause too much of a commotion, and it would be troublesome if it attracted a powerful beast. Therefore, after learning that Ling Xiao knew about arrays, she changed her mind. Originally, he wanted to find an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao on the way, but now he changed his plan to wait for Ling Xiao to break the Immortal's Cave's array formation before killing him. Understood. The cold-faced cultivator also had the same idea. Since there was someone who understood array formations, how could they not make use of him? Brace yourselves. The deeper we go, the more dangerous it will be. Although we've walked this path more than once, it's best not to play with fire. Otherwise, if we fail miserably, we'll be wiped out. The cold-faced martial artist suddenly released a loud voice, which spread to the ears of all the martial artists. Understood. The other martial artists responded one after another. Although Ling Xiao did not know what this cold-faced martial artist discussed with Fairy Ling Long, he could guess some things in his heart when he saw the changes in their expressions. Looks like this woman really won't shed tears until she sees the coffin. She won't turn back until she hits a wall. Since that's the case, then I won't be polite either. At the beginning, the team did not suffer any attacks. Probably because the auras of the 30 martial artists were more powerful, the fierce beasts hiding in the dragon-submitting mountain range did not attack rashly. However, as they walked deeper and deeper, powerful fierce beasts also started appearing. Some were just observing, while some already launched attacks brazenly. This was not Ling Xiao's first time encountering fierce beasts. But each time he saw the scene of fighting with fierce beasts, he still could not help furrowing his brows slightly. Fierce beasts did not have any mercy to speak of. They killed people completely instinctively, ruthlessly, and straightforwardly, absolutely not sloppily. The one who attacked the team was an ice sparrow. Although it was just a third-level fierce beast and its strength was not considered strong, the problem was that it could fly. The ice sparrow's size was very small, about the same size as a sparrow. Its entire body was dark blue and emitted an incomparably cold intent. It could release a very terrifying cold poison. Making use of high-speed flight, the ice sparrow only needed to scratch or peck its target, and it could inject the cold poison into the other party's body. Even if the target was several times larger than its size, or even dozens of times larger, once it was hit by the cold poison, it would also gradually stiffen and finally die due to all the blood in its body freezing, becoming its delicacy. The ice sparrow lay in ambush between the leaves. Because it was seriously too small, the martial artists did not detect its existence at all. All the way until it suddenly attacked and scratched 4 to 5 martial artists in an instant, did everyone realize the danger. Those 4 to 5 martial artists who were scratched fell to the ground after an instant, their entire bodies trembling, as if they were lying naked in a world of ice and snow. After discovering the ice sparrow's attack, the martial artists started attacking in an organized manner and formed a tight protective net. It was a pity that the ice sparrow was too cunning. The moment it saw that it could not attack again, it disappeared into the dense forest. The martial artists had no way of chasing after it at all. Ling Xiao might have been able to kill the ice sparrow if he had removed the array refinement stone or used the sword control technique. However, he did not do so. He had not forgotten the Yuan Venerate's instructions. After entering the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, he had to bring the array refinement stone with him when possible. As for the sword control technique, it was a lethal weapon that he would not use easily. Huh? Ling Xiao suddenly saw Fairy Ling Long helping the cultivators who had been poisoned by the cold poison. This was actually nothing to be surprised about. However, the problem was that he could faintly see the faint shadow of a dragon behind Fairy Ling Long's back. There was also the extremely familiar aura of a dragon. Do you want it? Ling Xiao could even feel the primordial golden dragon within his body letting out a low roar. If his guess was right, Fairy Ling Long probably possessed a dragon-type martial soul. This was an extremely rare martial soul. Without using any medicine, Fairy Ling Long was able to expel the cold poison from their bodies easily. The martial artists naturally thanked her and expressed their loyalty. They said a bunch of useless things that Ling Xiao could not be bothered to listen to. After suffering the probing attack of the ice sparrow, the team became even more cautious. However, it was simply impossible to avoid the attacks of the ferocious beasts after entering the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. After all, it was absolutely impossible to do so unless one could completely restrain one's aura and conceal oneself. Ling Xiao could naturally do this. His blood shadow martial soul had been fused with the primordial golden dragon and its abilities had also been absorbed by the primordial golden dragon. Therefore, as long as Ling Xiao could completely control the primordial golden dragon, it would be very easy to do this. Even though it was a little difficult, it was still doable. As the group ventured deeper into the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, the danger increased as well. Soon, the second attack arrived. This time, it was still the ice sparrow. However, it wasn't just one ice sparrow that came, it was a group of them. The leader of the ice sparrows was a level 3 ferocious beast. The rest of the ice sparrows were level 1 and level 2 ferocious beasts, but there were too many of them. There were more than 100 of them. In the end, after more than a dozen cultivators had been poisoned by the cold poison, and one cultivator had even died on the spot, they were finally able to kill and repel the 100 ice sparrows. The ones they killed were all level 1 and level 2 ice sparrows. The leader of the ice sparrows still tried to escape at the most crucial moment. But this time it was too close to Ling Xiao. In a short distance of 5 or 6 meters, Ling Xiao suddenly shot out a chi sword and pierced through the ice sparrow's body. With the ice sparrow leader dead, the rest of the ice sparrows scattered in all directions, finally resolving the crisis. Not bad, Brother Ling. What kind of sword move is that? It's actually so powerful. That ice sparrow's flying speed was so fast, but it was actually pierced to death by you in one move. I heard that Brother Ling is only 14 years old, right? That's really scary, being able to kill a level 3 vicious beast at the age of 14, you're much stronger than me. Brother Ling, when you become a hero in the future, don't forget about us brothers. This kid is not bad. He seems to be a ruthless character. He must have undergone a lot of actual combat. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to remain so calm in the face of the attack of the berserk beasts. He's probably a disciple from some sect. Perhaps it was because Fairy Ling Long did not inform these cultivators of her plans, so they were not stingy with their praise for Ling Xiao. After all, if the ice sparrow were to escape, it would probably attract even more ice sparrows. At that time, it would be even more troublesome and difficult to deal with. Reality was like this. In the world of martial artists, as long as you were strong enough, you would be able to attract the respect of others. This was the rule of this world. It was very simple and direct. Fairy, this isn't good. I didn't expect that this kid would be admired by those people so quickly. I'm afraid it won't be convenient for us to make a move later. The cold-faced cultivator frowned and transmitted his voice to Fairy Ling Long. Don't be afraid. These people are all fence-sitters. They have received many benefits from me. As long as I say the word, they will naturally lean towards me immediately. Don't worry. Fairy Ling Long exclaimed with absolute confidence. It could be seen that she had experienced something like this before. Now, she was even more mature and terrifying than before. How could she fail? After that, Fairy Ling Long continued to treat the injuries of those who were injured before cremating the bodies of those who had died in battle. There were too many beasts in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. If it was just a burial, the corpse would be dug out quickly and eaten. Therefore, cremation was the best choice. After dealing with these matters, the group continued to move forward. After that, they encountered 4 consecutive attacks from ferocious beasts. But fortunately, these 4 times, only people were injured and no one died. Just like that, they had been walking for more than an hour. Everyone, we've arrived at our destination. Let's set up camp and set up the security perimeter. Eat something and recover. The next step is crucial. Fairy Ling Long suddenly said from within the group. The cultivators were also really exhausted. Although the 2-hour journey was actually not that long, after several consecutive battles, the exhaustion could be said to be enormous. Hearing Fairy Ling Long say that they could rest, many of them immediately lay flat on the ground. After resting for a while, they began to set up a small defensive fortress around them. Ling Xiao casually threw a low-grade True Essence pill into his mouth. The True Essence in his body was quickly replenished, and his cultivation naturally rose a little. Fairy Ling Long, since you've arrived at your destination, we should part ways here. Ling Xiao thought for a moment before standing up and saying. He said that intentionally to see if Fairy Ling Long would let him stay. If she did, it meant that she was up to something. If she didn't, it meant that she had given up on him, and he could simply leave. Young Master Ling, please wait. The moment Fairy Ling Long spoke, Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. It seemed like he couldn't escape from destroying her. What's wrong? Is Fairy Ling Long unwilling to let me go? Ling Xiao asked. Young Master Ling, please don't misunderstand. I'll tell you the truth today. We've discovered an ancient cultivator's cave abode. It's very likely that there are martial arts manuals, pills, divine weapons, and even martial soul inheritances inside. Fairy Ling Long said. However, this cave abode is protected by a formation, and we don't want to act rashly. Since young master knows about formations, can you help us? Ancient cultivator's cave abode? Hearing this, Ling Zhao's eyelids twitched. To him, this was also a great temptation. Yes. Fairy Ling Long, let's not beat around the bush. I do know about formations, and I can decipher most of them. However, how should we split the treasures we find? Ling Xiao asked straightforwardly. If we find any treasures, you'll get 30%. The remaining 70% will be divided among us, Fairy Ling Long replied. That's not bad, but I'm afraid others will object. Ling Xiao looked at the surrounding cultivators. They won't object, because without you, we'll have to use brute force to open the cave abode. In the end, we might destroy the treasures inside, and no one will be able to get anything. Fairy Ling Long explained. Furthermore, this cave abode is huge, and there's definitely a lot of treasures inside. Even if we don't get anything, I can still compensate them with equivalent value. We'll listen to Fairy Ling Long. Yes, Fairy Ling Long can say anything. Alright, since that's the case, it's a deal. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He knew very well that after this matter was over, this would definitely not be the way to split the treasures. If he guessed correctly, Fairy Ling Long probably wanted his life. However, Ling Zhao's life was not that easy to take. Whoever wanted to take his life, he would make that person suffer a double loss after trying to kill him. That's great. With young Master Ling's help, wouldn't the treasures inside the cave abode be easily obtained? Fairy Ling Long heaved a sigh of relief. She did not want to fall out with Ling Xiao now. Otherwise, who would help her open the cave abode? You flatter me. Since that's the case, quickly bring me to the cave abode. After I'm done with this matter, I still have to go to the forest of 1,000 ghosts. Ling Xiao said calmly. I'm afraid that won't do. Fairy Ling Long looked at the sky and said, this cave abode is very mysterious. It only appears at night, and it won't appear for more than an hour. We have to wait. I see. Alright, you guys can rest first. I'll go out and take a look. Ling Xiao recovered quickly. He did not want to waste time here. It would be good to find a few wild beasts to practice his skills. The night was like a ferocious beast that blotted out the sky, covering the entire Dragon Submission mountain range. The last ray of light on the horizon had completely disappeared. The entire camp was now shrouded in darkness. The bonfires had been lit, and the cultivators were all busy with their duties. Ling Xiao had also returned from outside. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the ancient cultivator's cave abode. Fairy Ling Long wasn't lying. That cave abode would only appear at night. Not far away, the originally flat ground began to rise, and a 10-meter-tall mountain appeared. On this mountain, there was clearly a very obvious cave abode halfway up the mountain. Ling Xiao could sense traces of an ancient cultivator's aura coming from it, and he could confirm that it was indeed an ancient cultivator's cave mansion. Moreover, there really were treasures inside. A woo in the distance, a mournful wolf's howl sounded, causing one's heart to tremble. Let's go, young Master Ling, the cave mansion has already appeared. Fairy Ling Long, the cold-faced cultivator, and 2 other peak Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivators walked over together. That place is very narrow, and it's difficult to enter with too many people, so the 5 of us should be enough. I'm only responsible for opening the array, the rest can be arranged by Fairy Ling Long, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Good, let's go. Fairy Ling Long and the cold-faced cultivator walked at the front, with Ling Xiao in the middle, and the other 2 peak Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivators at the back. Both of them carried longbows on their backs, clearly proficient in archery martial skills. It was even possible that their martial spirits were related to archery. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer in his heart, this was to prevent him from escaping. But why would he want to escape? There was no need for him to escape at all. If these people wanted to deal with him, he could just kill them all. Searching for treasures had always been Ling Zhao's hobby. With the temperament of a youth, he had a unique fondness for adventure and treasures. The group of 5 arrived at the foot of the mountain. We only have half an hour, be careful. Young Master Ling, we'll have to trouble you. Fairy Ling Long looked at Ling Xiao and said. The mountain was very tall, but the cave abode was only about 10 meters above the ground. There was obviously a stone platform near the cave abode, where people could stand. It was likely that this ancient warrior had discovered this wonderful place back then, so he placed his own cultivation place here. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He stretched out his finger, and a chi sword shot out. It actually pierced the hard rock, and then turned into something soft like a rope, and wrapped around the rock. Then, he slowly shortened his chi sword and continued to climb up the cliff. There was no other way. With the heavy formation refining stones on him, he couldn't fly at all. He could only use this stupid method. Fairy, this kid's movement technique isn't very good. It's easy to deal with him. The cold-faced cultivator sent a voice transmission to Fairy Linglong when he saw Ling Xiao leave. I'll say the same thing again. Make a move after you get the item. It would be bad if there was a formation in the cave. Fairy Linglong was truly a scheming person. She wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but she wanted to kill him only after she was done with him. Ling Xiao climbed to the entrance of the cave abode and kept his chi sword. He couldn't help but feel a little happy. This 9 meridians chi sword was really just at the right time. If not for this thing, he really would have to think about how to climb so high. The formation of an ancient warrior's cave abode was actually not complicated. Adding on the fact that it had been here for a long time, it was actually very weak. For people who were good at formations, it was easy to break it. But for those who didn't know anything about formations, it was like a tiger trying to eat the sky, with nowhere to go. Ling Xiao took out a tool and casually fiddled with the formation a few times. The formation suddenly flashed with a blinding light. He didn't choose to break it, but to control it. He repaired the formation that was almost broken. If there were any changes later, it would be useful. How is it, young Master Ling? Can you break it? Not long after, Fairy Linglong and the other 3 jumped up. Their movement techniques were outstanding, and they didn't need ropes or anything like that. It's a little difficult, but it's worth a try. In fact, Ling Xiao had already broken the formation and made it his own. The reason he said this was just to prevent the few of them from suspecting him. After fiddling with the formation for a long time, Ling Xiao deliberately squeezed out a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. Panting, he said, "Everyone, the formation has been broken. Please come in. You go first." The cold-faced warrior suddenly pulled out his sword and pressed it against Ling Xiao's back. "Fairy, this is different from what we agreed on. Didn't you say that it would be fine as long as I broke the formation?" Ling Xiao said, pretending to be strong in appearance but weak in heart. "Don't be afraid. We're doing this so that we can all get the treasure. If there's another formation inside, we'll have to trouble young Master Ling." Fairy Linglong saw Ling Xiao's frightened look and felt very pleased. This kid didn't give her face, so this was how he should be dealt with. "But what if you don't keep your promise and kill me?" Ling Xiao purposely made his body curl up, appearing very scared. "If you don't want to die, then hurry up and do as I say. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now." The cold-faced warrior shouted, "Hurry up and go in." "Fairy, I don't want anything. After we find the treasure, I just hope you can spare my life," Ling Xiao hurriedly said. "Haha, why would I kill you? Don't worry, it's just that the cold-faced warrior has a bad temper. You should listen to him," Fairy Linglong said with a contemptuous smile. Ling Xiao had already sentenced these people to death in his heart. "If you want to die, wait until this young master's cultivation advances and I'll deal with you one by one." Ling Xiao's current strength was not enough to kill these 4 people, but escaping should be easy. In any case, in a month at most, he would come to Xia family castle to settle accounts with these people. A month's time was enough for him to break through from the mid-stage Transcendent Realm 3rd layer to the Transcendent Realm 4th layer. At that time, even if he didn't enter his human dragon form, as long as he took the refining array stone, killing these people wouldn't be a problem. Right now, of course, he had to snatch the treasures in the cave first. Otherwise, all of your schemes would be for naught. Thinking so, he lifted his foot and walked in. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a dot of light flying out from the cave. Only he who had been strengthened by the mountains and rivers' martial spirit had such good eyesight. Otherwise, the night would be as bright as day, and he would be able to catch even the slightest afterimages. At that moment, Ling Xiao tilted his head slightly, easily dodging the dot of light. When the dot of light flew past his cheek, he noticed that it was actually a ghost fire bug. Ghost fire bugs looked like fireflies, but they were extremely ferocious beasts. They were generally third-grade vicious beasts. They would emit a strange light in the dark, but this light must not be stared at. This was because this light would release a special kind of soul force, causing people to fall into an illusion. What was even more frightening was that these ghost fire insects were extremely fast. Their bodies were completely composed of a special type of ghost fire that couldn't be killed by swords or sabers, nor could water extinguish. Only special water attribute true chi or ice attribute martial skills could kill them. Ling Xiao could do it, but he had no intention of doing so. If these ghost fire insects could help him kill the stern-faced cultivator behind him, he would naturally be more than happy to let them pass. Ah! Behind him, a scream rang out. Ling Xiao snickered to himself. Glancing back, Yang Kai saw that one of the stern-faced cultivator's eyes had been burned away by the ghost fire insect. However, the stern-faced cultivator was still a transcendent realm 5th layer cultivator. At the critical moment, he had stabbed the ghost fire insect with his ice attribute true chi. The ghost fire insect froze into ice and instantly fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. However, the stern-faced cultivator had also lost an eye. Fairy Ling Long could help the stern-faced cultivator stop his bleeding, but she couldn't regrow his lost eye. "You bastard, I'll kill you." The stern-faced cultivator was furious after losing an eye and raised his sword to attack Ling Xiao, but he was stopped by Fairy Ling Long. "We're partners now. If you kill him, you'll lose your eye for nothing." Of course, this was just a formality. In fact, she also sent a message to the stern-faced cultivator. "I'll leave that little brat to you later, you can kill him however you want, just endure it for now." Hearing this, the stern-faced cultivator suppressed his anger slightly. Everyone then continued to walk inside. However, at this time, the stern-faced cultivator no longer dared to point his sword at Ling Xiao's back. If something else jumped out, this wicked little brat wouldn't warn him. The entrance to the secluded home was quite wide. Even if 3 people walked side by side, there wouldn't be any problems. The inside of the cave was pitch black, but there was a faint glow. Those who often searched for treasures understood that if they saw such a glow, it was likely that a treasure was about to appear. The few of them were a little excited, but they still suppressed their curiosity and didn't dare to rush forward. They still let Ling Xiao walk in front. As he walked past the cave entrance, Ling Xiao noticed that there were many knife and sword marks on the cave walls. If he was not mistaken, these should be marks left behind after a battle. Presumably, this ancient martial artist had fought fiercely with someone here and finally managed to defend his cave residence. However, he passed away due to serious injuries. Of course, this was only his speculation. Whether it was correct or not, he would have to go in and investigate to know. Ling Xiao was very careful. He was walking at the front. If there was any danger, he would be the first target. If he was careless, he could lose his life. In the quiet and deep cave, only the soft footsteps of the 5 people could be heard, as well as the sound of water dripping from a stream. The air was filled with the smell of soil, and even a rotten stench. The 5 of them didn't say a word. They were probably nervous. In such an environment, anything could happen. Suddenly, Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks. Fairy Ling Long, who was following closely behind him, couldn't stop in time because she was walking too fast. She directly fell onto Ling Xiao's back. Her asterisk was stuck to Ling Xiao's skin. However, Ling Xiao didn't feel the slightest bit of hesitation. This was because he knew very well that this fairy-like woman who seemed to be kind and understanding on the surface was actually a conceited and vicious woman. "Pa!" Fairy Ling Long waved her hand and slapped Ling Xiao's face. However, Ling Xiao had already dodged. Her slap landed directly on the cave wall. The wall was made of stone, but a 3-inch deep palm print was left on it. It was clear how vicious Fairy Ling Long was. If this slap landed on someone's face, wouldn't his head be smashed? "Little pervert, why did you suddenly stop?" Fairy Ling Long asked loudly. "Fairy, there's a dragon-severing boulder blocking the way. It's filled with inscriptions, and it's obvious that it's been strengthened by a formation. Only a Grotto Heaven Realm expert can break it open." Ling Xiao explained. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that there was indeed a huge boulder in front of him. There were many inscriptions carved on it, and there was even a faint golden glow in the darkness. This must be the place where the ancient martial artist passed away. He must have set up this dragon-severing boulder to prevent anyone from sneaking up on him while he was recuperating. Who would have thought that he would still die from his injuries? The cold-faced martial artist analyzed. That's right. You with the surname Ling, hurry up and open the dragon-severing boulder. Perhaps because she was about to see the treasure that she had been searching for a long time, Fairy Ling Long no longer had the patience to pretend with Ling Xiao. Her attitude became firm. I can open it, but you have to make him kneel down and apologize to me first. Ling Xiao looked at Fairy Ling Long and said calmly. The person he was pointing at was the cold-faced martial artist. You're courting death. The cold-faced martial artist shouted coldly. Yeah, I'll die anyway if I open this dragon-severing boulder, so I might as well die with dignity. Kneel down and apologize. And you, Fairy Ling Long, kneel down and kowtow to me. Call me Grandpa Ling 3 times, and I'll help you open the dragon-severing boulder. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Cold-faced, kneel down. Although Fairy Ling Long was trembling with anger, she actually knelt down on the ground and ordered the cold-faced martial artist beside her. This woman was incredible. She could endure things that ordinary people couldn't. If she was allowed to live, she would definitely pose a great threat to Ling Xiao. It seemed that after this matter was over, he would have to get rid of her first. Grandpa Ling. Grandpa Ling. Grandpa Ling. We were wrong, we shouldn't have threatened you. Including the 2 peak transcendent realm cultivators, the 4 of them knelt down and called Ling Xiao grandfather 3 times before apologizing. Ling Xiao then began to tinker with the dragon-severing boulder. The dragon-severing boulder made use of a combination of mechanisms and spirit arrays. Its design was very exquisite, but it was a little difficult to open. However, this was only for ordinary people. For Ling Xiao, it wasn't difficult at all. Activating his mountain and river martial spirit, Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with various inscriptions. After about 20 breaths of time, a caw-caw sound rang out as the dragon-severing boulder began to rise. Looking at the dragon-severing boulder slowly rising, Fairy Ling Long and the cold-faced martial artist exchanged glances and saw the anger and killing intent in each other's eyes. They had to kill this guy surnamed Ling, but for now, they had to endure. You 2 stay here and guard this place. Fairy Ling Long said to the 2 peak transcendent realm cultivators, don't let any vicious beasts run in. Although she said they were guarding against vicious beasts, even a fool would know that they were guarding against Ling Xiao's escape. They had suffered such a great grievance just now. If they didn't tear Ling Xiao into 1,000 pieces, they definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Behind the dragon-severing boulder, there was a gentle light. There was also a light-absorbing spirit array here, similar to the one in the medicine shop Ling Xiao had destroyed. Get in. The cold-faced warrior tried to kick Ling Xiao into the stone chamber, but Ling Xiao easily dodged his kick. Instead, he used too much force and fell into the stone chamber. Novel, law, fortunately, there were no hidden weapons in the stone chamber, so the cold-faced warrior did not meet with any mishap. Ling Xiao smiled and said, thank you for scouting the way for me. He lifted his foot and walked in as well. What a cunning guy. He's not easy to deal with. Looking at Ling Xiao's back, Fairy Ling Long bit her red lips. She swore that she would never let Ling Xiao leave this place. Otherwise, it would be difficult to kill Ling Xiao again. This kid is too cunning. He's as slippery as a loach. The stone chamber was very spacious. Even if dozens of people were to be accommodated, it would not feel crowded at all. However, the furnishings were very simple. There was only an ice bed made of 1,000-year-old ice, which still exuded a cold aura. There was also a stone table, a few stone stools, and a hollowed-out groove on the wall. There were some books on it, but many of them had already decayed. An old man sat on the ice bed. This person's corpse had not yet decayed, probably due to the bed. Looking at his face, it was even a little rosy. When the 3 of them saw the corpse just now, they thought that the old man was still alive and were really shocked. One had to know that the design of this ancient warrior's cave was so impressive. The strength of the owner of this corpse was probably at the celestial realm. If it was true, then they would all die today. In a place far away from the ice bed, there was a herb garden. The stream flowed down the stalagmites and dripped on the herb garden. The sunlight released by the light-absorbing array here was enough for these herbs to survive. Ling Xiao's eyes were completely attracted by the herb garden, but Fairy Ling Long and the cold-faced warrior's eyes were fixed on the few boxes beside the ice bed. Although the boxes were locked, the locks were broken due to the passage of time. There was no problem in opening them. Ling Xiao had no interest in those boxes because he had already seen the contents of the boxes. It was nothing more than some gold and silver. That kind of thing was no longer important to him. On the contrary, the medicinal herbs in the medicinal garden made him very pleasantly surprised. Ginseng fruit, thousand-leaf grass, dragon-tailed ginseng, sumaru fruit, every single one of them was an invaluable and rare medicinal herb. Moreover, looking at the age of their growth, some of them were already tens of thousands of years old and even had spirituality. Of course, there were also those that were hundreds or thousands of years old. Those were the sprouts that sprouted later on. Vitality fruit. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that there was another main ingredient for refining the 9 dragons quenching origin pill in the herb garden, the vitality fruit. Moreover, there was more than one vitality fruit. There were 13 origin energy fruits on the small tree. Some were hundreds of years old, some were thousands of years old, and some were tens of thousands of years old. It seemed that they did not grow at the same time, but there was no doubt that they were vitality fruits. The essence energy fruit tree didn't look rare, but the fruit had a strong essence energy. It was obvious that it was full of energy. Every fruit was shrouded in a mysterious white light. At a glance, it was obvious that they were not ordinary things. Whether it was the 9 dragons grass or the vitality fruit, they were not easy to obtain. When Ling Xiao was in the sect, he had asked Elder Yang for help many times, but he didn't find these 2 medicinal herbs. He didn't expect that he would unexpectedly obtain the 9 dragons grass and the vitality fruit this time. It seemed that his practice of going out for experience was really the right thing to do. It was too timely. If he had stayed in the sect all the time, there would have been absolutely no chance. Unexpected gains could always make people happier. Cold face, kill him. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Ling Xiao's joy. Then, he felt a chill run down his spine. Ling Xiao might as well go all the way. He didn't care what medicinal herbs there were in the herb garden. Anyway, he transplanted all of them into the mountain river realm and planted them together with the golden snow lotus that originally existed in his mountain river realm. Wait a minute. Seeing Ling Xiao keep the herb garden, Fairy Ling Long panicked. Although she wasn't an alchemist, she knew a little about the medicinal herbs in the herb garden because of the Sha family's medicinal herbs business. She also knew very well that these medicinal herbs were worth much more than gold and silver. The cold-faced cultivator hurriedly retracted his attack and looked at Fairy Ling Long in confusion. Ling Xiao, hand over the herb garden and I can spare your life. Fairy Ling Long didn't explain anything. However, her question to Ling Xiao could be considered an explanation. The cold-faced cultivator suddenly understood. It was no wonder that Ling Xiao went straight to the herb garden the moment he entered. It turned out that he had found a treasure. Hee, what if I say no? Ling Xiao smiled and said, I'm sorry, Fairy Ling Long. I want to refine an elixir and I need these medicinal herbs. I don't want the gold and silver over there. You can take them. You better think carefully. If you don't hand over the herb garden, don't think of leaving here today. Fairy Ling Long frowned when she heard that. Although she was confident that she could kill Ling Xiao, she didn't know why, but she felt that something was wrong. Why was this kid so daring and relaxed? It was as if he wasn't afraid that she would kill him to silence him. If I want to leave here, none of you can stop me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. If you don't believe me, we can try. Looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin. Fairy, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's capture this guy alive and use our methods to make him obedient. The cold-faced cultivator wasn't as patient as Fairy Ling Long. He had wanted to kill Ling Xiao for a long time. From the moment Fairy Ling Long expressed her admiration for Ling Xiao, he had already harbored such thoughts. When he was blinded by the ghost fireworms in the cave, his killing intent was even stronger. Oh, are you sure you don't want to see what's in the storage ring on that senior's hand? Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and said, generally, the more valuable treasures should be stored in the storage ring. If you don't want it, why don't you give it to me? With his reminder, Fairy Linglong and the cold-faced cultivator suddenly realized that they had almost missed the most important thing. They quickly turned around and looked at the ancient cultivator's corpse. Sure enough, the old man was wearing a very exquisite storage ring. They weren't afraid that Ling Xiao would escape because there were two peak Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivators blocking the way. You, come here. Fairy Linglong shouted. What? You don't dare to touch that senior's corpse, so you want me to? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. I can give up the herb garden. As long as you give us the storage ring, we can let you live. Haha, aren't you afraid that I'll take it and run away? Ling Xiao had already expected this guy to do so. Both Fairy Linglong and the cold-faced warrior were cautious people. Although they could take it away with a stretch of their hands, they did not dare to be careless. After all, the corpse of the ancient martial artist was too intact, and they felt that it would suddenly attack them. That was why he reminded them that he had not checked their storage rings yet. He knew that they would still need him to take their storage rings in the end. He had already carefully observed his surroundings earlier, and there would not be any danger if he took off the storage rings. The ancient martial artist had died suddenly during the healing process, and there was no time for him to set up anything else. Only the formation outside and the dragon severing stone were set up in advance. Two cowards, Ling Xiao sneered. Although I have serious doubts about your character, since I can't escape, I'm content to be able to see what the ancient martial artist left behind before he dies. However, the two of you stand further away, at least 7 steps away from me. Fairy Linglong and the cold-faced warrior looked at each other, and the two of them walked toward the entrance to guard it. Even if Ling Xiao wanted to escape with the items, they could easily stop Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the two of them disdainfully, and then walked to the ice bed. Just as he was about to take off the storage rings, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be faint writing on the ice bed. It was carved by hand. According to Ling Xiao's conjecture, it was most likely done by this old senior when he was on the brink of death, in order to pass down his cultivation method. Because even if he died suddenly, it was unlikely that there would be no successor. Ling Xiao did not see the other words clearly, but he saw the last sentence clearly. It was carved very clearly, and it was bigger than the other words. I hope that the fated one can keep the corpse and not destroy it. Although he did not know why this person wanted to keep his corpse, there was no harm in keeping it for the time being since the other party had made such a request. In any case, as long as a corpse did not have a soul, it would not be considered a living creature. It could be stored in the mountain river world. There were many glaciers there, and any place could ensure that the corpse would not rot. Thinking of this, he simply put away the ice bed and the corpse. Then, he picked up the storage ring and observed it. This storage ring has also been set up with a formation array. It will probably take some time to open it. You guys better watch the time. Otherwise, we'll all be trapped here. Ling Xiao planned to secretly transfer the items in the storage ring into the mountain river world. Then, he would use the storage ring to attract the attention of Fairy Linglong and the cold-faced cultivator and take the opportunity to escape. Therefore, he definitely had to take a look at this storage ring. You'd better not play any tricks. Otherwise, we'll definitely make you wish you were dead. We'll make you suffer all kinds of pain. The cold-faced warrior warned. Ling Xiao smiled to himself and ignored him. Instead, he began to examine the storage ring. He was not lying. The storage ring was indeed protected by a formation array, and it was quite complicated. If he wanted to crack it, it would take at least 7 days. Of course, this was under the condition that he did not obtain the corpse of the ancient warrior. This ancient warrior was very powerful. He had combined his true essence with the formation array to set up such a formation array. Unless he used his own true essence and knew the trick to cracking the formation array, he would not be able to open the storage ring in a short period of time. Although the true essence contained in the corpse of the ancient warrior was almost negligible, as long as there was a little, Ling Xiao could use it to open the storage ring. After opening the storage ring, Ling Xiao first saw a set of books written on bamboo slips. After careful observation, he found that it was an ancient scroll for cultivating medicinal herbs. Its name was Scripture of the Divine Herbalist. He actually had no use for this thing, but Dai Yuling had a use for it. Dai Yuling loved cultivating medicinal herbs the most. If he brought this thing back to her and let her cultivate some extinct or extremely rare medicinal herbs, it would be of great benefit to Ling Xiao. Good stuff, take it. Ling Xiao put away the scripture of the divine herbalist with an extremely fast method, and the two people at the door did not notice at all. The second thing was a jade token. Ling Xiao could not help but be excited because it was a set of flying secret methods. In the mysterious world, even celestial realm martial artists could only glide for long distances. Ling Xiao's cloud dragon divine travel was special. It could also achieve the effect of gliding, almost the same as a celestial realm expert. But these two could not fly. Those who could fly could only be experts above the grotto heaven realm or those who had an out-of-body realm flying martial spirit. However, flying martial spirits consume too much true essence and soul power. In addition, the out-of-body realm time was too short. It was not very useful at all, so flying secret methods became particularly precious. Flying dragon wings is a top-tier gold-ranked martial art. After mastering it, a pair of Zhenyuan wings will grow on one's back, allowing one to fly like a bird. Although the consumption of Zhenyuan is not small, it is much less than a flying-type martial spirit. Seeing this introduction, Ling Xiao almost laughed out loud. If he really learned this flying dragon wings secret method, in the future, even if he could not defeat his opponents, he could simply fly. Who could possibly catch up to him? He continued to read. Requires a cultivation above the 7th layer of the transcendent realm. Regarding this requirement, Ling Xiao did not care at all. When he was in the 1st layer of the transcendent realm, he had already begun cultivating gold-grade top-level martial arts that only 7th layer transcendent realm cultivators could cultivate. Because his physical strength had met the requirements and his true essence was also very rich. Of course, the most important thing was that he had a mountain and river martial spirit. Many problems during the cultivation process could be directly avoided and solved by him. In this way, the problems caused by others due to insufficient cultivation simply did not exist for him. Take it, not to mention that flying would give him more ability to protect himself. Just the excitement of flying was enough to make Ling Xiao excited. How could he leave this thing to others? Of course he had to take it. Little brat, what are you doing? Just as Ling Xiao was about to continue inspecting the treasures inside, the cold-faced cultivator suddenly roared and pounced towards him. Ling Xiao simply decided to go all out. No matter what kind of trash or treasure it was, he directly transferred it all into his mountain and river world. Once he was safe, he would take a good look at it. Next, he had to prepare to slip away from here. After all, 2 Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivators and 2 Peak Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivators, unless he used his ancient golden dragon form, they would not be easy to deal with. However, that was a secret skill that he had kept hidden until the very end, so he would not use it casually. Otherwise, it would be very detrimental to his development. Brat, you've already cracked the storage rings array, right? Hurry up and give it to us. The cold-faced cultivator said coldly. Novel, Law, Fairy Ling Long also walked over, revealing a hypocritical smile. Young Master Ling, you've already obtained so many rare herbs. Don't tell me you're thinking of taking the things in the storage ring for yourself? If a person is too greedy, nothing good will come out of it. Hee, I originally planned to split it 30-70 with you. I've always kept my promises, but you didn't want that and kept trying to kill me. Since that's the case, I can only take these things for myself. As Ling Xiao spoke, he carefully looked for an opening between the two and secretly put the refining array stone into the mountain river world. Trying to escape with the refining array stone was simply courting death. However, he was still using the template to control his aura, so the two opposite him had no idea what was happening in his body. It was our fault just now. We shouldn't have thought of killing you. But young Master Ling, if you intend to take the things in the storage ring for yourself, we'll make sure you die a horrible death. Not only will we kill you, but we'll also make your family suffer. Fairy Ling Long's voice became cold. This was a very obvious threat. When Ling Xiao heard this, a strong killing intent suddenly appeared on his face. This killing intent actually made Fairy Ling Long and the cold-faced cultivator subconsciously take a step back. You two must die. Ling Xiao said coldly. He hated it when people used his family as a threat. His parents had left him when he was very young, and he had been taken care of by Hong Qi and a group of beggars. At that time, he did not have the strength to protect his family, causing many of them to be beaten to death in front of him. But now, he was already a transcendent realm cultivator, so whoever dared to threaten him with his family and loved ones would have to die. There was no room for compromise. Hee hee. Fairy Linglong laughed disdainfully and said, "What a pity. I originally thought that you were a talent with great potential. As long as you were loyal to me, the Sha Castle could develop into a big city in the future, or even establish a country. It wouldn't be a problem for you to be a general or a prince. However, you don't know how to cherish the opportunity. Bah. Who cares? You're just a trivial fifth-layer transcendent realm cultivator. This young lord will surpass you in a month or two, yet you still want to be my master? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror?" Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of saliva and cursed. "Fairy, don't waste your breath on this brat. He must have already deciphered the magic array of the storage ring. Let's kill him and take away his magic treasures. There must be something strange about this brat being able to take away the ice bed and herb garden," the cold-faced martial artist said loudly. His killing intent was already very strong. "Did you hear that? It's very easy for us to kill you. If you're willing to obediently hand over your storage ring and magic treasures, we'll consider leaving you a complete corpse and bury you here, so that the wild beasts won't eat you," Fairy Linglong said with a smile. Ling Xiao did not say anything. His mountain and river martial spirit had already analyzed the escape route for him. Although the 4 people in the cave were stronger than him, it would be very difficult for him to deal with them alone. However, as long as he did not plan to fight them head-on, escaping would be easy. Now, he had to create an opportunity. "Fairy Linglong, you've threatened me today. Have you ever thought that after I get out, I'll kill all of you?" As Ling Xiao spoke, he secretly circulated his true qi, preparing to escape at any time. Of course, what he said was the truth. He had always been a vengeful person. Since the other party wanted his life, what else did he not dare to do? What else could he not do, if the cultivators of the Sha Castle dared to stop him from killing Fairy Linglong? He would directly destroy the Sha Castle. He was not a kind person. "Hee hee, since you've said so, all the more reason for us to kill you," Fairy Linglong said as she approached Ling Xiao. "You're only 14 years old, but you're already a level 3 transcendent realm cultivator. This shows that your talent is very outstanding. I don't dare to let you live and wait for your revenge in the future. In order to avoid future troubles, you can only die here. Only a dead person can rest in peace." Fairy Linglong had learned how to be ruthless ever since she started wandering the Jianghu. No matter what she did, she could not be soft-hearted. As long as there was an opportunity, she would definitely kill and eliminate the source of trouble. Even if it was a baby that did not seem to be a threat, she would not let it go. A wildfire could not burn it out, but it would grow again with the spring breeze. She was used to seeing tragedies brought about by a moment of soft-heartedness. Therefore, she would never make the same mistake. Clap clap clap. Ling Xiao could not help but clap his hands and say, "Well said, well said. So, you have to remember, if you can't kill me today, I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth. I'm the same as you, I'm used to eliminating the source of trouble and leaving no future trouble." Fairy Linglong's expression changed slightly. She did not know why Ling Xiao was still so confident even now. "I like you more and more now, but unfortunately, you're too scary. I really can't let you live." Fairy Linglong suddenly flew towards Ling Xiao as soon as she finished speaking. The cold-faced cultivator next to her did not stay idle either. He stabbed his sword towards Ling Xiao from the side. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao here in an instant, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to escape. "Hee hee." Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly threw the storage ring in his hand. The place where he threw it happened to be in the direction of the stream. Once the storage ring was washed away by the stream, it would not be easy to find it again. That was exactly what he had seen. "Cold face, you deal with him. Leave the storage ring to me." All of a sudden, Fairy Linglong changed her direction and rushed toward the stream. "Those outside, guard the entrance. Don't let that Ling guy escape. At the same time, send a signal to the other cultivators to guard the entrance." Even in the face of such an unexpected situation, Fairy Ling Long still issued 2 consecutive orders, intending to trap Ling Xiao in the cave for the rest of his life. Ling Xiao knew that this opportunity would not come again. He did not care what Fairy Ling Long's men were going to do. Just as the cold-faced cultivator's sword was about to pierce him, his figure suddenly flashed and disappeared from the cold-faced cultivator's sight. Not good. When did this kid's movement technique become so good? The cold-faced cultivator was shocked when he saw the change in the situation. When Ling Xiao entered the cave previously, he had to climb to a height of about 10 meters. But this time, his speed was even faster than his. Quick, stop him. Quick! The cold-faced cultivator shouted as he hurriedly chased after Yang Kai. In front of Ling Xiao, a peak transcendent realm 4th layer cultivator had already knocked an arrow and aimed it at him. 9 Meridians Qi Sword, Wind Sword. While Ling Xiao was running, a Qi Sword suddenly appeared, containing the power of his wind heavenly phenomenon, increasing its speed. Ci La. The arrow in the hand of the peak transcendent realm 4th layer cultivator was actually pierced in half, but the Qi Sword continued forward. Pu Qi. The cultivator was completely unprepared and was pierced through. If that was all, he might not have had much of a problem. After all, for a transcendent realm cultivator, as long as a piercing wound did not harm their heart or head, they would not die. But just as the cultivator was feeling proud, a terrifying soul force suddenly slammed into the depths of his soul. Pooh! Coughing up a mouthful of blood, the cultivator fell to the ground and fainted. Be careful, this little brat is hiding his strength, just stop him, leave him to me. The cold-faced cultivator shouted as he chased. At this time, Fairy Ling Long had also picked up the storage ring and probed it with her soul force, immediately becoming furious. Little bastard, he took everything in the storage ring. Stop him, you must stop him, no matter the cost. Ling Xiao grinned meaningfully. As long as he could escape from the pursuit of Fairy Ling Long and the cold-faced cultivator, he did not care about anyone else. Of the 2 peak transcendent realm 4th layer cultivators at the entrance of the stone room, one had fainted while the other had not yet recovered, but Ling Xiao had already rushed out. That speed, in the eyes of this cultivator, was even faster than an arrow. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and chase him. The cold-faced cultivator had already rushed out, followed by Fairy Ling Long. They desperately chased after Ling Xiao. Hunting eagles all day long, but today, they had been pecked blind, causing Fairy Ling Long and the cold-faced cultivator to be extremely annoyed. They had never imagined that this smelly brat, who should have been suppressed by them, would suddenly become so strong. Although his strength was still inferior to theirs, his speed was simply too fast. The cultivators in the camp were already rushing over, but their speed was naturally not as fast as Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao exited the cave, but he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he turned around and fiddled with something at the entrance of the cave. Hee, Fairy Ling Long, you should stay in this cave for a while. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you'll catch me. The reason why Ling Xiao wanted to control the array formation at the entrance of the cave was to prepare for this moment. If he let those 2 guys follow him, he might not be able to escape. However, if he trapped them in the cave, it would be a different story. Brat, you are courting death. As he flew over, the cold-faced cultivator raised his sword. True essence crazily revolved around the sword. Wrapped in the silvery white true essence, the long sword suddenly became much bigger and wider, and one could feel a terrifying explosive power. Idiot, don't even think about trapping us. The stern-faced cultivator sneered, with your early transcendent realm 3rd layer cultivation, you think you can achieve such a feat? Get the hell back. Looking at the ferocious sword strike of the stern-faced cultivator, Ling Xiao sneered, took out his ice dragon sword, and thrust it forward. Snow Lotus Sword Art, Congealing Water. At this moment, the Snow Lotus Sword Art was the most convenient for him. Although congealing water was not as fast as flying snow, it was very effective in hindering the enemy's advance. The ice dragon sword in Yang Kai's hand instantly became transparent and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The stern-faced cultivator suddenly felt his speed slow down. But at this moment, he had no time to think so much as he thrust his silvery white sword forward. Congealing Frost Sword. Dang! The 2 swords collided at the narrow entrance of the cave, the sound of metal colliding reverberating throughout the cave. The stern-faced cultivator stared at Ling Xiao in shock. He thought his sword strike would be able to send Ling Xiao flying. However, in reality, he was forced back 2 steps, almost colliding with Fairy Ling Long, who was rushing over. Of course, this was because he had only used 50% of his strength. However, with his early Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivation, how could he be at a disadvantage against an early Transcendent Realm 3rd layer? Cultivator? Idiot, I told you not to underestimate your opponent. This brat is very cunning. Fairy Ling Long saw that the situation was not good and rushed out from the stern-faced cultivator's side, attacking Ling Xiao once again. Although she did not know what Ling Xiao wanted to do, she had a bad feeling about it. Heh, that's enough, goodbye. Pung. As Ling Xiao's voice fell, Fairy Ling Long sent out a palm strike. However, this palm strike did not hit Ling Xiao, but directly hit the spirit array at the entrance of the cave. Fairy Ling Long could even see Ling Xiao standing outside, but she could not go out. They could only watch as Ling Xiao's figure quickly disappeared into the distance. Fairy, what do we do now? The stern-faced cultivator was also stunned. He did not expect that Ling Xiao had schemed against them from the very beginning, even tampering with the spirit array at the entrance of the cave. At this time, the cultivators in the camp finally arrived. Through the spirit array, the people inside and outside the cave could still talk, but those inside the cave could not leave, and those outside could not enter. What are you looking at? Hurry up and chase after that Ling brat, kill him with all your might, quick. Don't let him escape. Fairy Ling Long was trembling with anger. She had been very careful, but she did not expect to be played by that brat Ling Xiao in the end. He really couldn't swallow this resentment. Pooh. Because of her anger and frustration, she actually spat out a mouthful of blood. Hurry up and tear that brat to pieces. Yes, Fairy. Although the cultivators outside did not know what was going on, they did not dare to delay when they saw that Fairy Ling Long was so angry that she spat out blood. They all sped up and chased after Ling Xiao. The stern-faced cultivator also came to his senses at this time. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and punched the cave wall viciously. Little B*****. Little B*****. Let me catch him, I must let him taste the worst punishment in this world. Fairy Ling Long also looked outside coldly. In her anger, there was actually a hint of worry. She thought of what Ling Xiao had said before. No, why would I be afraid of that brat? Although he has outstanding talent and is very cunning, with his strength, it is impossible for him to become strong in a month or 2. As long as I can get out, I can just kill him. What's there to be afraid of? She was not worried about how to get out. Although it might be a little troublesome, she could just use the Thunderbolt Bomb to blow up this place. Stern-faced, use the Thunderbolt Bomb. Hee, you idiots want to catch up with me? Dream on. After leaving the cave, Ling Xiao used his Mountain River martial soul to quickly figure out the terrain of this area. Then, he used the speed of the Cloud Dragon Divine Travel to completely shake off the cultivators chasing after him. Standing on a huge tree, he could even see the black smoke from the explosion in the distance. Fairy Ling Long and the stern-faced cultivator finally used the Thunderbolt Bomb to blow up the cave. I'll let you guys live in fear for a while. Very soon, I'll return to Sha Castle. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, 100-fold. With a cold snort, Ling Xiao stretched his body and glided into the distance. The ancient martial artist's cave abode was an opportunity. However, Ling Xiao's goal had not changed. What he needed to do next was still to cultivate. As far as he was concerned, Fairy Ling Long and the rest of the grim martial artists group were his last trial before returning to the sect. He believed that the 2 of them would not leave. Fairy Ling Long was a very proud woman. Running away with her tail between her legs was not her style. After landing, Ling Xiao took out the alchemy formation stone from the Mountain River world and placed it on his body. That was a special situation. He had no choice but to remove the alchemy formation stone at the last minute. However, he still had to continue cultivating. In the damp forest, Ling Xiao sat on a golden bull-shaped beast that he had just killed. As he ate the beef that he had just roasted, he thought about his next move. This was already the 3rd day that he had been walking alone in the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain range. In these 3 days, he was not in a hurry to travel. Instead, he traveled during the day to find an opportunity to fight with the beasts. He cultivated at night to increase his cultivation level. In just 3 days, he had encountered ferocious beasts no less than 20 times. Among them, he was only able to deal with 6 of them. The rest of the beasts were too scary. He did not dare to fight them head-on. Hence, he either chose to escape or hide. Fighting could increase his strength and combat skills. Escaping and hiding could also increase his survival ability. A martial artist like him could not be invincible. Hence, escaping and hiding were the norm. Mastering the ability to survive might be more beneficial to him than increasing his combat strength. Just as he was eating, a few giant bears with black fur appeared near him. Without a doubt, these giant bears were attracted by the aroma of the meat. The 5 giant bears were at least 7 to 8 meters tall, and when they walked, they made thumping sounds, as if the earth was trembling. Of course, this was not worth Xianxia's attention. He had seen beasts bigger than this one. The problem now was that out of the 5 bears, 4 of them were Class 1 dire beasts, and one of them was a peak Class 4 dire beast. This level of vicious beast was even stronger than a Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivator. Although it's a little difficult to defeat this guy with the Formation Refining Stone, this is the first time I've encountered a Class 4 vicious beast in 3 days. It would be a pity if I don't kill it. Xianxia dropped the beef in his hand and stood up vigilantly. The inner core of a level 4 fierce beast was also one of the main ingredients for the 100-year 9 Dragons Quenching Essence pill. As long as he could get his hands on a Class 4 vicious beast's core, he would be able to refine pills. Then, he would find a safe place to take the pills and focus on improving his cultivation. Xianxia didn't know to what extent a 100-year 9 Dragon Quenching Essence pill could raise his cultivation, but it shouldn't be a problem for him to reach the Transcendent Realm 4th layer. Over the past few days, Xianxia had been constantly exhausting the true qi in his body and taking low-rank true essence pills. Coupled with the continuous cultivation of the 12 Golden Lotus Arts, his cultivation had already broken through to the late stage of the Transcendent Realm 3rd layer. If a 100-year 9 Dragon Quenching Essence pill couldn't raise his cultivation to the Transcendent Realm 4th layer, then this thing would be useless. It wouldn't be worth it for his master to introduce it to him. Come. Xianxia dragged his heavy body and approached the giant bear step by step. Then, a strange scene appeared. The giant bear and Xianxia attacked almost at the same time. Xianxia's fists were 3 qi swords, each about 3 inches long. This was one of the results of his 3 days of cultivation. They felt as sharp as claws. The giant bear, on the other hand, brandished its huge claws. When it slapped down, its sharp claws felt like several sharp blades that were more than a foot long. Zung, poo, both sides hit each other almost at the same time. Xianxia didn't dodge, because even if he did, he wouldn't be able to. The refining array stones on his body were too heavy, so dodging was definitely not a good idea. Therefore, he chose to take it head-on. The giant bear's claws scratched his body, leaving a glaring burn mark, but it couldn't tear his body apart. In terms of the toughness of his body, Xianxia believed that no one in the Transcendent Realm could compare to him. His qi swords cut open the giant bear's skin, suddenly lengthening and piercing through the wound. Roar! The giant bear roared in pain. Unfortunately, it was a little too late. The qi swords extended through the giant bear's body and pierced its soft heart in an instant. Even if it was a vicious beast of this level, once its heart was shattered, there was no chance of survival. In terms of intelligence, the giant bear wasn't as cunning as Xianxia. Of course, this battle was also thanks to the variability of the qi swords. Its offensive power was not as good as Snow Lotus Sword Art, but its variability was very good. As long as Xianxia's brain was big enough, he could think of countless ways to kill it. Xianxia pulled out the qi swords and retreated. The other giant bears desperately attacked him, but he didn't care at all. Even a peak 4th class giant bear couldn't tear his body apart, so how could a 1st class giant bear cause him the slightest harm? The peak 4th class vicious beast struggled to take revenge before it died, but its injuries were too serious. After swaying a few times, it finally helplessly fell to the ground, only having the strength to twitch. When the other 4 giant bears saw this situation, they all roared and ran away. Xianxia took out his floating snow sword and cut open the giant bear's body, taking out a gray-white spherical object. Haha, a fourth-class vicious beast's monster core. Looking at this monster core, Xiao couldn't help but grin. After hunting for 3 days, he finally found this monster core. The vicious beasts he killed before didn't have monster cores. Not every vicious beast had a Niden. Vicious beasts that could condense a Niden were generally twice as strong as vicious beasts without a Niden. Not caring about the giant bear's body, Xiao turned and left quickly. Killing a pinnacle class 4 vicious beast would bring him trouble. He had to leave this place quickly, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. After running madly for about a quarter of an hour, he stopped at a cliff that was full of spiritual chi. There was a cave halfway up the mountain, but this time, it was just an ordinary cave, not an ancient warrior's cave. He just happened to be looking for a place to refine pills and meditate for a while. The terrain here was steep and complicated, so it would be difficult for anyone to find it. After Xiao entered the cave, he moved the array of the ancient warrior's cave from before to the cave entrance. This array was relatively simple, and he had all the required materials. After arranging the spirit array, Xiao walked into the cave. The cave wasn't deep and there were many stalactites inside. It looked like it was formed naturally and not some kind of wild beast's dwelling. Let's cultivate here. After looking around the cave for a while, Xiao confirmed that there was no danger here. Only then did he relax. It was just that because no one lived in the cave all year round, it looked a little dirty. Xianxia tidied up a little and then took out the ice bed he had obtained before. There were words left behind by the ancient cultivator on the ice bed and he wanted to see what was written. More importantly, cultivating on the ice bed could increase one's cultivation speed by 30 to 40%. This was another reason why he took the ice bed with him. Because the cave was too dark, Xiao also arranged a simple light absorption array. This way, the cave could be maintained 24 hours a day. During the day, it could absorb sunlight and at night, it could absorb moonlight and starlight. Although it didn't have any offensive or defensive effects, it was very practical. This could be considered one of his gains from this trip. Looking around, Xiao felt that he had cleaned up enough and sat down on the ice bed. At that moment, a bone-piercing chill came from the ice bed, causing Xiao to shiver involuntarily. Fortunately, he had cultivated ice attribute true chi before, so it wasn't too difficult for him to adapt. If it were anyone else, they would have jumped off as soon as they sat down, unable to cultivate at all. Sitting cross-legged on the ice bed, Xiao began to integrate the cold energy from the ice bed into his body. Although this cold energy was powerful, he had the 9 meridian spirit body bestowed by the mountain and river martial spirit, so he could absorb any kind of world energy. Even if it was such a cold energy, he could still convert it and absorb it. True chi continued to circulate through his meridians, and with each cycle, the cold energy would weaken a little, as if it was being eaten away. After 49 cycles, Xiao could feel that the cold energy from the ice bed had been completely integrated into his true chi. Another breakthrough. Xiao opened his eyes and revealed a look of joy. Peak Transcendent Realm 3rd Layer. Just like that, success came naturally. He hurriedly closed his eyes again and used his soul power to look inside his body. At this moment, he could clearly see the true yuan in his 9 martial veins. All the true essence in the body originated from these 9 martial veins, so they were very important. At this moment, the total amount of quintessential essence in his 9 martial veins had not only increased by a lot, but more importantly, the density was also increasing. The original gaseous state already had a faint feeling of stickiness. Such a vast amount of true chi, in terms of quantity, was not inferior to that of a 7th layer transcendent realm cultivator. Even in terms of quality, it was likely no worse than a 6th layer transcendent realm cultivator. His only disadvantage now was his cultivation. If his cultivation wasn't high enough, his true chi wouldn't be able to display its full potential, so even if he encountered a 6th layer transcendent realm cultivator, he would still find it difficult to defeat them. However, if he encountered a cultivator at the early stage of the transcendent realm, he would be able to put up a fight. No one below the peak of the transcendent realm 3rd layer could injure him, let alone become his opponent. Even among the transcendent realm 4th layer cultivators, with the exception of a few monstrous geniuses, most of them were no match for him. Of course, this was just his combat strength in his original form. If he entered his dragon form, He dared say that he would be invincible under the peak of the Transcendent Realm 4th layer, and even most Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivators would be his match. Once he entered his ancient golden dragon form, no one below the peak of the Transcendent Realm 5th layer would be able to defeat him. At that time, even if he faced a 6th layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, he would still be in an invincible position. Opening his eyes again, Xianxia could feel that his harvest this time had been quite bountiful. The past few days of bitter cultivation seemed very arduous, but what he had gained was very satisfying. He could feel that even if he didn't use the 100-year 9 dragon quenching origin pill, as long as he persisted, he would be able to break through to the Transcendent Realm 4th layer in less than a month, perhaps just a few days. However, as his cultivation improved, low-rank True Essence pills basically had no effect on him anymore. Now, he had begun to use mid-rank True Essence pills to restore his true chi. Fortunately, in addition to top-grade True Essence pills, he also had a large stock of high-rank, mid-rank, and low-rank True Essence pills, enough to last him a month or two. My cultivation has just broken through, so it's not suitable for me to continue improving it for the time being. I should consolidate my cultivation first. Xianxia thought for a moment and gave up on refining the 100-year 9 dragon quenching origin pill immediately. He planned to wait until his peak 3rd layer Transcendent Realm cultivation was fully consolidated before refining it. He really wanted to cultivate the flying dragon wing secret technique now. Once he could fly, he would have a huge advantage over anyone below the Paradise Realm and his chances of survival would greatly increase. Thinking so, he took out the set of bamboo slips from the Mountain River world. When he was in the ancient cultivator's cave mansion, he had only briefly checked the introduction and didn't really read it carefully. Now that there was no one to disturb him, he could naturally cultivate in peace. Of course, escaping was only one of the reasons. No matter when and where, humans' dreams of soaring through the 9 heavens were very strong. When Xianxia was very young, he would be very excited when he saw birds flying in the sky, thinking about how great it would be if he could also soar through the sky one day. Later, when he cultivated a movement skill, he also had this goal in mind. Unfortunately, even a miraculous skill like the Cloud Dragon Divine Travel could only allow him to glide over long distances. He still couldn't really fly. In the current mystic world, only Paradise Realm cultivators could completely master the art of flight. Even if one had a flying-type martial soul, it was still not as practical as a flying secret technique. He wanted to break through to the Paradise Realm now, but it was still too far away. After all, he hadn't even reached the Heaven Realm. However, this flying secret technique was a special case. This kind of thing was an extremely rare secret technique tens of thousands of years ago. Now, in the mystic world, it was even rarer than rarer, something that could only be found by chance. Xianxia let out a long breath and calmed his excited mood. Only then did he open the bamboo slips. When the bamboo slips were opened, Xianxia felt a wave of soul force that couldn't be dispersed directly rushed towards him. This soul force rushed into his brain, and actually formed a shocking scene in his mind. It was a flying dragon. A huge flying dragon. It was said that the flying dragon was a subdragon species formed from the cross between a divine dragon and a crocodile. Although it wasn't as powerful as a divine dragon, because it had the bloodline of the dragon clan in its body, it was more terrifying than ordinary beasts. The flying dragon's huge body stretched out, its 2 wings covering the sky and the sun. It was dozens of meters long, and when it flew through the sky, it left a huge shadow on the ground. The pair of dragon wings was pure black, with only some golden lines around it. It felt as if gold was pasted on it. The dragon wings stretched out, and it was very spectacular. Xianxia liked it very much. Golden Flying Dragon, Evil Beast King, equivalent to a martial artist who just entered the Grotto Heaven Realm. Its speed is extremely fast and very difficult to catch. When it flies, it is like a golden light flashing and disappearing in an instant. It is an extremely rare evil beast that only exists on the Sky Dragon continent. This paragraph was not written anywhere, but it was automatically generated after the soul power entered Xiao's brain. Evil Beast King. Good heavens, it is actually equivalent to a martial artist who just entered the Grotto Heaven Realm. This is too strong. Is it possible for such an evil beast to exist on the Sky Dragon continent now? Xianxia was speechless. So far, in the books that he had seen, the most powerful one was only level 10 evil beast, which was equivalent to a 10 directions heaven powerhouse of the celestial realm. But there was no record of an evil beast king. It seemed that the era of ancient martial artists was indeed tens of thousands of years ago. Otherwise, it was impossible to see such an evil beast. That soul power should belong to the powerful martial artist who created this set of gold-grade top-secret technique, the information in the soul power continued. Flying dragon wings, also known as golden light dragon wings. This set of secret technique was developed by this old man after I captured a golden light flying dragon and raised it for several years. I originally planned to leave it for my disciple, but unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of the heroic, and my disciple was killed. Since then, no one can learn this secret technique. If a fated person obtains it, remember not to practice this technique without permission. Unless the body is extremely strong, otherwise, after practicing it, you will definitely die. Goo. Ling Xiao could not help but swallow his saliva. This person's words were unclear, but the body was strong. How strong must one be? However, this old man was really capable. For his disciple, he forcibly captured the evil beast king, golden flying dragon, and raised it. This weirdo must be an expert of the grotto heaven realm. Otherwise, it was impossible. Practice, or not, Ling Xiao flipped open the bamboo slip, looking at it while pondering. The contents of this mystic technique were very short. Most of the cultivation was the same as the 9 meridians chi sword. One could only rely on oneself to figure it out. 9 meridians chi sword, right? Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. This, golden light dragon wings, and the 9 meridians chi sword, were simply different tunes with the same result. Both of them were condensed from true essence. The only difference was that one was condensing a sword of energy, while the other was condensing a pair of dragon wings. In fact, they were completely connected. That was because Ling Xiao's chi sword could also transform into wings. It was just that it couldn't give him the ability to fly. However, this kind of condensing method had the same result. If he didn't practice it, wouldn't it be too much of a pity? Do you really intend to cultivate this thing? It was unknown when the Yuan Venerate had woken up, but he had probably sensed the external spirit power. Master, this is a good thing. Wouldn't it be a pity if you don't cultivate it? Ling Xiao said as he released the Yuan Venerate from the beast ring. Indeed, the reason a mystic technique is called a mystic technique is because it is rare enough. Even I rarely see such a mystic technique. Furthermore, I saw it tens of thousands of years ago. It is now completely extinct. The Yuan Venerate nodded. Actually, the information in that spirit power wasn't complete. He only said that he raised the golden light dragon, observed its flying posture, and created a mystic technique to cultivate it. However, he didn't finish. Is there anything else he's hiding? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Of course there is. If a flying mystic technique was so easy to create, wouldn't any grotto heaven realm expert be able to create it? The Yuan Venerate explained. You should know that the bodies of demonic beasts, dire beasts, evil beasts, strange beasts, and so on contain divine inscriptions that have been passed down since ancient times. They can also be considered mystic techniques. Do you know where these mystic techniques come from? They are obtained from the bodies of these things. Don't tell me you're saying that the old man killed the golden light dragon in the end? Ling Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. Not to that extent. However, in order to obtain the flying divine inscriptions of the golden light dragon, one had to remove its wings, the Yuan Venerate replied. I even speculate that this person's disciple was killed by the enraged golden light dragon. In order to develop this mystic technique, he removed the wings of the golden light dragon and obtained the divine inscriptions within. This caused the golden light dragon to go berserk and wreak havoc in his cave. Abode. That was why such a tragedy occurred. After the divine inscriptions are extracted, they still need to be sealed using an array formation technique. This mystic technique can't be cultivated successfully just by relying on a technique. Look for the things he left behind. There should be 2 array formation stones. After listening to the Yuan Venerate, Ling Xiao hurriedly went to look for the pile of things that had been thrown into the mountain river realm. There were indeed 2 array formation stones. There were golden inscriptions on the array formation stones that emitted an extremely violent and restless aura. Master, why do these two array formation stones feel like they are alive? Xianxia asked in shock. That's the divine inscriptions. Divine inscriptions have spirituality. The higher the grade of the beast, the stronger the spirituality of the divine inscriptions. I won't object if you want to cultivate the golden light dragon wings, but I have a request. The Yuan Venerate said. Please speak, Master. Xianxia knew that the Yuan Venerate had definitely made this request for his own good. First, try to use your spirit power to erase the violent consciousness of the remnant spirit in the array formation stones. If you succeed, you can cultivate it without any worries. The Yuan Venerate replied. This is a small matter. Xiao's spirit power was stronger than his physical strength and was even more terrifying than his physical strength. Even a sky human expert's spirit power might not be stronger than his, let alone the fact that he was invincible within the transcendence realm. This was especially so when combined with the dragon's might. Purely in terms of spirit power, he could simply go against the flame deity, who had just entered the sky human realm. Therefore, he was most confident in his spirit power. However, it was obvious that he had underestimated the might of the violent consciousness in the array formation stones this time. The Yuan Venerate did not say anything. He just looked at Xianxia indifferently. There were some things that one would only know how scary they were after experiencing them personally. Anything he said would be meaningless. Furthermore, he also felt that Xianxia could do it. It just wouldn't be that easy. However, it wasn't very likely that it would endanger his life. There were some things, especially beautiful things, that one would take for granted if one wanted to obtain them without paying a price. Xianxia held the two array formation stones in his hands, closed his eyes, and channeled his spirit power into the two array formation stones at the same time. Roar! In that instant, Xianxia almost lost his mind and threw the array formation stones in his hands away. Fortunately, this wasn't the first time he had encountered such danger. In particular, he had been attacked by Elder Jin's spirit power twice in a row in the Green Valley. He had long been able to withstand such unexpected situations. With his eyes closed, Xianxia could see a ferocious golden flying dragon standing in front of him. Its enormous body was as large as a mountain, and it could easily crush him to death. His face was pale. His soul stood in front of the mountain-like golden flying dragon, trying his best to calm himself down. Roar! The terrifying roar sounded again. The golden flying dragon opened its bloody mouth and bit towards him. I definitely can't retreat. Xianxia clenched his teeth. In his soul illusion, he stood there, allowing the enormous beast to attack him. Not only did he not retreat, he slowly took a step forward. The terrifying berserk consciousness caused him to have a splitting headache. In that instant, he really wanted to give up. He felt that if he didn't give up, his head would explode. But he couldn't give up. He knew that if he gave up, his soul would be swallowed up by the berserk consciousness. From then on, he would no longer be himself. He would only become a bloodthirsty monster. Continue forward, enduring the immense pain, Xiao's soul began to gradually suppress the berserk consciousness. In his soul illusion, his body gradually grew bigger, and the golden flying dragon became smaller. At this moment, the resistance of the berserk consciousness became the strongest. Looking from the outside, Xiao's ears and eyes were already bleeding. That was a sign that his brain was damaged. But Xiao still didn't retreat. The pain made him even more determined. He was thinking, what if the one standing in front of him was a real golden flying dragon? At that time, he wouldn't have the chance to give up. If he wasn't strong enough, he would only die. He wouldn't have any chance to protect his loved ones. So he had to persevere. Only by persevering could he become stronger. Boom! Finally, after a full 15 minutes, the berserk consciousness was completely destroyed. The golden flying dragon's shadow also disappeared. Xiao felt truly terrified. This was just a remnant consciousness, and it was already so terrifying. If his soul wasn't strong enough, he would really have to give up today. Otherwise, he would inevitably be swallowed up by the berserk consciousness. He had become a walking corpse that only knew how to kill. By the time the crazed and bloodthirsty consciousness had completely disappeared, Xiao's entire body was drenched in sweat, and his face was covered in blood. "Are you alright, kid?" Yuan Venerate asked worriedly. "It's nothing. It's just some external injuries." Ling Xiao circulated the heavenly dragon golden body and the damaged parts of his brain were quickly repaired. He got some water from the mountain river world and washed his face. Only then did he let out a long breath of turbid air. Although a battle of the soul wasn't as direct as a real battle, it was far more thrilling than a real battle. "Master, I've already successfully erased the violent consciousness within these 2 refining formation stones. I should be qualified to cultivate this golden dragon wings now, right?" After resting for a while, Ling Xiao asked excitedly. "It's done, but you still have to be careful. In fact, rather than calling it cultivation, it's more like implanting the divine text of the golden wyvern into your body. It's a very risky thing to do, and the success rate is less than 10%. That's why very few people would do it." Yuan Venerate replied. "No way. 10% success rate? Doesn't that mean I'm dead meat?" Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. "Don't worry. With me around, this 10% success rate can be increased to 90%. In the end, it still depends on how familiar a person is with the refinement method," Yuan Venerate said with a smile. "I'm not bragging, but in terms of refinement method and alchemy method, I'm ranked in the top 5 in the entire mystic world." "Master, you seem to have said that a little too much." "Ahem. So what if I've said it? You don't seem to believe me. You'll know how amazing I am in a while." Yuan Venerate coughed twice. "Hee hee. How can I not believe you, Master?" "Of course I believe you." Although Ling Xiao didn't know Yuan Venerate's background, he trusted him very much. This was the feeling he had after spending some time with him. He had always believed that his intuition wouldn't deviate too much. "Alright, since you believe me, then do your best to condense your true energy wings. As for the rest, just leave it to me. You've already experienced the torture of your soul. Next, you'll have to experience physical pain. It might be so painful that you'll wish you were dead. Are you sure you want to continue?" Yuan Venerate asked. "Is there a need to ask?" "Let's begin." To Ling Xiao, the pain in his soul was several times more excruciating than the pain in his body. If he could endure the pain in his soul, how could he not endure the pain in his body? That would be too useless. According to the description on the bamboo scroll and the chant of the 9 meridian aura sword, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and circulated his vital energy. A pair of exquisite vital energy wings quickly appeared on his back. However, these wings were purely an outer appearance. They didn't have any flying effects. What was about to happen next was the key. It's about to begin. Bear with it. Yuan Venerate's voice rang out as he released the divine text from one of the refining array stones. These resplendent words were injected into the vital energy wings on Ling Xiao's right. In that instant, the quintessential essence wings gradually grew larger and more corporeal. The originally nearly transparent wings turned into black dragon wings. Furthermore, there were golden inscriptions on the dragon wings. "Ah!" Ling Xiao suddenly let out a miserable shriek. The moment the dragon wings started to form, his back felt like it had been torn apart. The pain was so excruciating that he nearly fainted. However, he didn't faint. Just as he had said, he had already endured the pain of his soul, so what was the point of enduring the pain of his body? The tearing pain lasted for a full 60 breaths of time, and he had already crushed the stone in his mouth into powder. In order to prevent his tongue from being bitten off, he threw a hard rock into his mouth. Ordinary tree branches simply wouldn't work. This was mainly because his teeth were too sharp. They weren't inferior to treasure-grade artifacts at all. Hold on a little longer. There's still one more. Yuan Venerate exhorted. Master, feel free to do it. I'm fine now. After experiencing something like this once, he wasn't so afraid anymore. When the left wing grew out, it was in the same amount of pain, but it didn't cry out. It didn't even bite anything. He became very calm. Only cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. It's done. The Yuan Venerate looked at his disciple in admiration. Brat, you're really a tough guy. You can even endure this. I thought you would faint during the process. Ling Xiao's ability to endure pain had far exceeded Yuan Venerate's expectations. He had originally thought about using some methods to alleviate his disciple's pain. "I've suffered worse than this, so this is nothing." Ling Xiao smiled weakly. Upon hearing this, the Yuan Venerate couldn't help but show sympathy and pity. This child was only 14 years old this year. What exactly had he gone through to experience more pain than this? This child was really pitiful. Ling Xiao obviously didn't know what his master was thinking. He took out an elixir pill to recover his strength and swallowed it before sitting down cross-legged to meditate for a moment. The pain in his body had completely disappeared, and even his exhaustion was basically gone. At this time, he had time to turn around and look at the wings on his back. The golden dragon wings were more beautiful than he had imagined, but they weren't as big as the wings of the golden light flying dragon. However, it was indeed inconvenient to have them too big. About 6 meters was enough. The golden inscriptions on the black wings were particularly eye-catching. "Master, can you put this thing away? Otherwise, it's too eye-catching." Ling Xiao tried to put away the golden dragon wings according to the method of putting away the 9 meridians aura sword as he spoke. Success, he hadn't expected that it would actually succeed. From the outside, there was no sign of the golden dragon wings at all. When he used his quintessential essence to condense the quintessential essence wings, the golden dragon wings appeared again without the slightest bit of pain. It really felt very convenient. "Master, I'll go out and try." After Ling Xiao said that, he put away the golden dragon wings and scurried out of the cave, directly jumping down from the mountainside. In that instant, the golden dragon wings unfolded. Ling Xiao felt as if he had become the freest existence in the world. He soared in the sky like a bird. This feeling was really too strange. It was as if the entire scenery had changed. Unfortunately, although the golden dragon wings consumed much less quintessential essence than a flying-type martial soul, at his cultivation level, he could still only maintain flight for a maximum of 60 breaths. After that, he would have to replenish his quintessential essence. Of course, this was only under the condition that he was carrying the array refining stone. If he removed the array refining stone, he felt that the flight time could be increased by at least 10 times, that was about 600 breaths of time, which was 10 minutes. This was already much better than just gliding. Even an expert of the celestial realm could not stay in the air for more than 10 minutes. In other words, Ling Xiao was now relying on the golden dragon wings. Purely in terms of flight speed and altitude, he would not lose to a celestial realm expert. If you want to travel freely between heaven and earth, then you'll have to at least raise your cultivation to the upper middle stage of the celestial realm. Otherwise, you'll only be able to increase your flying time and distance, and you won't be able to fly freely. Yuan Venerate said. "It's all right, Master. Even so, I'm already very satisfied. After all, to me, being able to fly is already a huge advantage." Ling Xiao was not a greedy person. It was already not easy to obtain the golden dragon wings, so why force it? For the next half a day, Ling Xiao basically tried to fuse golden dragon wings and cloud dragon divine travel into one. In this way, he could also borrow the speed of the golden light dragon wings in battle, which would increase his combat strength by a lot. By relying on his superb comprehension, he had already completely mastered the combination of the golden light dragon wings and the cloud dragon divine travel by the time the sky turned dark. Although this could not be considered a fusion, it was already very good to be able to combine them to a near-perfect state. This was equivalent to the cloud dragon divine travel combined with the golden light dragon wings. The sudden burst of speed was absolutely astonishing. At night, Ling Xiao returned to the cave. After eating something, he was ready to start refining pills. However, he happened to see the words on the ice bed and remembered that he still had an important task to complete. However, after carefully reading the words, he discovered that it was a very awkward riddle. Even his mountain river martial soul could not decipher this riddle in a short time. However, he had a feeling that this was not some martial arts secret manual, but a secret from tens of thousands of years ago. "Master, can you guess the answer to this riddle?" Ling Xiao turned to the Yuan Venerate and asked. "Secret dragon language." The Yuan Venerate suddenly said. "Master, you can tell?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. "That's right. The answer to this riddle is the secret dragon language. It points to the whereabouts of one of the 9 great dragon souls of the primordial era, the primordial era dragon soul. The Yuan Venerate answered. What do the 9 great dragon souls of the primordial era mean? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Some time ago, I sensed a terrifying dragon aura in the Moonlight Pagoda. If I'm not wrong, it is the aura produced by one of the 9 great dragon souls of the primordial era, the Yuan Venerate explained. The so-called 9 great dragon souls of the primordial era are the martial souls condensed after the deaths of the 9 great primordial divine dragons that controlled the entire mystic realm before the human monarch was born. The 9 great primordial divine dragons that controlled the mystic realm could actually die? Ling Xiao asked in shock. The birth of the human race's sacred dynasty was based on the corpses of the primordial era beasts. In order to survive, humans had to resist the powerful primordial era beasts. The 9 great primordial divine dragons once fought a great battle with the 12 top powerhouses led by the human monarch. In the end, the 9 great primordial divine dragons and the 12 top powerhouses of the human race died at the same time. After more than 100,000 years, their souls should have all become martial souls, the Yuan Venerate explained. The Yuan Venerate explained. However, the martial souls of the 12 top powerhouses were all inherited by the sovereigns of the 12 continents of the mystic world and belonged to owners. Only the martial soul of the great primordial divine dragon is considered a target for competition. Ling Xiao was a little excited. He had obtained the corpse of the primordial golden dragon but not the dragon soul of the primordial golden dragon. However, this didn't matter. He believed that as long as he grasped this clue, it was absolutely possible to cultivate a powerful dragon soul of the primordial golden dragon. Master, what are the 9 great dragon souls? Ling Xiao asked. The primordial dragon soul of the primordial dragon, the primordial true Yuan dragon, the primordial time dragon, the primordial azure sky dragon, the primordial earth dragon, the primordial illusion dragon, the primordial nature dragon, the primordial 5 elements dragon, and the primordial hell dragon. There was no primordial golden dragon, Ling Xiao was stunned. However, based on what the Yuan Venerate had said, the primordial golden dragon should be one of the primordial dragon martial souls. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Master, what is the primordial golden dragon? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. You actually know about the primordial golden dragon? Where exactly did you read about the primordial golden dragon? Doesn't that mean that it's even more powerful than the 9 great primordial divine dragons? Ling Xiao felt as if he had jumped out of the abyss and was extremely excited. It's the dragon king of the primordial dragon race, so it's only natural that it's stronger than the other divine dragons, the Yuan Venerate explained. Recently, it's been rumored that the dragon souls of the 9 great primordial divine dragons have appeared and are being fought over by the experts in the mystic world. If we can find the primordial dragon soul, it will undoubtedly be a huge improvement for you. Is the primordial dragon soul very powerful? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. Is there a need to ask? The primordial dragon soul represents the original world. Obtaining this kind of dragon soul is equivalent to mastering the ability to create space and use space power. Coupled with the powerful strength of the dragon race itself, it will be very terrifying. The Yuan Venerate spoke very seriously. Ling Xiao couldn't help but nod when he heard this. He had only obtained the corpse of the primordial golden dragon, yet he could already use the human dragon form and the primordial golden dragon form. He could also use the dragon's might, which was much stronger than ordinary martial souls. Furthermore, the primordial dragon's soul actually represented the power of space. Space and time had always been the 2 terrifying powers that martialists had pursued since ancient times. Although they couldn't override nomological laws, they were still very heaven-defying. If one could obtain these 2 powers, they would probably be immortal. Master, can we find the primordial dragon soul based on the riddle left behind by the senior? Ling Xiao asked excitedly. The Yuan Venerate shook his head. Don't be too happy. This is only a small portion of the dragon's secret language. It's simply impossible to find the primordial dragon soul with this little information. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel disappointed when he heard this. However, after thinking about it carefully, if the primordial dragon soul could be obtained so easily, it wouldn't be considered a rare thing. Thus, he felt a little relieved. He had already obtained the corpse of the primordial golden dragon and used the heaven-defying effects of the mountain river martial soul to revive it. This was something that others didn't dare to imagine, so why be too greedy? Haha, you don't have to be too disappointed. You are already very lucky to be able to obtain the dragon's secret language. You are still young and your strength is a little weak. Even if you have obtained the primeval dragon soul, it is still impossible for you to subdue it. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. A dragon soul isn't a corpse. It has the complete soul of a primordial divine dragon. One needs to be extremely powerful in order to truly subdue it. That's true. Master, what do you think will happen if I obtain the immemorial dragon soul? Ling Xiao asked excitedly. The dragon souls of the 9 great primordial divine dragons are second only to the mountain and river martial spirit. They are even stronger than the 12 immortal souls. If you can obtain one of them, then your cultivation will definitely be faster in the future because the dragon soul inheritance will allow you to have the best aptitude in the mysterious world. The Yuan Venerate replied. Furthermore, once you possess the dragon race martial spirit, you will be able to learn the dragon race martial techniques. The dragon race martial techniques are generally more powerful and terrifying than the human race martial techniques. In particular, the human race martial techniques of the modern era are really too weak. Furthermore, after obtaining the dragon soul inheritance, you will possess the complete bloodline of the dragon race. When that happens, you will see a completely different world. Well, forget it. Your strength is still weak, so there is no point in saying all this. You will understand what I mean when your cultivation reaches a certain level. For now, you should seize the time to cultivate. Even the puny fairy Linglong has pressured you into fleeing. Your strength is still far from enough. Master, don't worry. I will trample fairy Linglong under my feet very soon. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with hatred. That woman had long been on his hit list. He definitely wouldn't let her off. By the way, Master, I actually sensed a trace of the aura of a dragon on fairy Linglong. What's going on? That woman should possess the dragon soul. The Yuan Venerate said with certainty. The dragon soul of the 9 great primordial divine dragons? How is that possible? The Yuan Venerate shook his head. During the prehistoric times, the dragon race was the leader of all beasts. The divine dragon race was extremely powerful. Apart from the most powerful dragon king and the 9 great primordial divine dragons, there were many other types of dragons. Furthermore, it is difficult to mention the inferior dragon race, which was born from the marriage between the divine dragon race and other races. Do you mean that the dragon soul she possesses is an inferior dragon martial soul? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, this is the most likely possibility. How could a true dragon soul be so easy to obtain? Even if it isn't the dragon soul of the 9 great primordial divine dragons, it is still very difficult to obtain. Given her strength, it is only possible for her to obtain an inferior dragon martial soul. The Yuan Venerate nodded. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Ling Xiao had been thinking about how to conceal his dragon aura all this while. However, he felt that there was no need to hide it now. If he could snatch fairy Linglong's inferior dragon martial soul, he would be able to openly use it to display the dragon race's martial techniques and dragon aura in the future. Even the golden light dragon wings could be completely explained away as an effect of the martial soul. It was simply a very good shield. The Yuan Venerate suddenly yawned and said, I can't take it anymore. Master is tired again and needs to sleep for a while. You should rest well too and refine the 9 dragons quenching origin elixir tomorrow. That thing absolutely cannot go wrong. Otherwise, the medicinal ingredients will go to waste if it fails. After saying that, he returned to the beast ring. Got it, Master. Ling Xiao planned to do the same. After refining the 9 dragons quenching origin elixir the next day, he would start a period of bitter cultivation. Very good. I didn't expect that your talent in alchemy would be so outstanding. At this rate, it will only be a matter of time before you surpass Master. The next day, Ling Xiao used a short 15 minutes to refine a perfect low-grade yellow-grade elixir, the 100-year 9 dragons quenching origin elixir. This was a high-grade elixir that was much more effective than any high-grade true origin elixir. The Yuan Venerate was full of praise for Ling Xiao's refining process because it was indeed impeccable. Master, shall I consume this elixir? Ling Xiao asked. Don't be anxious. There is only one elixir and it has to be used at the most critical moment. You are now at the peak of the Transcendent Realm 3rd level and are not far from breaking through to the Transcendent Realm 4th level. There is no need to waste the 9 dragons quenching origin elixir. Master wants you to use it when you are preparing to break through to the Transcendent Realm 5th level. The Yuan Venerate shook his head. Break through to the Transcendent Realm 5th level? Ling Xiao couldn't help but stick out his tongue. Master, breaking through to the Transcendent Realm 5th level in less than 2 months. Won't it shock people to death? This is nothing. Don't forget that the further you cultivate, the harder it is to break through. If you have difficulty breaking through now, what will you do in the future? Furthermore, do you think this 100-year 9 dragons quenching origin elixir is a joke? If you still can't break through to the Transcendent Realm 5th level in this period of time, then Master will really doubt your martial aptitude. Master, you are right. I know I was wrong. However, Master, since we are not going to consume the 9 dragons quenching origin pill, what should we do next? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Wait a moment. I will be back soon. The Yuan Venerate smiled mysteriously before scurrying out. After about half an hour, the Yuan Venerate returned. However, he was followed by more than 20 wolves. These wolves weren't big, so the cave could accommodate them. However, their strength wasn't bad, as they were all level 4 dire beasts. There were wolves ranging from low tier to peak level 4. Ling Xiao noticed that these wolves were all injured and looked very afraid when they saw the Yuan Venerate. Ling Xiao really couldn't imagine how his master, whose soul was temporarily residing in the body of the little dog, had defeated these wolves. Master, why did you bring these wolves back? Are you going to keep them as food? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. Didn't you ask what you were going to do next? I have already found something for you to do. Don't tell me you want me to fight these wolves? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. If he had brought the array refining stone with him to battle with these wolves, he would be in for a hard time. The combat strength of one wolf might not be very impressive, but a pack of wolves was very scary. The combat strength of more than 20 wolves was definitely comparable to a low-tier level 5 dire beast, or even stronger. That's right, you have to fight with them. Furthermore, you have to carry the array formation stones. You can't kill them. You can only fight with them. You can choose how you want to fight. You can use your various martial techniques at any time as long as you don't die, injure, or maim them. The Yuan Venerate smiled maliciously. Master, aren't you messing with me? Ling Zhao's expression became even more bitter when he heard this. He couldn't kill, injure, or maim them. He could only fight with them. This was simply torture. You are right. This is a torturous training. But through this kind of training, your control over your Jin Yuan will reach the pinnacle. Master knows that you were already very outstanding before, but that is still not enough. As the amount of Jin Yuan increases, you will need to constantly strengthen your training in this aspect. Yuan Venerate nodded. In addition, cultivating like this will greatly improve your true qi and combat skills. Listen to Master, after cultivating like this for a dozen or so days, you will naturally break through to the Transcendent Realm 4th layer. If you don't, Master will call you Master. Hearing this, Ling Xiao also became serious. How could he be afraid when a Yuan Venerate was so confident? Wasn't it just a battle with more than 20 wolves? At most, he would suffer a little. Previously, when he was practicing the golden dragon wings, he had suffered a lot more than this, but didn't he still survive? Why would he be afraid now? Your eyesight is not bad. Let's give it a try then. You must remember that a wolf pack is the best at attacking in unison. They are completely different from those scattered martial artists that you met at the Xia family castle. Yuan Venerate muttered. Sure, let's give it a try. Who's afraid of who? Ling Xiao nodded. Yuan Venerate smiled faintly before looking at the wolf. You listen up too. Kill him and you can leave this place. Otherwise, you will have to continue fighting with him until we leave this place. If anyone tries to escape, I guarantee that your entire pack will be annihilated. Yuan Venerate was like a terrifying demon at the moment. His tone was really frightening. Sure. Although the wolf couldn't speak, it was able to express its thoughts through voice transmission. Speaking of which, they were really unlucky. They had come out to hunt today and encountered a puppy. They had originally wanted to kill it and bring it back for their wolf cubs. In the end, it had been a tragedy. Who would have thought that this puppy would be so ferocious? More than 20 wolves had joined forces but had still been defeated in one move. Therefore, they could only follow this puppy into this cave and work as laborers. Disciple, did you hear that? They won't show you any mercy. They will fight with the intention of killing you, but you won't be able to kill them. How you fight will depend on you. Yuan Venerate glanced back at Ling Xiao before lying down to rest. A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. He had already counted. There were a total of 22 wolves in the wolf pack. This number was indeed not small. He had never experienced such a crazy cultivation method before. Oh, right. Don't use the Sky Dragon scale armor. Once you use it, they definitely won't be able to hurt you and the meaning of cultivation will be greatly reduced. Yuan Venerate, who was yawning, made another request. Ling Xiao hadn't intended to use it in the first place, as he had already understood the purpose of Yuan Venerate Master's training. He slowly walked towards the center of the cave. Although he was young, his height was comparable to an adult's. His body was also very sturdy. His long black hair and green robes made him look like an expert. He waved at the wolf pack and smiled. Come on, let me see how strong your killing intent is. Don't show me any mercy, and don't worry about destroying anything in the cave. I've already collected everything valuable anyway. Awoo, the leader of the wolf pack howled before a wolf suddenly sprang out of the pack. It was a low-tier level 4 dire beast. Obviously, the leader of the wolf pack was also testing Ling Xiao's strength. Of course, the rest of the wolf pack was ready to assist at any time. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop if he was caught off guard. They didn't intend to show any mercy. Their brains weren't as complicated as humans. They were all straightforward. Since the Yuan Venerate had said that they could kill Ling Xiao, they would definitely do so. The dire beast pounced over at an extremely fast speed. The terrifying aura of the level 4 dire beast made Ling Xiao's expression turn grave. On one hand, he was paying attention to the dire wolf that had pounced over. On the other hand, he was also paying attention to the reactions of the other dire wolves. He knew very well that he wasn't fighting one wolf, but a pack of wolves. When the dire wolf pounced over, he saw the opportunity and suddenly moved sideways before slapping the dire wolf's abdomen with his palm. He had no choice, as he couldn't kill these guys. He didn't dare use his sword for the time being, as the moment it was unsheathed, it would be stained with blood. To his surprise, the dire wolf's reaction was extremely fast. In midair, its body, which shouldn't have changed, quickly arched and accelerated in an instant. Its tail swept directly at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. The reactions of these dire wolves were much faster than many martialists of the same level. However, all of this was within his control. The Mountain River martial spirit gave him outstanding insight, allowing him to predict this attack in advance. Not good. Slap, Ling Xiao had thought that he could easily block the wolf's attack. However, the outcome was far beyond his expectations. The wolf's tail actually swept across his body and left a bright red mark. He hadn't been able to block it, although he had predicted the attack. His speed wasn't as fast as the other parties. Furthermore, the wolf's tail was soft and hard to block completely. As a result, Ling Xiao was injured. Huh. Interesting. Despite being injured, Ling Xiao didn't feel disappointed. Instead, he became even more excited. Only a challenging training would be interesting. Otherwise, what was the point of training? Once he was injured, there would be a chain reaction. A few wolves took advantage of this opportunity to pounce on him and bite him. Although he managed to avoid being hit in the vitals, his body was already riddled with injuries. Yuan Venerate didn't stop them. He just looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Your insight is very frightening, but it won't be of any use if you don't have speed and reflexes to complement it. Remember, what you see with your eyes is always a step too late." What you have to practice now is to rely on your senses to avoid attacks and use your muscles and quintessential origin energy to capture the opponent's attack. There is a technique to using quintessential origin energy called Earth Vision and Sky Hearing, or more accurately, quintessential origin ball. Quintessential origin energy is released to form a quintessential origin ball around the body. As long as the quintessential origin energy touches something, it will immediately be reflected back to the martialist. Try it now. Keep releasing your quintessential origin energy. This will consume a lot of quintessential origin energy, but if you persist for a long time, you won't need to look anymore. In the future, no one will be able to launch a sneak attack on you. Furthermore, your quintessential origin energy will adapt to this situation and gradually become more vigorous. In a narrow cave, there were 22 wounded level 4 dire beasts, wind-tail wolves. The walls of the cave were full of claw marks and fist marks. What had originally been a perfectly fine place now looked as if it had experienced hundreds of fierce battles. In the middle of the cave, Ling Xiao's smooth skin was flickering with golden light. However, there were still many bloody marks and claw marks. One could even see the bite marks of teeth. However, these marks hadn't been able to break through his skin and muscles, so they hadn't caused much damage to him. The battle with the wind-tailed wolf had already lasted for half a month. In this half a month, Ling Xiao increased the refining array stone from 3000 gene to 2500 gene. He constantly faced the crazy and cruel attacks of the wind-tailed wolves. The scars on his body were from more than 10 days ago. In the first few days, Ling Xiao was constantly injured, and sometimes the injuries were very serious. Once, his arm was directly bitten off by the wind-tailed wolf leader. A wind-tailed wolf took the opportunity to smash his ribs with its claws. However, even under such circumstances, the Yuan Venerate did not help. Ling Xiao did not remove the array refining stone. In the end, he still managed to pull through. After 4 or 5 days of fighting, he gradually became more at ease. In these 10 days, the wounds on his body were getting fewer and fewer. At most, he would be scratched by the claws of the wind-tailed wolf. It was basically impossible for him to be seriously injured. A sword also appeared in his hand. At this moment, he could already precisely control the output of his true essence. Even if he was holding a sword, he could ensure that the wind-tailed wolf wouldn't be killed, seriously injured, or crippled. At first, the Yuan Venerate found 22 wind-tailed wolves. However, only 10 of them actually participated in the attack. This was also a decision that the Yuan Venerate had made after the first battle. If 22 wind-tailed wolves had really attacked together, Ling Xiao would have been dead. From 10 to 12, the number of wind-tailed wolves slowly increased. Now, when 22 wind-tailed wolves attacked together, Ling Xiao could easily deal with them. In the tunnel, the Yuan Venerate, who had been resting outside for the past few days, suddenly opened his eyes. He couldn't help but nod his head when he saw the relaxed Ling Xiao with a smile on his face. It's about time. The Yuan Venerate smiled and waved his claw a few times at the 22 wind-tailed wolves. In an instant, the injuries of the 22 wind-tailed wolves healed and they actually erupted with twice as much strength as before. Disciple, I'm not afraid to tell you that I was afraid that you would really be killed, so I sealed half of their strength. Now, it seems like there's no need for that. As long as you can defeat these 22 wind-tailed wolves at their full strength, this training session will be over. The Yuan Venerate grinned. Ling Xiao had actually sensed this as well, especially after his cultivation base had advanced to the early stage transcendent 4th level 5 days ago. These 22 wind-tailed wolves weren't at their full strength. However, he hadn't asked his master at the time. In his opinion, his master naturally had his own reasons for doing so. Now, it had come true. Earth watching, sky listening. Ling Xiao didn't dare be negligent. His true essence suddenly formed a huge true essence ball around his body before expanding continuously until it enveloped the entire cave. It had another name, True Essence Ball. It was really too vivid. Inside this true essence ball that was filled with true essence, nothing could escape his grasp. Here it comes, the 22 wind-tailed wolves attacked at almost the same time. That wind-tailed wolf was a bit slower than the rest. It knew very well that after half a month of training, Ling Xiao had not only adapted to this kind of battle, but his cultivation base had also broken through. he was definitely not going to be easy to deal with. Therefore, the only way to kill Xianxia was to use their brains. The first wind-tailed wolf's attack was easily dodged by Xianxia. Even though he was carrying a 2,500 kilogram array refining stone, Xianxia could now move as fast as flying and dodge the attacks easily. He could even use the cloud dragon divine travel. This was a huge improvement. The second and third wind-tailed wolf cooperated and attacked from close to the ground. Xianxia poured true essence into his legs and 2 chi swords shot out from the soles of his feet, sending the 2 wind-tailed wolves flying. 4th head, 5th head, 6th head, more and more wind-tailed wolves attacked at the same time. Most importantly, they had all recovered their original strength and were more than twice as strong as before. Originally, these wind-tailed wolves had really intended to take revenge and kill Xianxia. They weren't a match for a Yuan Venerate, so they could only vent their anger on Xianxia. However, the situation was completely beyond their expectations. Xianxia was actually able to dodge or block their attacks one by one. He was even able to counterattack. The attacks of the 21 wind-tailed wolves were all stopped. Only the wind-tailed wolf king's attack was left. Xianxia wasn't very satisfied. He felt that his 12 golden lotus arts needed to be improved. This set of internal cultivation techniques had been stuck at the 3rd level for too long. As a result, he couldn't help but try to break through every time his true essence was exhausted during the battle. Perhaps he could do it after consuming the 100-year 9-dragon quenching origin pill. Xianxia took a deep breath. He decided to end this challenge as soon as possible. Come on, Alpha Wolf. A peak 4th level dire beast was comparable to an early stage Transcendent Realm 5th level cultivator. Its actual combat ability might even be stronger. 80% of the injuries on Xiao's body had been caused by it. This time, he didn't intend to hide. He wanted to fight this wolf head-on. 9 Meridian Chi Sword, wolf-shaped sword. Xiao roared angrily. 4 Chi swords appeared in his hands. During this period of training, it wasn't just his cultivation that had increased. Even the 9 Meridians Chi sword had made great progress. He now had 4 Chi swords. At the same time, the sword Soul Doppelganger had also cultivated Soul Dice to the 2nd level and the power of all its abilities had increased once again. The Shadow Form Sword Art had improved even faster and had already condensed 6 Sword Shadow Doppelganger. 2 of them were Sword Soul Doppelganger with Sword Martial Souls, while the other 4 had yet to find a suitable martial soul. The wolf-shaped sword, as the name implied, was a sharp sword that resembled a wolf. This was a method that Xianxia had comprehended during his half a month of battle with the wind-tailed wolves. The wolf-shaped sword had a total of 22 moves. Each move was created based on a wind-tailed wolf. The strengths of each move were different, but each had its own unique characteristics. This move was created based on the attacks of the wind-tailed wolf leader. Thus, to be precise, it should be called Wolf-Shaped Sword King. The wild wolf formed by the Chi swords clashed with the real wind-tailed wolf leader. The 2 sides were in a deadlock in the middle of the cave. True Yuan scattered in the air, causing a gust of wind to blow. Lose for me. Xianxia roared as his True Yuan gushed out. The wind-tailed wolf leader barely managed to hold on for a moment before it was pierced in the throat by the sword. Just as the wolf was about to be killed, Xianxia lightly shook his hand, and the terrifying sword Chi blasted into the cave wall, piercing a wolf-shaped dent in it. I said that I wouldn't kill you if you cultivated with me. I, Xianxia, am not the kind of person who goes back on his word. Although he knew very well that these wind-tailed wolves really wanted to kill him, this was a Yuan Venerate's request. He couldn't let them cultivate with him for half a month only to break his promise first. Master, can we let them go now? Xianxia put on his clothes and asked with a smile. He sat there, took out a bottle of middle-grade True Elemental Dawn, and directly poured them into his mouth. Previously, he had stored over 100 bottles of middle-grade True Elemental Dawn in his Mountain River world. Now, there were only 3 or 4 bottles left. During the training process, every time he stopped training, the true essence in his body would be exhausted. At this time, when he took the True Elemental Dawn, his body would simply absorb it like a hungry thirst. The help it provided to him was simply too great. This was also the reason why he was able to break through to the Transcendent Realm 4th layer in just 10 days. Mid-rank True Essence pills were relatively simple to refine, but Yongkai wouldn't need them in the near future. After breaking through to the fourth layer of the transcendent realm, it would be best for him to take high-rank true essence pills to restore his true chi. You can leave now. Yuan Venerate waved his claws. The leader of the wind-tailed wolves nodded at him before nodding at Ling Xiao. Although half a month of sparring had been very tiring, the leader of the wind-tailed wolves actually felt faint signs of a breakthrough. Logically speaking, it would be very difficult for a vicious beast like it to break through. It hadn't expected to actually obtain such benefits. Furthermore, the way Ling Xiao fought made it feel that this kid's temperament was very compatible with that of the wind-tailed wolves. Little brother, if you have any use for us wind-tailed wolves in the future, just let us know. After sending the voice transmission, the leader of the wind-tailed wolves left with its group of subordinates. Ling Xiao sat there cross-legged, but he had already entered a state of cultivation. This was a habit he had developed over the past half a month. After training, his body's true essence would be exhausted, and he would take a large number of true elemental dawn. The effects of his cultivation would be more outstanding than usual. The thirst for power in his meridians was more greedy than ever. As Ling Xiao completely entered a state of cultivation, his breathing became even. The spiritual energy in the air lingered around his body, and when it came into contact with his body, it was as if it had come into contact with desert water and was instantly swallowed. The situation inside his body was basically the same. The true essence that seeped out of the true elemental dawn was also completely swallowed up by his body. This kind of cultivation effect couldn't be achieved even with the help of the mountain and river martial soul in the past, but now it could be achieved easily. This was the benefit of having an old monster as a master. Otherwise, Ling Xiao really didn't know how long it would take him to completely figure out such a good cultivation method. This was the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range, so the spiritual energy there was very abundant. In addition, Ling Xiao had also chosen a very good cultivation location, so a large amount of spiritual energy seemed to have found a fun place and kept pouring in from the outside before merging into Ling Xiao's body. The spiritual energy around his body was getting thicker and thicker, and it seemed like he couldn't absorb it completely even if he kept absorbing it. This is a sign of a breakthrough. Yuan Venerate also noticed this and was really happy for Ling Xiao. He was also very surprised. 5 days ago, Ling Xiao had just broken through to the early stage transcendent fourth level, but now he was actually about to break through again. Although it was only a small breakthrough from the early stage transcendent fourth level to the mid-stage transcendent fourth level, it was still very rare. After all, this was the transcendent realm. It seemed like it was time to take the 100-year 9 dragons quenching origin pill. Ling Xiao's current body had a very strong thirst for energy. If he took the 100-year 9 dragons quenching origin pill now, he would definitely be able to break through to the transcendent 5th level in one fell swoop if things went well. Advancing from the mid-stage transcendent 4th level to the transcendent 5th level was a continuous leap of several small realms. Only Ling Xiao's current situation and the 9 dragons quenching origin pill could achieve this. When Ling Xiao opened his eyes again, his cultivation was already at the mid-stage transcendent 4th level. Take the 100-year 9 dragons quenching origin pill and continue cultivating. Seize this rare opportunity and don't miss it. Yuan Venerate didn't explain anything. He believed that Ling Xiao would understand what he meant. Ling Xiao froze for a moment before nodding his head. He indeed understood what Yuan Venerate meant. Currently, he didn't need to consolidate his cultivation base. After so many days of training, his body, true Yuan, and soul had already adapted to the impact of a higher cultivation base. Therefore, he just needed to improve his cultivation base. As he thought of this, he took out the 100-year 9 dragons quenching origin pill and popped it into his mouth. When the pill entered his abdomen, he instantly felt a burning sensation and a pain that felt like his internal organs were being torn apart. However, this was a piece of cake for him. The pain he had experienced during his previous cultivation was far worse than this. He had already endured it, so what was this pain? The 100-year 9 dragons quenching origin pill was like a treasure that attracted the surrounding spirit chi even more. As a result, more and more spirit chi poured into the cave from all directions and entered Ling Xiao's body. Within his body, the energy of the 9 dragons quenching origin elixir was constantly transforming his martial veins and merging with them. Outside his body, a large amount of energy attracted by the 9 dragons quenching origin elixir was constantly flowing into his body. While it was tempering his body, it was also merging with his true energy. Ling Xiao's cultivation base was rising at a terrifying speed, late-stage Transcendent Realm 4th level, peak Transcendent Realm 4th level. 2 hours later, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of golden light shot out from his pitch-black pupils. After exhaling slowly, Ling Xiao looked excitedly at the Yuan Venerate, who was still lying there lazily, with a childlike smile on his face. Early stage Transcendent Realm 5th level. I actually managed to break through. Ling Xiao himself was a little surprised. The breakthrough this time had actually been so easy. It had simply been a matter of course and there hadn't been any sluggishness. This should be the reason why his cultivation method was correct. The energy of the 9 dragons quenching origin elixir hadn't just allowed his cultivation base to break through. It had also allowed his 12 golden lotus arts to finally comprehend the 4th type of power, lightning, and successfully break through to the 4th level. Wind, thunder, rain, and lightning, combined with these 4 types of power, he could infuse the Snow Lotus Sword art and the 9 Meridians Blade art with new vitality and allow them to unleash attacks that were even stronger than before. Upon seeing this, the Yuan Venerate's eyes were filled with gratification and surprise. In the past, the Yuan Venerate hadn't been familiar with Ling Xiao, so he hadn't had a complete understanding of Ling Xiao. However, he now understood that this kid's aptitude was so good that it made people jealous. He had really taken in an excellent disciple. After breaking through to early stage Transcendent Realm 5th level, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to do anything else. Instead, he started to consolidate his current cultivation base. During this period, he didn't split his sword soul clone to cultivate because he didn't want to distract himself. After all, the breakthrough this time was too big. He had to concentrate on comprehending this kind of power after the breakthrough. This way, he would be able to better control and use it. 5 days later, Ling Xiao once again opened his eyes from his bitter cultivation. His cultivation had now completely consolidated at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 5th layer. Even if he was seriously injured, as long as he didn't die, his cultivation wouldn't drop. Of course, more importantly, he had almost completely mastered the power of this stage. In the dangerous Dragon Submission Mountain range, Ling Xiao was walking slowly. If there was someone with a high cultivation, they would be able to see that there was a huge vital essence ball formed from vital essence within a radius of tens of meters around Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not need to look, as long as the true essence ball touched a place, his mind would immediately receive the information. This was even faster than using his eyes to see. The main reason he came out this time was to find some materials to refine a high-grade Jinyuan Dan. In the past few days, in order to consolidate his cultivation, he had already eaten all the few high-grade true elemental Dan he had on him. That wouldn't do. Although the high-grade true elemental Dan was not very helpful for cultivation, it was the most suitable Dan for restoring true essence. Based on Ling Xiao's habits, he would be embarrassed to go out without at least 1,000 true elemental Dan. No matter how much true essence a martialist had, there would be a time when it would be exhausted. Even if Ling Xiao could use the Mountain River martial soul to devour his opponent's true essence, he would not be able to do so. The problem was that most of the time, he wasn't fighting. Instead, he was cultivating. How could he absorb the true essence of ghosts at this time? He could only rely on true elemental dawn to replenish it. Alchemy wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao. With the Mountain River martial soul, he could refine any kind of Dan. Even Yuan Venerates didn't know this. However, the higher the grade of the Dan, the harder it was to find the formula. Even if Ling Xiao knew how to refine Dan, it would be useless if he didn't have the pill formula and ingredients. Therefore, the Dan he could refine now was something he had seen and used before. As long as it had been used before, the Mountain River martial soul would be able to quickly analyze its composition and deduce the pill formula. This matter was too heaven-defying, so Ling Xiao didn't dare tell his master. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Refining a high-grade true elemental Dan required one of the most crucial herbs. It was irreplaceable, but it was also the most difficult to find. It was very difficult to obtain in the secular world. This kind of herb could only be found in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. The other supplementary materials weren't cheap either. However, they could still be bought. This key ingredient was called spirit black grass. Refining a high-grade true elemental dan only required a mysterious spirit herb that was about 100 years old. There were mysterious spirit herbs that were less than 100 years old in the secular world. Unfortunately, they could only be used to refine middle-grade and low-grade true elemental dan. There were many mysterious spirit herbs in the mystic world, but those that were more than 100 years old were relatively rare. They usually grew deep in the mountains and forests and were often guarded by terrifying demonic beasts, dire beasts, and even evil beasts. This was because these beasts also knew that consuming the mysterious spirit herb could increase their true essence. However, no matter how difficult it was to obtain it, Xianxia had to obtain it. This was for himself and not for others. Relying on the mountain river martial spirit, Xianxia had basically determined the places where the mysterious spirit herbs grew. However, to find mysterious spirit herbs that were more than 100 years old, he still had to rely on the earth vision and sky hearing to search at close range. The reason why he walked slowly was because the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range were filled with danger. He didn't want to be ambushed and killed by some ferocious beast just because his mind was filled with the Xianling grass. That would be an unjust death. As long as he sensed the presence of a dire beast, no matter if it was weak or strong, he would try his best to avoid it. After all, his purpose for coming out this time wasn't to fight, but to find herbs. He couldn't delay his business because of fighting. With his outstanding observation skills and the earth vision and sky hearing ability, there were basically no battles along the way. All the dire beasts were easily avoided by him. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Because he had reached his destination. This was a basin. There were all kinds of strange flowers and herbs growing in the basin. However, mysterious spirit herbs accounted for more than half of them. It was a pity that most of the mysterious spirit herbs were less than 100 years old. He simply kept them in the mountain river martial spirit world. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect also needed vital elemental pills. Now that they were his own sect, they might become his important fighting force in the future. He definitely had to nurture them well. Things that other small sects didn't have, he definitely had to obtain for his own sect. Suddenly, his figure paused. Among the countless jade-green mysterious spirit herbs, there was one stalk that was extremely special. Although in terms of appearance, it wasn't much different from other mysterious spirit herbs. It was just a little brighter and bigger. However, if it was a martial artist, they would realize that the spiritual chi contained in this stalk of mysterious spirit herb far surpassed other mysterious spirit herbs that were less than 100 years old. On the leaves, there were even some veins that seemed to have signs of forming holy scriptures. Hee, my luck is not bad. It's actually a 600-year-old spirit grass. The quality of the high-grade true elemental dan refined from this thing will naturally be better, and the quantity will also be higher. Novel, Xianxia revealed a look of excitement. One had to know that this spirit grass could be used to refine 10 furnaces of dan, and the quantity of each furnace was 60 dan. In total, it would be 600 high-grade true elemental dan, enough for him to use for a while. The spirit grass was relatively far away from his position, and it was already outside the detection range of the true elemental ball. Therefore, he very carefully looked around, lest there was a vicious beast lying in ambush here. After all, according to the records in the book, in the vicinity of 100-year-old spirit grass, there would be powerful monsters or vicious beasts. He actually did not see any traces of vicious beasts, which was not normal. As Xianxia got closer and closer to the spirit grass, he also became more and more careful. Suddenly, Xianxia fiercely jumped back, and directly retreated more than 10 meters away. Bang! At the position where he was just standing, a 1-meter square deep pit had already formed, and inside it was blazing magma. He could not help but secretly be speechless. Good heavens, it was fortunate that he reacted quickly. Otherwise, if he rashly went to pick the spirit grass, he would definitely be directly attacked. Standing there, his mood calmed down a little, and he raised his head to look at the mountain behind the spirit grass. That's right, it was a mountain. However, at this time, the stone mountain was moving like a giant beast. The reason why he did not see this vicious beast just now was because of this. This guy was actually a giant lava beast. Moreover, it was a level 6 vicious beast, Although it was only a level 6 low-tier vicious beast, its terrifying fighting strength was definitely far beyond the 22 wind-tailed wolves from before. This giant lava beast's appearance looked like a huge tortoise, but its edges were clearly defined, and the tortoise shell on its back was clearly a volcano. Its height reached about 15 meters, and when it moved, it was like a mountain. The lava attack just now was just to drive Xianxia away, so it controlled its power. If it attacked with its full strength, perhaps the basin would have turned into magma. In those huge eyes, there was a sense of threat, and a thick brutal killing intent. In the huge mouth that was opened, flowing hot magma was unexpectedly flowing. Xianxia could not help but frown. He knew that this giant lava beast did not have any killing intent towards him, but that was only because of the spirit grass. Otherwise, the giant lava beast would definitely not let him go so easily. Leave? Xianxia shook his head. Since he was already here, how could he just leave? He had to get the Xianling grass. If the giant lava beast left obediently, he wouldn't kill it. However, if the other party insisted on fighting for the 600-year-old Xianling grass, he would have to fight a big battle. However, this battle would obviously not be easy. Yang Kai had just broken through to the early stage of the Transcendent Realm, while the level 6 low-tier giant lava beast was much stronger than an early-stage Transcendent Realm cultivator, even approaching the middle stage of the Transcendent Realm. However, just because it would not be easy did not mean he could not fight. Once Xianxia decided on something, unless there was no other way, he would not easily change his mind. Obviously, he now had a chance to fight this giant lava beast. Roar! The giant lava beast let out a furious roar and spat out a hot breath, instantly turning the vegetation in front of it into black powder. Its blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Xianxia, staring at this little brat who dared to intrude into the basin and covet the 600-year-old spirit grass. It had already threatened this little brat, but this little brat showed no signs of leaving. This made it very angry. Roar! Not only did Xianxia not retreat, but he also let out a roar that did not belong to a human. It was more like the roar of a dragon. At the same time, a terrifying dragon pressure was released, directly enveloping the giant lava beast. Xianxia did not want to fight. At the very least, he did not want to fight now, otherwise, destroying the 600-year-old spirit grass would make his heart ache. Dong dong dong, the giant lava beast actually felt fear and retreated 3 or 4 steps, causing the ground to tremble. However, after an instant, its eyes were no longer clear. Instead, they had turned red. Roar! The giant lava beast was furious. It was actually scared away by a little brat. This made it feel extremely humiliated. It decided to kill this little brat, even if it had to destroy the entire valley. Xianxia frowned. Sure enough, a vicious beast was a vicious beast. When it went mad, it was not afraid of anything. It seemed like he could only fight. You brought this upon yourself. Even if you die, don't blame me. Xianxia no longer planned to hold back. The ice dragon's sword had already appeared in his hands. Against a monster of this level, his 9 meridians chi sword was not enough. After all, he had only cultivated it to the 4th level. The strong preyed on the weak. Either you die or I live. This was the typical law of the jungle. Unless Xianxia chose to escape and give the profound spirit grass to the giant lava beast. But he was obviously unwilling, and the other party was also unwilling, so the only way to solve the problem was to fight. Release. Xianxia removed the refining array stone. In that instant, his aura crazily soared. He could feel the berserk feeling of the power that had been suppressed for a long time being suddenly released. Too great, this feeling, not to mention a low level 6 beast, even if it was a peak level 6 beast, he would definitely not be afraid. Roar! The giant lava beast's dignity was once again challenged. It was furious, opened its huge mouth, and a huge lava fireball began to condense. The terrifyingly high temperature suddenly increased the temperature of the entire valley. This won't do. Xianxia noticed that many of the Xian spirit grass that he had not picked in time had withered. Although the 600-year-old Xian spirit grass had a tenacious vitality, it could not allow the giant lava beast to do as it pleased. Cloud Dragon Divine Travel? Golden Light Dragon Wings. In that instant, a pair of black wings appeared on Xianxia's back. When they spread out, they temporarily maintained a length of about 2 meters. The length of the golden light dragon wings could be adjusted by itself. This was one of the results of Ling Zhao's training. The largest could be a few dozen meters, and the shortest could be completely disappeared. However, if he wanted to fly, he had to maintain a pair of wings that could not be less than 1 meter long. Otherwise, he would not be able to fly. This was a basin, so the wings naturally could not be too big. A length of 2 meters would not affect flight, but it was also relatively small. It could be considered a more suitable choice. Whiz. The moment the golden light dragon wings appeared, Ling Zhao's body suddenly turned into a shadow and pounced towards the giant lava beast. The ice dragon sword in his hand began to condense a terrifying cold ice chi. The high temperature that was originally rising in the basin gradually decreased. Of course, his goal was definitely not just that. Wind celestial phenomenon, congealing water. The ice dragon sword pierced the huge lava fireball spat out by the lava beast. The cold aura collided with the hot aura, causing water vapor to fill the air. In an instant, the entire basin seemed to be covered in a thick fog. At that moment, Ling Zhao's martial soul avatar pounced towards the 600-year profound spirit grass at an extremely fast speed, grabbing the 600-year profound spirit grass without the lava beast noticing. Pung. However, what surprised Ling Zhao was that the lava beast actually discovered his intentions and even set up an ambush near the 600-year profound spirit grass. There were more than 10 monsters made of lava, which should be some kind of ability of the lava beast. These monsters were not weak, and with the sudden attack, the martial soul avatar almost threw away the 600-year profound spirit grass in its hand. Fortunately, Ling Zhao's martial soul avatar now had 90% of his strength, equivalent to a transcendent realm 4th layer cultivator. Facing more than 10 lava monsters, it quickly stabilized its position. Unfortunately, it was surrounded, so it was unable to hand over the 600-year profound spirit grass to Ling Zhao's main body. Looks like you really want to die. Ling Zhao originally planned to leave after stealing the profound spirit grass. He really didn't want to fight with this lava beast. However, the lava beast's actions left him with no choice but to kill it. Boom! The lava fireball exploded in midair, and Ling Zhao and the lava beast both took a step back. However, at the same time, the phantom of a glacier appeared behind Ling Zhao's back, and the ice dragon sword in his hand was even more powerful than before. Glacier force, wind celestial phenomenon, congealing water. Ling Zhao launched another attack, not giving the lava beast any chance to catch its breath. The giant lava beast refused to back down. Instead, it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Ling Zhao. Pung! The two sides clashed again, and one of the lava beast's teeth fell to the ground, as if a huge dragon-breaking stone had been inserted into the ground. This time it could be said that Ling Zhao had gained a slight advantage. Not enough. It's not enough. Ling Zhao flapped his golden dragon wings and quickly retreated using the cloud dragon divine travel. Then, he began to accumulate energy again. A vast ocean appeared in the shadow behind him. The power of the glacier, the power of the ocean. After that, the ice dragon sword in his hand actually flashed with lightning. Lightning constellation, water condensation. The lightning celestial phenomenon and lightning celestial phenomenon finally fused together. The terrifying sight of thunder and lightning struck fear into the giant lava beast. Unfortunately, it was too late to be afraid. With an unparalleled sword strike, the terrifying thunder and lightning roared as it pounced towards the lava beast. Poochie, crack! This time, the ice dragon sword finally tore through the lava beast's defense, and a huge hole extended from the lava beast's head to its body. It wasn't blood that flowed out of the wound, but magma. Roar! The giant lava beast was seriously injured. It finally gave up the idea of fighting for the black spirit grass. It hurriedly turned around and fled into the distance. Although its body was huge, it ran very fast. In the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range, there was enough space for it to escape. Because the plants here were very tall and the ground was very wide, the gaps left behind were naturally larger. Standing here, one would feel like an ant standing under a towering tree in the outside world. As the giant lava beast fled with its injuries, the dozen lava monsters also disappeared. The martial soul avatar successfully protected the 600-year-old black spirit grass and handed it over to Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao did not chase after the giant lava beast. His goal was not the beast, but the 600-year-old black spirit grass. Since he had already obtained the black spirit grass, why would he waste the effort? After keeping the 600-year-old black spirit grass, Xianxia once again wore the array refining stone on his body. Then, he followed the path he came from and headed towards the cave. He wanted to concoct the high-grade true elemental pills first before going to the Xia family castle to find trouble with Fairy Ling Long and the others. Now that he had reached the early stage of the Transcendent Realm level 5, whether it was Fairy Ling Long or the cold-faced cultivator, they were no match for him. It was time for revenge. Someone's here. After walking for a while, Xiao suddenly stopped. Within the range of his true essence ball, he could feel the auras of several cultivators. 5 people, the highest cultivation is at the peak of the Transcendent Realm level 4. But what are these people doing here? Xiao's cave was not far from here, and he was worried that the other party would notice it, so he decided to stay and investigate. Leaping onto a large tree, Xiao concealed all of his aura, even putting away his true essence ball, relying on his eyes to track the movements of these people. Sure enough, there are 5 people. As they walked, they seemed to be searching for something. Although they were more than 10 meters away, Xiao's ears were not inferior to his eyes, so he could still hear their conversation clearly. Damn it! We've already been in the depths of the dragon subduing mountain range for so many days, but there's still no trace of that little brat. We've lost quite a few companions. One of them punched the tree next to him, looking very angry. Be careful, there are a lot of vicious beasts here, we can't afford any more casualties. Another person lowered his voice and said, but that little brat is really strong, how did he offend Fairy Ling Long? Fairy Ling Long actually issued a bounty for him. The reward is a rare grade artifact, 10,000 low-rank spirit stones, and a 100,000 low-rank true essence pills. She's really going all out. Hearing this, Xiao couldn't help showing a gloomy expression. He hadn't expected that Fairy Ling Long would still not let him go, even sending people to hunt him down. Haha, that's very much in line with that woman's style. Don't worry, Fairy Ling Long, we'll meet again soon. But when the time comes, the ones who will have to run will be you. Xiao sneered, his expression turning cold as he glared at the 5 cultivators, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. These people were actually here to kill him, he couldn't just sit back and watch. I wonder who will be able to obtain these rewards, but in my opinion, that little brat is only at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 3rd layer, he might have already become a delicacy in the stomach of some vicious beast. There shouldn't be much point in us continuing to look for him, right? Someone else said. That's not necessarily the case, I heard that little brat is extremely cunning, being able to escape from Fairy Ling Long's hands, he probably won't die so easily. The first person said, alright, let's find a place to rest and eat something, if we continue to walk like this, it'll be dangerous. I heard that there's a lava beast nearby, that's a grade 6 monster beast, we won't be its opponent at all. It was obvious that the existence of the lava beast was already common knowledge in the Xia family castle, only outsiders like Xiao would not know about it. I just hope we're lucky enough to run into that little brat after we finish eating. If that's the case, with the 5 of us, wouldn't killing him be a piece of cake? Ha ha ha, that's true, there are 5 of us, 3 peak Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivators and 2 late Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivators. Killing an early Transcendent Realm 3rd layer cultivator would be child's play. The group chatted and laughed as they searched for a safe place to rest. However, at that moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed in front of their eyes and the 2 late Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivators died on the spot. 2 small scratches were left on their necks, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that their necks had been directly cut open by something. The black shadow was so fast that they didn't even have a chance to react. They didn't even have a chance to see what it was. Too terrifying. Seeing their companions, who had been chatting and laughing just a moment ago, now dead, the remaining 3 cultivators felt their hair stand on end, their hands trembling as they gripped their weapons. Run! Run! It must be some kind of terrifying monster. Since you came looking for me, why run away when you see me? Shouldn't we have a good chat? The black shadow blocked the path of the remaining 3 cultivators. Although it was only one person, its aura seemed to have sealed off all paths of escape, anyone who dared to move would die. The 3 cultivators stared at the black shadow in horror, their faces filled with fear. You're surnamed Ling. Although they had never seen Ling Xiao before, Fairy Ling Long had already pasted his portrait all over Xia family castle. Congratulations, you've guessed correctly. Ling Xiao smiled as he looked at the three of them. From his face, one could not tell that he was a decisive person. Instead, he looked more like a child who had not grown up, innocent and unaffected. However, the cold corpses on the ground made the three cultivators very clear what this young man meant. Suddenly, one of the cultivators took out a thunderbolt signal flare from his storage ring and fired it into the sky. Ling Xiao could have stopped them, but he didn't. Rather than looking for them one by one, it was better to have them all come together and deal with them all at once, saving him time. Given the strength of Fairy Ling Long and the cold-faced cultivator, he did not believe that the cultivators who came would be too strong. He would kill anyone who came. So what if he became a bloodthirsty magical beast today? His pestilence demon king martial soul needed to be nourished by fresh blood. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao felt that he was a little evil. However, if these people hadn't come to kill him, he wouldn't have done this. Anyone who chose to do something had to pay the price for their actions. Don't be afraid of him. This brat's sneak attack only succeeded. The three of us are enough to take his life. One of them tried his best to calm down and roared. Yes, kill him. If we kill him, we'll be able to get a huge bounty. We won't have to worry about cultivation anymore. The three martial artists looked at each other and saw the madness in their eyes. Thus, they moved. The three of them attacked Ling Xiao from three different directions. Ling Xiao stood there, involuntarily revealing a look of contempt. Your joint attack technique is far inferior to the wind-tailed wolves, and you still want to kill me? He did not put peak transcendent realm 4th layer cultivators in his eyes. Pooh, 2 chi swords, 2 lives. Of the 3 martial artists who had rushed over, 2 of them had died under Ling Xiao's attack without knowing what had happened. Before they died, they only saw 2 streaks of light as fast as lightning, then they lost consciousness. The last one turned around and fled in panic. Demon, he felt that the person he saw could not be Ling Xiao, it must be a demon in disguise. He had heard that in the dragon-subduing mountain range, there was a kind of demonic creature that could disguise itself as a human to hunt humans. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? I still have something to ask you. The reason why this martial artist did not die was because Ling Xiao wanted him to. The chi sword in his hand turned into a rope and directly wrapped around the martial artist's neck, then pulled him back. Ling Xiao stepped on the martial artist's body and issued a cold threat, if you dare move again, I'll take your life. I won't run, please don't kill me, I beg you. The reason why Ling Xiao spared this martial artist was because he could see that this guy was the most cowardly of the 3. Only by sparing him would he be able to ask the questions he wanted to know. You should have done this earlier. Ling Xiao grinned meaningfully and took out a refining array stone from his pocket. The refining array stone was a weakened version of the plague bone dissolving array. Because he did not have enough materials, Ling Xiao could only simplify it for now. But even if it was a weakened version, it would still be very easy to deal with cultivators below the Transcendent Realm 4th layer. If combined with his Plague Demon King Martial Spirit, even a Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivator could be killed. This big gift was naturally left for the reinforcements who were about to arrive. If someone wanted to die, how could he stop them? Don't worry, as long as you answer a few of my questions obediently, I will let you go. Ling Xiao said as he looked at the martial artist under his foot. Half a month ago, he would still be wary of a martial artist of this level, but now, he did not need to worry about them at all. This was the result of half a month of cultivation. You better keep your word. Otherwise, Fairy Ling Long will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth. She won't let you go. This cultivator was truly desperate. He was actually using Fairy Ling Long to threaten Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was really afraid of Fairy Ling Long, why would he have offended that woman in the first place? Don't worry, I will soon kill my way to the Xia family castle. Anyone who dares to stand on her side, I won't let them go. Ling Xiao said with a smile, all right, now answer my questions. If you dare to lie or speak nonsense, I will let you know what the most painful thing in this world is. Oh right, have you seen a wind-tail wolf? They will not kill their prey immediately, but will play with them until they have tasted the pain and finally lost the will to live. Demon, a real demon, the martial artist's entire body was trembling. His face had already turned deathly pale. He couldn't believe that a young martial artist could be so vicious. He must be a demon. He must be, but he did not dare to not answer Ling Xiao's questions, so he said in a trembling voice, "Ask away, as long as I know, I will definitely tell you." "Good, I just heard you say that Fairy Ling Long put a bounty on my head, right?" "That's right, and it doesn't matter if you are dead or alive. If you are captured alive, the reward will be even better. If you are killed, the reward will also be generous. Fairy Ling Long also said that you obtained a peerless treasure from the cave dwelling of an ancient martial artist. This is really insidious, it seems like they won't stop until one of them is dead." La Ling Xiao sneered, "Are there many people who want to capture me?" "Many. Some people aren't here for the bounty, but for the treasures in the ancient cultivator's cave mansion. It's said that even a 7th-layer transcendent realm cultivator has appeared." TSK, even a 7th-layer transcendent realm cultivator has appeared. It seems that Fairy Ling Long's scheme has succeeded. Ling Xiao couldn't help but grin. Meng Yuan was also a 7th-layer transcendent realm cultivator, but he was only at the peak of the 7th layer, so he might as well test the strength of a 7th-layer transcendent realm cultivator first. This way, when he returned to the Yuehua school, he would be more confident in dealing with Meng Yuan. Considering all this, Yang Kai glanced at the cultivator on the ground. This guy could be left alive to report back to the Yuehua school. Right now, he needed to weaken Fairy Ling Long's forces as much as possible and let those cultivators understand that whoever helped Fairy Ling Long would die. So, it was best to let those cultivators enter the dragon subduing mountain range while he waited for an opportunity to make his move. After all, with his mountain and river martial spirit, Yang Kai's familiarity with the dragon subduing mountain range was definitely far greater than those cultivators. "Let's go, we'll watch a good show from the side. After we're done, I'll let you go." Ling Xiao tied the cultivator up and dragged him to a hidden place. About 10 minutes later, several dozen cultivators appeared at the location where Ling Xiao's plague bone dissolving array had been arranged. 67, haha, there really are a lot of people here. The strongest among them is actually an early 5th-layer transcendent realm cultivator. Impressive, but unfortunately, no one will be able to leave here alive. Ling Xiao sneered coldly. The cultivator who was being held hostage didn't understand this situation before suddenly seeing the most frightening thing in his life. 67 transcendent realm cultivators, however, at that moment, a huge skull pattern suddenly appeared on the ground. Immediately after, a green light shot out from the ground and a green humanoid monster appeared in midair. It opened its mouth and sucked in, causing the cultivators to scream and fall to the ground. Amidst the groans and sorrowful wails, the 67 transcendent experts rapidly turned into dried corpses. Their blood fused into the strange pattern before condensing into a surge of energy that was injected into the body of the dark green humanoid monster. It happened in an instant, and everything was over. A strong smell of urine entered Ling Xiao's nostrils. Truly useless. Scram. Go back and tell Fairy Ling Long that yours truly is still alive and well. If he wants my life, he can come to the Dragon Submission Mountain Range if he has the guts. If he doesn't, he can just stay in the Xia family castle and wait for yours truly to come knocking on his door. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he flung the martial artist away and quickly disappeared into the dense forest. He had already planned to exact revenge on Fairy Ling Long, and this was a good opportunity for him to test his strength. Of course, before that, he had to refine the 100-year profound spirit grass into a high-grade true elemental dan. This was also part of his plan. In the Ling Long Celestial Palace of the Xia family castle. This was probably the most beautiful building in the Xia family castle. It was made of suet white jade, and there were all kinds of formations and magic formations set up on it to protect the owner of this place. It was Fairy Ling Long. However, the atmosphere in the Ling Long Celestial Palace today was somewhat depressing. Fairy Ling Long was sitting on the throne that she had carefully designed for herself, frowning. There were two people sitting next to her. One of them was a cold-faced martial artist that Ling Xiao was familiar with. The other one was a stranger, but he was wearing the standard uniform of the Beast King Palace. This man's cultivation was quite formidable, and it seemed that he was even much stronger than Meng Yuan. He was just leaning against the chair leisurely, holding a pure white little mouse in his arms, as if he was indifferent to everything. Besides these three people, there were many other martial artists in the hall, and the weakest among them was at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm Level 4. A martial artist in ragged clothes was kneeling on the floor of the hall, and his expression was frightened. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Transcendent Realm Level 4, but he was trembling all over, as if he had encountered something terrible. This man was the lucky one that Ling Xiao had sent back to deliver the news. "Is what you said true?" The cold-faced martial artist looked at this man coldly and asked while gnashing his teeth. "My lord, it's all true. I saw those people being swallowed by a strange formation with my own eyes. That Ling guy is too scary. No, I suspect that he's not a human at all. He's a demon in human skin." The martial artist kneeling on the ground answered the cold-faced martial artist's question in a sobbing voice. "Nonsense." The cold-faced martial artist was angry. How could such a demon exist? "Sir, you don't have to be so angry. It is said that such a demon exists in the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range." A martial artist sitting below said with a smile, "I'd rather believe him. After all, that Ling guy is just at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm Level 3. Even if he performed exceptionally well, he would at most be at the middle or late stage of the Transcendent Realm Level 3. How could he kill so many people? It must be some kind of demon. Whether it's a demon or that Ling guy, we must investigate this matter thoroughly. 67 Transcendent Realm cultivators disappearing at the same time is no small matter. I heard that many cultivators no longer go to the Dragon Submission mountain range because of this matter. Fairy Linglong coldly snorted and said, "That Ling guy is too cunning. He's only 14 years old, yet he's already at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm. His aptitude is too terrifying. If we let him live, he will become a fatal threat to us." "Fairy." The kneeling martial artist suddenly spoke again. "What's wrong?" "That Ling guy said that even if you don't send people to kill him, he will still come to Xia family castle to find you. He also said that he will kill anyone who dares to help you." "Bastard." The cold-faced martial artist angrily slammed the table, instantly turning it into dust. "That brat is too arrogant." At this point, he turned to look at Fairy Linglong and said, "Fairy, why don't I personally lead a team to search the mountain tomorrow? Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we have to find that brat and tear him to pieces. Anne, I'm relieved to leave it to you." Fairy Linglong had always trusted the cold-faced martial artist, and this time was no exception. "Relieved?" The Beast King Palace disciple who had been silent all this time finally spoke. "Do you know his name? Which sect's disciple is he? Do you know what he has done in the past? Senior Brother Wang, do you know?" Fairy Linglong looked at the Beast King Palace disciple with a smile on her face. This Wang guy was called Wang Shi. Just like his name, he was extremely vicious and treacherous. Cooperating with this person was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. She could be swallowed by him at any time. However, Fairy Linglong had no other choice. If she wanted to kill Ling Xiao, she could only do so. Fairy Linglong had already made a deal with Wang Shi. As long as this person killed Ling Xiao, all of Ling Xiao's belongings would belong to this person. Furthermore, no matter what kind of injuries this person suffered in the future, she would treat them for free. In addition, this Wang Shi was somewhat interested in her beauty, so the two of them reached an agreement. His name is Ling Xiao, an outer disciple of the Yuehua school. Back in the Green Valley, he was only at the peak of Transcendent Realm 2nd level. However, with lightning speed, he killed 2 of my junior brothers and 1 of my junior sisters. All 3 of them were late-stage Transcendent Realm 3rd level cultivators. When Wang Shi spoke, his voice was extremely cold. This time, he came to the Xia family castle to hunt down Ling Xiao. He was not Ing Wuya, so he did not have the patience. Moreover, Shi Mei and Shi Jiao were disciples of the same master as him, so they were naturally closer to him than Ing Wuya. One day, he received news from a mysterious person that Ling Xiao had left the Yuehua school and headed to the Xia family castle, preparing to enter the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range from there. He guessed that this mysterious person was someone from the Yuehua school, but he did not investigate further. Anyway, no matter who provided the information, his goal was still the same. He still wanted to kill Ling Xiao and avenge his junior sister. Fairy Ling Long said something very well just now. This man is extremely cunning and scheming. Back in the Green Valley, he used some unknown method to control his cultivation to the level of a half-step grandmaster. This made my junior brother and sister underestimate him, and in the end, he killed them with his cunning methods. Wang Shi said coldly, "This kind of person is very scary. Although he is an enemy, I really admire him. However, it is because of this admiration that I want him to die quickly. Otherwise, when this kid grows up, he will be extremely terrifying." Thank you for your reminder, Senior Brother Wang. Fairy Ling Long could not help but gasp. Even Wang Shi valued this person so much. Thinking back to what had happened in the cave, she could not help but agree. The reason why she was so desperate to issue a bounty was because she wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble. Pass down the order, increase the bounty by 10 times. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, he would be rewarded with 10 treasured weapons, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones and 1 million low-grade spirit pills. I don't believe that with such a great reward, there won't be anyone who dares to go. Fairy Ling Long's eyes were filled with determination and indifference. Her idea was not wrong. With such a huge reward, the entire Xia family went crazy. In fact, in just 1 or 2 days, over 1,000 Transcendent Realm cultivators had arrived. Those who didn't know would think that they were going to hunt some ferocious beast in the mountains. As a result, when Yang Kai inquired about it, he was told that he needed to kill an early-stage Transcendent Realm 3rd layer cultivator. Many people said that Fairy Ling Long was crazy, that she had too much money to spend. How could a trivial 3rd layer Transcendent Realm cultivator deserve such treatment? Ling Zhao's plan succeeded. Many cultivators entered the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain range in pursuit of Fairy Ling Long's bounty. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was still refining his pills in the cave, as if what was happening outside had nothing to do with him. Although the Dragon Submission Mountain range was huge, after entering the Dragon Submission Mountain range from the Xia family castle, the cave Ling Xiao was in was a must-pass through. In addition, Ling Xiao deliberately let a cultivator go back to report, so those cultivators quickly found the cave where Ling Xiao was cultivating. Of course, the Dragon Submission Mountain range was extremely dangerous, and these cultivators paid a heavy price for the high bounty. Before they could find Ling Xiao, they had already lost dozens of people. Some were killed by ice sparrows. Some were killed by wind-tail wolves. There were also some who were unlucky enough to encounter a lava beast that was recuperating and ended up becoming the lava beast's healing material. On this day, Ling Xiao purposely left the cave and sat in a very conspicuous place to eat barbecued meat. He had no choice. These people were too stupid. After searching for 2 days, they still couldn't find any trace of him. He was getting a little bored. Soon, 2 cultivators arrived near the cave. Because Ling Zhao's position was too conspicuous, the 2 cultivators saw him almost immediately. Ling Xiao. One of the cultivators called out excitedly. The other cultivator hurriedly took out a thunderbolt signal flare, preparing to notify the other cultivators in the mountain, but was stopped by his companion. Are you stupid? We're both peak Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivators. It's just a little brat. Is there a need to find so many people? With so many people, do you think we'll be able to get the bounty? That's true. After the 2 of them discussed for a while, they decided to kill Ling Xiao and then quietly return to claim the bounty, lest they become the target of other cultivators. So. At that moment, before the 2 of them could make a move, the young man who was barbecuing meat suddenly turned into a gust of wind. His speed was so fast that the 2 peak Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivators were dumbfounded. The terrifying aura caused them to tremble in fear. For a moment, they actually lost the courage to fight and turned around to flee. Their reaction wasn't slow, but they were still a step too late. Boom. Pa. One of the martial artists was struck solidly by Ling Zhao's punch. Then, his entire body was embedded into the rock, and he instantly lost his breath. The other cultivator stared at Ling Xiao in horror. This young man was too terrifying. His speed and strength were both so outstanding, how could he possibly be a mere Transcendent Realm 3rd layer cultivator? The cultivator clearly felt that this was a huge trap. Could it be that Fairy Ling Long and this little brat worked together to set up this trap? Just to kill us cultivators? Thinking so in his heart, he didn't slow down in the slightest. Someone who could kill his companion with a single punch was definitely not weak. Even if he was a fool, he could see this, not to mention he wasn't stupid. The young man just stood there with a smile on his face, seemingly having no intention of chasing. However, the cultivator didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Who knew what this young man was thinking? Who knew what would happen next? Suddenly, the cultivator's heart trembled as his intuition told him that danger was nearby. In the nick of time, the cultivator suddenly jumped up and glided a short distance away. Just as he jumped up, a resplendent chi sword pierced out from where he had been standing a moment ago. That was close. The cultivator wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and rejoiced in his heart. His opponent was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined, but it didn't matter. Even if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, as long as he brought this news back, he could still obtain some rewards, just not as much as killing him. That's right. Use the Thunderbolt signal flare. The cultivator suddenly thought of notifying the others. He felt that he had already fled several hundred meters away, and with his speed so fast, it was impossible for the other party to catch up, so he relaxed a little. Hee, this signal flare is exquisitely made, but it's a waste for you to use it. Give it to me. Novel, law, the demonic voice suddenly sounded in his ears, and then the signal flare in his hand disappeared. The young man was running side by side with him, but his relaxed expression was clearly giving way to him. Impossible, the warrior could not believe his eyes. He thought that his movement technique was already very powerful, and it was a rare gold-level movement technique. No one could compare to him. All along, he had relied on this excellent movement technique to escape danger many times. But what was going on today? Was this young man a human or a ghost? Your movement technique is not bad, but it's a pity that you haven't reached the transcendent state yet. The young man smiled at the warrior with a compassionate expression. Why bother? I don't want to kill, but you force me to kill. Are you all living too freely? Although the young man's expression was smiling. However, an incomparably horrifying feeling of fear emerged from the martial artist's body. He roared and threw a punch at the young man. But before he could do that, the young man shot out a chi sword from his finger and pierced his throat. Before he could even scream, the warrior fell straight to the ground with his eyes wide open, completely dead. Ling Xiao landed on the mountain top and looked at the dense black dots in the distance with a cold murderous look on his face. Brave men are bound to come when there's a great reward? Hee, since you all want my life, then don't blame me for being ruthless, hunt. From now on, those who want to kill me must die. He took out the signal flare in his hand and found a suitable place to release it. The moment the signal flare exploded, martial artists from all over the mountains and plains rushed over here one after another. They saw the bounty, but they did not see the terrifying murderous intent hidden in the signal flare. In the dark forest, danger lurked everywhere. But the warriors did not seem to care. They each used their strength and rushed toward the place where the signal flare appeared. They were very fast, and no one wanted to fall behind. Because killing Ling Xiao would not only give them a huge reward from Fairy Ling Long, but also the treasures on Ling Xiao's body. There were too many martial artists, to the extent that many fierce beasts were so frightened that they did not dare to come out. Although ferocious beasts were beasts, they still had intelligence. They didn't dare to fight against existences stronger than them. An ice sparrow was quietly hiding in its nest, staring at the martial artist on the ground. He was very terrifying. His aura was so strong that it was enough to make a level 3 vicious beast, the ice sparrow, not dare to move in the slightest. Ferocious beasts were terrifying, but so were human warriors. Suddenly, an afterimage flashed in the ice sparrow's eyes. Then, the body of the powerhouse on the ground that it regarded as a great threat swayed a few times, and then its head rolled to the ground. The ice sparrow was terrified. It saw that the killer was a young man. However, this youth's aura was like that of a terrifying ancient beast. The young man actually turned around and smiled at it, scaring it so much that it almost flew out and ran away. Late Transcendent Realm 5th Layer Cultivation, TSK, the quality of the cultivators who came to kill me this time really isn't low. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Ling Xiao casually took the other party's storage ring and muttered to himself, "This is the 23rd person. What a fool. It's not easy to cultivate to this level. Why couldn't he just stay at home and cultivate? Why did he have to come and kill me? Haven't he heard of the saying, those who kill will be killed by others?" In just a quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao had killed the 23 cultivators who had come to hunt him down. But this was just the beginning. This time, there were close to 1,000 people who had entered the mountain. This game of slaughter would inevitably end when he killed all these people, or when these people were scared out of their wits and left. Otherwise, it was either you die or I live, there was nothing left to say. He couldn't just let these people come to kill him and do nothing. He, Ling Xiao, was not a good person. Continue. Ling Xiao grinned meaningfully. He already had a rough idea of the strength of these cultivators. Among the people who had entered the mountain, there was only one he couldn't fight head-on. This person's cultivation had reached the Transcendent Realm's 7th layer and his combat strength was terrifying. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of him, but there was no need to fight him head-on. What's more, this person was actually an inner disciple of the Yuehua school, a master second only to the core disciples. Such a person actually came to the dragon subduing mountain range to kill him. If someone said that this matter had nothing to do with Elder Jin and the others, Ling Xiao wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. As for the others, they couldn't compare to him. If he wanted to kill them, they definitely wouldn't have the strength to fight back. It was also impossible for them to surround him. With his speed and movement skills, plus a few refining array stones that could be used at critical moments, as long as he wasn't too careless, it was impossible for him to fall into danger. Previously, he had captured a cultivator who had a good relationship with Fairy Ling Long and inquired about her whereabouts. That cultivator said that Fairy Ling Long was protected by a core disciple from the Beast King Palace, and that core disciple's cultivation had reached the Transcendent Realm 8th layer. He was definitely not someone a small character like Ling Xiao could fight against. That was true. If he wanted to kill a Transcendent Realm 8th layer cultivator now, he would have to transform into his ancient golden dragon form, but even then, he would be severely injured. So, he dismissed the idea of going to the Xia family castle immediately and continued to hunt these cultivators. At the same time, he would hone his combat skills and increase his strength. Previously, he was fighting against vicious beasts, but now he was fighting against cultivators. There was a big difference between the two. After killing only 23 cultivators, he had successfully condensed the 5th Qi sword for his 9 meridians Qi sword. This martial skill really needed to be comprehended in battle. The more he fought, the faster he could comprehend it. Fairy Ling Long, oh Fairy Ling Long, I'm afraid that the martial artists who have been killed by me will blame it on you. Let's see if you have the ability to get others to stand up for you. The hunting game has just begun. If you like to play, I'll play with you. More than 500 people died. More than 500. Fairy Ling Long slumped back into her seat dejectedly. In just 2 days, more than half of the cultivators who entered the dragon subduing mountain range to hunt Ling Xiao had died. This was because the remaining half of them were scared out of their wits and fled back to the Xia family's castle. Right now, Fairy Ling Long was truly terrified. These Transcendent Realm cultivators were all disciples of various large sects, and they were all inner sect disciples. Yet, they died in the dragon subduing mountain range for no reason. If those sects couldn't find Ling Xiao to take revenge, they would definitely come looking for trouble with her. Moreover, the most helpless thing was that Ling Xiao didn't leave behind any evidence that could be used against him. Anyone who saw Ling Xiao was dead. None of those who came back alive had seen Ling Xiao. I'm certain that Ling Xiao was the one who did it. Wang Xi's expression was still indifferent, as if nothing could affect him. If it was Ling Xiao, how could his strength be so terrifying? There were even Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivators among the dead. How could he have killed them all? Fairy Ling Long couldn't believe it. Stupid woman, do you know what a genius is? Wang Xi said coldly, what's more, this person has been hiding his strength since the beginning. How do you know how strong he really is? Listen to me, tell your people to retreat. If I'm not wrong, his combat strength has reached the level of being able to kill a Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator alone. If you tell your subordinates to go after him, they'll just be sending themselves to their deaths. Although Wang Shi's words were harsh, Fairy Linglong didn't care. However, Fairy Linglong knew very well that what Wang Shi had said was absolutely possible. Although it had only been a month, it was absolutely possible for a genius to break through several layers in a row. What's more, in Wang Shi's eyes, Ling Xiao was a monster. He was a terrifying existence that was one level higher than a genius. It was normal for him to have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Senior brother Wang, if you're willing to help, Linglong will be at your disposal. Fairy Linglong was really scared. At this point, she didn't care about anything else. As long as she could kill Ling Xiao, so what if she had to offer herself to Wang Shi? What's more, she always knew that Wang Shi liked her. A trace of excitement appeared on Wang Shi's face. He was indeed very excited. Although he didn't like Fairy Linglong as a person, he liked her martial spirit. Fairy Linglong's martial spirit was a dragon subspecies martial spirit. As long as she was willing to dual cultivate with him, he could absorb part of the immemorial dragon clan's bloodline. In this way, his snake martial spirit could also evolve into a divine snake with dragon bloodline. At that time, he was confident that he would be able to defeat Wu Ya and become the 9th core disciple of Beast King Palace. As long as he had the divine snake martial spirit, he could even accelerate his cultivation speed and step onto the throne of core disciple. Hee, you know that I don't like to be forced. Wang Shi smiled faintly. As long as senior brother Wang can kill Ling Xiao, Linglong is willing to let you pluck my heart. Fairy Linglong said solemnly. In the face of life, what was chastity? All right then. Have your men withdraw first. Tomorrow, follow me into the mountains. As long as you stay by my side, you will not be in any danger. That Ling Xiao is dead for sure. Speaking of this, Wang Shi suddenly raised a question. By the way, isn't there a Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivator in the search team? I think his name is Tyrant. He's a student from Yuehua School. How is he? Don't mention this fellow. He wasn't with the other cultivators at all. It said that he entered the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range to hunt some kind of ferocious beast and complete the sex mission. He wasn't there to hunt Ling Xiao at all. He made us happy for nothing. Fairy Linglong said indignantly. Oh, really? Wang Shi revealed a sinister smile. That's not necessarily the case. He knew very well that the mysterious person who sent him the message had a very similar aura to this Tyshan. If he guessed correctly, this fellow was using the sex mission as an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. After all, Tyshan was a student from Yuehua School, so it wasn't appropriate for him to do it openly. If it's as senior brother Wang guessed, that Tyshan is going to do the sex mission on the surface but is actually going to kill Ling Xiao, then we might not even have to do anything. Fairy Linglong suddenly became happy. To be honest, if she had a choice, she would never want to meet Ling Xiao again. She was really a little afraid of that brat. Let's hope so. However, the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range are filled with danger. We can't rule out the possibility of an accident. Let's not place too much hope. Wang Shi still felt a little uneasy. Ling Xiao's behavior was too abnormal. Logically speaking, when he saw a 7th layer Transcendent Realm cultivator enter the forest, his first thought should be to escape, right? But not only did this brat not run, he even continued to hunt in reverse. Maybe he wasn't afraid of Tyshan at all, or maybe this guy was a complete madman. At the same time, in the cave mansion of Yuehua School's core disciple Meng Yuan, 4 people were sitting there drinking wine. Meng Yuan had 4 capable assistants under him, and among the Yuehua School's core disciples, they were known as the 4 wooden guests. The reason was that all 4 of them had wood-type martial spirits. These 4 people's cultivations were all above the 7th layer Transcendent Realm, only slightly weaker than Meng Yuan. Tyshan was the weakest of the 4, but he was still an early 7th layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. On top of that, all of his martial arts had reached the Grand Perfection Gold grade, making him much stronger than most cultivators in the same realm. I wonder how that brat Tyshan is doing? One of the cultivators with yellow skin asked. Don't worry, with his cultivation, killing Ling Xiao will be a piece of cake. What we need to think about now is how to clean up after Ling Xiao's death. After all, Her Highness Moon Maiden has already said so, we can't be careless. Meng Yuan said coldly. You're right. Another night. There was no moonlight, no starlight, the entire sky seemed to be a giant black pot hanging upside down. Darkness had become the main theme of the world, and if one stayed in the mountain forest, it was impossible to see anything. Under such a dark night, a bonfire was lit on top of a huge rock, and there were several tents next to it. It was extremely eye-catching in the dark night. This location was very good, it was spacious enough that if a vicious beast or enemy suddenly appeared, it would definitely be noticed in advance. In the bushes about 50 meters away from the bonfire, a person was lying on his stomach, staring at the situation here. This person was Xianxia. Today's hunt was perfect. Many cultivators who didn't know the difference between life and death were killed while others were scared away by his ferocious aura, but he didn't chase after them. Those cowards, even if you gave them 10 times the courage, they probably wouldn't dare find trouble with Xianxia again. After a day of killing, Xianxia set his sights on the cold-faced cultivator. This person and Fairy Ling Long were the masterminds behind the scenes. It didn't matter if he killed the others, but these two had to die. Originally, with the cold-faced cultivator's strength, Xianxia could easily kill him. However, the problem now was that there was a powerful early-stage Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivator beside this cold-faced cultivator. When Xianxia was in the sect, he vaguely heard Zhao Ji mention this guy. This guy seemed to be one of the 4 wood guests under Meng Yuan, named Tyrant. It seemed that the relationship between him and Meng Yuan was like fire and water, there was absolutely no room for reconciliation. No, it should be said that the relationship between him, the flame deity, and Elder Jean was the same. With Lingzhao's current strength, killing an early-stage Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivator was still quite difficult, but it was still possible. The problem was that Tai Shan was accompanied by the cold-faced cultivator and the others. With these helpers, Yang Kai had a headache. This guy's strength wasn't very high, but what he feared the most was that he had some kind of treasure on him. Yang Kai didn't believe that someone who had been entrenched in a place like the Sha family castle wouldn't have a few decent treasures on him. It was better to be cautious. He only had one life, and if he lost it, it would be gone. Lying there, Lingzhao's mountain and river martial spirit was rapidly circulating. He was looking for the best opportunity to attack. As long as he could kill Tai Shan, the cold-faced cultivator wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, he could use this opportunity to suppress Meng Yuan. It was simply killing many birds with one stone. In the darkness, the cold-faced cultivator suddenly stood up. He rubbed his eyes. That's right, although the night was as dark as ink, a Transcendent Realm cultivator's eyesight could still see some things in the dark, but the distance was relatively close. Standing 7 or 8 meters away from the bonfire, wasn't that Xianxia? Grandmaster Tai, Xianxia has appeared. The cold-faced cultivator shouted in horror. Previously, he had been clamoring for Lingzhao's life, but after the events of the past few days, he no longer had the courage to face Xianxia face to face. He was afraid. Lingzhao's fear was far beyond his expectations. This guy was too strong, so strong that he couldn't resist at all. After all, he was only an early-stage Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivator, but Xianxia had killed a Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator. Don't panic. This little brat is proficient in cloning techniques, don't let him fool you, just in case. Tai Shan held a long staff in his hand. It was about 3 meters long, with 2 metal hoops on both ends. The staff also emitted the light of a spirit array. Obviously, this wasn't an ordinary staff, but a rare-grade artifact divine weapon. Yes. The cold-faced cultivator calmed down. He knew too little about Xianxia, so naturally, he couldn't compare to Tai Shan from the Yuehua school. Tai Shan, as a disciple of the Yuehua school, you actually colluded with an outsider to kill a fellow disciple. If news of this spreads, you won't be able to stay in the Yuehua school anymore, right? Lingzhao's voice came from the figure's mouth. If I kill you, no one will be found out. Tai Shan snorted coldly, but his expression didn't change. The internal strife within the sect had been going on for a long time. The Yuehua school was naturally no exception. Since he had chosen to stand on Elder Jin's side, he would not easily change his original intentions. Otherwise, he would only end up not pleasing either side. Is that so? If that's the case, don't go back alive. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and sinister as he slowly approached the bonfire. The cold-faced cultivator and his subordinates were so nervous that they held on to their weapons. Their bodies began to tremble violently. Although Taishan said that this guy was just a doppelganger, wasn't this too realistic? Master Tai. I told you, don't panic. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Taishan's forehead. Although he thought that he was much stronger than Ling Xiao, this Ling Xiao was extremely cunning. If he wasn't careful, he might fall into his trap. Therefore, he was naturally worried. All of a sudden, a bad premonition flashed in his heart, and he subconsciously swung his long rod behind him. Clang, the sound of the staff hitting metal was heard. Taishan saw another face with the help of the light from the bonfire. It was still Ling Xiao. Sure enough, this guy was trying to create a diversion. Ah! Just as Taishan was about to block the attack, a few screams came from behind him. Those few martial artists that he had originally planned to use as shields at the critical moment were all killed. The one who attacked him was actually the one he thought was a doppelganger. The cold-faced cultivator's head fell next to the bonfire, his eyes filled with endless regret and disbelief. He regretted offending this star of evil, he regretted opposing this star of evil, he regretted colluding with that woman Fairy Ling Long, he regretted not choosing to run away and instead foolishly entering the mountain to kill this star of evil. Unfortunately, at the last moment of his life, what was the point of regretting? He was dead. If he died, there would be nothing left. Haha, senior brother Taishan, you're too smart for your own good. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to attack Taishan. Since Taishan's helpers had been dealt with, Yang Kai planned to have a good fight. He had not forgotten the purpose of fighting Taishan in the first place. That was to understand the strength of a 7th-layer transcendent realm cultivator so he could deal with Meng Yuan in the future. You're the main body, the one who attacked me just now was a doppelganger? Taishan came to his senses at this time, but unfortunately, it was too late. Ling Zhao's plan was not unique, but it was very practical. Moreover, it had a 100% chance of success. Because his main body and doppelganger could exchange positions. Congratulations, you're right. It's a pity that there's no reward. If you really want it, I'll leave you with a complete corpse. No matter what, you're still a disciple of the Yuehua sect. Ling Xiao still maintained a smile, as if what was about to begin was not a battle, but a game. Don't worry, even if you die, I'll leave you with an intact corpse, not because I sympathize with you, but because I want to take you back and let senior brother Meng Yuan confirm it. Taishan's expression remained indifferent, but the long staff in his hand was already eager to attack. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, Ling Zhao's finger moved and a qi sword shot out like a viper towards Taishan at lightning speed. The qi sword was extremely fast and shot out in the blink of an eye, giving Taishan no time to react. However, Taishan was not weak. In a hurry, he actually managed to block Ling Zhao's attack with the long staff in his hand. Of course, that was not the case. In the end, the qi sword still left a shallow wound on Taishan's neck. Although it did not cause much harm, it was still very painful. Taishan's expression turned cold, and a strong killing intent rose in his heart. He immediately released his aura, and the shadow behind him turned out to be a huge Taishan tree. It stood tall and straight, with its head held high in the clouds. Its branches and leaves were luxuriant, verdant and beautiful. The trunk was as hard as bronze, and when knocked on, it produced a clanging sound. The moss on the tree's body was mottled, like the rust on an ancient bronze, condensed with the frost of time. The ancient Taishan tree was like a pillar supporting the sky, its branches coiling around the clouds, and its eyes winding around the peaks, overlooking the valleys and mountain streams. The famous saying of the ancients, pale skin glides through the rain for 40 years, black hair reaches 2,000 feet into the sky, was the best description of it. This martial soul was really not ordinary. Ling Xiao, I'll let you know that your choice to kill me was really stupid. Encountering me, your best choice was to run. That way, you might still be able to preserve your little life. But now, you must die. Taishan looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, forget it. Originally, your movement technique was more outstanding than mine, and I might not have been able to find you. But now that you appeared here, don't think about running away. It saves me a lot of trouble. As soon as Xian finished speaking, countless roots suddenly sprang out from within a radius of 10 meters, forming a huge cage-like structure that enveloped Ling Xiao and Taishan. Your martial spirit's ability is quite interesting. Can all plant attribute martial spirits be like this? Ling Xiao had a cherry tree martial spirit before, so he hadn't learned much about it, but now that he saw Taishan's martial spirit, he was quite interested. He could snatch this thing and play with it for a few days. A plant attribute martial spirit was really suitable for fighting in the jungle. What's more, if such a majestic Taishan tree was transplanted into the mountain river world, it would be quite a good thing. Junior brother Ling is worthy of being junior brother Ling. Even at this time you still have the mood to ask questions. To be honest, Taishan really couldn't see through Ling Xiao. Was there something wrong with this person's head? What kind of situation was this that he still had the interest to ask such questions? However, he didn't dare relax in the slightest, his true chi forming a defensive wall that completely protected him. He had also assumed an offensive posture. He would fight with all his strength, even if he was facing Ling Xiao whose cultivation was lower than his. He absolutely couldn't hold back, otherwise, he might end up like the corpse on the ground, decapitated. Looking at Taishan, Ling Xiao was a little excited. He had never intended to kill Taishan with a sneak attack. If he did that, it would be really boring, at least he wouldn't be able to achieve his purpose of probing. In a head-on battle, not only could he figure out the combat strength of a Transcendent Realm's 7th layer cultivator, but he could also verify how much progress he had made. The cultivators he had killed before didn't require him to use his full strength, so it was just a game of killing. Circulating his true chi, the 5 chi swords condensed into a brilliant sword. Ling Xiao gripped this chi sword tightly in his right hand, his fighting spirit soaring. It seems you're prepared to die. A cold smile appeared on Taishan's face. Killing people was a common thing for cultivators, but killing a dangerous person would make them feel excited. In that instant, he lightly stamped his foot and his body rushed out like a fierce beast from the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range. His target was naturally Ling Xiao. The long staff in his hand had turned into the sharpest spirit this time, as if it was going to pierce through Ling Xiao's body in an instant. The smile on Ling Xiao's face had already disappeared, replaced by incomparable coldness. Staring at Taishan who was rushing over, Ling Xiao slowly raised his right hand. The chi sword in his hand suddenly exploded with a terrifying aura. Get lost. The chi sword suddenly lengthened, and a ferocious and violent sword chi extended out, thrusting towards Taishan's body. The probing just now had already proven that Ling Xiao's chi sword could injure Taishan. That was why Ling Xiao chose to use chi swords to fight. Boom! With a loud explosion, Taishan blocked the tip of the chi sword with his staff. Then, a look of shock appeared on his face. He felt as if his body had crashed into a mountain, and he began to retreat rapidly. His 2 horns drew 2 clear marks on the ground, and he had already cut open a huge boulder. After a distance of 9 meters, the length of the chi sword had reached its limit, and Taishan's body finally stopped. At this time, he had already retreated from the boulder to the ground. This kid is really not easy to deal with. Standing there, Taishan's eyes flashed. He did not underestimate Ling Xiao. He had used a full 80% of his strength in that attack just now. The remaining 20% was naturally reserved for escaping. This was the Dragon Submission mountain range. If a fierce beast appeared, he had to save enough true chi to escape. His arms were trembling slightly. Although he was not injured, Ling Xiao's terrifying strength made him feel very troubled. This brat's strength was probably at least 9,000 pounds, which was much stronger than the average martial artist. He could not fight recklessly. When Taishan broke through to the Transcendent Realm, he relied on the potential of his true chi to break through, so his physical strength was not an advantage. Fighting Ling Xiao head-on like this was definitely not a wise move. However, if his strength was not enough, his martial spirit could make up for it. Ling Xiao, I advise you to release your martial spirit as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't have it so easy next time. With a sneer, Taishan's body began to change rapidly. It took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in an instant. Ling Xiao clearly saw that this guy's skin was wrapped in a thick layer of tree bark. His originally white skin had now turned into a black iron color. It was obvious that he was not going to be easy to deal with. Ling Xiao did not speak, and just stood there looking at Taishan. He knew that this change in Taishan's body was definitely not easy to deal with, but it did not make him afraid. Instead, it made him feel very interested. Taishan stomped on the ground again, and his figure flashed, even faster than before. His whole body almost turned into an afterimage as he quickly approached Ling Xiao. Along the way, a gust of wind was stirred up, and the bonfire was blown in all directions. Ling Xiao still did not dodge. It was still the same simple sword strike. He used his 9,000 gene strength, wanting to see what kind of changes had happened to this guy's body. Boom! A sound that was even more terrifying than before exploded. Ling Xiao felt as if his body had collided with a towering tree, and his figure was pushed back. However, his performance was naturally much better than Taishan's. Even though he was pushed back, his body circled around the huge rock, and actually stopped about 2 meters away. Eh? This is interesting. After your body changed, your strength increased by close to 2,000 gene, close to 10,000 gene. No wonder you can push me back. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. But what's the point of just increasing strength? His body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, the chi sword had already pierced Taishan's body. Dang! This time, the chi sword did not leave any marks on Taishan's body. This guy seemed to be wrapped in something, and his defense was much stronger. However, Ling Xiao's attack did not stop because of this. His speed was much faster than his opponent's, and his movement technique was also much better than his opponent's. For a moment, on the huge rock, there were continuous ding-ding-dang-dang sounds. In a short span of 20 breaths, Ling Xiao actually tried to attack all the vital parts of Taishan's body. However, his attacks were still fruitless. Kid, you're really ignorant. I'm much better than you in terms of using martial souls. Who told you that every martial soul has one type of amplification? You want to break through my defense with your attack power? That's ridiculous. Taishan just stood there and allowed Ling Xiao to attack him. However, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. You've been attacking for a long time. Have you had enough fun? Now, it's time for you to die. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp thorn pierced out from the ground. Ling Xiao's reaction was quick, and he barely dodged it, but his clothes were pierced. The spikes under the ground continued to attack. For a time, inside this huge cage of spikes, Ling Xiao simply had no place to stand. As long as he approached the ground, terrifying spikes would shoot out from the ground. This was undoubtedly the ability of Taishan's martial spirit, but it seemed a little tricky. I need to take back what I said before. I thought you could make me happy, but now it seems you're just SOSO. It seems I overestimated you. With your little strength, you actually dared to oppose senior brother Meng Yuan. You're simply courting death. Taishan coldly snorted, releasing even more true qi, causing the spikes on the ground to grow from 1 to 2, 3, and even 4 at once. There were now several bloody scars on Ling Xiao's body. Although these scars weren't serious. After several days of playing the killing game, this was the first time he had been injured. A 7th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator was really much stronger than the others. However, did you say you overestimated me? How interesting. Ling Xiao coldly snorted, not even bothering to evade and directly falling to the ground. Ha ha ha, little brat, you're courting death, are you going to give up? It's fine if you give up, in any case, with your strength, it's completely impossible for you to oppose me. Taishan laughed madly. He hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would actually choose the stupidest decision possible, to meet his spikes head-on. Asterisk poo 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 poo, asterisk 7 or 8 spikes pierced Ling Xiao's body in succession. How boring, he died so quickly. Taishan looked at Ling Xiao standing on the ground and couldn't help feeling a little dispirited. He really couldn't understand how Ling Xiao could kill a 6th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator with his strength. It's quite boring, because your performance really disappointed me. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's voice sounded again. Wait, aren't you dead? Taishan looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. At this time, he discovered that the spikes didn't hit Ling Xiao at all, but a layer of viscous liquid around Ling Xiao's body. Snow Lotus Sword Technique, Melting Water. This move was even more effective when used defensively than offensively. Good. Very good. I didn't expect that a trivial early Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivator like you would actually be able to block my spikes. You're very lucky, but also very unlucky, because the power I'm about to unleash is definitely not something you can withstand. This battle is really about to end. Taishan's expression quickly returned to normal. No, there was even a hint of excitement in his calm expression. This was because he really wanted to let Ling Xiao see his martial soul's ultimate move before he died. That was the combination of a martial skill and a martial soul's ability to kill in a single blow. He believed that Ling Xiao would not be able to dodge it. He removed his defenses. It seemed that if he wanted to attack Ling Xiao with all his strength, he would not be able to maintain a defensive state. The moment he removed his defense, the long staff in his hand suddenly became incomparably huge. At the same time, Hemlock's body also enlarged, looking more like a forest giant. He waved his huge staff, and a thunderous sound came out of his mouth. 1,000-pound staff, earth-splitting. As the sound rang out, the huge staff that seemed to cover the sky fell from the sky. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt a great threat. There's no other way, I have to remove the refining array stone, otherwise, I'll really die. Yang Kai sighed helplessly. He could judge the power of this attack. He could neither dodge nor block it. In his current state, he would undoubtedly die. So, he could only remove his restraints. Kong. The moment the refining array stone was taken into the mountain river world by Ling Xiao, a towering aura directly pierced the sky. The terrifying true essence storm actually blasted several towering trees in the surroundings into smithereens. Taishan looked at this little brat in surprise. He couldn't believe that this little brat not only did not summon his martial soul, but also sealed most of his true chi, yet he could still fight him to such an extent. Was he human or demon? Could it be that the rumors were true, that this guy was not human at all, but some kind of demon? However, it doesn't matter if you're human or demon, you'll still die. Taishan was full of confidence in his killing move. He simply didn't believe that Ling Xiao could block his terrifying attack. The huge 1,000-pound staff fell. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, appeared very relaxed. A smile actually appeared on that delicate and innocent face of a child. Sorry, senior brother Tai, I was just teasing you. Just as you said, this battle should be over. You've used your strongest attack, I've also achieved my goal. As he spoke, a huge shadow appeared behind Ling Xiao. It was a humanoid flame monster. It was the variant martial soul that he had taken from He Sua. Ling Xiao gave it the name Death Dark Flame Martial Soul. Indeed, this was not the real Death Dark Flame Martial Soul, because Ling Xiao had not obtained the Death Dark Flame Martial Soul. However, the flame deity was someone he had to defeat, and the flame deity had the Death Dark Flame Martial Soul. He would sooner or later obtain it. At that time, the Death Dark Flame Martial Soul would live up to its name. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with naming it now. The huge flame monster stretched out its arm that was burning with dark flames. Following Ling Xiao's movement, it grabbed the 1,000-pound staff in midair. Bang! Flames danced in all directions, a fierce wind blew, the entire boulder was completely shattered in this collision. The flame monster's huge hand grabbed the 1,000-pound staff, and the two sides were in a deadlock. The fierce beasts within a 100-meter radius all fled. They knew how terrifying these two people were. If they stayed, they would only be affected and die without a burial place. Idiot, my 1,000-pound staff is not something you can block. With a ferocious expression, Taishan let out a thunderous roar. Oh, is that so? Ling Xiao smiled faintly, then stretched out his right hand and gently snapped his fingers. Boom! In an instant, the flames followed the long staff and rushed towards Taishan. Taishan's huge body was enveloped by the blazing flames. The 1,000-pound rod lost control and fell to the ground, smashing a huge long crater in the ground. No! Taishan let out a miserable cry. He felt a terror he had never felt before. This was a kind of despair he had never felt before. He thought that he could kill Ling Xiao, but in the end, he did not even have the chance to escape. Withdraw! Ling Xiao waved his hand, and Taishan's martial soul was forcefully extracted from the guy's body, entering the mountain river realm. In the vast wasteland, a towering tree appeared. The warrior's body instantly shrank, and finally fell to the ground, turning into charcoal. Oh no, I said I would leave your corpse intact, you looked like you were enjoying the fight and completely forgot about it. Ling Xiao slapped his forehead and helplessly laughed bitterly. Looking at the corpse that had completely lost its vitality, Ling Xiao dug a hole at the side and buried it. Ling Xiao didn't even bother to look at the bodies of the cold-faced cultivator and the others. Perhaps it was because he had killed too many people in the past few days, but these people didn't wear any storage rings when they entered the mountain. They had given all their valuables to people they trusted. The cold-faced cultivator was no exception. He wasn't interested in corpses without storage rings. Even after killing the cold-faced cultivator, there's still Fairy Ling Long, just you wait, Fairy Ling Long. We'll meet again soon, and when that time comes it'll be your death. Dawn. The sun shone down on the earth. In the depths of the dragon-subduing mountain range, a group of people was walking under the speckles of sunlight. They were cultivators who had entered the mountain to pick herbs. They wore special markings on their bodies, afraid that they would be targeted by the murderous Demon King. Fortunately, they were safe along the way. Hey, look, what's that? Amid the panicked shouts, several cultivators looked forward. What a scene! In an open space, the trees were all burnt black, and in the middle of this charred land, several corpses were strewn about. Next to these corpses, there was a freshly filled grave with a stone tablet erected on top of it. Yuehua School, Taishan's grave. Below these words were the words, his death was justified. The cultivators looked at each other and cried out in fear. They didn't care about going into the mountain to pick herbs, turning around and fleeing. Soon, the entire Xia family castle knew about this. Hey, did you hear? The cold-faced cultivator by Fairy Ling Long's side died. His head was separated from his body, he died a horrible death. That's nothing. Yuehua School's Taishan was a 7th-layer Transcendent Realm Grandmaster, but he was still killed. Was it done by that person? It must be, it's that young man with a bounty on his head. I heard that he's only 14 years old. How can he be so terrifying? In the past few days, there have been rumors that over 1,000 cultivators entered the mountain range to capture him. However, more than 500 died, and the rest fled. Isn't that obvious? He can even kill a 7th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. No matter how many we send, it'll be useless. Hee, that Fairy Ling Long is such a hypocrite. Who knows how many men she has slept with in the past? Shoo, lower your voice. After all, the Xia family is still her territory. This time, she has found a core disciple from the Beast King Palace to help her. What's there to be afraid of? The cold-faced martial artist is already dead. Do you think that young man will let him live? In an instant, the Xia castle was abuzz with discussions. Many people who had been suppressed by Fairy Ling Long but did not dare to say anything were celebrating at home. The people they couldn't afford to offend had finally kicked an iron plate this time. The atmosphere in Ling Long's celestial palace became even more oppressive and oppressive. It was as if the black smoke that had accumulated there was coming out unceasingly. On the ground was the corpse of the cold-faced warrior and the charred hemlock. However, this time, other than Wang Shi, there were 3 more people in the hall. They were the other 3 of Meng Yuan's 4 wooden guests. They were Zhang Lu, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu. Looking at the charred corpse, the 3 of them looked terrifyingly gloomy as if they would explode at any time. Their eyes were full of strong killing intent. Senior brother, you must avenge Hemlock. You must tear that brat Ling Xiao into pieces. Don't leave even a trace of him alive. Qin Wu shouted angrily. That's right. The 4 of us are like brothers. Although we are not from the same family, we are from the same small sect. We became sworn brothers. We said we would live and die together. Wu Yang shouted, too. Their eyes were blood red, and their anger had almost condensed into a solid form. Zhang Lu nodded. He still remembered what Meng Yuan had told him when he left the Yuehua school. He had told him to keep a low profile and not to expose his killing intent to Ling Xiao in front of others. However, how could he hold back when he saw Hemlock's dead body? However, he also found it hard to believe. He knew about Ling Xiao. Moreover, Meng Yuan had given him all the detailed information about this person. He was an outer disciple. A month ago, his cultivation was between the peak of the Transcendent Realm 2nd layer and the early Transcendent Realm 3rd layer. What was going on now? How could he kill Hemlock? Hemlock was an early Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivator. Because he couldn't believe it, he even suspected that it was Beast King Palace's Xianxia who did it. However, Xianxia had an alibi. When Hemlock died, Xianxia was discussing with Fairy Linglong and some other cultivators about going into the mountain to kill Ling Xiao. He had to get to the bottom of this matter. If it was really Ling Xiao, he would definitely turn that guy into ashes. I advise the three of you to calm down. Xianxia suddenly said coldly, although Taishan's cultivation is weaker than the three of you, it's actually not that much weaker. According to my previous investigation of the scene, that Ling Xiao didn't even suffer any serious injuries. After he killed Taishan, he left very easily. This shows that his strength is much stronger than Taishan's. Of course, he hoped that the people from Yuehua School would fight to the death. However, this was called speaking the opposite of the truth. If he urged the three of them to kill Ling Xiao, not only would he fail, but he would also be suspected. However, if he said this, the situation would be completely different. He believed that these three idiots would definitely reject his good intentions and insist on finding trouble with Ling Xiao. As for him, he would naturally be able to sit back and reap the benefits. Although he wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao, he felt that this brat was troublesome. If the people from Yuehua School could injure both sides, he would naturally be able to solve the problem more easily. Many thanks for Brother Wang's good intentions, but this bastard actually killed his fellow disciple. Moreover, he killed our junior brother who was like a brother to us. He must die. Sure enough, Zhang Lu, Wu Yang, and Qing Wu's thoughts were surprisingly in sync. Zhang Lu, who was originally a little calm, was now filled with killing intent. He could no longer remain calm. Miss Linglong, I'll have to trouble you to help me. Zhang Lu looked at Fairy Linglong and said. Please tell me, senior brother Zhang. I'll definitely do it. Fairy Linglong couldn't afford to offend anyone here. This incident this time was caused by her. She was already very lucky that Zhang Lu and the other two didn't find trouble with her. She didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. Go and gather the martial artists now and let them pretend to be herb gatherers. This Ling Xiao is very hypocritical. Although he killed many people in the past few days, he didn't kill any innocent people. This shows that he's selective when he kills. Zhang Lu said, these people don't have to attack Ling Xiao, and don't have any hostility towards Ling Xiao. They're just going into the mountains to pick herbs. If they accidentally find Ling Xiao, immediately release the signal flare without any hesitation. Understood. Fairy Linglong thought that this was a really good idea. This way, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to distinguish the real herb gatherers from the real hunters. I'll do it right away. Coldface has been with me for many years. I'll definitely avenge him no matter what. You guys don't object to me coming along, right? Xianxia asked with a smile. Of course not. As long as we can reduce Ling Xiao to ashes, Brother Wang can do whatever you want. The sunlight became scorching hot. Lathe temperature in the Dragon Submission Mountain range suddenly rose, and it felt stuffy. Ling Xiao leaned against the shade of a tree and looked down the mountain. He was very curious. Why were there so many herb-gathering martial artists entering the Dragon Submission Mountain range today? These people obviously did not have any enmity towards him. They were purely there to gather herbs. He was not someone who would kill innocent people. Naturally, he would not do anything to these people. While waiting, he did not forget to cultivate. The two sword soul doppelgangers sat on either side of him, while his original body was playing with the chi sword in his hand. He had a feeling. The 9 Meridians chi sword could only display its true power after condensing 9 chi swords. It was just like how the shadow sword art could only begin to cultivate sword skills after condensing 13 sword shadow clones. It was the same logic. Therefore, he was anxious to raise the level of the 9 Meridians chi sword. It looked like he was playing with it, but he was actually comprehending it. Suddenly, he realized that there was something wrong with those herb-gathering martial artists. Ling Xiao had gathered herbs before, and he had learned the real skills from Yang Danlin. He remembered clearly what he needed to pay attention to during the process. But today, most of the herb-gathering martial artists did not pay attention to these basic skills. It was as if they knew nothing about herb gathering. Seeing this, he felt that something was wrong. He kept his sword soul doppelgangers and planned to capture someone to ask. If the other party was innocent, he would naturally let them go. But if they pretended to be herb-gathering martial artists to deal with him, that was too despicable. After a while, one of the herb-gathering martial artists was captured by Ling Xiao and brought to a hidden place. "Tell me, what are you guys doing? Tell me the truth, and I can let you live. Otherwise, I will kill you. I'll talk. I'll talk, I'll talk." These martial artists were already frightened by Ling Xiao's notoriety and did not dare to resist. "We were forced to enter the mountain by Fairy Ling Long. She said that once she found your location, she would immediately send a signal flare to inform everyone." Humph, as expected. Ling Xiao had always trusted his intuition. Now, it seemed that he was right. This woman had actually entered the mountain. Since they had entered the mountains, things would be much easier. It would not be easy to survive, but would it be difficult to die? Ling Xiao sneered and continued to ask, "How many of you are here? How strong are you?" Most of them are cultivators below the 5th layer of the Transcendent Realm, but there are 3 cultivators from Yuehua School who are all at the 7th layer of the Transcendent Realm and 1 core disciple from Beast King Palace who is at the 8th layer of the Transcendent Realm. Not bad, not bad. You're very honest. Oh right, you have a thunderbolt signal flare on you, right? Give it to me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. But don't kill me. I really don't want to die. That woman forced us. Alright, give me your storage ring, then you can scram. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The martial artist hurriedly took off his storage ring and handed it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao checked the storage ring and confirmed that there was nothing else on the martial artist's body, so he directly kicked him and said, "Scram." After the martial artist left, Ling Xiao made some arrangements nearby and used up all the fire snake refining array stones he had on him. These bastards, since they don't fear death, I'll let them die. The power of the fire snake array was not static. As long as the materials were good enough and the technique was good enough, the power of the array would naturally be much greater. Ling Xiao's batch of fire snake refining array stones could easily kill a 3rd layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. Let's kill a batch first. Although a cultivator at the 4th layer of the Transcendent Realm or above would not be killed by the fire snake array, they would still be affected and would definitely be injured. I'll take my time. When this young master has nothing to do in this sect, I don't know any other spirit arrays, so I'll just focus on refining this fire snake array. After arranging everything, he directly fired the signal flare. In that instant, he felt an extremely powerful aura approaching him. TSK, you're all here. If we were outside, this young master might be afraid of you, but this is the depths of the dragon subduing mountain range. If you're not afraid of death, then come, I'll play you to death. Ling Xiao grinned meaningfully and quickly hid in the dark, leaving only the sword soul clone to wait for the enemy. A moment later, the large group finally arrived. Ling Xiao noticed that Fairy Ling Long had been hiding behind a man all this while. If he was not mistaken, this man should be the 10th-ranked core disciple of Beast King Palace, Wang Shi. His strength was only slightly inferior to Ying Wuya. There were also 3 other people whose information Yang Kai had gathered in his mind. Zhang Lu, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu, 3 of Meng Yuan's forward guests. He had killed Taishan, but as a result, these 3 people had chased after him. Their brotherhood was really deep, even if they wanted to die, they would still rush over. Ling Xiao, let's see where you can run off to today. Fairy Ling Long saw Ling Xiao's sword soul clone standing there carelessly and scolded angrily. You actually killed so many cultivators. You're already the public enemy of the 12 sects. Hee, what a joke. You'd better worry about yourself. Soon, you'll be accompanying your cold-faced brother in hell. Little bastard. You're so daring to kill your fellow disciples. If you surrender today, I'll let you off lightly and leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll tear you to pieces. Without waiting for Fairy Ling Long to speak, Qin Wu had already roared in anger. Bullshit. If Taishan didn't come to kill me, I wouldn't have bothered to kill him. You four idiots have obviously been fooled by Meng Yuan and still haven't come to your senses. If you obediently scram today, I won't kill you on account of our brotherhood. Ling Xiao scolded. It was obvious that the guilty party was complaining first. This was too shameless. Could it be that if I lay there and let you kill me, I wouldn't be killing my fellow disciples? Qin Wu, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill. Zhang Lu roared angrily and rushed out. That kid has a top-notch gold-grade martial art manual on him. It belongs to whoever snatches it. At this moment, Fairy Linglong also shouted. She no longer cared about treasures. As long as Ling Xiao was dead, nothing else mattered. Otherwise, she felt that she would have a sleepless night. Snatch it. Why else would people say that birds die for food and men die for wealth? Those cultivators only hesitated for a moment before they pounced. Even if they knew that Ling Xiao had already killed hundreds of cultivators like them, their greed still made it impossible for them to sit back and do nothing about a top-notch gold-grade martial art manual. Fire Serpent Formation, activate. Ling Xiao quickly recalled his sword soul doppelganger and activated the Fire Serpent Formation. In that instant, dozens of Fire Serpent formations were activated at the same time. Thousands of fire serpents flicked their tongues and spewed terrifying flames at those cultivators. These flames were modified by Ling Xiao using the dark flames of death, adding a terrifying death energy. Of course, the saying that the death dark flame was tainted with certain death was a bit exaggerated, but there were still some methods to imitate such a situation. But there was no doubt that the death dark flame was really terrifying, there was no doubt about that. Pills refined with the death dark flame would be injected with the death attribute, turning into a terrifying poison pill. Unless it was mixed with other sacred flames, it was more poisonous than any poison in the world. See you later. After activating the fire snake array, Ling Xiao did not even look at the corpses on the ground. Listening to the continuous screams, he disappeared into the forest once again. Chase. We can't let that kid escape. The fire snake array naturally could not do anything to Zhang Lu, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu, so they quickly caught up. As for Wang Shi, he did not seem to be in a hurry. Instead, he brought Fairy Linglong with him as he followed behind them, chatting idly with them. The more Zhang Lu and the others chased, the more frightened they became. Their cultivation was much higher than Ling Zhao's, but they could only watch as Ling Zhao's figure got further and further away from them. No wonder when they were in the sect, someone said that this kid's movement technique was amazing. At that time, they thought it was just an exaggeration, but now it seemed that it was not an exaggeration. The three of them looked at each other and condensed their true essence on their feet, using a rare gold-grade movement technique to increase their speed. But even so, they were still getting further and further away from Ling Xiao, and they could no longer see his figure. No, senior brother Zhan, let's use a magic treasure. This time, senior brother Meng Yuan gave each of us a magic treasure to increase our speed. Although it's a one-time use item, if we don't use it now, when will we? Qin Wu shouted anxiously. Okay. Zhang Lu nodded and took out a very exquisite scroll from his storage ring. Then, he unfolded it. On the scroll, there was a drawing of a swallow spreading its wings. After silently reciting an incantation, the swallow disappeared, and a pair of faintly discernible wings appeared on Zhang Lu's body. This was a one-time use magic treasure, a secret scroll. If it could be used repeatedly, then it could be called an immortal-grade artifact. The scrolls used by the other two were exactly the same. It seemed that in order to kill Ling Xiao, Meng Yuan had definitely spent a lot of money. It was unknown where he got such a thing from. Whoosh! 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 With the use of the secret scroll, Swallow's wings, the speed of Zhang Lu and the other two instantly increased by more than double. Although he couldn't fly, the distance and speed he was gliding instantly increased. In a short moment, he had already closed the distance between him and Ling Xiao. His back, which he could no longer see earlier, was now clearly visible. This Meng Yuan, if I don't kill him, I'm not a human. Noticing the sound of something breaking through the air behind him, Ling Xiao turned around to glance at it and couldn't help but curse. Was that? It was very difficult to make this kind of secret scroll. One needed to master the method of refining arrays and the method of extracting the divine text to succeed. Ordinary secret scrolls were brought over from other continents by martial artists. the price was frighteningly high. This thing was basically used as a tool to escape by martial artists in the Sky Dragon continent. He did not expect that these three fellows would use it to kill Ling Xiao. How extravagant. This made Ling Xiao's heart ache. How good would it be if he could snatch this thing? Ling Xiao, you will definitely die today. With the help of the secret scroll, Zhang Lu took the lead. The distance between him and Ling Xiao was getting closer and closer. Wu Yang and Qin Wu's cultivation was slightly weaker than Zhang Lu's. They were also using the secret scroll, but they fell behind. Zhang Lu roared angrily. He released his true origin again, and his speed increased again. Vaguely, the shadow of a willow tree could be seen behind him. It was indeed the four-wooden guest. The previous one was the hemlock martial spirit, but this one was the willow martial spirit. Interesting. Looking at Zhang Lu's ferocious expression, Ling Xiao smiled and said, "If you have the ability, come and chase me. Don't end up like the hemlock martial spirit." Before he finished speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly pointed his finger. A chi sword broke through the air. Power of celestial phenomenon, lightning sword. This chi sword contained the lightning celestial phenomenon and lightning celestial phenomenon from the 12 golden lotus arts. It was as though it had turned into a lightning sword as it flew towards Zhang Lu. Break! As the chi sword flew, Zhang Lu did not dare to be negligent. The long sword in his hand trembled. It was as soft as a willow branch. This fellow knew how to coordinate with his martial spirit. He specially chose a weapon like the soft sword. Willow sword art, flying willow strike. The soft sword suddenly straightened. His true origin condensed into dozens of willow branches and blasted towards Ling Xiao's lightning sword. Pa pa pa. Continuous sounds of collisions rang out, causing the surrounding trees to be blasted into flying branches and leaves. The thinner trees were directly blown apart, looking incomparably miserable. The ground was also full of potholes. There were even faint blue electric sparks. No wonder you were so arrogant back in the sect. You do have some tricks up your sleeve. Your attack is actually slightly weaker than mine. Zhang Lu was astonished. However, he had also determined that Ling Xiao's approximate strength was definitely inferior to his. After all, he had only used 70 to 80% of his strength. His opponent was weaker than him. He estimated that his opponent's strength was around 70 to 80% of his. With this strength, with this brat's craftiness, it wouldn't be surprising if he could kill Taishan. Thinking of this, he kicked off a tree. Borrowing the rebound force, his body rushed out dozens of meters. The power of the secret technique scroll was indeed extraordinary. Normally, it would be good if he could jump out 10 meters. Little bastard, die. I will use your blood to pay tribute to the dead Taishan and He Sua. Zhang Lu was getting closer and closer to Ling Xiao. Thinking of the dead Taishan and He Sua, his anger grew. Taishan was his sworn brother and He Sua was his benefactor. He had to avenge them. However, when a person was blinded by hatred, it was easy to lose the ability to think calmly. He didn't notice that Wu Yang and Qin Wu, who were less than 10 meters behind him, had disappeared at some point. Ling Xiao seemed to be running away, but in fact, he was luring Zhang Lu into a one-on-one battle. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to win in a one-on-three battle, even if he used his ancient golden dragon form. In a one-on-one battle, his chances of winning were much higher. Of course, the most important thing was that he had to avoid Wang Shi. That guy was the biggest threat. With his current strength, it was unlikely that he would be Wang Shi's opponent. After all, a Transcendent Realm 8th layer cultivator was too strong. Idiot, catch up to me first before you talk about revenge. Ling Xiao glanced back at Zhang Lu, mainly to confirm whether the others had caught up. With his eyes, he could see several kilometers away without a problem. At this time, Wu Yang and Qin Wu were like headless mosquitoes, running around in the jungle. The direction that Ling Xiao was escaping in was the place with the most beasts. It wasn't strange to encounter beasts there. Because he and Zhang Lu were too fast, many beasts couldn't catch up with them. On the other hand, the king snake chased after it slowly, but it was stopped by the lava beast. Soon, Wu Yang and Qin Wu also encountered trouble. When they chased into a dense forest, they suddenly felt a terrifying gust of wind coming from all directions. The speed was very fast and the angle was very tricky. Their faces turned cold as they took out their weapons. Relying on their instincts as warriors, they attacked in the direction with the greatest threat. Pfft! This was the sound of sharp blades cutting through the beasts' bodies. In the silent forest, it was especially ear-piercing. Two shrill screams were heard. Bang! On the ground, a wolf the size of an adult fell. It's a wind-tailed wolf. 2 wind-tailed wolves at the peak of level 2 were bleeding and struggling on the ground. Wu Yang and Qin Wu didn't have any intention to finish them off. This was because they knew that wind-tailed wolves appeared in packs. They had to leave quickly. Their judgment wasn't wrong, but it was a pity that they were a step too late. More wind-tailed wolves attacked fearlessly in the forest. This made Wu Yang and Qin Wu's faces turn ugly. They had already lost track of Ling Xiao and Zhan Lu. Now that they were stopped, although they weren't afraid of these guys, their speed was delayed again. This made them very unhappy. Is senior brother Zhan Lu alright? Their senior brother Zhan Lu suddenly realized that Ling Xiao had stopped. This made him a little surprised. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao should be running for his life after being chased by them. Now that he suddenly stopped, this wasn't normal. He turned around to take a look. Suddenly, he understood what had happened. Do you think that you can win just because I'm alone? In a while, you'll feel that you've made a stupid and ignorant mistake. Zhan Lu snorted as he looked at the calm Ling Xiao. As expected of a good brother. Even the way you speak is the same. That Taishan also said the same thing to me. Unfortunately, the one who died in the end wasn't me, but him. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Today, you will naturally follow in his footsteps." Idiot. Zhan Lu sneered, "Taishan is only at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm while I am at the late stage of the Transcendent Realm. Not only that, I also received guidance from senior brother Meng Yuan and learned a superior gold-grade martial art. You comparing me to him is a very ignorant thing to do." Oh, really? Why do you people refuse to believe me when I tell the truth? Since that's the case, I'll let you experience how it feels when the fear of death descends upon you. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more words and directly removed the array refining stone. Now that Zhan Lulua was alone, he had the strength to fight. If the other people rushed over, it would be difficult. Therefore, unlike when he was dealing with Hemlock, he was prepared to go all out from the start. And his full strength was naturally reduced. He generally wouldn't use his human dragon form or ancient golden dragon form easily. I heard that you found an ancient cultivator's cave mansion here and took a lot of good things. Now obediently hand over the treasures and I will promise to leave your corpse intact. Zhan Lu's purpose didn't seem to be simple revenge. He was also very interested in the ancient cultivator's cave mansion. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, then beckoned with his hand, "That's right, I found an ancient cultivator's cave mansion and obtained a lot of good things, including a superior gold-grade martial art. If you have the guts, come and take it." Superior gold-grade martial art. Hearing these words, Zhan Lu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This was a martial art that even core disciples would find difficult to cultivate, but Ling Xiao actually obtained it from an ancient cultivator's cave mansion. This brat shouldn't be lying because there was no need to. Anyway, even if there wasn't a superior gold-grade martial art, there must be something else. After killing this brat, he would first take his storage ring for himself. Thinking of this, the flexible sword in Zhan Lu's hand straightened again, then pointed at Ling Xiao. His true origin suddenly exploded, and the flexible sword seemed to have a life of its own, showing a rich green color. The fighting method of combining martial soul and martial arts seemed to be systematically taught in the inner sect, and not unique to Ling Xiao. "Little bastard, since you are unwilling to hand over the treasures, I can only chop off your head to complete the task. As for your corpse, I will use it as a sacrifice to my good brother, Hemlock." After speaking, Zhan Lu suddenly stomped on the ground, and his body shot out. The flexible sword in his hand emitted a bright green light, and actually shot towards Ling Xiao along with dozens of willow branches. The willow tree shadow behind him was constantly shaking, and the green light was shining brightly. Feeling the sharp sword chi rushing towards him, Ling Xiao's expression was still as indifferent as before. During a battle, unless he was happy, he would not easily reveal his thoughts on his face. His face was basically expressionless in battle. Yang Kai had to admit that Zhang Lu was indeed much stronger than Hemlock. The difference between the late 7th layer Transcendent Realm and the early Transcendent Realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. On the path of cultivation, the further one progressed, the greater the gap between each stage. Even the gap between minor realms was far greater than the gap between the Martial Vein Realm and the first half of the Transcendent Realm. The 7th layer of the Transcendent Realm was called the Divine Valor stage. Divine Valor, as the name implied, meant that one was as brave and invincible as a god. When a Transcendent reached this stage, the gap between them and the previous stages was basically widening. This was also the reason why only after reaching the 7th layer of the Transcendent Realm could one become a core disciple. The Divine Valor stage was divided into 5 stages: early stage, intermediate stage, late stage, peak, and invincible. The latter stages were all the same, and there was a big difference between them and the previous stages. In the previous stages, as long as one cultivated to the peak, they could break through, but from the Divine Valor stage onwards, every time one advanced a minor realm would be added, and the difficulty of breaking through would continue to increase. Ling Xiao was at the 5th layer of the Transcendent Realm, which was the so-called Divine Force stage. At this stage, because of the previous cultivation, one's soul, true qi, and body had fused into one, allowing one to erupt with strength far surpassing that of an ordinary cultivator. An ordinary cultivator had a strength of 5,000 to 6,000 jin. The more outstanding ones could reach 7,000 to 8,000 jin, or even 10,000 jin. An early Divine Force cultivator fighting a late Divine Valor cultivator was definitely not an easy task. Ling Xiao now understood very well that if he did not use his ancient golden dragon form, facing Zhang Lu, he would only have a 50-50 chance of winning. He did not have an absolute advantage. It looks like I'll have to suffer some injuries. Ling Xiao frowned, but immediately relaxed. If he could successfully kill Zhang Lu, so what if he suffered some injuries? Seeing Zhang Lu's attack, a hemlock shadow suddenly appeared behind Ling Xiao's back. Sharp spikes shot out from the ground and attacked Zhang Lu. Seeing the hemlock martial spirit, Zhang Lu was shocked. Not because of its power, but because this hemlock martial spirit was his good brother's martial spirit. Pa pa pa, amidst the continuous collision, the hemlock spikes and the green willow branches almost completely destroyed each other. This was all thanks to Zhang Lu being distracted. The moment Ling Xiao used the hemlock martial spirit, the power of his move was greatly reduced. Bastard, you actually stole my brother's martial spirit. If I don't kill you today, I'm not human. Zhang Lu roared. Ling Xiao picked his ears and chuckled. I say, senior brother Zhang Lu, you've said the same words more than once. Can you not repeat it? My ears are about to grow calluses. If you want to kill me, just come. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Humph, if you only have this bit of ability, then you won't be able to escape the fate of being torn into pieces today. Not only will I take everything from you, but I will also kill all your friends. Zhang Lu's expression became sinister. Dai Yuling, Zhao Ji, and those ignorant outer sect disciples who flattered you, they all have to die. None of them can live. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. His expression became gloomy. In his eyes, killing intent completely condensed together and turned into a solid line of sight. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would be enraged. Ling Xiao's reverse scale was his family and friends. If Zhang Lu was purely threatening him, he might still be able to keep his corpse intact. But he used Ling Xiao's friends to threaten him. Then, what awaited him was truly being torn into pieces. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly soared. Ling Xiao had always been unwilling to enter the human dragon form. But now, he didn't think so anymore. If he wanted to tear Zhang Lu into pieces, it was impossible to do so without entering the human dragon form. In the forest, there were many ferocious beasts spying on the battle between the two. The moment Ling Xiao entered the human dragon form, they all trembled and then prostrated themselves on the ground to worship him. Zhang Lu, who was staring at Ling Xiao, felt an intense uneasiness in his heart. Ling Xiao's aura suddenly became stronger, and his appearance seemed to have changed quite a bit. A bluff? This person didn't seem to be a bluff. Kill, I'm not going to continue waiting. Zhang Lu didn't know what Ling Xiao was planning, but he definitely wouldn't allow him to succeed. He had to kill him before Ling did this. Zhang Lu's aura instantly soared, and the willow tree behind him became more and more realistic. Its green color was also as green as jade. Zhezhelu was as tall as a tree. Luas the willow tree was very beautiful, but a willow tree that had turned into a martial spirit was extremely terrifying. Lu, Dai Zhanlu roared angrily, and even more willow branches appeared around his body. They were like sharp arrows, and there were close to 1,000 of them. Each willow branch could kill a 5th-level Transcendent Realm cultivator with God Force. So what if Ling Xiao was stronger than ordinary cultivators with God Force? If one willow branch couldn't solve a problem, then 2 willow branches would do. What a pity. The moment I entered this form, you were destined to fail. Ling Xiao took a deep breath as wind, rain, thunder, and lightning danced around him. The terrifying true qi caused countless ferocious beasts to tremble in fear as they looked at this guy who was like a demon god. Wind, thunder, rain, and lightning, Iron Fur King. 10,000 trees fell, only Iron Fur King. Celestial phenomenon power, Iron Fur's fury. The pure celestial phenomenon power was integrated into the Iron Fur martial spirit, erupting with a terrifying power. The roots that were originally buried in the ground turned into sharp swords. With Ling Xiao as the center, the world energy between heaven and earth madly surged. The world energy and elements that were almost visible to the naked eye were madly injected into the Iron Fur martial spirit. At the same time, more and more sharp swords condensed around Ling Xiao, and they became stronger and stronger. These swords were wrapped in the power of wind, thunder, rain, and lightning. It was as if a storm was coming, shaking the world. Following his voice, Zhang Lu slowly spoke. Close to 10,000 spiked longswords tore through the void, causing the entire space to distort in an instant. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. All he could see was Zhang Lu's terrified and incredulous expression. It wasn't that he had never seen Iron Fur martial spirit before, but he had never seen it with such power. This was simply too strange. Countless swords pierced towards Zhang Lu, instantly cutting off his thoughts. He didn't dare to escape. He knew very well what would happen if he turned his back on these swords. What a terrifying little beast. No wonder He Sua and Iron Fur both fell at his hands. He is clearly only an early-stage Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivator, so how can he launch such a terrifying attack? Is it related to his strange form? Without any time to think, Zhang Lu madly increased his true qi, even swallowing a high-rank true essence pill. His willow branches also grew by several thousand before shooting out. He didn't believe that with his late-stage Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivation, he couldn't block Ling Xiao's attack. Asterisk pung 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 pung. Asterisk, a series of crashing sounds rang out. The vicious beasts hiding in the forest finally had time to raise their heads. Wu Yang, Qin Wu, Wang Shi, and Fairy Ling Long also arrived at this time. In their eyes, they saw an unbelievable scene. At this moment, Zhang Lu's body was being cut to pieces, countless spikes and long swords pierced into his body. His body was shattered in an instant. The vicious beasts and humans all sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't understand how an early-stage Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivator could injure a late-stage Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivator to such an extent. Ling Xiao's side was completely obscured by the dazzling light, so he couldn't see what was happening. However, countless willow branches were constantly being shot out, hitting the nearby rocks and trees, causing them to explode. From this, it could be seen that even if Ling Xiao was injured, it wouldn't be as serious as Zhang Lu's. This battle, this cruel reality, caused Wu Yang and Qin Wu's bodies to tremble. Before, they were worried that Zhang Lu would covet Ling Xiao's treasures and take them for himself. Now, it seemed that their worries were in the wrong direction. What they should be worried about the most was whether their senior brother, Zhang Lu, would be able to survive this battle. The smoke and dust that filled the air finally dissipated. The young man's figure also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. His face was slightly pale and there were many bloody scars and holes on his body. Obviously, he had suffered heavy injuries in this battle. However, compared to Zhang Lu's shattered body, he was naturally in a much better condition. At this time, Ling Xiao had already withdrawn his dragon form. Those who had seen this form were all dead, so he didn't want to expose this secret. He could keep his dragon form a secret for as long as possible. After all, the longer he kept it a secret, the longer he could use this trump card. For him, there was absolutely no harm in keeping it a secret. The reason why he had to withdraw it now was because he couldn't kill these 4 people who had suddenly appeared. Ling Xiao just stood there, the wounds on his body healing rapidly. The heavenly dragon golden body's terrifying regenerative ability was really amazing. His eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent as he stared at the 4 people who had arrived late. No one knew what he was thinking. Although his injuries were not light and he had consumed a lot of energy, being able to kill Zhang Lu in one blow still made Ling Xiao ecstatic. He had basically tested his strongest combat strength without entering the ancient golden dragon form. Facing an ordinary transcendent realm cultivator, he could definitely defeat them. Of course, the premise was that the opponent did not have a stronger artifact, martial skill, or martial soul than him. Otherwise, there would definitely be some accidents in the battle. Kill him. Qin Wu and Wu Yang suddenly woke up from their shock. Although they were frightened by Ling Xiao's terrifying combat strength, Zhang Lu was clearly injured. But now, Ling Xiao was obviously heavily injured. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to kill Ling Xiao, he might not have another chance in the future. Are you still not going to make a move? This person's cultivation has reached such a terrifying level at such a young age, and his combat strength is so strong. If you leave him alive, he will definitely become a nightmare for you in the future. Wang Shi said coldly, if you don't make a move, then I will kill him, but don't even think about taking a single thing from him. Ling Xiao's terrifying strength had already made Wang Shi feel a deep sense of dread. He finally understood why Shimei was killed by Ling Xiao. Facing this guy, even he, an 8th-level transcendent realm cultivator, felt a deep sense of fear, let alone others. Fortunately, this boy's cultivation was still shallow and he was seriously injured. This was the best opportunity to kill him. Let's attack together, we can't let him escape. This guy is almost at his limit. As long as we can kill him, we can give up everything. Wu Yang and Qin Wu glanced at Wang Shi and said. Even in the face of the heavily injured Ling Xiao, they were still frightened. Because Zhang Lu's death was too horrifying. He was definitely dismembered into 10,000 pieces. Now, they just wanted Ling Xiao to die quickly. They did not even care about the treasures on Ling Xiao's body. Good. Wang Shi revealed a smug smile. He thought that if he made a move, Ling Xiao would definitely die. The reason why he hadn't made a move yet was because he was waiting for those idiots from Yuehua School to say something. Now, he finally found an opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Shi suddenly shot out like a poisonous snake that suddenly attacked its prey. That instantaneous speed was simply terrifying to the extreme. Hee, I was waiting for you to make a move. Ling Xiao's laughter rang out, and Wang Shi's expression changed drastically. Be careful, Ling Long. He instantly understood the meaning behind Ling Xiao's words, but it was too late. Ah! A miserable shriek resounded through the clouds. The peerless beauty fairy Ling Long had died for no apparent reason. In the sky, the youth floated there with 2 huge dragon wings on his back. Fairy Ling Long's corpse was in his hands. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. How could a human have wings? Even a cultivator with a flight-type martial soul in the transcendent realm would not be able to accomplish such a feat. Do you want her? I'll return her to you. Ling Xiao threw Fairy Ling Long's corpse away as he watched Wang Shi pounce over again. This woman's inferior dragon martial soul had already been absorbed by him, so there was no point in keeping her corpse. He did not have the bad habit of harming corpses. Goodbye, everyone. Ling Xiao will remember the kindness of killing me today. When we meet again in the future, I will definitely let you all have a taste of revenge. By the time he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's figure had already disappeared into the layers of mist. His flying speed was simply too fast. His goal was the 1,000 Ghost Forest. That was his final destination after leaving Yuehua School this time. You better find a place to heal quickly. After suffering such serious injuries, relying solely on the self-recovery of the Sky Dragon Golden Body is definitely not enough. The Yuan Venerate's voice was heard from the Beast Ring. There's no hurry. We'll talk about it after we reach the 1,000 Ghost Forest. Master, you are underestimating the Sky Dragon Golden Body too much. If you don't kill me in one go, I won't die. Its recovery ability is definitely beyond your imagination. As he spoke, Ling Xiao flapped his wings and sped off into the distance. Even though he could only fly for 10 minutes, he might have to stop and rest after 5 minutes because of his injuries. However, after 5 minutes, he would already be hundreds of miles away. Wang Shi and the others would not be able to catch up. During the flight, his body was constantly healing itself. Ling Xiao did not use any medicine to help heal his injuries. If his body relied on medicine, its recovery ability would be greatly reduced. Right now, he had to constantly stimulate his body's potential and let it remember this feeling. The place where Ling Xiao had been injured was actually about 250 miles away from the Thousand Ghost Forest. After flying for a while, he chose a more secluded place to land. Then, he planned to wait until his injuries were fully healed before heading out to search the Thousand Ghost Forest. This place should be very safe, as Wang Shi and the others would definitely not dare chase after him. If he did not have a Yuan Venerate master accompanying him, he would not have dared to enter this place rashly. After all, once he entered, it would not be easy to leave. Every year, many Transcendent Realm cultivators would mistakenly enter this place and die here. This was also a cave. Ling Xiao was still very cautious as he set up a spirit array at the entrance of the cave. Then, he took out the ice bed and began to cultivate. After the battle, his true qi was almost depleted. Coupled with the fact that he had flown all the way here, his 9 martial veins were basically empty. The moment he sat on the ice bed, the remaining medicinal efficacy of the 100-year 9 dragon quenching essence pill in his body was completely stimulated. Then, the surrounding spirit qi was instantly drawn over and started to madly pour into his body. Most cultivators could convert 1/10,000th of the spirit qi into their own true qi, which was already very good. Genius cultivators could only convert 1/10,000th. Only a very few monstrous cultivators could convert 100th. However, Ling Xiao could convert 100% of the spirit qi. Unfortunately, the capacity of his martial veins was limited, and so was their strength. Otherwise, if he simply absorbed the spirit qi without limit, his cultivation speed would be much faster than it was now. The spirit qi in the Thousand Ghost Forest was denser than the place he had stayed in before. Ling Xiao felt that it was more than 10 times denser. No wonder his master kept telling him to come here. Just the spirit qi alone was enough to make people go crazy. It was Ling Xiao's first time here, so he naturally absorbed the spirit qi crazily. He only stopped when his martial veins reached their limit. At this time, not only had his true qi completely recovered, but his cultivation had also advanced from the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 5th level to the mid-stage of the Divine Force Realm. Sure enough, the difficulty of advancing was getting higher and higher. In the past, absorbing so much spirit qi would have allowed him to advance by at least a large realm. Ling Xiao had also completely absorbed the medicinal efficacy of the 100-year 9 dragon quenching origin pill in his body as his cultivation base had broken through. This time, he had completely absorbed it and had to find new materials to refine new elixirs. Now you understand why Master brought you out. Only battles that challenge your limits can stimulate your body and allow you to break through your limits. If you just stay in this sect, you will be like a small flower under the shade of a tree. You simply won't be able to grow. The Yuan Venerate's voice was heard once again. Ling Xiao nodded. Disciple will remember Master's words. Disciple has indeed benefited greatly from the continuous battles over the past few days. In the past, most of the battles had been one-on-one or one-on-many battles in the arena. True combat experience simply couldn't be honed. However, the battles over the past few days had been completely different. The Dragon Submission Mountain Range was a very complicated place. Not only did one have to face enemies, but they also had to face dire beasts that could appear at any time. Everything had to be done carefully. He opened his eyes, stood up, and began to observe the situation in the cave. Previously, he had only taken a few casual glances because he had been in a hurry to cultivate. Now that he took a closer look, the cave was actually quite beautiful. The light-absorbing array in the cave was new, so it had probably been set up by the Yuan Venerate. It seemed like someone had lived here before. However, this person's fate hadn't been too good, as Ling Xiao saw a dried corpse lying on the bed. That was a dried corpse that had already had its blood sucked dry. Perhaps it was precisely because it was dry that the corpse hadn't rotted. What exactly had happened here? Could this person have been a resident of Green Valley, or could it have been a martialist who had mistakenly entered? That fellow was a 9th-level Transcendent Realm martialist who had his blood sucked dry. The most frightening thing was that he wasn't injured while he was alive. In other words, the person who attacked him was much stronger than him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill him in such a manner. The Yuan Venerate's words made Ling Xiao's hair stand on end. It was no wonder it was rumored that only sky humans dared to explore the Thousand Ghost Forest. Martialists of other cultivation bases would definitely be courting death if they came. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, this was indeed the case. Master, why did you ask me to come to the Thousand Ghost Forest? There are 2 reasons. The first is to continue searching for materials to refine the 100-year 9-dragon quenching origin pill. Before returning to the sect, you must raise your cultivation to the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer, which is the so-called fusion stage. At that time, even if you exhale, you will have the force of 10,000 jin. The second reason is to investigate the secrets of the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts. I forgot to tell you, but this is a level 10 mission from the Yuehua school. In other words, only Skyman Realm experts are qualified to accept this mission. After you complete it, go back and do Wanghan Tianzuan a favor and ask him to help you find the Dragon Emperor Protective Art. Dragon Emperor's Protective Art. Ling Xiao did not forget that this was a defensive martial art that Master Bai Yun had taught him before he entered Yuehua school. Although it was of the same origin as the 9 Transformation Golden Body technique and the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, it was of a higher grade. Now, Ling Xiao felt that his Heavenly Dragon Golden Body seemed to have stagnated after reaching the 5th level. He suspected that the key to solving this problem was in the Dragon Emperor Protective Art. However, the problem was that he had not found this martial art in the inner sect's Moonlight Tower. He had once told his master, Yuan Venerate, about this. He had not expected that his master would still remember it. As long as I get first place in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony, I will be able to become the disciple of the Moon Lady. Wouldn't it be easier to obtain the Dragon Emperor Protective Art then? To be honest, Ling Xiao did not think that Wanghan Tianzuan would be able to obtain the Dragon Emperor Protective Art. Although Wanghan Tianzuan's status in the Yuehua school wasn't low, it was obviously inferior to the Moon Lady. Do you really think you can get first place? Yuan Venerate asked. How can I, Ling Xiao, survive if I don't even have this much confidence? Ling Xiao's confidence stemmed from his powerful mountain river martial soul, as well as the ancient golden dragon hidden within it. His confidence wasn't arrogance. It was based on his own strength. Alright, since you feel that way, don't investigate the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts anymore. Focus on cultivating. When your cultivation reaches the 6th level Transcendent Realm, it should be almost time for us to return to the Yuehua school, Yuan Venerate said after some thought. Since we're here, why don't we go? Since I'm already here, how can I not do it? I might as well do some investigation. After all, I owe the Great Frost Skylord a favor. It's good enough to return a favor to her. Moreover, I don't think she would pay me a favor. She has to give me something. Ling Xiao chuckled. You little brat, you're really good at scheming. However, during your cultivation, don't forget your alchemy and alchemy skills. You'll have to refine all the pills yourself. Next, I'm going to teach you a few of the simpler methods of making secret scrolls. After you kill the ferocious beasts, you can extract the divine text and use the alchemy method to integrate it into the scrolls. Yuan Venerate chuckled. Mystic technique scrolls? Ling Xiao's eyes lit up when he heard this. The mystic technique scrolls that Zhang Lu and the other 2 fellows had used had really opened his eyes. Furthermore, no one in the Sky Dragon continent knew how to refine them. In other words, once Ling Xiao learned how to refine them, he wouldn't have to worry about money in the future. Over the next 2 days, Ling Xiao allowed his main body to consolidate his cultivation base while creating 2 sword soul clones. One continued to cultivate the 9 Meridian Aura sword while the other followed the Yuan Venerate to learn how to create mystic technique scrolls. Speaking of which, the process of creating mystic technique scrolls was actually quite simple. There were 3 main types of materials. Firstly, the materials used to draw the holy text could be cloth, animal skin, tree leaves, paper, and so on. Different materials would naturally have different effects. The best materials were naturally materials with special attributes. Ling Xiao chose animal skin for this purpose. In any case, there were many dire beasts in the forest of 1,000 ghosts for the time being. Just killing one would be enough for a long time. Second, the divine text. This was also the most crucial material. The divine text had to be extracted from the bodies of demonic beasts, dire beasts, and other types of beasts. It could also be extracted from some plants. The might of the divine text would also differ depending on the strength and age of the beasts. Generally speaking, the characteristics of the divine text were related to the offensive capabilities of the beasts. Third, the inner core. This material wasn't essential. However, if it was paired with the inner core of a beast, it would produce a better effect. Therefore, an outstanding array formation master would definitely use it. Once he had these three materials, he could use various arrays to fuse them together and form the mystic technique scroll. During these 2 days, the Yuan Venerate didn't help. Whether it was killing dire beasts, extracting the divine text, obtaining the inner core, or even the refining process, everything was done by Ling Xiao alone. The Yuan Venerate was shocked as he watched the busy Ling Xiao. This was the first time Ling Xiao had created a mystic technique scroll. Although he had created the same type of mystic technique scroll, he was able to guarantee a 100% success rate. Even the Yuan Venerate, who had been known as an exceptional genius, didn't have such an ability. Master, here are a total of 100 mortal grade treasure tiger roar mystic technique scrolls. All of them were successful. Your disciple's talent isn't bad, right? Ling Xiao asked excitedly as he held the mystic technique scroll he had refined. Well, it's passable. The Yuan Venerate felt that he couldn't let this kid get too arrogant. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if he went astray in the future. The Tiger Roar Mystic Technique was a mystic technique scroll that could suddenly release a tiger roar that could cause a sound wave attack on the enemy. No matter what kind of martialist it would affect them to some extent. Of course, the lower the cultivation, the greater the effect. A mortal grade treasure mystic technique scroll could generally affect martialists below the Transcendent Realm 3rd level. It could even stun the opponent for a moment if it was suddenly unleashed. Martialists with weaker cultivation and weaker bodies might even die on the spot. Alright, my injuries have already healed over the past 2 days. I also understand the method of creating the mystic technique scroll. Next, I should be looking for medicinal ingredients to refine another 100-year 9-dragon quenching origin pill, right? Ling Xiao asked. Boom, just as the Yuan Venerate was speaking, the entire cave suddenly shook. Ling Xiao and the Yuan Venerate exchanged a glance before the two of them rushed out of the cave at the same time. Outside the cave, they realized that the explosion had come from quite a distance. It had probably come from a few miles away. Ling Xiao's eyesight was outstanding. He used his mountain river martial soul to take a closer look. About 6 to 7 miles away, there was actually a strange-looking 3-headed tiger. Damn, Master, what the hell is that 3-headed tiger? How can it be so powerful? I feel that it isn't just an evil beast, right? Yes, that isn't an evil beast. That fellow should be one of the 9 great demon kings of the true demon empire, the evil beast demon king. I didn't expect that fellow's cultivation to have recovered to such a terrifying level. The Yuan Venerate's eyesight wasn't any worse than Ling Xiao's. Thus, he knew more than Ling Xiao. Evil Beast Demon King. Upon hearing this name, Ling Xiao was not afraid. Instead, he revealed a look of ecstasy. This time, coming to the 1,000 Ghost Forest was the right choice. Previously, he wanted to complete his 9 Devil Divine Arts. They had already replenished the Plague Demon King, and now they had encountered the Evil Beast Demon King. If this wasn't luck, then what was? However, the Evil Beast Demon King's cultivation seemed to have recovered more completely than the Plague Demon King. Master, what realm is this Evil Beast Demon King at? Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and asked. In front of such a powerful monster, Ling Xiao felt that he had no chance of resisting. Initial Yin-Yang Realm. Yuan Venerate's voice trembled. There are Yin-Yang Realm existences on the Sky Dragon continent, how could this be? The so-called Yin-Yang realm meant that one could understand both Yin and Yang. Even if one died, they would have a way to revive. This was above the Grotto Heaven realm. However, the strongest martialists on the Sky Dragon continent were only at the Grotto Heaven realm. The evil beast demon king had actually recovered to the yin-yang realm. This was too frightening. If he wanted to, wouldn't he be able to destroy the entire Sky Dragon continent? However, someone actually dares to provoke the yin-yang realm evil beast demon king. This person's cultivation is probably not weak. At the very least, they should be at the peak of the Grotto Heaven realm. Yuan Venerate analyzed. It's a woman. Master, I think I've seen this woman before. Ling Xiao frowned. Her aura is very similar to the Desperation Tower Master of the Yuehua school. Is it really her? I can't be sure, but it should be close. I think she must have accepted that level 10 mission. Who would have thought that she would encounter the yin-yang realm evil beast demon king here? Ling Xiao shook his head. I'll go over and take a look. Be careful. This kind of battle between powerhouses is very frightening. The slightest mistake could result in death. Think carefully. Yuan Venerate reminded him. Don't worry, Master. Don't forget that I have a martial soul clone. He smiled and put the Yuan Venerate back into the beast ring before moving in that direction. Above the sky was a blazing sun. Frightening energy fluctuations were constantly surging in the sky. It was as if divine thunder was descending from the sky as loud booming sounds were constantly heard. Even though he was several kilometers away, Ling Xiao could still feel his heart beating faster. He had seen many powerhouses before, but he had never seen a Grotto Heaven realm powerhouse, let alone a yin-yang realm powerhouse. Even Yuehua School's sect master, Chang Yueying, didn't give him that much pressure. He guessed that Chang Yueying might be a top powerhouse at the Sky Realm, but she definitely hadn't reached the Grotto Heaven realm yet. As he moved forward, Ling Xiao used all his quintessential essence on the Sky Dragon golden body, including his spirit power, to protect himself. At the moment, he couldn't even think about attacking anyone. If he wanted to get close to those two terrifying fellows, he first had to make sure that his body wouldn't explode from the terrifying quintessential essence fluctuations. If that person was really the Desperation Tower Master, then things would be interesting. This person had actually dared to provoke the yin-yang realm evil beast demon king. Just as Yuan Venerate Master had said, the weakest cultivation base was probably at the peak of the Grotto Heaven realm. Furthermore, Ling Xiao speculated that she might have some other treasures on her. Otherwise, the Desperation Tower Master definitely wouldn't be a match for the evil beast demon king, given the large gap in their cultivation base. The evil beast demon king should have recovered much earlier than the plague demon king, which was why he had recovered such terrifying strength. Now, the secret of the Thousand Ghost Forest had been easily solved. The martialists that had disappeared hadn't been captured by ghosts. Instead, they had become materials for the evil beast demon king to recover his cultivation base. The evil beast demon king was actually so cautious. He had already reached such a high cultivation base, yet he still wasn't willing to come out. Could there be something on the Sky Dragon continent that could still restrain him? Although Ling Xiao was thinking about these things, his eyes were fixed on the battle in the sky. A black light dominated almost the entire sky. That was the evil beast demon king's quintessential essence power. There was also a small but very condensed blue light that wouldn't disperse. That should be the opponent's quintessential essence power. The black quintessential essence that approached the blue light couldn't advance any further. Ling Xiao sighed. This woman was smart. Regardless of whether she was the Desperation Tower Master or not, this was the wisest way to do things. In terms of total quintessential essence, she was obviously inferior to the evil beast demon king. Thus, she chose not to waste her quintessential essence and condensed it around her body. In this way, her quintessential essence would have the advantage in a small area. Although the evil beast demon king was terrifying, his quintessential essence covered the sky and spread out too much. It was better to condense it like this. Goo. Ling Xiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This kind of power was too shocking. He was still 3 or 4 li away from the battlefield, but he felt like an ordinary person walking in the opposite direction of a terrifying typhoon. Not only was it difficult to breathe, but it was also difficult to move an inch. This is a true master, a true martial artist. Ling Xiao was extremely excited. He had always longed to become stronger, but he never had a reference point. At first, he thought that a 7th-level martial vein realm martial artist like the Ling family's old man was a true master, but it turned out that he wasn't. Later, he thought that a peak 9th-level martial vein realm martial artist like Lin Zhe was a true master, but it turned out that he wasn't. Later, he met the Transcendent Realm Grandmaster Bai Yun. He thought that this was the entire world, that this was the most terrifying martial artist, but he was even more wrong. When he met He Sua, he gradually understood that the Transcendent Realm was only the beginning of the path of martial artists. The flame deity was a true master. He could cover the sky with one hand and easily take a person's life. Now, he felt that he had always been laughable. There was no upper limit to the path of martial artists. Only when you become stronger will you be able to meet more and more powerful people, and the world will become more exciting as a result. Now that he saw the battle between these two masters, he thought that there might be even more terrifying martial artists above them. The frog at the bottom of the well finally jumped out of the well. Even though it was in a bigger well, at the very least, it knew that what it saw was still not the entire sky. The profound world was very large. Northern Han was only a small vassal state of the human race's sacred dynasty, and the human race's sacred dynasty was a country on the Heavenly Dragon continent. As for the Heavenly Dragon continent, it was the weakest of the 13 continents in the profound world. Not to mention, other than the 13 continents, the profound world also had countless islands and secret realms. The profound world was very large, and there were many experts. A yin-yang realm master might not be that strong outside of the Heavenly Dragon continent. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The aura of the ancient golden dragon in his body began to flow into his martial vein. His body gradually entered the form of a human dragon. In this form, although the pressure was still great, it was much easier than before. He spread his wings and sped up. When he was 1 li away from the battlefield, he finally stopped. In a battle of this level, everyone within a 1-mile radius would be affected. He didn't want to court death. Furthermore, at this distance, with the ability granted to him by the mountain and river martial spirit, he could already see the subtle movements of both sides. They could hear the slightest sounds from both sides. After finding a convenient place to escape, Ling Xiao quietly hid. He had come to watch the battle, not to fight. Therefore, the aura he released did not contain any killing intent. Furthermore, he had used the model of the mountain river martial spirit to make his aura more similar to the trees in the Thousand Ghost Forest. This way, even experts of that level would not be able to discover him. Watching the battle from such a close distance was indeed very satisfying. That kind of intuitive feeling made his blood boil. The battle between the two of them had completely exceeded the limits of existing martial arts. There were many attacks and defenses that Ling Xiao could not analyze at all. Even the mountain river martial spirit couldn't do it. From this, it could be seen that the level of the mountain river martial spirit was still too low. Ever since he knew the division of martial spirits, he vaguely felt that the mountain river martial spirit was still in the state of soul transparent. It belonged to the lowest level of the complete martial spirit state. And before this martial spirit merged with his soul, it was only a remnant soul. But interestingly, the mountain river martial spirit could accommodate the strongest martial spirits, including the first stage of the out-of-body level. This showed how terrifying it was. Moreover, the upgrade of the mountain river martial spirit was fundamentally different from other martial spirits. Every small increment of its level was divided into 10 levels. It was currently at the 9th level of the soul transparent body. In the past, the mountain river martial spirit's upgrade would increase along with the cultivation, but now it didn't seem to be the case. Ling Xiao had studied it before. The current mountain river martial spirit could be called a true martial spirit, because its upgrade method was the same as most martial spirits. Basically, it could only be upgraded through the accumulation of experience through continuous battles or through medicine. Of course, for Ling Xiao, there was another way to upgrade the mountain river martial spirit, and that was devouring and fusion. This might be related to the characteristics of the mountain river martial spirit itself. When other martial spirits entered, it could make the mountain river world produce new things, and at the same time, replenish the energy for the mountain river martial spirit to upgrade. The importance of martial spirits increased the further one progressed. It was said that the jade grade martial arts above the gold grade were basically created according to martial spirits, so the martial spirits were more useful in battle. Although Ling Xiao couldn't confirm this matter now, he believed that it wouldn't be too far away. Therefore, the upgrade of martial spirits was still more important. Back to the main topic. Although Ling Xiao couldn't analyze the martial arts of the two people, this wasn't his purpose for watching this battle. He purely wanted to get closer to the battle of these absolute experts. At this distance, the huge body of the three-headed tiger was even more obvious. Its body was dozens of feet long, and its huge body stretched across the sky. Its feet stepped on black clouds, and it looked very powerful. Every time it breathed, the sky would tremble and the clouds would tumble. Ling Xiao didn't know if this was the original body of the evil beast demon king, but just this huge body and terrifying strength made him dispel the idea of subduing it. He couldn't touch an expert of this level at the moment. If he didn't want to die, it was better to cultivate steadily. It wouldn't be too late to think about this when his strength was close. On the other side, although the woman's figure wasn't tall, she looked very gentle and beautiful, and her body was curvaceous and very perfect. At this moment, Ling Xiao didn't particularly care about her beauty. He was more concerned about the full moon behind the woman. He had never seen or even heard of such a martial spirit before. Using the moon as a martial spirit, was this still a human? This woman was wearing a long blue dress, which was very eye-catching. It wrapped around her perfect body, highlighting her figure. In her hand was a long sword that flickered with blue light. It was shining in all directions, and one could tell at a glance that it wasn't an ordinary item. Her hair was also blue. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, as if the blue gem had been cut into thin strands. Her appearance couldn't be seen clearly because the water blue true essence had completely wrapped around her. However, that dreamy and hazy feeling made people look forward to it even more. She stood thousands of meters in the air, stepping on auspicious clouds, just like a fairy. The woman's ability was probably something that no one could do except for the top Grotto Heaven Realm experts. After all, Celestial Realm experts only had the knowledge to increase the distance they could glide. It was impossible for them to stand in the air. This woman was mysterious and noble, making people want to get close to and worship her. She didn't seem like a human, but an immortal. She was a god. Wasn't she the Desperation Tower's leader? Although this woman had the same aura as the Desperation Tower's leader, her temperament was completely different. The Desperation Tower's leader was a decisive woman. Her martial soul couldn't be so noble and graceful. It was probably something with a murderous aura. Who was this person? Was there such a terrifying existence in the Yuehua school? Stupid woman, you actually dared to enter the Thousand Ghost Forest alone. Fine, this king needs a large amount of profound qi to recover his strength. Today, you will become the material for this king to recover his strength. Ha 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 ha. In the sky, the battle between the two sides paused for a moment. It was estimated that the probing was over. Both sides knew the other's strength, so they started to play psychological warfare. Sure enough, the evil beast demon king's words confirmed Ling Zhao's speculation. The reason why a large number of warriors disappeared in the Thousand Ghost Forest was because of the evil beast demon king. This guy had really harmed a lot of people. Shameless boasting. The woman's red lips opened. Slightly. Her voice was like a beautiful melody, making people feel very comfortable. She was obviously angry, but it made people feel like they were enjoying it. It was really strange. Humph, when this king was all-powerful, you weren't even born yet. How dare you say that this king is shameless boasting? The evil beast demon king snorted coldly. Of course, this king is virtuous. I really don't want to kill a talented girl like you. How about this? As long as you bring something to this king will not only not kill you, but also promise to leave the heavenly dragon continent after this matter is done. How shameless this guy was. Even if Ling Xiao wasn't as strong as these two, he could see that the evil beast demon king suddenly said this because he didn't have full confidence in defeating the woman in front of him. Although he was slightly stronger than the other party, at most, he could only fight. If they really fought, he didn't have any helpers. That woman might not be the case. Oh, that's not bad. But what do you want? The woman asked. Obviously, no one had the confidence to win this battle. If they could drive the evil beast demon king out of the heavenly dragon continent, it could be considered a temporary victory. Great, this king needs at least 10 heavenly dipper spirit refining pills to recover my cultivation. If you can get them, this king can even give you some rare cultivation materials. Have you heard of the Earth Spirit Origin Stone? Evil Beast Demon King said with a smile. Earth Spirit Ore. You actually have divine stones that can only be produced occasionally in dragon veins that are filled with spiritual energy? And you're willing to give it to me? The woman seemed a little surprised and couldn't help but ask. Master, what is this Tiangang spirit refining pill? Ling Xiao asked Yuan Venerate. Good stuff. That's a yellow-grade elixir. Anyway, I've never heard of any alchemist in the Sky Dragon continent that can refine it. Yuan Venerate replied. Not even old Hall Master Yang Danlin? He can't, but I can. But you also know that it's impossible for me to refine pills with my current body. Although the Earth Spirit Origin Stone is precious, it really can't compare to a Heaven Dipper Spirit refining pill. Yuan Venerate shook his head. What exactly is this thing used for? Why does Evil Beast Demon King need it? The Heaven Dipper Spirit refining pill has two functions. One is to strengthen the physical body, and the other is to strengthen the soul. Furthermore, the effects are amazing, Yuan Venerate replied. Presumably, Evil Beast Demon King must have obtained a very good body. However, he needs the Heaven Dipper Spirit refining pill to perfectly fuse with it. Once he obtains this kind of elixir, he will be very powerful. It will be a disaster for the human race. I see. Ling Xiao had come into contact with the Plague Demon King before and knew how important a good body was to him. Evil Beast Demon King had not immediately attacked the Sky Dragon continent because he was afraid of the hidden experts of the Sky Dragon continent. On the other hand, it was probably because he was still unable to perfectly fuse with the body he was looking forward to. Without a perfect fusion, he would not be able to use his full cultivation. Once this fellow was able to perfectly fuse with the body, not only would his strength become even more terrifying, but his recovery speed would also increase greatly. When that happened, it would really be the end of the Sky Dragon continent and the entire mystic world. That woman probably won't agree to it. For some reason, Ling Xiao had such an intuition. Sure enough, the woman only smiled slightly, then shook her head and said, Heavenly Dipper Pill, Evil Beast Demon King, your thoughts are not bad, but it's a pity that you think too highly of yourself, and others too stupid, don't you? You're not even tempted by the Earth Spirit Origin Stone? Evil Beast Demon King asked. The Earth Spirit Origin Stone is indeed precious. However, if I let you obtain the Heaven Dipper Spirit Refining Pill, I'm afraid I will also lose my life. The woman shook her head gently. Humph. Woman, I am giving you a chance to live. Since you want to die, I can only fulfill your wish. Evil Beast Demon King's 3 tiger heads said at the same time. Do you want to make a move? Do you really think that you are invincible just because your cultivation has recovered to the yin-yang realm? The woman sneered, and the moonlight behind her surged. Originally, there was only a small ball of blue light, but it instantly forced back the Evil Beast Demon King's black light. Yin-yang realm. Evil Beast Demon King's 3 tiger heads were shocked. You are actually in the yin-yang realm. How is that possible? There shouldn't be such a cultivation on the Heavenly Dragon continent. Whether it should exist or not is not up to you to decide. Evil Beast Demon King, since I have found you today, you must die unless you leave the Heavenly Dragon continent. Tens of thousands of years ago, your true demon empire brought too much pain to humans. Speaking of this, the woman's face turned cold and continued, how many families have been destroyed? How many people have been separated from their families? Such a tragedy must not be repeated. Ha 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 ha, with just you? I have been living in the Thousand Ghost Forest for so long. Do you really think I have been wasting my time here? So what if you are in the yin-yang realm? You still have to die. Evil Beast Demon King laughed loudly. What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? If I die because of you, I will not regret it. At this very moment, that seemingly delicate woman had a more domineering and courageous aura than a man. He raised his lily-white hand and casually waved the sword in his hand. A huge ray of light appeared in the sky. This ray of light was like a cloud in the sky. It was dozens of meters long and looked beautiful. However, it was very dangerous. No one would doubt its terrifying lethality. Although it was only a ray of sword qi. Yuehua School's swordsmanship is indeed powerful, but this king is not to be trifled with. Looking at the huge sword qi that pierced through the air like a blue rainbow descending, the evil beast demon king's 3 heads revealed ferocious expressions. He roared in a low voice, then opened one of his bloody mouths. A ball of black light quickly condensed, stirring up the surrounding energy. Even from a mile away, Ling Xiao could feel the blood and true essence in his body fly out of his body. The ball of light quickly grew larger and turned from black to blood red. When the energy condensed to the extreme, it instantly shot out. The terrifying energy vibrations made Ling Xiao, who was a mile away, feel the earth shake. It's too scary. Fortunately, I'm far away. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. Ling Xiao was glad that he wasn't so curious and didn't go closer to watch the battle. Otherwise, just the energy condensed by the evil beast demon king just now would have sent him straight to hell. At this level of cultivation, it would probably be difficult to kill the other party. Ling Xiao had a feeling that after reaching the Yin-Yang realm, the battle would become extremely intense, but the probability of death would decrease. This was because every cultivator had their own life-saving skills. If one didn't have overwhelming strength or special means, it would be too difficult to kill the other party. As long as a transcendent realm cultivator's heart or head was shattered, they would basically die. It was the same for celestial realm and grotto heaven realm cultivators. The defense of the heart and head would become stronger. After reaching the yin-yang realm, any cultivator could probably regenerate from a drop of blood. Not to mention a shattered heart or head, even if only a drop of blood essence was left, they could still be resurrected. This was the terrifying part of the yin-yang realm. Ling Xiao could now regenerate broken limbs, but he didn't dare to try regenerating from a drop of blood. This was because he felt that the description of the heavenly dragon golden body was a bit too exaggerated. It was just a high-grade gold-grade martial art. How could it be as terrifying as regenerating from a drop of blood? There must be a price to pay. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao temporarily stopped cultivating the celestial dragon golden body. He planned to start cultivating again after he obtained the Dragon Emperor protection technique. He couldn't joke about his life. After all, the heavenly dragon golden body had been obtained from the secular world, so it definitely wouldn't be complete. There might even be a lot of missing content. Kid, don't even think about helping. You won't be able to help anyone in a battle of this level, no matter how smart you are. Yuan Venerate's voice was suddenly heard, as he could sense Ling Xiao's concern for that woman. Master, Luo Yunyang, Luo, Luo Yunyang, Luo's voice, Luo with Luo with Luo. Ling Xiao really wanted to help that woman. After all, she was from the Yuehua sect and had a very familiar and friendly aura. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, she resembled the blue-clothed lady he had met in the Dragon Submission mountain range. There shouldn't be a mistake. Both sides exchanged blows once again. In the sky, a huge sword qi whizzed toward the evil beast demon king, accompanied by the sound of thunder, lightning, and wind. It was extremely terrifying. On the other side, the red ball in the evil beast demon king's mouth had also been spat out. The huge red ball was like a red sun in the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the plants within a radius of several hundred meters withered and fell silent. A large number of dire beasts died tragically in this unexpected disaster. The red ball of blood seemed to be able to absorb the essence of all living things in the world. It was too terrifying. Ling Xiao sensed danger before the two forces collided. He turned around and fled into the distance. The distance of 500 meters was still too close. When he was 3 miles away, the two types of energy finally collided in the sky. It didn't seem like two different attacks, but more like the collision of two huge meteorites. In an instant, heaven and earth shook and mountains collapsed. Boom, whoosh, crack, all sorts of sounds formed a doomsday symphony in the forest of 1,000 ghosts. Mudslides, floods, earthquakes, all sorts of natural disasters also occurred. Everything within a radius of 500 meters was destroyed. It was completely destroyed. There were no signs of life left. This was a battle between two powerhouses. As the saying goes, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. At this moment, it was vividly displayed. After the two forces confronted each other in the sky, they all disappeared. Through this move, the two were actually evenly matched. However, this was only the beginning. The woman moved, the moonlight behind her radiated in all directions. In that instant, it was as if she had teleported. She easily appeared behind the evil beast Demon King. Then, the long sword in her hand pierced forward. The sword light flickered and actually pierced toward the evil beast Demon King's vital point. The evil beast Demon King's body was huge. He didn't have time to turn around, but there was no trace of panic on his three heads. It was as if everything was under his control. The sword was very fast, and the move was very simple, but the energy it contained was extremely terrifying. It wasn't inferior to the gorgeous sword chi from before at all. However, the long sword didn't stab into the evil beast Demon King's body. The three-headed tiger's tail swung and whipped toward the woman with the force of thunder. If the woman stabbed out with this sword, then she would inevitably be seriously injured. She withdrew her sword and turned around. The woman decisively chose to give up. In a battle between powerhouses, every attack needed to be extremely cautious. Because if you made the slightest mistake, the opponent could grasp your weakness and ruthlessly suppress you. Tiger roar thunder. In that instant, the evil beast Demon King turned his head and opened his mouth to roar at the woman. That sound actually condensed into a substantial true essence wave. Even Ling Xiao, who was 3 miles away, felt like thunder in his ears. His entire person was stunned for a moment. Not to mention the woman who was nearby. However, the woman skillfully raised her long sword. The moonlight behind her flickered and formed a shining round shield in front of her. Moonlight shield. Generally, this kind of defensive martial skill was used to resist physical attacks. But he didn't expect that this woman's moonlight shield could even block a sound attack. That sound wave hit the shield and then scattered, not causing the woman the slightest bit of damage. However, the evil beast Demon King's attack didn't stop. Of his 3 faces, one was angry, one was happy, and one was indifferent. So, one simply couldn't tell what he was thinking. The sound wave attack was ineffective. The three-headed tiger opened its bloody maw and bit at the woman. Gotcha! Faint cracks appeared on the moonlight shield. Pa la, finally, it completely shattered. In a direct confrontation, the woman was still slightly inferior. The evil beast Demon King seized this opportunity to launch a series of attacks. The woman's sword was actually burning with a strange moonfire. It was a light green flame. Although it wasn't as strong as the 12 sacred flames, it was still terrifying when used by an expert of this level. Petty tricks. The evil beast Demon King's third head opened and dozens of round stones appeared in its mouth. Earth Spirit Source Stone. Yuan Venerate couldn't help but exclaim, this evil beast Demon King is really cunning. The Earth Spirit Origin Stone can absorb any energy and convert it into pure spirit energy. This is more powerful than any spirit stone. That woman is in danger. In an instant, the Earth Spirit Source Stone had already absorbed the moonfire. The evil beast Demon King's delighted laughter echoed throughout the area. Ha ha ha. Stupid woman, you will definitely die today. Not necessarily. The woman was still as calm as before. Moonlight flickered behind her and her figure suddenly disappeared. Lunar Shadow Technique. Her movement technique became illusory and illusory. It was actually similar to Ling Zhao's Cloud Dragon Divine technique. It was obvious that the woman's lunar shadow technique was faster and had more variations. Every movement was like teleportation and simply impossible to capture. You don't have to be too surprised. The difference between your cultivation base and theirs is too great, so it's normal that you can't see their figures. When you reach that level, you will realize that their speed seems to have slowed down. Actually, that's not the case. You've just adapted to that speed. The Yuan Venerate's master was really qualified. He was probably afraid that Ling Xiao would lose confidence after seeing this scene, so he encouraged him this way. Actually, he really didn't need to do this. Ling Xiao wasn't someone who gave up so easily. The rest of the battle basically consisted of the evil beast Demon King chasing after the woman and dodging sneak attacks. Based on this point, the woman's cultivation base was indeed inferior to the evil beast Demon King's. If this was the extent of her strength, she would definitely lose this battle. Ling Zhao's cultivation base wasn't as good as theirs, but his eyesight wasn't bad. He was very confident about this. Master, I think something isn't right. Ling Xiao said with a frown. What's not right? The Yuan Venerate asked. Although this disciple is unable to determine the true cultivation of those two, from their attacks, it is reasonable to say that they should be evenly matched. However, that woman is clearly at a disadvantage. This is not normal. Ling Xiao analyzed, I suspect that the evil beast Demon King set up some kind of formation in the Thousand Ghost Forest that affected this battle. Upon hearing this, the Yuan Venerate couldn't help but stare at his disciple in shock. This brat's analytical ability is too strong, isn't it? He can even see through this? You're right. I felt it just now. There's a super formation set up in the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts. It's called the 10,000 Beasts Blood Refining Formation. It's on the same level as the Plague Bone Melting Formation. The Knowledge Beast Demon King's current strength is much stronger than the Plague Demon King's, so the formation set up is also more powerful. The most frightening part of the 1,000 Beast Blood Refining Array is that it uses the inner cores of tens of thousands of demonic beasts or dire beasts as the materials used to set up the array. Furthermore, it is set up with powerful sacred texts. The essence of any living being that enters the Thousand Ghost Forest will be absorbed by this array without them knowing it. That can't be, Master. I don't feel anything? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Of course you don't feel anything. I discovered the existence of this array the moment I entered the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts. Naturally, I made some countermeasures for you. Otherwise, do you think you would have been so relaxed? The Yuan Venerate snapped. This is too strange. No wonder the evil beast Demon King said that he set up something in the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts. It must be this 10,000 Beast Blood Refining Formation, right? Yes, the 10,000 Beast Blood Refining Formation is divided into two states. Under normal circumstances, it will slowly absorb essence so that living beings won't be able to sense it. However, when it is suddenly activated during a battle, it will be terrifying. It will directly squeeze out all the living beings that are preparing for it and gather all the energy in the evil beast Demon King's body. This is why his combat strength soars. The more casualties there are, the stronger he becomes. The Yuan Venerate nodded. This won't do. That woman should be someone I know. I have to help her. Ling Xiao frowned. Master, is there a way to break this array formation? Impossible. The Yuan Venerate shook his head. Even if you want to break it, it will take at least a day. I still have to do it personally. By that time, the battle between them will be over. Let me try. Ling Xiao didn't know if he could help that woman. However, since they were from the same sect and acquaintances, there was no reason for him to just stand by and watch. After all, he wasn't going to participate in the battle. He was just trying to break the array formation. Even I can't do it. How can you? Sigh. Forget it. Do it if you like. The Yuan Venerate originally wanted to stop Ling Xiao. However, after thinking about it, he realized that this kid often had amazing performances. This time, he might be able to give him a huge surprise. Thus, it didn't seem inappropriate to let this kid try. The battle in the sky was still ongoing. The evil beast Demon King was getting stronger and stronger because he was using the 10,000 Beast Blood Refining Formation. However, it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat that woman in a short period of time. After all, that woman's movement technique was too mysterious. Coupled with her extremely sharp swordsmanship, she really wasn't easy to deal with. Ling Xiao quietly activated his mountain and river martial soul. Two universes seemed to appear in his eyes that were constantly revolving. Strange inscriptions were flickering in his eyes. Although the 1,000 Beast Blood Refining Array was terrifying, it was still an array formation on the same level as the Plague Bone Dissolving Array. It was true that the evil beast Demon King knew how to set up formations. It was just a pity that he was not some array formation master. Although this myriad beast blood refining formation was still passable, in Ling Zhao's view, it was simply full of loopholes, too horrible to endure. In order to allow the array formation to envelop the entire Thousand Ghost Forest, this fellow didn't hesitate to use some inferior materials, causing the entire array formation to become extremely unstable. Of course, even so, it was still a very good array formation. Even an array formation master like a Yuan Venerate would need at least a day to break it. However, Ling Xiao was an exception. The mountain and river martial soul was definitely more terrifying than a Yuan Venerate's. In addition, Ling Xiao had strong comprehension abilities. 2 hours later, a smile appeared on his face. I have found the method to break the array formation. However, Master, I will have to trouble you to lend me some power. It will be very difficult for me to break this array formation by myself even if I find the method. Ling Xiao told the Yuan Venerate. That's not a problem. You are my disciple after all. The Yuan Venerate was straightforward. Actually, he also wanted to know how Ling Xiao was going to break the array formation. Alright, Master, you don't have to worry about anything else later. You just have to keep pouring quintessential essence into this array formation stone. Leave the rest to me. Ling Xiao said. Alright. After the discussion, Ling Xiao began to break the array formation. The Yuan Venerate started to pour quintessential essence into the array formation stone. As the saying went, 1,000-mile dikes could be destroyed by an ant's nest. Once the key flaw was found, the rest of the process wouldn't be so complicated. Novel, law, Ling Xiao had already found the key flaw. As long as he used the Yuan Venerate's powerful true origin to break it, the 1,000-beast blood refining array would quickly collapse. While waiting, he looked up at the sky. The battle was still going on. Many wounds had appeared on the woman's body and were getting more and more obvious. Although the evil beast demon lord also had some wounds on his body, he relied on the replenishment of the 1,000-beast blood refining array to heal his wounds and replenish his true origin. Thus, he simply didn't care. It's time. The evil beast demon lord kept consuming the woman's true origin. When he sensed that the woman's speed was getting slower and the glow of her martial soul was getting dimmer, he knew that his chance had come. He would kill this woman in one fell swoop and escape from this place. This was his plan. After this battle, the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts would probably become the target of all the martialists of the Sky Dragon continent. He simply couldn't stay there any longer. The evil beast demon lord became even more cautious after seeing the woman's cultivation base. If the Yuehua school, the weakest of the 12 sects, had a yin-yang powerhouse, then who could guarantee that the other sects didn't have such powerhouses? This time, he had used the 1,000-beast blood refining array to gain the upper hand. He wouldn't be so lucky next time. Master, we have to speed up. Otherwise, that woman will die. Ling Xiao could sense that the evil beast demon lord had been keeping a trump card hidden. He had been waiting for the moment when the woman was at her weakest. Now that the opportunity had arrived, he would naturally use his ultimate killing move. Unless the woman had something else to rely on, she would really be in danger. Don't rush me. It's not easy for your master to preserve some true origin in his current body. Wait a moment, the Yuan Venerate muttered but still sped up. After all, he knew very well that given his current strength, he definitely wasn't a match for the evil beast demon lord. If that woman died, both he and Ling Xiao would die. Given the evil beast demon lord's character, there was no doubt that he definitely wouldn't let them off. The array refining stone was constantly accumulating energy and emitting a glaring light. In the sky, the black light on the evil beast demon lord's body became even more dazzling. Powerful energy constantly surging forth, turning the entire sky black. It was clearly daytime, but the entire world seemed to have sunk into complete darkness. To be able to force me to use this move, you should be satisfied even if you die. The evil beast demon king's huge head swung back and forth, his voice as loud as a clap of thunder. The woman didn't say anything. She just looked at the evil beast demon king warily. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He could feel that there was a terrifying energy accumulating in this woman's body. However, this energy was too strong. This was definitely a move that would cause both of them to perish together. He could roughly understand this woman's thoughts. Since she couldn't defeat him, she might as well take him down with her. Such a person was truly admirable. Live as a hero, die as a ghost hero, she was definitely not inferior to men. Suddenly, the black light that filled the sky disappeared, and what appeared was a black spear that was suspended in midair. On the long spear, the roars and howls of wild beasts were constantly emitted. This spear was actually condensed from the souls of countless demon beasts, vicious beasts, and even evil beasts. Combined with the true essence of the evil beast demon king, it exuded an incomparably evil aura and a powerful pressure. Success! The Yuan Venerate shouted at the same time. Ling Xiao no longer cared about the battle in the sky. Instead, he took the alchemy stone from the Yuan Venerate, spread his wings, and accelerated in a certain direction. In the sky, the black spear kept trembling. The face of the woman opposite him revealed a bit of worry and also a bit of determination. Ha ha ha. Not only will this all-evil beast soul spear kill you, but it will also suck away all the essence energy in your body. I really want to see what you look like when you turn into a dried husk. Ha ha ha. You will definitely be very cute. The evil beast demon king laughed maniacally. The outcome had been decided, so he had nothing to worry about. As for the ant on the ground, he simply didn't care. It was just an ant. Was there a need for him to care? Every day when he walked, he would accidentally step on a lot of ants. Go. At the same time that Ling Xiao threw the array refining stone into the hole, the black spear in the sky also shot out rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the woman. This speed was like teleportation, so it was simply impossible to guard against. All evil beast soul spear. Obliterate it. The evil beast demon king's roar reverberated across the sky like a sudden clap of thunder. Ling Xiao could only turn around and run for his life. However, he had a smug look on his face. The ant that the evil beast demon king looked down on might actually become the key to this battle. The woman wasn't willing to sit still and wait for her death when she saw the black spear coming. She chose to counterattack. The energy that had been accumulating for a long time was released. Moonlight sword art, luminous moon ascending sky. A luminous moon appeared out of thin air. In the bright moon, countless swords flew out like locusts, densely packed and blotting out the sun. The sky, which had already brightened up, turned dark once again. Piak 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 piak, continuous sounds of collisions were heard. The sword lights shot out of the full moon continuously struck the black spear in an attempt to block it. The whistling sounds brought about by the sword lights had already formed gusts of wind. However, there was nothing they could do. The black spear was simply too terrifying. It was constantly being hit, but its speed had only slowed down a little, and its light had dimmed a little. Piercing through the rain of swords, the black spear swept through everything before it ruthlessly stabbed into the moon's shield and protective true essence in front of the woman. Then, it pierced through the woman's body. Poochie, bright red blood fell from the sky, exceptionally beautiful. At that moment, the evil beast demon king let down his guard. Because the all-evil beast soul spear had pierced through the woman's essence was constantly being absorbed by the spear. His victory was already decided. It was this moment of relaxation that caused him to pay a heavy price. Bang, the all-beast blood refining array exploded. The evil beast demon king used his soul to control this array. Once the all-evil blood refining array was destroyed, he would naturally be heavily wounded. Just at this fleeting moment, the woman seized this opportunity. Moonlight sword art, falling moonstrike. Her entire body fused into the resplendent moonlight. It was as if she had turned into a sword, it was as if she had turned into moonlight. She charged straight at the evil beast demon king. The moment this attack was unleashed, the evil beast demon king's face actually revealed a terrified expression. All three heads had the same expression. Boom. Crack, the attack was too fast. The evil beast demon king hurriedly dodged, but he was still stabbed by the sword. Two of his heads were completely destroyed, and most of his body was also completely destroyed. Roar and ear-piercing hell resounded in the sky. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a black light and quickly disappeared into the horizon. On the other side, the woman's body also rapidly fell from the sky. Novel, law, the last attack had been launched while the all-evil beast soul spear was in her body. This woman was simply a lunatic. However, she had succeeded. Whoosh, Ling Xiao sped up and flew over, hugged the woman in his arms, and then quickly disappeared into the horizon. The evil beast demon king wasn't the only danger in the Thousand Ghost Forest. While the evil beast demon king and the woman had been fighting, there had been many powerful evil beasts waiting for a delicious meal in the surroundings. Ling Xiao definitely wasn't a match for these evil beasts, so he could only escape. Although evil beasts were beasts of the same grade as spirit beasts, they were exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. Master, can this woman still be saved? She had been looking for an opportunity to perish together with her last attack. Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. She won't die, but we have to quickly find a way to get rid of the all-evil beast soul spear. Otherwise, this woman will be sucked dry sooner or later, Yuan Venerate replied. Speaking of which, she was lucky to have met the two of us. Otherwise, she would have been dead. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that the woman could still be saved. If this woman had died, wouldn't he have offended the evil beast demon king for nothing? The cloud dragon divine travel might not be as fast as those evil beasts, but it had the effect of an illusion array. Those beasts simply couldn't catch up to Ling Xiao. After a few twists and turns, those beasts were completely left behind. After returning to the cave, Ling Xiao gently placed the beautiful woman in his arms on the soft bedding. In any case, this kind of thing was nothing to martialists with storage rings, let alone martialists with the Mountain River realm. The woman's face was pale and her eyes were tightly shut. She had already entered a state of deep unconsciousness. Although the black all-evil beast soul spear's power had obviously decreased a lot because the all-evil beast blood refining array had been broken, it still continued to draw blood from the woman's body. See no evil, see no evil. In any case, Ling Xiao was still a 14-year-old youth. Seeing a fairy-like beauty lying there, he could not help but feel a sense of charm and gentleness. Now that he thought about it, the feeling when he hugged the woman just now was really not bad. Her skin was as delicate as white jade, tender and smooth like silk. That kind of touch was truly wonderful. However, Ling Xiao was not someone who would take advantage of others when they were down. Even if he had such thoughts, it was not difficult for him to suppress them with the heart of a cultivator. Her beauty was unparalleled. There was no doubt about it. Her beauty surpassed Ling Yixue, Dai Yuling, and any other woman Ling Xiao had seen before. The most peculiar thing was that this woman naturally emanated the aura of an otherworldly celestial maiden, and she wasn't tainted by the aura of the mortal world in the slightest. Using the words ice skin jade bone clear without sweat to describe her was a bit inadequate. However, after Ling Xiao experienced the initial shock, he quickly calmed down. This woman was indeed the one he had met in the Dragon Submission mountain range. Now that he was closer, his appearance could be seen clearly. Master? How should I deal with this all-evil beast soul spear? Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on. Master? However, the Yuan Venerate did not make any sound. Ling Xiao suddenly recalled that the Yuan Venerate had helped him break the 1000-beast blood refining array by using a large amount of true origin energy. His master was probably too tired and would probably have to rest for a long time. He would have to deal with the rest himself. Ling Xiao activated his Mountain River martial soul and stared at the black all-evil beast soul spear. No matter what it was, as long as he could analyze it clearly, he should be able to deal with it. The all-evil beast soul spear was extremely evil and had to be dealt with quickly. Otherwise, even if this woman survived, her cultivation would be crippled. Ling Xiao couldn't help but blush when he saw that the woman's clothes were slightly tattered around her wound. After all, he was only a 14-year-old youth who had never really thought about the matters between a man and a woman. Calm down. Ling Xiao circulated his true origin energy and tried to keep himself calm. Soon, he focused all his attention on the black spear. However, just as he used his Mountain River martial soul to analyze the weakness of the black spear and find a way to break it, the woman suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with shock and embarrassment as she looked at Ling Xiao reproachfully. She was probably thinking, why is a kid like you staring at that part of a woman's body? It's even better that you're awake. Ling Xiao did not panic because of the woman's gaze. Instead, he glanced at the woman and said, I'm going to help you get rid of this all-evil beast soul spear. I need your cooperation. Don't resist or get angry. Otherwise, even the Daluo immortals won't be able to save you. The woman was stunned. She had never expected that someone would actually dare to order her around in such a domineering manner after so many years. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and disperse all the true origin energy from your wound. Don't leave a single trace behind. Otherwise, I won't succeed. Ling Xiao's voice sounded again. He was serious and domineering. Little guy, we meet again. However, you seem to have made some achievements now. Your personality has become domineering. The woman smiled bitterly. You still remember me? Ling Xiao was surprised. He had only met the woman in blue once. He remembered her because she was powerful. However, she had no reason to remember him. Yes, I remember that little fool. He dared to provoke a Class 8 peak demonic beast with such little strength. The woman smiled. Cough, cough. Don't talk about me, Moon Maiden. This is urgent. If we don't get rid of the all-evil beast soul spear, you'll be in danger. Ling Xiao coughed and said, moreover, I didn't provoke it. Who knew that it would run to the edge of the Dragon Submission mountain range? That's right. This woman was the woman in blue from the Dragon Submission mountain range. She was also his future master, the Moon Maiden. It was a strange fate. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that he would save the Moon Lady in this place. Disperse your true origin energy. Even an ordinary person can kill me easily. The Moon Maiden smiled. You don't trust me? Ling Xiao asked. No. If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have saved me. Let's begin. The Moon Maiden smiled and followed Ling Xiao's instructions to disperse the true origin energy from her wound. At this moment, she was completely defenseless. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill her, it would be a piece of cake. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't do that. She was his future master. If he saved her, he would definitely get a lot of benefits. What's more, it would be a pity if such a fairy-like woman was turned into a dried husk like this. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and placed one hand on the Moon Maiden's chest. He didn't have any other thoughts in his mind. Ling Xiao remained calm, but the Moon Lady's body trembled slightly. She couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. She hadn't allowed any man to touch her body for over 10,000 years, but this time, this little brat actually took advantage of her. However, looking at the little brat's clear eyes, she felt that she was measuring the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. As Ling Xiao circulated his true qi, the black spear began to slowly flow into his body through his arm. You won't hurt yourself doing this, right? The Moon Lady couldn't help but ask. Your Highness Moon Lady, you think too highly of me. I'm not that kind of noble person. I really can't do something like sacrificing myself for others. Ling Xiao said indifferently before turning his attention back to the black spear. This little brat was just a little bit arrogant. In fact, in order to save his benefactor, what did it matter if he was injured? He clearly remembered the kindness of saving his life in the dragon subduing mountain range and helping him in the Yuehua school's main hall. However, the problem was that even if he wanted to be injured, it wouldn't be so easy. The mountain river martial spirit was too powerful. The black spear slowly disappeared on one side and reappeared in the mountain river world on the other. Before, Ling Xiao couldn't sense how powerful this spear was, but now he could. This thing was too terrifying. Even if it was damaged by the 10,000 beast blood refining array, it still had about 10 to 20% of its original power. It probably wouldn't have a problem killing a peak 7th layer transcendent realm cultivator with a single strike. It could even seriously injure an 8th layer transcendent realm cultivator. It was a pity that this thing could only be used once, otherwise, it would have been great. It seems that my vision is quite good. Boy, you are indeed talented. It seems that there are many secrets in your body. The Moon Lady said with a smile. Your Highness Moon Lady, I can't believe you can still smile. Although the 10,000 evil beast soul spear has been dispelled, its sealing effect is still there. I'm afraid you won't be able to fight for a long time. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. People should always be a little more optimistic. No matter what, I've already seriously injured that evil beast demon king. I believe he won't be able to stir up any trouble in a short period of time. This is all thanks to you. It was you who broke the myriad beast blood refining formation, right? The Moon Maiden asked with a smile. Master. Yuan venerate, and I joined hands. Ling Xiao had no reason to hide this. The Moon Lady definitely knew about Yuan venerates, so it wouldn't be good to hide it. Where's your master? The old man has already fallen into a deep sleep because of the large amount of Xinyuan he used. He probably won't wake up for a long time. Ling Xiao sighed. I owe him a favor. I'll pay him back. The Moon Maiden nodded and said, come on, help me treat my wounds. I'm so badly injured that I can't even move. Ling Xiao glanced at the Moon Maiden and said, Your Highness, are you sure you want to do that? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. You're just a child. Why do you have so many rules? You should be more generous. Besides, there are only the two of us here. Don't tell me you want to watch me bleed to death? Wouldn't that be too unfair? Although the Moon Maiden looked like a fairy, she had an extremely friendly personality. Ling Xiao felt that she was the most approachable person in the entire Yuehua school. She was like a friend to him. All right then. If the woman didn't mind, why would a man like him mind? Ling Xiao didn't hesitate any longer. He took out some healing medicine from his storage ring and fed one to the Moon Maiden. Then, he tore off the Moon Maiden's clothes and applied the best healing medicine he had gotten from Yang Danlin on her wounds. Of course, this definitely wasn't enough. Ling Xiao sat in a lotus position behind the Moon Maiden. Behind him, a snow-white flying dragon flapped its wings. It was a fairy dragon. This was Fairy Linglong's dragon-type martial soul. Furthermore, it was an out-of-aperture martial soul. The reason why Fairy Linglong had the ability to heal was because of this fairy dragon soul. When Ling Xiao was recuperating, he didn't pay attention to this martial soul. The main reason was that he didn't have the time back then. However, things were different now. In order to heal the Moon Maiden, the fairy dragon soul had to appear on stage. Oh? You actually have such a rare martial soul. That's rare. The Moon Maiden was a little surprised. I snatched it. Ling Xiao said calmly, just as your highness said, my physique is a little special. I can use other people's martial souls. Fairy Linglong from the Sha Castle tried to kill me, but I killed her. Her martial soul became mine. A smart person would never lie in front of a person who was much stronger, more experienced, and definitely not stupid. Moreover, this wasn't a bad thing for Ling Xiao. You're decisive in killing. Not bad. The Moon Maiden nodded and said, as long as you don't kill the innocent, it's fine. Although there's no such thing as good or evil in the Heavenly Dragon continent, it's best to do as little evil as possible. Otherwise, you'll really fall into the 18 levels of hell after you die. Your Highness, you actually believe in this? Is there really a hell in this world? Is there really 18 levels of hell? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. There is. You'll understand when you reach the Grotto Heaven realm. This mystic world is really interesting. If you don't reach that level, you'll never know how interesting it is. The Moon Maiden smiled. Ling Xiao could still divert his attention to chat while healing the Moon Maiden. This was because he often used his avatars to cultivate. Of course, it had a lot to do with his ability to multitask. The fairy dragon martial soul's fighting ability wasn't outstanding, but its healing ability was perfect. Of course, even though its fighting ability wasn't outstanding, it was still very terrifying. If anyone dared to underestimate it, they wouldn't be far from death. Ling Xiao didn't find it that easy to control the fairy dragon soul at first, but as time passed, he gradually became able to synchronize with his soul. The fairy dragon soul had two forms. The dragon form was good at fighting. The fairy form was good at healing. The fairy dragon currently maintained its fairy form. It was a beautiful woman with beautiful wings emitting white light on her back. If such a martial soul was taken out, many girls would go crazy over it. Kid, this martial soul of yours is more suitable for girls. Why don't I give you another martial soul? It's a sub-dragon martial soul. You won't be at a disadvantage. The Moon Maiden could feel her body gradually recovering, but the seal within her body was still stubbornly stubborn. However, she was an optimistic person, so she didn't care too much about it. Instead, she was concerned about whether her future disciple would be seen as too feminine with this martial soul. Ling Xiao stopped healing her and chuckled. Your Highness, I will think of a way to get rid of the restraining power in your body. However, I will need some materials. Of course, you can also think of a way yourself. Novel, La, you are really cunning. Never mind, I will give you a subdragon martial soul as a gift when you successfully break through the Moonlight Pagoda. The Moon Lady chuckled. That's too stingy. You will become my master by then. Don't tell me you want to give me a subdragon martial soul as a greeting gift? Ling Xiao chuckled. He had basically figured out the Moon Lady's temperament and character. Although this woman wasn't young, she was no different from a 16 or 17-year-old girl in many aspects. She was equally beautiful and full of enthusiasm. Quiet as a virgin, quick as a rabbit. These words were really suitable to describe her. When she stood there quietly, she was as noble and mysterious as a fairy. Once she became lively, she was similar to a girl next door. Don't worry, the subdragon martial soul is only one of the benefits. Once you become my disciple, there will naturally be many more benefits. Then I can rest assured. Your Highness, please rest here. There is an array formation outside the cave. Those stupid dire beasts and evil beasts won't be able to discover you at all. After saying that, Ling Xiao left the cave. He felt that he needed to remove the Moon Lady's restraints because he wanted to integrate the evil beast Demon King into the 9-demon divine art. Even if the evil beast Demon King was seriously injured, he still wouldn't be able to defeat it without the help of the Moon Lady. Therefore, the Moon Lady was the key to his success. Although there were still many dire beasts lingering outside the cave, the evil beasts were nowhere to be seen. They probably hadn't been able to find Ling Xiao and lost track of the Moon Lady. Thus, they had returned to their own caves to cultivate. Evil beasts were equivalent to sky humans, so they wouldn't waste time chasing after their prey. The dire beasts were naturally the coolies they had sent out. Good disciple, I think you shouldn't take that girl as your master. Just let her be your woman. Wouldn't that be better? Yuan Venerate's voice was suddenly heard. Master? Weren't you asleep? How could this be? Ling Xiao had really thought that the Yuan Venerate had fallen asleep. He had not expected that the Yuan Venerate would suddenly speak, which gave him a fright. Yes, I did fall asleep. However, I felt that there were a few things that I should make clear to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to rest properly, so I woke up again. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. She is a Yinyang martialist. If she becomes your woman, who will you be afraid of? The entire Yuehua school will be yours. Master, are you serious? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Sometimes, this master of his was simply too disrespectful. Master is very serious. Yes, to be honest, I've also had the same thoughts as you. In any case, I don't have a woman. It's just that the difference in strength between the two of us is too great. I'm afraid that such thoughts won't bring me any benefits. Instead, it will bring me a fatal disaster. Ling Xiao said solemnly. Furthermore, one's own strength is the key. If I keep relying on others to protect me, wouldn't I be like a baby in swaddling clothes? How could I possibly grow up? That's true. In any case, you can make your own decision. If it really doesn't work out, you can also acknowledge her as your master. After all, her cultivation is so strong. She won't leave you in the lurch. The Yuan Venerate pondered for a moment before saying, forget it. Just take it that I'm worried for nothing. Go about your business. I really have to go back and continue sleeping. After saying that, the Yuan Venerate entered the beast ring again. Ling Xiao sorted out his somewhat chaotic thoughts and quietly sneaked into the Thousand Ghost Forest. The confinement in the Moon Maiden's body was mainly caused by the evil beast Demon King's spirit power being too strong. Ling Xiao thought of a way to slowly dispel this powerful spirit power. However, he needed some medicinal herbs. Fortunately, very few people entered the Thousand Ghost Forest, so there were many rare medicinal herbs there. Ling Xiao avoided the eyes and ears of those ferocious beasts and quickly collected the medicinal herbs he needed before returning to the cave. As soon as he arrived at the cave, he saw the Moon Maiden lying on the soft bedding in boredom. Her hands were supporting her cheeks while her legs were swaying rhythmically behind her. She really looked like a naive little girl. She smiled excitedly when she saw Ling Xiao. She immediately got up and rushed to Ling Xiao's side. You're back. I was so bored staying here alone. Ling Xiao was sweating profusely. What the hell was this? Was she still the otherworldly fairy he had seen before? She was just a cute and lively little girl. Your Highness, Moon Maiden. Don't call me Your Highness. It sounds too distant. Just call me Moon Maiden. Alright, Moon Maiden. Yes, I have already collected some necessary medicinal herbs. I will remove the confinement of the evil beast Demon King's spirit in the next few days. Seeing the Moon Maiden's lively appearance, Ling Xiao knew that her external injuries should be fine. After all, she was a yin-yang realm expert. Her recovery ability was heaven-defying. How long will it take? The Moon Maiden asked. About 3 to 4 days. You will need to soak your body in the medicinal liquid I concoct every day. Then, I will use a special method to absorb the evil beast Demon King's soul power from your body. This way, you will be able to break free from the confinement and regain your strength. Ling Xiao replied. It's much faster than doing it myself. The Moon Maiden revealed a surprised expression. In reality, she had not been idle. She had been thinking about how to remove the confinement with her own efforts. However, no matter how she thought about it, it would take at least 10 days. There was no time at all. The pagoda ascension ceremony was coming soon. She had to be present. After all, she was the only one who could control the Moonlight Pagoda. Don't look at me like this. I am an alchemist, after all. I am very knowledgeable when it comes to alchemy and alchemy. Have you not heard of me? Ling Xiao asked as he threw the medicinal herbs into the bathtub. The bathtub was naturally a must-have item in the storage ring. If one needed to take a bath while traveling, it would be much more convenient to have a bathtub. I really haven't heard of you. Do you think I have nothing better to do? The Moon Maiden shook her head, but there was a hint of slyness in her eyes. Ling Xiao looked at the beautiful woman whose cultivation was much higher than his and could not help but sigh. He could actually chat with an expert of this level. This could be considered a magnificent feat if he told the people in the sect. No one would believe him. Sigh, I thought I was famous. Ling Xiao pretended to sigh in disappointment. Then, he asked, Moon Maiden, once your confinement is removed, are you still going to hunt down the evil beast Demon King? This was actually what Ling Xiao wanted to know the most. In fact, he also wanted the Moon Maiden to give an affirmative answer. This was because his 9-demon divine art required the soul of the evil beast Demon King. Of course. Although he's heavily injured, he's still a yin-yang realm expert. It won't take long for him to recover. We have to kill him before he fully recovers. Novel, law, the Moon Maiden suddenly became serious. She no longer had the girl next door vibe. She once again acted like an unfathomable fairy. Yes, the evil beast Demon King has harmed many cultivators in the Thousand Ghost Forest over the past 10,000 years. If he doesn't die, the Heavenly Dragon Continent won't be peaceful. Ling Xiao nodded and said, moreover, that guy is so powerful. If we don't kill him while he's down, I'm afraid we won't have another chance in the future. That's true. Even if I used the strongest move of the Moonlight Sword Art, Falling Moonstrike, I still couldn't kill him. Moreover, it's all thanks to you breaking his myriad beast blood refining array. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome. The Moon Maiden was clearly a relatively calm person. She was aware of the gap between her and her opponent, so she wouldn't be arrogant. This was something that Ling Xiao rather admired. If a person couldn't even figure out their own worth, then how could they talk about dominating the profound world? He was probably going to be killed soon. Alright, the medicinal liquid is ready. Moon Maiden, you soak in it. I'll go out and protect you. Ling Xiao said with a smile as he filled the tub with warm water. There's no need to go out. Just stay inside and cultivate. The Moon Maiden knew very well that Ling Xiao wanted to go out mainly because he felt there was a difference between men and women. However, danger lurked everywhere outside the cave. She couldn't take someone else's place and let him take the risk. As long as she turned her back and kept a distance, it would be fine. Fine. Ling Xiao knew that the Moon Maiden wasn't a pedantic person, so he didn't stand on ceremony. He walked out of the cave and sat down cross-legged to cultivate when he was a distance away. The relationship between people really needed to be nurtured. For the past 3 days, Ling Xiao had been taking care of the Moon Lady. He had concocted medicine for her and helped her expel the remnant soul energy of the evil beast Demon King from her body. This had made their relationship very close. The Moon Lady, who was very approachable, was now like an old friend to Ling Xiao. Sometimes, she would even pat Ling Xiao on the shoulder and make some intimate gestures. Ling Xiao naturally knew that the Moon Maiden didn't mean anything else. She just didn't care about the difference between men and women. However, he still felt a little uncomfortable. This was the problem of having a lower cultivation base than others, because you didn't know if the other party's attitude would suddenly change. You had to be on guard at all times. His relationship with the Moon Lady was far less intimate than his relationship with Ling Yixue, Dai Yuling, and Cold Plum. Of course, compared to most people, their relationship was naturally much better. In front of the Moon Lady, Ling Xiao didn't have to be as respectful as he was to Wang Han Tianzuan, Yuehua School Sect Master Chang Yueying, and Desperation Tower's Tower Master. He could communicate with the Moon Lady as if they were peers. The shackles in your body have basically been removed. You still need to soak in the medicine one last time. I'll go pick the herbs. Let me go. You're too weak. Evil beasts run rampant in this 1,000-ghost forest. You can't beat a single one. The Moon Lady stood up and said. Listen to me. Your shackles are almost completely removed. If you rashly use your true qi now, everything will be wasted. After saying that, Ling Xiao turned and left. Listen to him? He actually wants me to listen to him? The Moon Lady stood there and couldn't help but be stunned. Did this brat make a mistake? A transcendent realm cultivator actually wants me, a yin-yang realm cultivator, to listen to him? After a while, her dull expression suddenly turned into a smile. This little guy is quite interesting. When I woke up, Fairy was no longer by my side. No one cared about me anymore. Those Yuehua School's higher-ups only had awe and greed for me. It's impossible for them to care about me like this. This little guy is an exception. Her smile at that moment was truly peerless. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't see it, otherwise, he would definitely be moved. No, it's been almost 3 days. It's impossible that the evil beast Demon King hasn't made a move yet. I have to go out and take a look. Although the shackles hadn't been completely removed, the Moon Lady's strength at this time was much stronger than Ling Zhao's. She was really worried about Ling Zhao's safety, so she decided to go out and take a look. As soon as she came out of the cave, she suddenly heard a beast roar in the distance. Her expression changed drastically. Judging from the sound, it was at least a Class 9 vicious beast. With Ling Zhao's strength, he couldn't resist it at all. She became even more anxious and tried to use Lunar Shadow Divine Travel to leave, but she was blocked by the cave's array. Damn it! If anything happens to Ling Xiao, I'll definitely turn the 1,000-ghost forest into ruins. I'll kill all the beasts here. She was about to use a powerful martial skill to directly break the cave's array when she saw an afterimage rushing over from afar. It was Ling Xiao. The Moon Lady's face lit up with joy. She never thought that she would care so much for a little brat. But at this moment, she couldn't control her emotions at all. It was the truest expression of her heart. Are you okay, Ling Xiao? The Moon Lady asked anxiously. I'm fine. It's just a vicious beast. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said with a smile, I've already gathered the herbs. I'll make the medicinal liquid for you now. This is the last time. After using it, you should be completely fine. Looking at Ling Zhao's expression, the Moon Lady was a little confused. Ling Xiao really didn't look like he was injured now. She heaved a sigh of relief and didn't say anything else. After entering the cave, Ling Xiao began to make the medicinal liquid. This kind of medicinal liquid couldn't be made by just anyone. The amount of herbs used had to be particular. A small difference could lead to a huge difference. It could even be made into something completely different. So he had to do it himself. After about 5 to 6 minutes, Ling Xiao held the bathtub and said with a smile, okay, you can start soaking. I'm going to cultivate. Thank you. The Moon Lady was a little upset. She really didn't know how to face this kid in the future. Could she really take this kid as her disciple? She smiled bitterly and took off her outer clothes. Just as she was about to soak in the bathtub, she suddenly heard a plop sound. She hurriedly turned her head. Ling Xiao was already lying on the ground. Wisps of black gas were emitting from his body. Ling Xiao! The Moon Lady screamed. She casually wrapped her clothes around her body and rushed over to help Ling Xiao up. The place where the black gas came from was Ling Xiao's back. The Moon Lady directly tore apart Ling Xiao's clothes and checked. Only then did she realize that there was a claw mark on Ling Xiao's back. There were a total of 5 claw marks, all of which were emitting black gas. You idiot, you're already injured to this extent and you're still saying that you're fine. The Moon Lady was so anxious that she was about to cry. The disappearance of the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden left her alone for tens of thousands of years. Now that she finally met someone who could chat like a friend, he was injured to this extent. She swore that she would never let anything happen to Ling Xiao. I won't let you die. Absolutely not. The Moon Maiden pressed her jade-like hand on Ling Xiao's back. The black gas began to be drawn out of Ling Xiao's body and into the Moon Maiden's body. In a daze, Ling Xiao felt as if he was soaking in a warm medicinal liquid. His body felt very comfortable. He remembered that he encountered a level 9 vicious beast when he was picking herbs. Moreover, that fellow was a demon general under the evil beast Demon King. In the end, he was viciously clawed during the battle. He felt that he had the heavenly dragon golden body, so there shouldn't be a problem. He was afraid that the Moon Maiden would be worried about this, so he simply changed his clothes. However, who knew that the evil aura in the claw couldn't be expelled even by the heavenly dragon golden body? He could only rely on his mountain river martial soul to absorb it. He didn't even have time to heal himself before he fainted. He opened his eyes and took a look. He was indeed soaking in a bathtub. His clothes had been taken off, and there was new water in the bathtub. Moreover, he was soaked in some special medicinal liquid. No way, Moon Maiden. Did you do all this? Ling Xiao asked in surprise, you know how to do this? Nonsense. Back when I was fighting with the Moonlight Goddess, I did many similar things. It's only in the recent tens of thousands of years that I basically abandoned it. I feel that my skills have regressed a little. As she spoke, the Moon Maiden's pretty face actually blushed a little. She was obviously shy. Moonlight Goddess. Isn't that the founder of the Yuehua school? Sister, don't tell me you've lived for more than 100,000 years? Ling Xiao looked at the Moon Maiden in surprise and asked. Why? Do you think I'm old? Although it's more than 100,000 years, I actually slept for nearly 90,000 years. Sigh, I don't know where the goddess went. The Moon Maiden sighed and said. Ahem, let's not talk about sad things. You didn't have time to soak in the medicinal liquid, right? I'm fine now. Your recovery is the key. Ling Xiao could tell that the Moon Maiden wasn't in a good mood at the mention of the Moonlight Fairy, so he changed the topic. I've already soaked in it. Don't tell me you don't know that you've been unconscious for a day and a night. The Moon Maiden smiled bitterly. No way. Ling Xiao thought that he had only been unconscious for a short while. Oh my god, doesn't that mean you just soaked in this bathtub? No wonder it smells so good. Stinking brat, what nonsense are you thinking? Do you believe that I won't tear your mouth apart? The Moon Maiden snapped. However, what was interesting was that after Ling Xiao's antics, her mood seemed to have improved a lot. By the way, Moon Maiden, I've almost recovered from my injuries. Since you've removed the shackles, you should be looking for the evil beast Demon King, right? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Yes. The Moon Maiden nodded and said, this is part of the plan. But in my opinion, since the evil beast Demon King knows about formations, he must have set up a formation where he's hiding to recuperate. I'm afraid you can't do it alone, right? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. You want to go with me? The Moon Maiden asked. That's right. Although I can't help you much in battle, you're not as good as me in deciphering formations. Moreover, I also want to get some Earth Spirit Origin Stones. Ling Xiao said straightforwardly, the pagoda ascension ceremony is about to begin. I have to hurry. Otherwise, I won't be able to get first place. If you don't accept me as your disciple, wouldn't that be terrible? You can go, but you have to listen to my arrangements. The Moon Maiden said after pondering for a moment. No problem. Ling Xiao replied straightforwardly because he knew that the Moon Maiden wouldn't harm him. This woman wasn't the kind of person who would harm others. In some aspects, this woman was too naive. To put it bluntly, if Ling Xiao really wanted to deceive her, he could definitely fool her. That's good. Keep this with you. It can block 3 fatal attacks for you. If you encounter any danger, try to escape. Don't force it. The Moon Maiden put a pendant around Ling Xiao's neck. The pendant had a silver chain on top and a crescent-shaped gem at the bottom. Ling Xiao didn't know what it was exactly. However, he felt that it should be some kind of defensive artifact. Moreover, its level wasn't low. After all, it was given by the Moon Maiden. It definitely wouldn't be bad. Then I'll accept it. Ling Xiao was also afraid of death. Since he wanted to be foolproof, this was a must. Therefore, he didn't have to be polite. Alright, hurry up and recuperate. When you're fully recovered, we'll set off. I need to rest too. The Moon Maiden smiled and sat not far away from Ling Xiao's bathtub. Ling Xiao looked at the Moon Maiden. He really wanted to tell her his real purpose, but he was afraid that the Moon Maiden would object. After thinking about it, he decided not to. He closed his eyes and felt the energy from the medicinal liquid. Together with the self-healing ability of the heavenly dragon golden body, he began to speed up his recovery. After a long time, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. However, he realized that the Moon Maiden was gone. Beside the bathtub, his clothes were neatly folded. He put on the clothes and saw a note on the bedding. There was a paragraph written on it. Ling Xiao, thank you for taking care of me all this time. However, the more you do this, the more I can't let you take the risk with me. I'll get the Earth Spirit Origin Stone back for you. After you wake up, leave the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts as soon as possible, Moon Maiden. There was even a cute smiley face under the name. This woman. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. Master, I'm sorry. Your disciple is going to go crazy this time because I seem to have fallen in love with that woman. His feelings were different from Ling Yixue, Dai Yuling, and Cold Plum. Ling Xiao felt that he had fallen in love this time. Even if I die, I have to protect her. The Yuan Venerate didn't say anything. He was probably really asleep this time. Ling Xiao leaped out of the cave. The battle had already begun. However, it didn't seem like a battle between the Moon Maiden and the evil beast Demon King. Instead, it seemed like the evil beast Demon King's subordinates were protecting him. That fellow probably hadn't fully recovered yet, so it wasn't suitable for him to fight now. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he thought of this. As long as the evil beast Demon King didn't make a move, the Moon Maiden wouldn't be in any danger. What he had to do now was to take advantage of this battle to sneak into the evil beast Demon King's hiding place and do something big. Although he knew that his cultivation base was worlds apart from the Moon Maiden's, he should protect her wholeheartedly since he liked her. Even if his opponent was a powerhouse like the evil beast Demon King. Of course, he wasn't a rash person. He had only decided to do this after carefully analyzing the situation. The evil beast Demon King's injuries were probably more serious than he had imagined. After all, that fellow didn't have a suitable body and had only used his soul to endure the damage. This is the place. A terrifying aqua-blue energy gushed out of Ling Xiao's body. Novel, law, this was the energy of the Moon Lady that had been absorbed by the all-evil beast Soul Spear. Right now, Ling Xiao was using the mystic technique imparted to him by the Yuan Venerate to enhance his own body. This terrifying energy was enough to allow him to maintain the strength of a half-step heavenly Venerate for 2 hours. This secret technique could only be used once a year, and it had to be used by a martialist with an extremely outstanding physique. An ordinary martialist would definitely explode and die. A half-step heavenly Venerate was indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao believed that if he used this energy to kill Wang Shi, he would definitely be able to kill him in one move. However, it would be too wasteful to use this against Wang Shi. Ling Xiao wouldn't have played around with his body if it hadn't been for the fact that his opponent might be the evil beast Demon King. This secret technique was considered a forbidden secret technique that would cause severe damage to the body. After 2 hours, he would be completely paralyzed and would no longer have the ability to fight. If he couldn't get rid of his opponent by then, he would be done for. Looking at the battle not far away, the advantage of the Moon Lady was obvious. However, although the puppet guards created by the evil beast Demon King were weak, they weren't afraid of death and wouldn't be dealt with in a short time. Ling Xiao used a moment to break the array set up by the evil beast Demon King. This array was even worse than the 10,000 beast blood refining array, but it wasn't a problem for him. He entered the evil beast Demon King's hiding place, which was still a cave. For some reason, these martialists seemed to be too lazy to build houses outside. Instead, they liked to live in caves. It was reasonable to say that transcendent-grade martialists basically had storage rings and could easily build a decent house in the wilderness with some materials. The light in the cave was very dim, and there was no light-absorbing array. After all, the evil beast Demon King should be able to see clearly even in the middle of the night. Therefore, it probably felt that light-absorbing arrays were useless. Along the way, Luo Yunyang saw many weapons on the ground. Some were broken, some were stained with blood, and most of them were common-grade and fine-grade artifacts. There were even quite a few precious artifacts. It was likely that the evil beast Demon King didn't care for these things at all, so after killing the martial artists, he casually threw them away. Only immortal grade and above treasures could tempt him. The evil beast Demon King didn't care, but Ling Xiao did. He directly stored all these artifacts into his mountain river world. With this batch of items, his 36 celestial dipper swords could be completely forged into precious grade artifacts. As for the rest, they were still sent to the Divine Sword sect. The more powerful the Divine Sword sect was, the more he would have to rely on in the future. Perhaps the Demon King felt threatened by the appearance of the Moon Lady, so he sent all of his guards to stop her. In any case, Ling Xiao did not see a single guard along the way, nor did he encounter any danger. The sound of his footsteps was very light. His outstanding movement technique, Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, allowed him to pass by without making any sound, as if he was a ghost. It was obvious that the cave had been modified. There were 3 paths leading to 3 different directions. If it had been anyone else, it would have been troublesome to choose the path. However, this wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao at all. His eyes emitted strands of golden light as his vision directly penetrated the walls and extended to the end of the 3 paths. His vision stopped about 20 meters away from the end of the path on the right. Ling Xiao didn't dare continue. That was where the evil beast Demon King was recuperating. This fellow had wrapped himself in a huge cocoon at the moment, so he must be recovering his body. The path in the middle led to a prison. There were quite a few powerful cultivators locked up in this prison. Some were at the Transcendent Realm, some were at the Heaven Realm, and some were even at the Grotto Heaven Realm. These people were probably the evil beast Demon King's food reserves. This fellow was really ruthless. There was nothing at the end of the path. On the left, but there was a huge irregular stone. The yellow stone was suffused with a thick luster and gave off a very mysterious feeling. Earth Spirit Source Stone. Ling Xiao was delighted. He had seen the appearance of an Earth Spirit Source Stone in the book that the Yuan Venerate had given him. Furthermore, the aura that the evil beast Demon King had used before was exactly the same. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. This time, he had snuck into this place for only 2 things. One was the soul of the evil beast Demon King, and the other was the Earth Spirit Source Stone. He thought for a moment and walked toward the left path. Naturally, the path was still protected by an array formation. The evil beast Demon King was also very careful. Unfortunately, even with the protection of the array formation, it was still of little use to Ling Xiao. It didn't take long for him to break through the array formation and reach the location of the Earth Spirit Source Stone. "Let me out quickly." Suddenly, the sleeping Yuan Venerate shouted from the beast ring. Ling Xiao let the Yuan Venerate out and smiled strangely. "Master, aren't you tired?" "Nonsense, I didn't expect that there would actually be an Earth Spirit core here." "Ha ha ha. You are really lucky, kid." The Yuan Venerate had been staring at the stone ever since he came out. Ling Xiao was absolutely sure that his master's eyes had never been so wide open before. "Earth Spirit core? Isn't this an Earth Spirit Source Stone?" Ling Xiao was stunned. He had always thought that this was an Earth Spirit Source Stone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come over. He hadn't expected that this wasn't the case. Strictly speaking, this is also considered a type of Earth Spirit Source Stone. However, it is considered a high-quality Earth Spirit Source Stone. The Yuan Venerate clicked his tongue and sighed. It is very difficult for an earth spirit source stone to be born in the first place. It can only be found in places with extremely abundant spirit energy, and there are very few of them. However, an earth spirit core is the essence that is born in an earth spirit source stone when the sun and moon shine together. There are even fewer of them. If the probability of a dragon vein being born is 1 in 100, then the probability of a supreme-grade dragon vein being born is 1 in 1,000. The probability of an earth spirit source stone being born is 1 in 10,000, and the distance of an earth spirit core being born is 1 in 100,000. So precious. Ling Xiao clicked his tongue in wonder. The Yuan Venerate lamented. Isn't that so? It is precisely because it is precious that its effects are much better than ordinary earth spirit source stones. You have really struck it rich, kid. If you use an earth spirit core during cultivation, the effects will definitely be more than 10 times better. Furthermore, the condensed true origin will be even purer. It is said that some martialists who are good at body tempering can even use an earth spirit core to cultivate an earth spirit body. Not only will their defense be greatly increased, but more importantly, the effects of absorbing earth spirit power will be better. The Yuan Venerate added, your master once roamed the mystic world and spent a lot of effort searching for this earth spirit core. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it until something happened to me. After hearing what you said, master, we really hit the jackpot this time. Will this thing help you recover your cultivation base? Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised in his heart, but his face revealed a look of concern. On one hand, he had to improve his cultivation base to face all kinds of challenges. On the other hand, there was absolutely no harm in making his backer stronger. Once the Yuan Venerate could recover, it would be of great help to him. Thank you for your kindness, but Master doesn't rely on the Earth Spirit Core to recover. In any case, Master has already waited for so long, so it doesn't matter if I wait a little longer. Once your cultivation base becomes stronger, just help Master find it in the future. The Yuan Venerate had once frantically tried to regain his human form and strength. However, after so long, he had become calmer and was no longer as anxious and urgent as before. I'll take it now, Ling Xiao said. I'm afraid that won't be easy. The evil beast Demon King has been staying in this cave and can only use the Earth Spirit Source Stone. He can't use the Earth Spirit Core, so I reckon he won't be able to take it. If he can't do it, how can you? The Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly. Where there's a will, there's a way. If he can't do it, it doesn't mean that I can't. Ling Xiao wasn't being arrogant. He had the Mountain River martial soul, which was something the evil beast Demon King couldn't compare to. The Yuan Venerate shook his head and didn't stop Ling Xiao. Young people always had to suffer some setbacks before they knew the hardships of life. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't learn their lesson. However, a moment later, his eyes widened even more than when he had seen the Earth Spirit Core. Damn. How did you do it, kid? The Earth Spirit Core was gone. He had seen Ling Xiao put the Earth Spirit Core into his storage ring with his own eyes. How had he done it? Master, don't worry about how I did it. Anyway, now that I have this thing, the next step is to deal with the evil beast Demon King. Ling Xiao wasn't willing to explain further. If he lied too much, it would be difficult for him to make up for it in the future. That's true, but what do you plan to do with those people in prison? Yuan Venerate asked. Naturally, I want them to owe me a favor. I think those people should be warriors from the Heavenly Dragon continent. If I'm in trouble in the future, I'll need friends to help me. Ling Xiao said after some thought. But some people might not accept this favor. Instead, they might kill you. Yuan Venerate reminded him. Of course I know that. Because of that, I'll release them together with the Moon Maiden after dealing with the evil beast Demon King. If anyone dares to disrespect me, I'll just kill them. After all, there's no point in keeping those ungrateful bastards alive. Ling Xiao smiled. Looks like I was worried for nothing. You're not stupid. Yuan Venerate yawned. I can't take it anymore. I was lured out by the Earth Spirit Core and I'm still exhausted. I'm going to sleep for a while more. You go first. If you need any help, just call Master. I've almost recovered. All right. Ling Xiao put the Yuan Venerate back into the beast ring before leaving the fork and entering the path where the evil beast demon king was recuperating. However, as soon as he entered the path, a roar was suddenly heard. Immediately after, the gigantic cocoon shattered, and a silkworm crawled out from within. This silkworm was 2 to 3 meters long and its entire body was like white jade. It looked very beautiful. However, it was also somewhat sinister. Think about it, that was a silkworm that was 2 to 3 meters long. The most troublesome thing was that its body was as thick as a bucket. It was simply a short, fat python. Evil Beast Demon King? Ling Xiao sensed the aura of the Evil Beast Demon King from this fat silkworm. However, it was much weaker than before. Hee hee. This fellow probably hates you to death. The reason he wanted to stay here to recuperate was because he could absorb the energy of the Earth Spirit Core. In the end, the Earth Spirit Core was taken away by you and he couldn't continue to recover. Yuan Venerate's voice was heard again. No way. Then why didn't he just recuperate near the Earth Spirit Core? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Stupid. There is no way to set up an array formation near the Earth Spirit Core. He still has to set up a small 1,000 beast blood refining array to recuperate, Yuan Venerate replied. Alright, let's not bother about this first. Hurry up and destroy this fellow. He is very weak now. Master, are you kidding me? Even if he is very weak, he is still not someone I can deal with. I originally intended to launch a sneak attack while he was recuperating. Now that he has woken up, let's flee and let the Moon Ladies deal with him. Ling Xiao wasn't that arrogant. He knew very well that even if he temporarily maintained the strength of a half-step Heavenly Venerate, he definitely couldn't go head-to-head with the Evil Beast Demon King. That would simply be courting death. The Evil Beast Demon King had just come out of the cocoon. When he saw Ling Xiao, all his old and new grudges erupted. His white jade-like body turned scarlet with anger. Silkworm Baby's expression also became very sinister. Hurry up and run. Ling Xiao only had one thought now. He had already obtained the Earth Spirit Core anyway. Even if he couldn't kill the Evil Beast Demon King, he would still have profited greatly. As long as he could escape this place, he would definitely make a profit this time. However, he had really run into trouble this time. He had never expected that the chubby Evil Beast Demon King would actually be faster than him and block his way out in an instant, leaving him with no way to escape. Ling Xiao, who was about to dash forward, quickly stopped in his tracks. The Evil Beast Demon King was really cunning. If he had chosen to attack directly, he could have used the other party's true origin to slip away. However, the other party hadn't attacked directly. Instead, he had blocked the only way out. This was clearly a prelude to taking care of him. The huge silkworm's eyes glared at Ling Xiao with fury and murderous intent. The ant that he had once ignored had repeatedly become a factor that caused him to fail on the verge of success. He was very upset, very upset. Kid, don't even think about going anywhere today. I will definitely torture you properly and let you know the consequences of offending the 9 great demon kings of the true demon empire. The Evil Beast Demon King bellowed furiously. A whistling gust of wind blew Ling Xiao away and sent him crashing heavily against the cave wall. Damn. This fellow was too ferocious. How could he be so ruthless in one breath? Although Ling Xiao did not suffer any injuries, wanting to escape had become a huge problem. Could he only enter the form of the ancient golden dragon? Apart from that, there was no other way. Kid, do you need my help? The Yuan Venerate asked. There is no need for that for the time being. Potential can only be stimulated between life and death. Brat, you really make people speechless when you're stubborn. Why do you still care about that at a time like this? Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly. Wait until I'm really about to die before you make a move, Master. I think this Evil Beast Demon King is at most at the celestial realm. I'm not so weak that I can't handle it. As long as there was a slight chance, Ling Xiao would seize it. He didn't think he would die. Boom, he directly entered his human dragon form, and his strength suddenly soared. Coupled with the powerful energy he obtained from the Moon Lady, he wasn't even afraid of a Heavenly Venerate who had just entered the celestial realm. Unfortunately, this was only temporary. Otherwise, it would be great. The moment Ling Xiao entered his human dragon form, the true essence in his whole body circulated wildly, and his aura suddenly soared. From top to bottom, his whole body exuded a powerful aura. At that moment, the evil beast demon king actually retreated more than 10 meters. Huh? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood. Dragons were the kings of all beasts. During the prehistoric times, the dragon race was a powerful existence that ruled all beasts. All beasts and insects had to obey the orders of the dragon race. Dragon aura naturally had a suppressive effect on the evil beast demon king in his current form. Run my ass. Maybe I can fight. Ling Xiao suddenly changed his plan. The look in his eyes also became tenacious. His fighting spirit continued to rise. The evil beast demon king was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that this ant in front of him would dare to be so decisive in front of him. Then, his anger became even more intense, because he felt that he was being looked down upon. Even an ant wanted to fight with him. Poof, he opened his mouth and shot a ball of silk at Ling Xiao. Although it was a silk thread, it could easily penetrate steel. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be negligent. Although he was now in his human dragon form, his strength was still much weaker than the other party. If he didn't seize the right opportunity, it would be impossible to kill him. The moment the silk thread was spat out, the evil beast demon king's body suddenly bounced up. It didn't look like a chubby silkworm baby at all. It was more like a python that suddenly attacked its prey. Its speed was too fast. Ling Xiao watched all of this. He raised his right hand and a chi sword flew out, blocking the incoming silk thread. Then, with the help of the rebounding force of the silk thread, he suddenly retreated, causing the evil beast demon king to pounce on empty air. The escape route was wide open. However, Ling Xiao had no intention of running away. He knew very well that this was the evil beast demon king trying to break down his fighting spirit. Once a person had the thought of running away, it would be impossible for them to fight with all their strength. The end result would be even worse, especially when facing such an opponent. It didn't matter if he lived or died. Ling Xiao would not choose to run away. He wanted to fight this battle to the very end. Shock and disappointment appeared in the evil beast demon king's eyes. This human warrior in front of him was different from the others. He was really not easy to deal with. Evil beast demon king, die. The phantom of the pestilence demon king appeared behind Ling Xiao. Then, he suddenly sped up and charged towards the evil beast demon king. Just as he had expected, the moment the pestilence demon king appeared, the evil beast demon king was distracted, even if it was just a moment of distraction, but for Ling Xiao, it was definitely the best opportunity to attack. Puchi! After piercing through the evil beast demon king's head, Ling Xiao turned around and attacked again. He knew that although the evil beast demon king could only unleash the strength of a heaven realm cultivator, his own cultivation was at the yin-yang realm. Naturally, he would not be killed so easily. Pfft. As he turned around, his sword was blocked by the silk, and he failed to succeed. However, Ling Xiao had already expected this. The pestilence demon king opened his mouth and spat out a ball of dark green gas, directly enveloping the evil beast demon king's head. Bastard, you actually betrayed the true devil empire. In a moment of carelessness, the evil beast demon king was actually seized by Ling Xiao to launch a series of attacks. Not only was his body pierced, he was also poisoned by the pestilence demon king's plague poison, causing his strength to drop once again. Ling Xiao's attack still continued, the ice dragon sword in his hand thrusting out continuously. Pft, pft, pft. The wounds on the evil beast demon king's body grew more and more. Although this guy's recovery ability was similarly astonishing, Ling Xiao's attack speed was even faster. If the situation continued to develop like this, the one who died in the end would definitely be the evil beast demon king. However, how could the dignified evil beast demon king die so easily? Bang! An attack that appeared out of nowhere directly slapped onto Ling Xiao's body. At that moment, Ling Xiao's entire body was smashed to pieces. The heavenly dragon golden body was actually useless under this terrifying attack. Behind that silkworm baby, a terrifying fierce beast appeared. You indeed possess a dragon soul. Dragons were the king of 10,000 beasts. As the true devil empire's general in charge of 10,000 beasts, the evil beast demon king's martial soul should also be the king of 10,000 beasts. The enormous wings flapped, and it was actually a complete skeleton. The power of frost twined around it, incomparably terrifying. Fortunately, the martial soul was a soul. Otherwise, with such a huge guy appearing, this cave would definitely explode. Frost Dragon Soul. This should be the martial soul of the Frost Dragon clan under the jurisdiction of the ancient Hell Dragon clan. Fortunately, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the opponent's martial soul was one of the 9 great ancient dragon souls. If that were the case, he would have really kicked an iron plate today. Surprised? You were able to force this king to use his martial soul. You should be proud of yourself. You can die in peace. Seeing Ling Xiao's body shatter, with only his head remaining to speak, the evil beast demon king did not believe that this brat could survive. After all, this kind of recovery ability was definitely not something a trivial transcendent realm cultivator could achieve. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth slipped into an imperceptible sneer as his head continued to fall to the ground. The evil beast demon king had already recalled the frost dragon soul and was ready to escape. With his current strength, he was far from the Moon Lady's opponent. He had to find a place to heal. He definitely could not stay here any longer. It was all because of that damn brat. Just as he turned his head to look at Ling Xiao, he suddenly felt the fear of death. His body, which should have been fragmented and broken, instantly merged into one. No, it was not just merging into one. What appeared in front of him was not Ling Xiao, but a 3 to 4 meter tall golden dragon. A body more than 10 meters long, with bright golden scales. A body with the characteristics of 10,000 beasts. Without a doubt, this was the characteristic of the Golden Dragon clan, the king of the Dragon clan. Die. By the time he discovered this golden dragon, the opponent's attack had already finished condensing. A bright light shot out from the dragon claw, a light that seemed to be able to cut through the void. Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. The Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger in the form of the ancient golden dragon. In the end, Ling Xiao used this form that he had not used until now. Because he felt that he could kill the evil beast demon king, so he had to do this. Boom, it seemed like only a single finger, but the moment it pierced through the evil beast demon king's body, it produced an extremely terrifying effect. The silkworm baby quickly collapsed and exploded. A severely injured soul desperately tried to escape from it. Phew! I actually succeeded. Ling Xiao had already returned to his human form. Although his body had been scattered by the evil beast demon king, he had managed to reassemble himself by relying on the miraculous effects of the 5th level of the Sky Dragon golden body. Even now, he still found it somewhat unbelievable. Furthermore, the ancient golden dragon form was really terrifying. Although this was the first time he had used it, the power it unleashed was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Huh? Where's my Earth Spirit Core? Just as Ling Xiao was rejoicing, he suddenly discovered that the Earth Spirit Core in the Mountain River realm had disappeared. Not only that, but some of the rare medicinal herbs that had special healing effects had also disappeared. Damn it! Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. I've long felt that there was definitely something wrong with the Sky Dragon golden body. Now, it seems like it's true. After cultivating to the 5th level, the so-called rebirth from a drop of blood is real, but there is a price to pay. And this price is really huge. Smelly brat, you should be content. You've profited from a disaster. Yuan Venerate suddenly said from the beast ring. Profited from a disaster? Yes, didn't you feel it? The Earth Spirit Core was used as a material to repair your body. Generally speaking, the Earth Spirit Core can't be completely absorbed by the body of any martialist, but you're different. Your body was basically destroyed. Now, it's as if the Earth Spirit Core has condensed a new body. Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly. Even Master is a little jealous of your good luck. You actually condensed the Earth Spirit body without cultivating. I'm afraid that even a celestial grade treasure body would find it difficult to break through this defense. Furthermore, the Earth Spirit body will continue to grow stronger as your strength increases. Even Master isn't sure how strong it will ultimately be. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao tried to circulate his true essence. Sure enough, he discovered that a thick earthy yellow glow had appeared on his body. Not only had his physical strength increased several times, but even his true essence had become much more vigorous. In terms of quantity alone, even a transcendent 8th level martialist couldn't compare to him. It was really a blessing in disguise. Ling Xiao's originally disappointed mood suddenly improved. Boy, quickly go back and cultivate, the Earth Spirit Core's energy is definitely more than this. If I'm not mistaken, the remnant energy from the Earth Spirit Core should be enough for you to break through to the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer. Yuan Venerate reminded him. Alright. Ling Xiao nodded. However, before returning, he was prepared to release those trapped martial artists. Unfortunately, this evil beast Demon King didn't have any treasures. In addition to those rare, fine and common-grade treasures that were thrown into the cave, the rest of the magical weapons and spirit stones were swallowed by this guy to restore his cultivation. The evil beast Demon King seemed to have many beast-like abilities. Among the beasts, Ling Xiao knew that there was a kind of beast called the gold-eating beast that could recover its cultivation by eating gold, silver, copper, and iron. Perhaps the reason why the evil beast Demon King's cultivation recovered so quickly was related to its special ability. Unfortunately, after Ling Xiao collected the evil beast Demon King's soul, he discovered that because his mountain river martial spirit's level was too low, it could not be transformed into a martial spirit. Instead, it was directly frozen in the glacier. It seemed that he could only think of a way in the future when his cultivation increased to a certain level. Right now, it was better to release those martial artists as soon as possible so that they would owe him a favor. After all, a debt of gratitude was greater than any other debt. Although there would definitely be ungrateful people among them, there would definitely be people who would repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. Although the people trapped in the prison were very strong, they didn't understand array formations. In addition, they were wearing special torture devices that prevented them from circulating their true essence. Therefore, it was impossible for them to escape with their own abilities. Seeing Ling Xiao, these people's eyes that were originally filled with despair had a little more color. Young hero, what happened just now? The evil beast Demon King is dead. I'll let you all out now. Ling Xiao said faintly. The evil beast Demon King is dead. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Then, they cheered excitedly and cried bitterly. Among them, there were 2 Grotto Heaven Realm experts. They were considered absolute powerhouses in the Heavenly Dragon continent, but they were trapped here all these years as blood slaves of the evil beast Demon King, providing blood for the evil beast Demon King. It was a fate worse than death. Thinking that they could see the light of day again, their excitement was definitely no less than coming back from the dead. But young hero, there is an array formation set up by the evil beast Demon King. Although there are people among us who understand array formations, we are unable to break it. Can you do it? Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just smiled and pierced the chi sword into the center of the array formation. Crack, the array formation immediately shattered. In fact, from the moment he started speaking, he had already been cracking the array formation. There wasn't much time left. He would definitely faint from overexertion, so before that, he must do what he wanted to do quickly. Great, young hero is really good. Everyone was excited. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and opened the door of the prison. Then, several chi swords shot out and unlocked all the shackles on these people. May I know your name, young hero? I will repay your kindness in the future. Ling Xiao from Yuehua School. Ling Xiao had originally planned to make these people owe him a favor, so he had to report his real name. Thank you. Let's go. In the prison, more than half of the people were preparing to leave out of gratitude to Ling Xiao. These people were naturally open and aboveboard people who knew how to repay kindness. Wait a minute. However, the ungrateful person soon revealed his fox tail. The person who spoke was actually the strongest Grotto Heaven Realm expert among them. He was wearing a purple robe. Although it was tattered, since he had unlocked his shackles, he naturally had the demeanor of an expert. That kid's cultivation is mediocre, but he was able to break into the cave. Don't you think it's strange? It's a little strange, but this young hero has good intentions. Good intentions, my ass. I think this kid is in cahoots with the evil beast Demon King. Now that the evil beast Demon King is dead, he wants to do us a favor so that we can give him benefits. The purple-clothed Grotto Heaven Realm expert snorted coldly, "Kid, hand over what you got from the evil beast Demon King, and this Realm Lord will let you live." Grotto Heaven Realm experts were respectfully called Realm Lords. Hee, just kill him and take his storage ring. Even if this kid is not in cahoots with the evil beast Demon King, he must have some kind of treasure on him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to break into the cave, let alone kill the evil beast Demon King. Another yellow-cloaked Grotto Heaven Realm expert spoke. "Who else wants to do this?" Ling Xiao looked at the two idiots in front of him indifferently. "Since I dared to let you out, I must have something to rely on. You actually revealed your foxtail so quickly. How stupid." More than 10 people stood out, and all of them were Heaven Realm experts. Novel, law, there were still more than 30 people left, and they still had a conscience. As long as they had a conscience, it was fine. If they had a conscience, they would know how to repay kindness. In that case, the 16 people who stood out could go die. Ling Xiao looked at the two Grotto Heaven Realm experts and said coldly, "You two are really arrogant sector lords. You've cultivated for so many years and have such a strong cultivation, but you've cultivated for nothing. You're ungrateful and shameless. Didn't you want to kill me? Why aren't you doing it?" The others were a little confused. Ling Xiao's cultivation wasn't strong, so where did he get the confidence to challenge a Grotto Heaven Realm expert? The purple-clothed Grotto Heaven Realm expert laughed and said, "It's really been a long time since I walked in the outside world. I didn't expect that a small Heaven Realm warrior would dare to speak to this Realm Lord like this. Kill him. You don't have to walk around in the outside world anymore, because you will die today." Ling Xiao pulled out the Ice Dragon sword. In less than a quarter of an hour left, he could still maintain the cultivation of the Celestial Realm and could still fight with the Celestial Realm martial artists. Hula under the order of the purple-clothed Grotto Heaven Realm expert, 4 or 5 Heaven Realm experts pounced on Ling Xiao. They didn't have the slightest sense of shame. They didn't have the slightest intention of repaying kindness. Greed had taken over all of them. Boom, suddenly, the warrior who pounced out exploded in midair. His body turned into pieces and blood splattered all over the ground. The Moon Lady appeared. She stood behind Ling Xiao indifferently and waved casually. "Moon Lady, thank you for your trouble. I will repay this favor in the future," Ling Xiao said to the woman behind him. "Between you and me, what's the point of talking about favors? Is that evil beast Demon King dead?" The Moon Lady asked with a smile. "Dead? You stinking brat, you really scared me to death. You actually secretly went to deal with the evil beast Demon King. How many lives do you have?" The Moon Lady suddenly said angrily. "I was just afraid that you would get hurt." Ling Xiao scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Now that he thought about it, the previous operation was really too dangerous. The evil beast Demon King's attack was too strong, so much so that the treasure that the Moon Lady gave him didn't have any effect. If he hadn't snatched the Earth Spirit Core in advance, he would have been in trouble. It seemed like he had to do less of such crazy things. "Little brat. I'm afraid of getting dirty, so of course I have to deal with the trash." The purple-clothed Grotto Heaven expert sneered and suddenly attacked. Purple Flame Mystic Dragon Palm. His hands suddenly burned with purple flames, and the temperature in the cave suddenly rose. The Celestial Realm martial artist who was closest to him actually burned up in an instant, and screamed incessantly. "Hee, this martial skill is not bad, but it's useless." The Moon Lady probably knew about Ling Xiao's current situation, so she didn't want to waste any time. Her figure suddenly flashed, and 2 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were lifted up by her like babies. "Is the Grotto Heaven Realm very strong? Since you have done something ungrateful, you should be prepared to die." After saying that, sword chi burst out from her hand. The 2 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were sliced into noodles just like that. There wasn't even a trace of blood on her body. After doing that, she waved her sleeves lightly, and the other dozen or so people were turned into dust on the spot. Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were reduced to ashes while talking and laughing. This was the strength of the Moon Lady. Ling Xiao looked at all this, but his hands were tightly clenched together. "Although my cultivation is now much stronger than my peers, I would still be at a disadvantage if I were to encounter a Celestial Realm martial artist like the Flame Deity," let alone a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist or a Yin Yang realm martial artist like the Moon Lady. Ling Zhao's desire for strength grew even stronger. Not enough. Far from enough. I'm still too weak. There are many things I want to do that I can't do. You guys can leave. Don't forget that I didn't save you for free. Ling Xiao looked at those people who still had a conscience and waved his hand lightly. Thank you, young hero Ling Xiao. We will never forget your kindness. They originally wanted to repay the favor, and now that they saw the beautiful and powerful woman behind Ling Xiao, how could they not repay the favor? After saying that, they all turned and left. Let's go back too. Ling Xiao turned back and glanced at the Moon Lady as he watched those people leave. However, just as he was about to leave, his body went limp and he lost consciousness. Time was up. Ling Xiao. The Moon Lady hurriedly hugged Ling Xiao when she saw this. She checked his breathing and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This fellow actually dared to borrow my quintessential origin energy to increase his strength for a short period of time. This secret technique was probably taught to him by a Yuan Venerate. Is this Yuan Venerate trying to kill Ling Xiao? The Moon Lady smiled bitterly and shook her head. She wasn't in a hurry to leave. After all, without the evil beast demon king, she was the absolute ruler of the Thousand Ghost Forest. Anyone who was tired of living and came looking for her would be courting death. Boom, suddenly, a wave of energy surged out of Ling Xiao's body and poured into every part of Ling Xiao's body. At the moment, Ling Xiao was in his weakest state. It was very difficult for him to withstand such a violent and domineering power. The Moon Lady hurriedly placed her jade-like hands on Ling Xiao's chest and poured her quintessential origin energy into Ling Xiao's body, guiding that domineering power to circulate in Ling Xiao's body more gently. Her quintessential origin energy formed a protective layer that protected every part of Ling Xiao's body so that Ling Xiao wouldn't die on the spot from excessive absorption of energy. Is this the power of the Earth Spirit? This brat couldn't have swallowed the Earth Spirit core, right? The Moon Lady smiled bitterly as she looked at Ling Xiao, who was lying motionless on the ground. This fellow was really too crazy. He really resembled the human monarch of the past. Actually, she didn't know. This time, Ling Xiao had dared to take the risk to deal with the evil beast demon king purely because she was around. If she wasn't around, Ling Xiao would have been even more cautious. Ling Xiao's calculations had never been wrong. This time was no exception. Even if there were uncertainties, Ling Xiao could accurately calculate them. Of course, there would be some deviations. He had dared to look for the evil beast demon king so boldly because he had taken into account the Moon Lady's powerful combat strength. However, the original plan had been for him to assassinate or severely injure the evil beast demon king while he was recuperating. This way, the Moon Lady would have an easier time fighting him. However, there had been some deviations in the plan. End of chapter 481. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.